Disruptor, the Earth Spirit, and the Invoker, all just these quick, not really cooldown dependent heroes, and yeah, they adapted really well, just like you were saying.
Okay, plenty to talk about between MVP and LGD, but we do need two teams to the main stage, so let's introduce them.
From qualifier hopefuls to direct invite material, they have single-handedly put Korean Dota on the map. Tempo controllers, these players are incredibly fast-paced, built around the talent and flair of QO. They are relentless, trained assassins in swift execution.
Welcome on stage, MVP Phoenix!
The return of superstar Xiao Wei to the battlefield has placed the expectations of a nation on the shoulders of this Chinese organization. With a world-class support player in MMY and one of the most experienced captains in the scene, this team is here to prove they are still a Chinese superpower.
Welcome on stage, LGD Gaming!
There we go then, two teams to the stage. They're all going to get set up in their booths, and we're going to quiz our panelists once more on their thoughts on this particular matchup. We'll start with MVP Fogged. The 6-5 win ratio that they've had in this tournament sort of doesn't really tell the story of their tournament, does it?
No, absolutely not. But, you know, I almost feel influenced by this seat. I feel like Charlie's influence is coming on me. And
Are you
I have
channeling
to just,
Charlie?
Just a little bit, you know. I feel like I have to just bring up this like chart and this measurement almost. MVP plays on this massive range, you know. They have their lows and they have their highs, but they have a big variance between this. While LGD are quite consistent, and like we've been saying, and Winter brought it up as well, they're adapting, and they're adapting quickly into this tournament. So I think that MVP is going to really have to bring it up a notch versus this team just because of how well LGD's adapted as they've been playing.
Yeah, weirdly and oddly in Dota, as opposed to other games, the SEA region actually includes Korea. In other games, Korea is its own thing because it's so good at things. It hasn't always traditionally been very good at Dota, but it's been coming for a while, Winter, isn't it?
I mean, it's a good thing that they are included in SEA because they scrim with the C team, so when C teams play with them, they can learn a lot. Maybe back when they just came over to the SEA scene, they were not as good, and C teams were not learning from them, and they're learning from C. But definitely now it's better for the C teams because they've become so strong.
Yeah, Korean overlords are coming, Black.
Eternal Envy said it a long time ago. He would quit Dota if they ever won a major tournament. So
I'm not sure that's going to happen just before TI.
I mean, he might not quit, but he said it, and they might get first place here.
Yeah, they were always sort of looked down upon, weren't they, in terms of quality, and it was always almost a joke in places. And yet, a year on from some of the performances that they gave in 2015, that they look like a high-quality team now.
What surprises me the most about them is they have really bad practice partners because, I mean, not practice partners, but bad conditions to practice.
Sure.
To C, they have really bad ping, and to China, they have really bad ping too. So whenever they scrim with a massive disadvantage, and they've come this far. It's really amazing.
Yeah, it is. They have come an awful long way. There's one player in particular who's probably come further than most, and that's Febby.
Febby as a person is, if I have to describe it in one word, I'll call him a clown. He's a very funny guy. He does a lot of stupid things and crazy things, and he is usually very embarrassing to walk around with. But at the same time, he keeps a lot of things to himself as well. He and I are really close, but it took him a lot of time to open up a lot.
The nickname Febby came from March, essentially, but instead it was February because my birthday was in February. And I shortened it later on, so it was Febby.
He first came to Korea to be a part of best Korean team.
Actually, it was like a last-minute thing. March asked me to come, and in 2 weeks I made money somehow. Or I worked full-time, and I got the money to come to Korea. And my parents, they didn't like it, but it was my life, and my dad was behind the idea that I should live with no regrets, and while he didn't like it, he let me do it. So I was really working against the clock.
At first it was great. He won a lot of tournaments with me in FXO, but him and I had an internal problem. And then we parted away. I made my new team in MVP Phoenix. He started in poker phase. But unfortunately, he wasn't able to win a lot. And because he has no family here, he had no one to rely to. And that's when his dark time started. Every one of his pro friends looked down on Korean Dota. So for him, it was really important to be part of best Korean team, not just any good team. He really wanted that. So they were flaming him, and then that triggered Febby. So he was like, no, I'm gonna make a best Korean Dota team. And from there, he thought it was gonna be successful because he knew he was very good, but unfortunately, he didn't get to make a lot of money from the winnings from all the tournaments in Korea. He didn't win much. He was basically homeless for 1 year. He was sleeping in just empty buildings when he had no money, and then a lot of things were tough for him. Like, it was really hard for him to get food, like just sleep at the comfortable places. Like, the living standards for him was like really terrible.
Sure, it was dark. Sure, I had no food, no house, no anything. The money I got from the winnings, I used that for the what you call internet cafe, PC방. So sometimes I would have no money to eat because I would need to practice every day, and I would have no money left over for food, or sometimes, only sometimes, and for places to stay. First half of the year was pretty good, and I was really motivated. And the later part of the year, there were some internal conflicts, and I was really getting cancelled up. So I really wanted to quit and just go home. But my girlfriend is one of the main reasons I stayed in Korea, and she helped me get back on track, and she helped me refocus what I really wanted in my life. Even at those times when I slept in empty buildings, I didn't necessarily feel bad. What was going through my mind was, how should I pick tomorrow? How should I play tomorrow? How can I improve my Dota? How could I improve our team's Dota? So I was really, really motivated.
I'm really proud of him that he overcame all those situations and then be at where he is right now.
I don't regret it at all. I don't regret it at all because I've thought about that part a lot, and it really helped me to become a better person. Even though I'm not as successful as I am right now, even though I didn't win, even though I wasn't in MVP Phoenix, it helped me become a better person.
The story of Febby, and the long road to success. And it is a long road, Winter. You face some trials and tribulations along your way. Maybe not quite as bad as that in terms of having to be homeless and run around for food. But it's typical sometimes of many players that want to succeed, isn't it?
Yeah, I can understand his hardship. There were points in my career when I was playing, I had to give my salary to my teammate because he didn't have money for food.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost unbelievable that still happens these days. But that just shows the desire as well, Black, doesn't it?
Yeah, it was kind of the same thing for me when I went to China. I was pretty much there on my own for like 5 months, and it really feels like if you want to make a good career in esports, sometimes it's a very tough decision. You basically have to sacrifice a big part of your life. And my parents never agreed with it, just like his, and that he came out like he has come out now, it is just amazing because it just shows how dedicated he really is.
And he's proved to be a really top player. He's shown that at this tournament, Fold.
Yeah, and it's very sad to see that, but it's also very, gives you people a lot of hope. You're like, wow, if he went through that and this is the way he's pulling out, it's incredible, and it really makes you feel like almost privileged in a way for
Absolutely.
what you have.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Let's take a look at LGD now. Their opponents today in the lower bracket. LGD have had a great run through right now. When I look at the tables, Fog, they lay second in pretty much everything. They're 9-4 in the record right now. Average KDA 4.53, kills 27.69 average is the highest of any team here at the tournament. They also have the most last hits on average per match of 1,016, the only team over 1,000. Those are incredible stats when you match them up against anyone in this tournament.
A Chinese team having most kills?
Yeah.
I know, right? What's going on?
But I think that's also because we spoke about it, they play very cautiously.
Yep.
That means they do not end games when they could on paper. They just wait it out to make it 100% sure, and that way they wrap up a lot of more kills.
And that's why I think this matchup's going to be really interesting, because we see LGD, and like you're looking at the last hits, they have very high last hits. We have NEWBEE, who is extremely aggressive, but he also does farm. He finds his farm all the time. Aggressive, the same thing. Xiaowei tends to farm neutrals a lot. It's not really seen too much from a lot of these teams. Liquid, you never see them really hitting neutrals. It's like, okay, maybe Matumba Man occasionally is hitting some neutral creeps, but they're really just trying to be on the aggressive and putting pressure on the other team. LGD is a lot more depending on those neutrals.
Xiaowei gives out a lot of the lanes to the other two, because the way they play NEWBEE and aggressive, both of them takes up the majority part of the farm on the map. So Xiaowei has to farm the jungle because he's giving up a lot of space to them.
Yeah, that mid-matchup is going to be intriguing, isn't it, Winter? These two have both had great games this tournament, both QO and NEWBEE as well. But in the way that they're set up right now, NEWBEE is head and shoulders above any player at this tournament in terms of statistics, in terms of kills, in terms of gold. Across the board, he has been the best player at this major.
Yeah, both of these players have a very high skill cap, but I think the main difference is Kyo. When he doesn't play well, he really doesn't play well. But maybe it's much more consistent. So he's much more reliable for his team. But Kyo has probably a slightly higher ceiling to
But between those two as well, Kyo is a lot more reckless, while NEWBEE is a lot more calculated.
I mean, yeah, because it's his play style. It's either he plays super, super good, or he has a bad game.
Yeah, but we have to see it from the stats too. He had a lot more deaths average in games, but also more kills and more assists as well.
I mean, that's Kyo.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
Kyo,
That's how he plays.
But I think that also is, it's not just because of that individual player, it's because of their team. It's the way their play style is. Like, of course, LGD, we've said it a million times, very calculated, very disciplined. MVP is more kind of just, we're running at you, we're diving you. It's like, oh, there's tier 2s up? Yeah, we're diving your tier 4s. We don't really care.
Yeah, I think Charlie explained it as organized gung-ho.
Yeah, that's really, that's pretty much on point.
Which I find very apt for MVP. It's prediction time, boys. It's time to put your necks on the lines.
Oh, this is a hard one.
This is a tough. I think this may be the toughest one to call so far, but we're going to start with you, Fold. Which way does it go?
Man. Oh, come on, start with Winter.
Wow, nice throw, Winter. No, that was such a... I've got to give it to Fold. That was a good one. You want to start?
He wants to go first.
Oh, for God's sake. Okay. Go on, then.
Okay, I think LGD will take it 2-1 because, as I said before, for me MVP is a very momentum-based team, and I feel OG kind of took that away from them. So I think they're going to lose.
Okay, so LG 2-1 Black, Winter.
Now I'm feeling a bit of purge coming out in me, and I'm like, oh man, MVP,
don't start hedging.
MVP will win 2-0, or LGD will win 2-1.
If you start hedging, Charlie somewhere in the building will get triggered. Please don't do it.
I think I agree with Black. MVP is a very momentum-based team, so if they win the first game, I think they can do it. But if they lose the first game, it's going to be very hard. But I have faith on them. Sorry, Black. 2-0.
2-0 for LGD.
MVP.
For MVP.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
I'm gonna have to go with Black as well and say
Alright.
the LGD 2-1.
Really? Why?
I think the points that he made were very good. Like their momentum, MVP is a very momentum-based team. If they lose one game, it's going to be really hard for them to come back. But if they win the first one, they will have definitely a shot. But it's still going to be hard because of how calculated and disciplined and the way LGD's been adapting. So I feel like even if LGD does drop the first game, they're going to look back and be like, doesn't matter. You know, let's do what we've been doing, adapt throughout the tournament, adapt throughout the series.
Okay. Very interesting thoughts from our panelists. They've gone 2-1 here. Winter has gone with MVP. On Twitch, however, they're going with MVP as well. They side with Winter 57-43, and on Twitter it's 64-36 in favour of MVP. So that's 2 social medias plus Winter. You guys just lost 3-2.
Paul, just one thing I want to make clear. He's biased. He's from C.
No, I was going to bring it up, and then I
biased.
thought, no, he made valid points.
Yeah,
He did.
Yeah,
But
he
he's
made
biased
better points.
anyway.
Yeah, they're just going to have this organised gung-ho run-at-you style, and then smack him down. I like
You
that.
can't call me biased when you're biased.
Yeah, I'm biased too for China. He's biased for C. So only Fog's vote counts.
Yeah,
I'm
well,
cool with
I don't know.
that. I'm okay.
Yeah,
All right, I agree.
The problem with that is that he's played for every team in the championship, so he's biased to all the teams.
No, no, come on. You can't be biased for everybody. That doesn't even make sense. That's like completely counterintuitive.
Actually, I think Black's been more like that, isn't it? Every single
was
team has
saying
got a friend of his on in some way that he's played with over the last 10 years.
He has been saying that.
Yeah.
Have you seen that? There was like a thread about me, that, like the black number or something. It showed like how many connections people have around the world with
Yeah.
me. It was like everybody had a connection to me somehow. It was crazy when I was like, oh.
No, I think you and I are related in some way. I think.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
And then I was like, okay, I guess I know Red Eye, even though I never really spoke to him.
Black, we've even played together.
We have.
Yeah. And
Multiple
these two have
times
played.
too.
Have you played
Multiple
with, Have you
times.
played with Winter yet?
I don't think so. No,
I don't think so either.
Have you played with Black?
Yeah, he has. Yeah.
Oh, see?
Yeah.
Black's connected to everybody.
Yeah. They even joined the same team together last year. They're both in Fnatic. Admittedly, Winter was a sub at the time, but they were both
They
in
were
Fnatic
together.
at exactly the same time.
The only thing we played together was badminton. We
Was it?
never played Dota together.
Okay. You only played badminton together.
Yeah, he was terrible at losing.
Right.
He hated losing.
He told me he was good the other day.
I mean,
I'm good at badminton, but I hated losing. Whenever I lost, I got so mad at myself.
All right, players are getting ready for the draft, so we'll switch back to the focus on the game itself. Drafting-wise, Black, where do we go here? Do LGD stick to what they know? Do MVP try something a little bit different in Game 1?
I think they both should stick to what they know for sure, and I think Tidehunter is going to be a very contested pick. Both of them ran it a lot, and they really like it. Like it really fits their place there, both of them.
I think Tidehunter and Slardar. I mean, just like QL mentioned it, the hero's OP.
It is.
It really is, and we'll be seeing what they decide to go for because it tends to be placed in the off lane lately, especially because we've been seeing Liquid put it on my control a lot. But MVP is one of those teams that is consistently running it on QO in the safe lane.
I mean,
If not the
I know
only
you
thing.
guys talk
If not
about
the
the
only
draft a
one.
lot, but the other thing it's very important, I think, is the vision. Because in the game where MVP, they played against OG, and some of their early wards got dewarded, and it really affected their gameplay a lot. So,
That's a really good point.
because vision is very important for them to play the fast game. If they don't have the vision, it's very difficult for them to play fast.
Yeah.
So we had a Phoenix and an IO banned out pretty much straight away, and
Also
Bounty and
Lifestealer.
Lifestealer. Okay, so
Probably
Lifestealer
gonna
pretty
start our
much,
first pick.
pretty much banned on every game that we've had in the last 3
Yeah,
days.
Slada is most likely.
It has to be Slaughter first because if not, LGD will grab it.
Slardar or I don't think they definitely won't take the tide for themselves. But Earthspirit seems to be very contested lately.
Lich!
But, oh my God,
I have not expected this at all.
100% win rate on the main stage.
It is true.
Yes.
But first pick material.
Also has a 100% win rate for MVP.
It's good
in the
versus
last
the
3 months.
Slada. Maybe
Really
they're-
good versus Slada, right?
yeah,
It
maybe
is
they
good
want to
versus
give.
Slada.
Maybe they want to give away the Slada and they're picking Lich against that.
Or maybe
That is actually really smart.
maybe they're picking the Lich to stop them picking the Slaughter, which means they can pick it up second.
Yeah, that's possible too.
Yep,
Lich
definitely
Slada
possible.
off lane.
I mean, you do not want to pick Slaughter against Lich. Like, no way.
Yeah, and
It's
haven't
so
banned
bad.
it, so they won't pick it. So MVP get a second pick it, and that's
But-
smart because that's almost like having,
But
having a
it's really
second
smart.
pick.
If you don't pick it, then you're giving it away to MVP.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
for,
if you
for
pick,
free
if
too.
You, if you pick it and then it doesn't match up well with Lich, then surely you'll fall into a trap of being counted all the way through the draft.
But either way, it's bad.
Yes. The only people that can benefit from this is MVP. I
love
think
when-
that's a really smart opener.
I love when teams do this. Like we've been seeing it more and more from this tournament. Maybe team specific, but okay, we do have AA picked up. But we've been seeing this support or this completely random hero picked up in the first phase. This one makes a lot more sense, but we've been seeing like first pick Disruptor, first pick Rubik, but that's a lot more team specific. This one is just a calculated decision.
go with
So
the
they've
Slider?
had to take the Slider. They just could not afford to give it to Cure.
They go with the Void.
They figured this
Void
out.
Lich offlane is one of
Void Lich.
the best combos in the whole game. And why I like the Lich in particular against LGD, LGD is not known to end games fast. And they're like very greedy, and I feel Lich usually punishes that like very, very hard.
Yeah, it also slows down, like we were saying, LGD is very team fight oriented, and they need their level 6s in order to go and take those fights probably around like the 10 to 14 minute mark. Lich slows down you getting your level 6, getting your ultimate, so it's an interesting approach
It's
by
very early game hero too, so it basically what the hero offers to you is good early game, you win your lane, and then good team fight. Because just basically what MVP need to do, they need to win the lanes, and they need to have a hero that's like what you guys said, good team fight. Because against LGD you want team fight.
And Lich Void together is so good in team fights. You get two heroes in Chrono because the Chrono AoE is pretty much the same AoE the bounce of the Lich ulti has.
Yep.
So it is an amazing combo. What I also would like to see, they ran it in the past, not so much recently, but a dual lane Lich middle to crush maybe, who has been the momentum carrier for the team. I think it could be something we can see here.
Lich PL, Lich PA?
Yeah.
Something like that.
No, not PA,
even
not
Lich
PA.
Morphling. Lich Morphling is really strong.
You think PA went to? Come on, dude, don't say PA. You're gonna give us a heart attack over here.
All right.
They are the one team that would run it though, and
Yeah.
it's relatively decent versus Slardar.
But it's
Not good.
not very
Not good.
good versus the
Yeah.
Void.
No.
If you do Lich dual lane middle, you want some burst. Like something like a Morphling.
But yeah, we did talk about it yesterday, and every single time that LGD's played, something needs to happen to shut down maybe. And we were saying doing the dual lane approach is one of the better options, but we have seen him come out super far ahead even when teams dueling him. So it's a bit of a scare factor.
The drop has been a very big change for both teams. Like Invoker has been picked up very early in some of the games for LG. They prioritize the hero a lot, and in this matchup they don't seem like they want to go for the hero.
Yeah, very appropriate bans by MVP. The Ember and the Invoker, that's pretty much the most dominant heroes that we've been seeing coming out from LGD. And they both play the Ember. The aggressive and maybe both play it. So it's like a double ban there.
And they usually don't first phase it, they always second phase it, so those bans are perfectly fine. Banning out the Slark though, when you have the AA yourself, they must give a lot of respect to KO because AA is actually a hard counter to Slark.
Yeah.
Don't you think Slug is like really good in general in this meta? Because there's like
He is.
the new item, all the new items is good on him, like Echo Saber, and he has very few like strong counters in the meta.
Yeah, we did see it. Like it was kind of forgotten for a while, and then yesterday, just like 2 Slark games back to back, and the Slark went completely on a rampage both those games.
Like for LGD, do you think like the Wind Ranger plus Lada combo would be good? And it's really good if you're against a dual lane with Lich because you have Wind Run, it's harder to kill you.
It would be good, but then again, what hero doesn't deal a lot of damage with Slardar? Like physically,
Anyone does it.
yeah. Like, there's Windrunner. They could even go back to DK if they want the more stable mid lane.
Or
More lockdown
or
as
even
well.
TA if they want more like, burst.
Although TA against Void is kind of like
Oh yeah, the duration.
it's very hard to play.
You need to get Manta,
Yeah, you do.
and you don't like it, so you're definitely not gonna recommend it.
Please don't.
Don't trigger him. Don't trigger him already.
Focusing on the draft, Winter, we got Lion for MMY, one of his most accomplished supports.
10-minute Blink Dagger every single game, basically. Between the 10 and 12-minute mark, he will always have his Blink Dagger. And it's also just a very good setup with the Ancient Apparition. He can set up on his own solo ganks with the AA Blast all over the map, and he does tend to do that a lot.
Look at the system both teams are running right now. It's going to be most likely a very passive early game because if you look at the 4 supports alone, AA, Lion, Lich and Disruptor, they're just going to sit in their lane and get level 6. Most likely that's what's going to happen.
But that's going to favor MVP Phoenix a lot because they have the Lich. I actually expected... Okay.
It's not their usual game, like they want to take control of the early game, they want to roam. Yeah, but I guess when they open the draft with Lich, you kind of expect your supports to be sitting in the lanes.
I was going to mention it early, but Lycan is really good against Lich lineups in general because you can really punish.
You push.
That you don't have, you have no anti-push. You have Disruptor, Void, Lich. All these heroes, they can't defend against a Lycan push. A DK last pick for middle would be really good for them, I think.
LGD's probably looking at either... They haven't really picked Death Prophet at all in this tournament, but it could be one of the possibilities for them. Not sure if they favor it so much, but I do... Yeah, the DK or maybe the Alchemist that we have seen before.
The Lycan for LGD is currently 90% win rate the last 3 months for them. They've only picked it 11 times, but they've won 10 of the games they've played on it.
And one of them was here.
It was.
It was.
This is really, really scary for MVP. Like,
It is.
looking at the first 4 heroes of LGD, like basically what MVP needs to do now is just they have to win their lanes. If they don't win their lanes, the push comes. They don't have good D push. It's gonna be very difficult for them.
They need to survive.
They have to like get some advantage from the lane, and when the push comes, they need to initiate with the Chronosphere and just take the team fight.
Yep.
That's the only way they will defend the towers.
And we were talking about how LGD adapts, and they've been adapting throughout this entire tournament. We look at that draft. That is not really very ulti cooldown reliant. Sure, the Lycan has a relatively long cooldown on his ult, and the
MVP is
Lion, but
ulti reliant now.
MVP is extremely ulti reliant, so they've kind of like, it's like a role reversal here. And now
They take the
it's
Titan
actually an absolute switch up. That's
So
very interesting.
It's going to be carry Void.
You don't like that?
I do not like Tide Lich off lane too much because Tide wants to push in the lane and then pull the camp, and Lich wants to anti-push the lane. So I actually think we might be seeing a dual lane middle here.
Yep.
Yeah, more than likely.
But it's still okay for. I think that despite you mentioning Lich Tide might not be too good together,
It is
but
still very
it's
good,
Still,
of course.
It's still very good.
Yeah, of course.
Maybe not the most ideal, but it's still possible that they lane those two together. But going back to the fact that you guys are talking about the cooldowns, relying a lot on cooldown, but basically that's like I think one of the best ways of approaching a game where your opponent is starting to do a team fight push strategy.
Yep.
When they're gonna 5-man and push, you have very good team fight, so you can defend the towers.
It is going to be so hard to like touch MVP. As soon as this Tidehunter walks forward, what are you going to do? Like, you have to back off.
Necrobolt, Mana Burn.
Mana burns.
That is like the only way they have
And
that.
they have Ice Blast.
And they have
Ice
Lion
Blast.
too, for the mana drain as well later on if he's in.
They can. I think they
do
can
it
kill
properly.
the Tide pretty easily. They just crush Ice Blast finger. He's gonna die in the team
And
fight.
we've said it like multiple times as well here, and just like anytime you see a Tidehunter versus an Ancient Apparition in the laning phase, if he's in a disadvantaged position, he's just able to die super easily because of the Chilling Touch.
If he gets hexed once, like even the supports can almost solo kill him.
Chilling Touch with Howl,
Yeah.
it's an absurd amount of right-click damage
It's
coming
like
out early.
100 per hit, if not more.
Yep. It's basically double damage on all your heroes that
Yep.
are in that lane.
Seeing the Medusa ban, obviously LGD plans to push early S5, and Medusa can completely stop that when she gets to Fat, so I really like that ban. Have we seen MVP run at this tournament? It was only Fnatic, right?
No, only Fnatic.
But QO has a history of playing the hero for sure, and they know that, so I
Yep.
really like the ban.
So the last hero.
We see the DK ban.
Ban
ban
by
the
DK, very makes sense. MVP takes the TA for themselves, so that's very interesting approach.
It's very good at jumping the back lines. If you go for the blink early enough, you can kill the AA very easily. It's easy for you to burst the Slada if he's on sprint as well. And it's just like they want to win their lanes, go for the team fights.
I really like it against LGD too because the only
And the
really
trap, no, that's a trap. The trap's for the Roshan because
Trap's
that's
for
like
the
yeah,
Roshan.
of course, to
Yeah.
see when they do it, yeah.
Yeah.
But they do go for the
Okay.
Viper.
Oh, they go for
I
the
really
Viper.
love
The
it. It's
lane.
like the
I love
hardest
this
counter,
pickup.
the hardest counter pick possible.
No,
TA is
that's
gonna
not the hardest. Jakiro is the hardest counter.
You think
Yeah.
Jakiro counters TA more than
Yeah,
Viper?
Waga told me Jakiro is the hardest matchup.
Paul just got a big smile on his face over there because of you saying that.
I like the fact that Winter likes Jakiro as well. Thank you to all three of our panelists. We'll get their thoughts after game one, but let's head to the commentary desk next. Toby One, the microphone is yours, sir.
Thanks a lot, Red. Obviously, I'm here with the experts of Templar Assassins.
I told Kyo to pick it.
Waga, obviously. Do you agree with Winter? Is Jakiro the counter pick, or is the Viper the better choice?
Yakiro is hard to play against the Viper. Yeah, Winter's right. I'm sad to admit, but he's right.
Well, it's a good thing we're just not even paying attention right now,
Yeah.
so he doesn't have to know.
He never
that we
pays
said
attention.
It's
Yeah.
true. It's true.
Don't
that's,
tell him.
that's the reason why we put him on the panel, not as a caster, because here it's going to get intense. It's going to be awesome. We're going to have LGD versus MVP, a full best of 3. I'm hoping for an action-packed style of game. We're going to go straight to the game, so stay tuned, guys. We're coming up. Game 1.
MVP Phoenix versus LGD Gaming.
And it is time to get underway. MVP versus LGD. The winner of this series will face up in the lower bracket round 5 up against Team Liquid later on today, only separated by the OG NEWBEE game. But MVP versus LGD. Waga, let's first get your thoughts.
Well, last time they played against each other was here at the Manila Major. In the group stage, they LGD actually went 2-0 against MVP, destroyed them pretty hard. It was a little bit of a different meta though, because we've seen it evolve, now Lifestealer being a high priority and some other land trends coming out. But this is definitely a switch up, right? LGD, as the panel said, are playing MVP style. And meanwhile, MVP, they also have a pretty typical draft, I think. While they don't have the Stardar, an aggressive Void, they have TA. I think they can still play their style with this.
It's kind of funny. I was talking to a man that shall be, well, not named as far as my information goes, but as far as he is talking like MVP, we're talking about like the difference with how like LGD and MVP will battle, and talking about like how MVP will normally try and dictate the pace of the game to LGD, while LGD will wait it out, and then you just let MVP break on your shoulders, and you just take the kills time and time again, and eventually you'll get yourself ahead. But MVP, it's almost like they got I don't say like they got like a combination of both. Like you got these big teamfight ultimates, but then you got a Templar assassin. Like you want someone who can set a pace. TA can easily do that.
She can, but I'm very worried though, because AA is so amazing both against TA and Void, and I don't like that they picked Void into the AA. I think that's going to be very difficult to execute. Any form of carry Void against AA when you can't heal, the time walk is so important. It's your bread and butter.
I'm wondering how long too this mid lane is going to remain a one-on-one matchup, because maybe it's just going to completely like zone out QO. And you can see him, like he's getting very aggressive against QO, invading up onto the high side.
It's a Howl Viper. You can't really win against this as TA.
Yep.
When Lycan also adds up that extra damage, Viper is just so strong.
But then do you try and rotate Febby down? Do you try and change the balance of that lane?
I think you can't. You don't have too good rotations here coming out from MVP. They should just focus to win against the Lycan, slow down his progression, and make sure Tidehunter has a big impact.
Well, and like QO just eventually, well, he's already got his bottle up and running, so it's not that bad. He's got the regeneration. Top lane, there may be, if Forev stays here a little bit too long, yep, MMY is going to rotate up, Chilling Touch, the bonus damage is there. At LGD, they didn't even need the bonus damage. They claim first blood against Forev's offlane Tidehunter.
Just underestimating the AA. AA in tri-lane scenario is always so strong, so well played by MMY there, and that's why boots early for Lion is so great.
Easy rotations. He even had a look behind the mid lane. So LGD, they want to try and find openings wherever they possibly can. Probably another place where we can look for MVP's openings is down that bottom lane up against Zhao Wei. Obviously doesn't play like a faceless Void who can time walk off a lot of the damage. And with the Orb of Venom over on MP, he's trying to do a little bit more harassment to Zhao Wei, slow him down, and then let DOTA be the controller. Give him that extra time to just pounce and attack into him. Then use time walk aggressively.
Yeah, exactly. And we see right now LGD and MVP, both of them stacking up the jungle. Tide actually retreating into jungle already after dying there on the top lane.
And this actually brings back almost the full classic off-lane Lich.
Yeah, solo Lich off lane. Once he has his boots, he's going to be extremely hard to hit.
Zhao Wei has to turn and double crush, trying to run away from DOTA. He did level up the kinetic field to start with, so he knows there's no glimpse available. MP still wants to play at this, and Zhao Wei triggers off that sprint. It's only level 1 for the moment, and then he comes back in for another double crush on this off lane. The wall will come up, it catches Zhao Wei, but there is no follow-up. Time walks along cooldown, they go back to their farming.
That's a lot of mana expended, though, from the Disruptor. They can't really bring down this starter, not yet. Well, maybe if he goes aggressive here, though.
He's probably hoping there is just no more mana there. DOTA, okay, he gets the field up, but there's no glimpse. That's even more mana wasted. Meanwhile, up on the top lane, there's going to be the initiation onto the Lich. Luckily, he's got that level 1 Frost Armor, which makes it very difficult for LGD to capitalize on it. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, QO. He's been having a hard enough time as it is. His side blades keep hitting maybe, which means he keeps getting the Corrosive Skin trigger.
Yeah, he's going to struggle in that lane. A lot of it comes down to Lycan again. Just that extra damage from the Howl actually makes this mid one-on-one matchup really unfavorable for TA, even though you could do fairly well there. Lich cannot deny himself to neutrals after surviving the top gank.
Quick way back and then allows Forev to soak up all the experience on the top lane. Zhao Wei did the whole walk back to base, but now he comes back to the bottom lane. Level 3 on that Slardar compared to the efficiency you're getting out of MVP, and we're kind of expecting that. Wow, maybe you're dropping low, but you'll be okay. Unless he walks into side blades like that. QO almost finding the line.
Yeah, taking a lot of damage here. Just QO playing really well. He's played TA so many times before as well. He's really solid at it.
And DOTA is really spending so much mana to try and go for Zhao Wei. He went for another kinetic field there.
Lion coming in.
Yeah, QO's still got refraction charges up. He's also got melt, and with no detection available, he can just hide inside that, or they can go for the kill. Maybe he's gonna start dropping low. Febby with QO, he needs to get that damage off, but he can't do it. Febby's gonna finish the job with 1 Frost Blast. So it will be a 1-for-1 trade-off, but the Templar Assassin dying first. Febi's on the run, now almost a core. He's got a creep wave coming in behind him, but MMY, he cannot reach him. Febi will get back over to the Radiant side of the river.
Febi is so fast on this Lich. And we saw him play Lich before a lot, and he had some extreme item progression on his Lich. So gonna be happy surviving here. Almost level 5 already.
Yeah, it's good quick movement. With early Chain Frost, maybe you can also find some quicker picks.
Yeah, with Void, when he has his ulti, that's gonna be the most natural rotation.
Meanwhile, up on that top lane, while all the rotations were happening from LGD, it allowed for Rev to get up in the face of Aggressive. Aggressive is, like, he's the top CSer on the board, but when he's only up against the Tidehunter, it's very difficult for him to continue to get that CS underneath the Anchor Smash.
It is going to be hard for him to stay there, though, because you never know when the Lion is going to come around again. The Tide is not that tanky.
Oh, bottom lane, there's your jump. They're looking for Xiao 8. Febi's on his way over, Frost Blast will be triggered, Xiao Wei still looks to run away, the sprint, amplifies damage a little bit, a double crush available, but Dubu, he held onto the glimpse for so long, and even a time lock from MP, allowing Faceless Void to get the kill on the captain of LGD.
And that's going to be power threats, increasing his damage so much before he gets his ulti as well. So solo kill potential is there as he's maxing the bash as well.
MMY, QO is coming over to him, the Observer Ward is down, and thanks to the vision there, actually, he sees the creeps moving. But he doesn't see much more than that, so they understand the QO is doing the farm, but if you move aggressively with Maybe, the jig is up.
Definitely, but they're going to go for it anyway.
Febi's in the neighborhood. He doesn't have his Chain Frost yet. QO, they get the Hex off. He's got Meld, he's got Refraction. He can't get either off. The control is just too good from MMY.
And every single engagement, I can't keep coming back to this, but Lycan makes that impact. Just extra damage. Viper is so evil.
This is such an I would say it's an obvious trap, because are you really expecting a Watermelon to be in a tree at the moment? They want Maybe to come underneath the tier 1 tower and attack into Febi so they can commit the Ravage to ensure the death of the mid. But Maybe deciding not to be that aggressive.
Just going for the rune instead. Much better play. I want to see this Maybe Viper go for the Dragon Lance first here. Would help him so much position-wise, not get close enough to get caught out by the Ravage and still be able to do his damage.
Well, we'll see his progression eventually. Looks like the Lycan's going to go for the normal style build, so moving in to the Vladimir's offering. So nothing out of the ordinary there, but it does make us just flag in our minds, so we have to keep an eye over on Roshan.
Big thing to note right now is LGD. They're freeing up the top lane, trying to get level 6 on their supports, while Lycan is farming away. This switch is so important. In some drafts, when you have an Ursa, a Lycan, and you can do this, you definitely should.
Xiao Wei on the run on the bottom lane. They're going to glimpse him back over into the kinetic field. The wall comes up in time, and even an extra time lock over on Xiao Wei. He'll get the crush off. MP, he's already used his, but Xiao Wei, the life! Barely surviving back past the tier 1 tower.
Wow, he actually can't get the Chronosphere as well because he got stunned for long enough that he ran away. The sprint, such a fast little fish.
But this pushes Xiao Wei back off the lane, and MP back into a farming kind of role.
And they're getting a lot of farm down here. Dubu is getting level progression on his Disruptor, and Lich, of course, getting so much levels wherever he goes.
For now, Febi's just holding behind QO. The Ice Armor is probably going to be flagging that a little bit for Maybe.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious that they're focusing mid, but that's why LGD are just playing to their own side.
Okay,
they want to get this Lycan strong.
It's rotation time. MP's going to make his way up. There is no Dire Observer Ward that will be able to scout this. The only one, or the only two, I should say, watching around the mid lane is inside the jungle, and also a little bit further to the top rune, which is watching QO grabbing that 8-minute rune. Regeneration for him.
MVP has that one little anti-synergy when you have two heroes who want to clear Ancients to get their farm. Both Tide and TA gonna be happy to take it, but probably should go to TA in this game.
Well, Tide's still got a fair amount. Like, you got Arcane Boost as well as 9 Talent 8 minutes in on a level 7 Tidehunter. So he's feeling great, and you want to get that Desolator up, right? That's the primary thing for QO next.
Yeah, definitely. He should probably buy the Bloodstone immediately, just to increase his damage somewhat.
Ancient Apparition, all he wanted was space for a level 6, and you can say goodbye to September. MVP, easy and quick rotations.
Surprised he stayed that long when they actually were doing a pull with Lion before smoking up. He could just have stayed at his tower, the creeps would come to him, so...
LGD, they see the stack. They can't farm it, however. They've got no heroes that can farm up stacks. So they try and loop in behind the tower, go further down. Their Observer Ward is going to reveal the fact that he's not there. In fact, QO has moved all the way down to the bot lane where Xiao Wei makes his way over to Dubu, gets the crush off. With the amplification, Dubu has to commit the ultimate as well as Fairy Fire. Can't walk out in time. And QO coming up to Xiao Wei, but that smoke rotation is still coming. So the amplifying over on QO. Febby's in the neighborhood. The Wolves are going to scout him out so they can see perfectly the targets they want. Xiao Wei now into the sprint. It's a crash over on QO. The Lich Hold is going to bounce, but it's actually lost inside the creep wave. With a stun on QO, that TA will be lost. Forev comes in, but it's too late. The Tide Ravage won't create enough space, and now it's actually Febby being hunted down by Aggressive. The Wolf will get the last paw swipe in. And LGD, nice easy rotation to bot.
Yeah, that was a long telegraphed rotation as well, and MVP still played so aggressive. No one was showing on mid lane, no one was defending the tier 1 tower top, so MVP definitely underestimating them there.
MP was still able to claim that tier 1 tower on the top lane, so that's something in return at least.
But you lost so much HP on the mid tower, and Viper's just farming away. In fact, he's going to be the one building into the mech for LGD. So not going for that Dragonlance first.
The survivability. Maybe LGD also recognizing the strength of the team fight of MVP if they want to force it now. Maybe turns. The TP coming in from Aggressive, but he doesn't have dog form.
It's so much HP though on a Viper. It's scary to go into a tower like that. TPs are coming in. He has 11 armor, and then you're just gonna struggle.
Wise already here in the mid lane. He wants to know, like, if MVP are going to come at him, they want to be ready for it. Because the rest of the time, MVP just start their farming up, and it will be QO to take up that Ancient stack.
And this is when he would get so much out of, just having a casual Blightstone to negate the armor. There's so much armor from the double dragons, that's a little bit unfortunate for him. 6 armor aura from these Ancient dragons.
Make life a little bit more difficult for him. Someone who's going to be a lot happier now is going to be Forev on this bot lane. Xiao Wei's been having, I want to say, free reign at the bottom lane. So it's definitely been a lot better for him in the last like 4 to 5 minutes.
He's getting the farm he needs. He's going to be really strong with that. And Vanguard coming out on Voids.
Really want to see
his max HP.
Really want to see his Blink Dagger timing too. That's the one thing for LGD where they need to have their items to get that initiation off. Both the Blinks over on Lion as well as on Xiao Wei. Or you can just do this. Walk in, Ice Blast, now MP commits the ultimate. He goes for MMY in the back lines. Thanks to DOTA, you have lost the Tide Hunter. And Xiao Wei, he's got Crush available. Gets it over on DOTA, doesn't get an MP, but with maybe rotating over, DOTA way too far up. Easy pick off for the TPing support of LGD to that tier 1 tower on bot.
And they just lost the Lion, who used his ulti anyway, so it doesn't really matter that he dies. He just committed for a kill, got it, and AA able to support from far away. That just shows how fast they can kill off even a Tide Hunter.
Have we actually seen a Ravage out from Tide?
I have not seen a Ravage, no.
Because there's been a couple of moments where you're like, man, Ravage could really change the course of this engagement. And they're just like, nope, he's already picked off. Top lane aggressive. TP's coming in from the Templar Assassin. He goes into dog form and...
you can't kill that.
Yep, there is nothing.
There's just no way. And right now, LGD is starting a lot of control in every single lane. You were talking about the Blink Dagger timings. They're going to be amazing. 1,600 gold on Lion, 1,500 on the Slardar. They're going to be so strong when they get these.
It seems a little too easy.
Oh, Lion, I don't know how he does it. MMY is just a monster on this hero.
QO got a little bit chilled up. They trigger off one of the TA traps for Rev, looking at September. QO is going to make his way, and with the glimpse, they bring him back to the Ancient Apparition. This will be his second death now of the game. First one being the easy pickoff on top lane.
Good kills. They need this as well. Just using the Disruptor in a very good way so far. Sadly, it got caught out twice, but they need to recover somehow for QO, who died 3 times.
He's holding a lot of his money. Is it really that good to go straight for the Blink?
Yeah, he's going for the Blink Dagger. I'm not sure that I like this. When you have 3 inventory slots open, that Blightstone that I keep mentioning. Oh, wow. MMY. Jesus.
They don't know.
They didn't see the creeps attacking him. Even then, they wouldn't have vision on him, so they would have to commit to Ravage if they want to stop him.
So close yet so far away. T actually delayed up her Blink Dagger by buying up the wand.
Oh, you want that very well. But right now, I think LGD are so happy in the position this game is going. It's a steady increase in their control, and their net worth is starting to shoot ahead.
Yeah, about 5k is the advantage going the way of LGD at the moment. The experience isn't as close, but...
You also have Lycan and Slardar on a dire lineup. Sure, you have TA on the other side, but it's so hard to get to this Roshan as easily when the tier 1 tower mid is gone, and bottom tier 1 might not be long for this world.
That's why they keep a Templar Assassin trap inside the pit. Keep tabs on Roshan at all times. If LGD are going to go in, you rotate over. Then this may be the only thing which probably stops LGD from instantly taking Roshan. It's the fear of the big ultimate combo that MVP offer.
Oh yeah, they have the massive cooldown, massive combination. It's strong, but at the same time, LGD can just split them up before going for it, forcing someone to go top. Just look at the Wolves even, just pushing out that top lane. Someone has to go there.
There's the double blinks, both for Rev.
Oh god.
as well as QO get their blinks at the same time. Now, the first reveal of this has to come with a bang.
Yeah, because you're right now ahead of the timing of the Lion at least. Slardar does have his blink, but right now MVP have a low power peak and they're so strong with all those.
Oh, they're actually revealing it underneath the tower. Both the blinks were delivered. So fortifications up. Haven't seen anyone from LGD ping it just yet, but Zhao Wei, he's going to look for the support to come. The TA trap will slow him down. The Ice Blast is also on its way, going in very, very deep. Now QO's the only one that gets chilled, but not actually connected on with the Ice Blast.
They still want to take this fight, LGD, the way they rotate in here. Not sure they can do it, but very confident.
They may still not know, unless they were really watching that courier closely.
Yeah, it comes down to that mech, I think. They just want to fight while they have the mech advantage. Normally, Tide scope the mech first, not the blink, but against an AA here, they got forced to go on a different build.
Here's the smoke from MVP. They're going to try and get over the river. A simple leap into Chrono onto maybe. You still need to have him on like almost the front side of the Chrono so the rest of MVP can reach him. Templar Assassin range is really not that terrific.
Yeah, you gotta have him towards the edge at least. So far, TA only level 9 as well, so 2 points in side blades.
He's just inching and inching forward. Because the Observe Ward behind the tower, he's actually got a better position for glimpses. Also means he can glimpse away TPing support, something which LGD may not be ready for.
Thing is, Lion has his blink now, he's coming over.
MP, there's your jump. Chronosphere going on maybe QO. Perfect crush from Zhao Wei, keeping QO out as well as Forever. The Ice Blast will fly, doesn't really hit properly, and thanks to the storm, it keeps LGD back underneath their own T1 tower. And the Blink Rabbit catching 4 heroes. They really want that death of the Viper, and they might be able to claim it. The Meg makes it difficult, but in comes Aggressive from the back lines. You may have claimed the Viper, but at what cost? You've lost 3 underneath your own tower. Dubu can't even get out. He'll get crushed. It's a triple kill for Aggressive.
Oh, that's such a disaster. All your ult is expended. This is where MVP needed to be stronger. And still, LGD just take the fight, make it look easy. The only one who got focused, a Viper. That's exactly according to script, Toby.
Does this really flag the fact, like, just how much damage you can't you can't put into a Chronosphere? You Chrono it up, you couldn't kill the Viper straight away. The Templar Assassin was actually walking away and then had a slow turn to get back over to the Chronosphere.
The thing is that you don't even want to focus the Viper. It's going to be so bad for your team in every single way, but he was just sitting there near the tower defending it. Suddenly, you know, after 2 minutes of him defending like that, they decided, okay, let's try. But it was all a bait.
Yep, LGD were waiting. Obviously, when you're sieging a tower, you assume LGD are going to be behind it, waiting for the right moment. There was also a nice first reveal of the Blink Dagger over on MMY.
Yep, and again he gets value out of that ulti, just bursting down the TA before she can react. I don't know. This is where the Blink first build is really going to struggle for MVP right away. She does not recover well in farm, and she's already falling behind so much.
Life is definitely going to be difficult for MVP as LGD. They don't let up. They give the pressure to that tier 2 tower on bottom lane. It's very easy to do. Aggressive's Necro Book to come back off cooldown. He's already got level 2 Necro. It's the middle lane. The Ice Blast, Zhao Wei gets the crush over on Febby. Doesn't actually get hit properly by the Ice Blast. Now Zhao Wei, they can turn this one around. The Glimpse pulling him back near the tier 2 tower. So Zhao Wei giving about 400 gold over. MP wants to go for more. Finding MMY, even gets a time lock on top of the TA trap. Support is there for LGD. The question is, they want to fight it. With the Necrobooks coming in, Aggressive making his play.
So
there's no Chronosphere available. Now Aggressive trapped inside the storm. The wall, they do still kill off QO, but does Aggressive keep his life up? Maybe he's on the way. The mech charge will be there. Aggressive tanking through, but now the Lich ulti, they'll end up triggering off the Aegis Immortal. The Necrobooks will hold the Chain Frost.
Oh,
so he can
the
take it. Oh no! He killed himself on his own ultimate! Oh,
baby!
I don't know if calculated or just unintentional awesomeness, but LGD, they kill the Lich unwillingly dying.
Oh, that was such a sad death. Just, such a greedy way of fighting by LGD, but they realize when all the ultis are down, they should be stronger. So just going here is probably the correct play no matter what. Now, of course, Ravage is up, Chronosphere is up. Time to start playing a little bit more defensively, use the map with your Lycan. Man, I still feel bad for Febby.
Yeah, you can't do anything against that. Like, he's got Glimmer Cape.
Doesn't stop pure damage.
Oh, it does not. It's nothing available to really stop it. So LGD now light years ahead. Even with the Lycan, like, he burns the Aegis Immortal, but Aggressive is 6 kills, 5 assists, and 0 deaths. It is a flawless Lycan so far, sitting at almost 12,000 net worth. He's got his level 3 Necro Books and already has another 2k gold on this Lycan. He's looking immortal. If he gets like a BKB, he won't even care about the Ravage. He won't care about the Disruptor.
If he gets the BKB as all Cuirass, he's just going to be an unstoppable force. And I also want to point out, I really like the way LGD draft here. They know that maybe it's so mechanically skilled he can play anything, so he just pick something that fits here, that did the purpose, shutting down the mid lane. Even when Lich came in and denied, Viper doesn't rely on levels that badly. He still does great.
Yeah. And we're seeing MVP, like, well, the best example is still going to be that mid lane fight, when they try and focus down the Viper and they still can't do it. And then he comes in and lends a hand with his own mech, and like, MVP just don't have the damage output yet, so they need to buy time. Like, you had the Vanguard over on the Faceless Void. Maybe if he can get to the Relic and into the Radiance, then the damage increase as well as the miss percentage chance against LGD can work a lot better. The only hero which would go for something like a Monkey King bar is in fact the Viper, who just finished up a Dragonlance. So you may not have that easy damage, but
I just feel this game is going to be a lot of pressure on heroes that are going to naturally struggle in this game. The AA was such a great pick for LGD, and I like that they picked it up early against MVP.
But then MVP also drafted into it, so
exactly,
it's kind of like that knife you kind of like help shove into yourself.
But they know that they want to play aggressively, and if you have an AA, you can always counter-initiate so well. With the Blink Daggers and the AA ulti, it just fits the style of LGD here.
LGD are preparing themselves for the top lane. MP's on his way up. Thanks to their Observer and Sentry, they were keeping close tabs on what was happening with them. And LGD's vision is actually, considering how much they've been invading into the Radiant side, they've got like one ward, which is down inside the Radiant jungle, and another defensive one on the top rune spot and one on the bottom rune spot. They don't actually see deep into the MVP side of the battle.
This is going to be one of those games that get my Radiance Vanguard flamed, by the way. It's not going to work in this game. I don't know why he's saving for it. I really wish he went Diffusal, Manta style in this, a different type of DPS build, because you don't want Radiance against the Viper, first of all. Corrosive Skin is going to destroy this Void. Really, really annoying to have Radiance on against.
So maybe he just leaves as a casual Vanguard, but then you've also got a Void with no damage.
2.7k gold, Toby. That's the thing. If you wanted to go a different build, you would already have built the Blade of Alacrity. If you're going Yasha, you know, you're going to miss a lot of value. So it is the Radiance build. I want to distance myself from this, you know.
This is not the Waga approved moment for the Radiance build, or the Waga
There's
build.
There's a time and place for everything, Toby. There's a time and place. BKB is almost up on Lycan right now. In fact, getting so close. 300 more gold.
LGD, they are coming into MVP's jungle.
And how do you stop him then? He just counters almost everything. And the physical damage you have, it's not going to be enough to bring down a wolf this early.
Yeah, you kind of just got to disengage. Like, that's it.
Unless you get the jump on him before he gets the BKB off.
Chance of that, though, is pretty small.
Aggressive, pretty fast with his reactions, yes. So, going for picks here. Not going to find anything as there is a defensive ward. At least that gives them the information there should be a ward here, the way they moved and MVP backing out.
I don't know if you saw the way Forev actually acted. MMY, 4 stops down the hill like he's about to blink himself in and initiate, but thanks to the Observer ward, like the Tidehunters saw it and instantly then blinked back, just in case something would happen. But it just shows you like Forev is like, I need to live more than anything else. Do not get initiated on.
Well, that tells you one thing, but as me looking at this game, it just tells the bigger thing. There's vision right there. LGD know now that, okay, that information is in our bank. And sometimes just knowing there is a ward there is as important as de-warding it.
Is this an LGD? Yep, it's a group up for a smoke, a 4-man maneuver behind maybe.
Again, they just want to go for tier 2 towers here. LGD so brave and in such a just great position here to take control.
Yep. And they just keep doing it while MVP try and keep these side lanes pushed down. At least QO has now got that Desolator, so the damage increase for the Templar Assassin is quite high.
That's going to help him a lot. His split push is much faster, and he can actually threaten the tier 2 tower a little bit.
You've also got a pipe completed over on Forev.
Yeah, that is a big pickup. It's going to deny a lot of damage from the AA. But I just wonder, how will they stand against the Skardar and the Lycan?
The simple answer is don't. The simple answer is wait until LGD come to the high ground. Ice Blast will try and slow down QO's push of this tier 2 tower up on the top lane. And LGD actually takes so long. That Ice Armor is such a pain in the butt right now. LGD just want to take this tower, but they just get slowed up. And this allows QO to go for a semi trade-off. The TP's coming in from MMY at the top lane. So it looks like he's ready to defend, and in fact they're going to glimpse him, but it takes him back to the tier 3 tower. And now the extra TP support comes in. QO, you have to get out of here right now. His blink's on cooldown for 1 more second. He goes up into the trees, and they will not find him. Necrobooks get triggered, Lycan ulti gets triggered, but they do not find their target.
I like how maybe actually pings very close to exactly where he was. If they blinked to where maybe he said, then they would have gone him. Good read.
They also understand too the Observer Ward is up, so with the Necrobooks they get rid of that too.
More control again. And this is just LGD taking towers and then waiting for Roshan, right? So very important the MVP are counterplaying this by being on the side lanes.
Keeping him pushed in, so LGD, if they do go for any kind of maneuver, it's a little easier to read for MVP. And now MVP start establishing a little bit more ward control. They don't put it next to, oh wow, really, DOTA? You don't even want to walk down the river to pick up. There's an arcane ring, he just denies it from the high side. But they put an observer ward like deeper inside their own jungle, so they can see when LGD, like heroes like Lycan always want to be moving between the jungle camps too, finding that extra farm on their way through.
And it's going to be hard for him to keep any vision going, because you can always use the Lycan Necrobrook just to D-ward in games where you can say, hey, let's take it passive for just a little bit, D-ward to get, you know, less information for the enemy team. And MVP, all of them moving under our ward here. The entire squad has been scouted.
And LGD aren't really reacting. They're still waiting behind their tier 1 tower in mid. It's the lowest thing they've got. It's actually within deny range too. So Zhao 8 will have the choice if he wants to get rid of it. And in fact, he's going to take that choice. So just denying up the money to MVP. You still get a little bit for it, but when you're holding an advantage of 12,000 in favor of LGD, MVP need to get as much cash out of every objective as possible.
It also gives LGD their glyph refreshed, so now you can, when the split push comes on the side lanes, you can glyph for that. So
they're smoking. LGD are on their way. They're going to come into
the Wolves are scouting so much. They know everything right now.
Yeah, there's one right in the tail of Dubu. The Blink Crush catching Dubu as well. QO, the Ravage, however, combining up with the Storm. It may be enough damage. QO trying to hunt that ancient version down. Now the Lich holding, bouncing around LGD. They're able to defuse the situation until the Chronosphere locking in Zhao Wei. They want him dead, and they're going to get him dead. But this is a 1-for-1 trade-off. The damage is gone. Dubu wants a TP out with the wall. He's almost able to do so. The Lycan was there to finish the job.
MP still not safe for staff.
MMY actually getting caught, turned around. MP will be able to time walk away.
If only he had high ground vision there, he would have gotten him. He's going to get away safely with the Void at least. That was also taking a big team fight. I guess MVP didn't take it. They were just caught with their pants down, so...
Yeah, but the fact that you got a double crush initiation off like that from LGD, if it wasn't for their Static Storm, if it wasn't for the Ravage, MVP wouldn't be able to get that control back again and get an option to kill off Zhao Wei. It took him a long time to do it, but now, because of this fight, because so many ultis are down, LGD can very safely take Roshan.
Oh yeah. And I also think that was a good move by LGD because they realized, they saw them all moving across the ward, they saw, okay, Radiance is not up yet on the Void. That's a very useless item compared to if you went for some different build. Just a relic, some extra damage, but no attack speed. But now when it's upgraded to Radiance, it's gonna be a little bit more helpful. But look at all the item progression on LGD. There's just so much to deal with right now. Lycan has started building that AC as well.
MVP have a very hard task ahead of them. You have to watch the ulti timing. You might also want to watch Dubu trying to survive. Vareb blinks himself forward. It's almost like posturing, so LGD can't keep the chase going and they can get Dubu back out to safety.
The Wolf is stuck. Cannot chase. They're going to be out safely. The pipe definitely playing in there.
22 seconds, and 20 seconds until Faces Void ult is off cooldown. 44 for the Tidehunter Ravage.
They do have the possible combination. If they get one more big Ravage, like in last fight there, catching out 4 people before BKBs and stuff like that, then MVP can take a team fight.
Say hello. And QO decides just to play sneaky. Goes in, Viz, blinks the other side of the tree line, MMY.
He doesn't know.
He doesn't know, but if he did it...
They felt they should be there. Slardar went down, he's like, is he here? Is he not?
It would have to be some next level game sense to impale blindly through the tree line.
It would be. If anyone could pull it off, I would expect MMY on this line, but...
The guy is a god. So, MVP trying to relieve the pressure before that push comes from LGD on the tier 2 tower. You do have now the BKB over on that Templar Assassin, so life's becoming a little bit easier for QO.
It's becoming a little bit better, but most of the stuff that LGD have doesn't really matter if there's a BKB or not. Amplify damage is still useful. AA ulti, Viper right clicks, Lycan and his dogs. It's still going to be hard to take a team fight. You need the control to be there with your MVP.
Tower trade time. LGD will burn the fortification. Doesn't look like they really want to come back, because remember, like, this is a tier 1 tower, but taking a tier 2 and potentially damage into a tier 3.
It's not the best trades, but sometimes you gotta take what you can if you're MVP in this scenario.
MVP's got to come back. Already LGD, they're about to walk up the hill. The observer wall gets placed, so LGD have perfect vision inside the MVP base. Noticing MP's on the front line. Xiao Wei jumps over on Forev, taking some decent damage, has to already trigger the pipe, and it's only on the, actually it does blend over to MP. They get rid of the Observe Ward, removing that vision, and now Forev jumps in. They need this kill on Aggressive with a Storm up, and also maybe control Aggressive. The Aegis Immortal will pop. Forev has to back up now with a Finger of Death. Forev, he's going to tick down low, maybe actually dodging the Metal Strike with that Mana style, and Aggressive BKBs. He's hunting for Templar Assassin, even crits him down too. Looking for Dubu, the dog is mad. But his BKB is worn off, so now he has to be a little bit more passive. Templar Assassin does not have buyback, so this is the top Rax. They're going to try and glimpse Aggressive back into the wall with the Chain Frost, but Xiao Wei, a triple crush on the back lines. MNY, a follow-up double stun, keeping him in check. And Dubu, he'll die to maybe just easily move forward. Now attacks to MP, who has to time walk himself away from this one. LGD, still with all 5 players up, are looking to go even further than this. They can turn to the mid-racks with the cross from Xiao Wei. The Ice Blast coming in. MP, Febby, Forev. There goes the pop. Faceless Void is down. He still has a buyback, but there is no Chronosphere available for a minute.
And
you don't have combos.
They keep going. They have so much to just keep pushing here. Vlad, Mesh, keeping them healthy. Void buybacks, but how are they going to fight this?
They're trying to anchor smash and remove some of the damage. MP's coming in. Forev. There's your double stun from Xiao Wei. He's been all over MVP. Aggressive is dropping low. The 4-star from away. Forev just can't keep up with this one. They're trying to buy time until TA is back. The Tide will buy back. TA's alive. They blink themselves forward. They need exit kills right now on LGD. They're all fairly low, but how do you find the Necrobooks even make a bit of a buffer so they can't get close enough? And TA doesn't even care about hunting the hero. She goes up to farming the camps.
That was probably one of the saddest fights that I've seen in a long time. They lose their tower, they lose their racks, lose the tier 3 mid tower, lose the fight, lose buybacks, and they get absolutely nothing out of LGD. Not a single kill.
That just pushes LG's advantage to about 20,000 in the net worth. And for the first time, a real good dive in the experience graph going back to 7K. Yeah. LGD look in superior control of this game. MVP, they tried to go for the big combo style team fight with the Templar Assassin throttle, but it's kind of missed the mark.
LGD are just miles ahead when it comes to item progression, and that's what's going to really hurt them. There's a BKB on the offlane Slardar with his 4-staff and Blink. Oh, they're looking for mid.
Yeah, but Xiao Wei's right behind it. You have Void Chrono Ravage of cooldown in 7 seconds time.
Yeah, they want to. They know they can't just scale into late game, so they have to take a fight here.
It's the
scan them out.
Yeah, perfect scan. They understand where they are anyway. It just confirms they're in the trees. And now, well, where's your run-in? There goes your Ravage. Heroes BKB. They completely pop off an Ancient Apparition. But the Disruptor is a trade off. The gem is locked in the tree lines for the moment, and MP will get the Chrono off, but he doesn't get aggressive. QO can't escape, and he locks his own teammate in. The Tidehunter gets pulled and locked, gets drained out, wants a TP out. The Sun is there, plus a Finger of Death from MMY. MVP, they have lost too much, and Xiao Wei, he's already there waiting with open arms to hug MP into oblivion. MMY drain it out, and that's 4 heroes gone. And with that, LGD can take mid-racks.
Yeah, they're gonna call
GG, GG.
What an amazing performance by LGD. They're just showing time and time again they're not a one-trick pony team. They play so many different styles throughout this playoff. I looked at a lot of the recent replays before the event. They didn't actually play that many different varieties, but here at the main event, they're just saying, okay, we have the individual talent, we have Xiao Wei to direct a nice drafts that works together, and they're just showing it. It works.
It also felt like LGD got everything they needed to early on. You thought with the Lich, maybe the lanes would get throttled up a lot more, but the Blink Dagger timing, like MMY, I don't know if he's just got like a couple of like extra 100 gold up his sleeve before every single game, but he gets his Blink Dagger. Xiao Wei gets his Blink Dagger as well because they didn't really keep him out of that bot lane, so all the money kept coming in for their big initiators. And then there was just really nothing. Like when the double blinks arrived for MVP, did you really feel it? Like you got Blink Tide, you got Blink TA, and then...
I just want to point out one thing about the draft in this game. I really like the Lich against NEWBEE. It's a great way to shut down an effective mid player like this, but if you pick Lich first, he's not going to pick a hero like Invoker mid. It's not going to be that hero that you need to shut down. It's going to be Viper.
Yep.
And it's not fun.
And that's just LGD drafting smart. Of course, we've got a couple of smart people as well to also see if they agree with Wagger and myself.
Thank you very much. Toby won. We'll go back to Toby and Wagger for game 2, of course. Before that, though, we'll get the thoughts of our panelists. We'll start with Fogged. A good victory for LGD, and almost exactly how we would predict they would play the game.
Yeah, very disciplined, and it just seemed like I keep saying it constantly, of course, but they adapted in this game. Like, they looked at the draft that LGD had, and they were like, okay, we just need to do really well in the laning phase, shut down LGD, make sure that they're not getting the opportunities to use their ults properly. And we saw they warded the pull initially, so Disruptor gets his levels a lot slower. He's forced to stay in the lane. Zhao Wei, of course, died a few times, but didn't really matter too much. He ends up getting his blink at a great timing. MMY, kind of running around the map all over the place. Didn't really stay constantly in that top lane. Gets the kill on the Tidehunter, runs to the mid lane, tried to snipe the courier, didn't get it unfortunately, but puts a ward in the jungle, so he already knows, Viper's gonna do very well versus Templar Assassin, force him into the jungle. We have eyes on him, they get a kill on him again, and it was just really consistent and really calculated movements by LGD.
Winter, you disappointed obviously?
Yep, the Lich pick, I don't think it worked well at all. The laning phase was really, really bad for them. They gave up a lot of kills, because Lich is a hero where you keep sacrificing and trying to get a XP advantage ahead of your enemy. But when you die, you give away a lot of experience back. So that was what happened. They got ganked by the Lion, as Fogg mentioned. He was roaming around. I wasn't anticipating that when I saw the 4 supports. I was expecting very static laning phase. And LGD played differently. Lion running around, setting up kills, and MVP basically lost their mid lane, they lost their top lane. Bottom lane, Slala still got experience despite not getting too much farm, and by helping his team with the experience he gained, he was able to get his blink at a really good timing.
Yeah, we spoke about the Lich first pick at the start of the draft. Thought it might have been quite a smart thing to do if they got the Slaughter, but they didn't in the end. Lich first pick has been picked 22 times in this patch alone. First pick, it's 36% win rate, 8-14 right now. So it doesn't suggest that it would be a particularly good first pick.
I can see the idea why they actually went for it, because they knew that they needed to win their lanes, and they knew that not that they knew, but they wanted to have more team fight. You could see how they drafted, how they built their strategy. They wanted team fight and win lanes. So Lich was the perfect support for that, but it just didn't pan out that way.
Yeah, if they wanted the Slaughter, why didn't they pick it up first?
I think they kind of mind gamed themselves.
Yeah.
They picked the Lich for 2 reasons. First, I don't think they expected LGD to change their draft like they did. Usually LGD plays a very death ball lineup, but they usually don't push. They're more like on the defensive, just out-farming you steadily.
But how can you not expect it after their Ursa game? Like,
I mean, I don't know, but why else would you pick a Lich first, right? Like I mean, I get the idea.
It was a double mind game.
Yeah, like they mind gamed themselves more than anyone. They wanted the Slaughter for themselves, so they were like, okay, we're gonna pick Lich. It counters your Slaughter, so please give it to us. They're like, why would we do that? We're just gonna 5-man you, and you're gonna pick all these team fight cooldowns. And in the end, they just got massively, like they couldn't fight at all because they were just avoiding them. And as soon as they got their core items up, they would initiate on them first. They were spread out really nicely most of the time. When they got caught with 3 or more heroes in an ult, it was already a 1 team fight pretty much.
Oh, this was so unfortunate for Febby there, I mean, good play from Aggressive, keeping the book together.
It was really good of Aggressive.
You saw that coming, didn't you?
Oh, yeah. As soon as he threw the Chain Frost, I was like, if it doesn't bounce the Mud Golems, oh no, it didn't bounce the Mud Golems.
If the Chain Frost is not bouncing on heroes, they're basically like done for. That's their huge source of damage.
It's the only damage, because TA was so poor.
Yeah, TA was not rich because he had a bad lane. Yeah. And if you have the team fight composition and you're running away from the enemy, it's a really, really bad sign.
Yeah, QI went 3-8-4 in that game.
Yeah. By the time that MVP was actually able, like in that one fight that we just saw, by the time that they were able to actually group up and land multiple ultimates on several heroes, it was already too late at that point. LGD had the massive net worth advantage. They have their mech on the Viper, which MVP didn't end up getting. They went for the pipe on the Tidehunter, which was understandable versus AA, but it was just, like you can just say it's a little too late at that point.
Would you have liked the Lich to be in mid instead of like the off lane and you just sack the Tide and Tide goes jungle, Iron Talon?
I think he could have moved. I think like very early he could have just gone to mid and just you armor the TA, because then it's detrimental to the Viper. Every time the Viper hits him, he gets slowed up. It's like kind of you're slowing each other every time you hit each other.
But it's still very hard to farm though as TA against Viper, because when you want to have Lich middle is when you have a very aggressive dual lane middle, and I actually think Viper was like the perfect pick against that.
Yeah.
As well as for the death ball push strategy, because they knew MVP can't really opt for the mech first. They have the AA, so they really used their mech timing to put on the pressure and get really far ahead. They took Roshan, they took all the tier 1s and tier 2s, and they were just too far ahead.
Yeah, that's a Lycan strategy where you have a good early game. It's going to happen.
Yeah.
That's why I was like maybe suggesting maybe the Lich helping the mid lane so the TA doesn't fall that far behind, and the Lich can keep stacking Ancients for the TA. So maybe the early game would have been better for them.
I personally think Lich first pick is not very good. It's very good when you catch your enemy off guard, they pick a really greedy mid and you punish him completely.
Yeah, but you look at all the series, like all the series we've seen in the main event, there's always the first game, people open up a disruptor first. There'll be like some weird opening because people have plans, they have time, they're building up a strategy, they're talking about the game ahead, and they will definitely start in a different way. So maybe the second game we might see a much more standard opening from MVP.
Yeah.
Except that they're effectively in the best of one now that they have to win. So
Paul, a question for you though. Lich has not been first picked in that 100% win rate, right? He was always like 4th or 5th pick, right?
Correct.
Yeah, because when you pick him in that situation, you know you can punish their greed. Right now you just thought that they're gonna be greedy and then you picked it into that.
And here we were like kind of torn between MMY and Xiaowei because Xiaowei did struggle a bit, but these two guys, they enabled their team to just have an incredible game. Aggressive, of course, 12-0-9, involved in so many kills. Xiaowei as well, involved in 18 of the kills that they had, but still, MMY just, he adapted so well. He calculated exactly what was going to happen, what LGD's game, what MVP's winning condition was, and he shot it down very heavily.
I think for him on the Lion, I have to commend him on the work he got done for his team before he got blamed. Like, not many players can do that. Like, you see some players, they maybe make one smoke rotation, control some runes, and they'll sit in the lane. The Lycan's going to jungle. I'm going to take the lane or like try to farm my blink. But he was just making a lot of stuff happen without the blink, which is very valuable for their team.
Yeah, it's very team focused.
Playmaker.
Yeah, playmaker.
All his spells were like on point too. The Tide wanted to ravage like twice. He stuns him the first time, then he goes into the animation again, then he hexes him, then the A ult flies on him, and then he fingers him and finishes him off. It was just sick in that bottom team fight. If they have actually gotten the ravage off, it could have been completely different.
Yeah.
So, sorry, go ahead. That's fine.
It's the he's just his calculated decisions. You know, they go for that smoke gank bottom, which Xiaowei almost dies initially because of the disruptor ulti, but he sees, you know, there's a Lich on the side. He walks up, he hexes the Lich, runs right by him, and goes to stun the more priority target, the Void. He didn't really care. It's the calculated, smart spell usage.
Let's talk about Maybe. We highlighted him as one of the best players at the tournament so far. Yeah, I think we're all worried about those at the moment as well. We highlighted him as one of the key players for the team. Yeah. He didn't have the best of games. In fact, it's his worst statistically. It's his worst game of the tournament. 5-2-13 right now.
He's on Viper.
But he's Viper.
He's Viper, right. So he played a very unselfish game. He played exactly the game they needed him to play in the mid against that TA. Exactly how he should have played.
He played like Fata.
Yeah.
He played like he did. It was kind of like that sort of stimming style that just stopped them having any control in mid.
I mean, if MVP succeeded with doing something that is shutting Maybe down, because they gave him a hero like Viper, which he plays really nicely.
I don't think they shut him down though, did they? I think it was more his control of that mid.
Yeah, it's like shut him down in the sense like that he doesn't play the playmaker that he usually plays.
Him to take the Viper.
Yeah, exactly. They forced him into a role that he's very comfortable with. Obviously, we saw it, but that he maybe doesn't like to play as much. I spoke to him a couple of times. He's like, if I play Viper, you know, I'll do it. I'll do a good job, but I hate it.
Yeah, he wants the more aggressive heroes. He wants to be diving on people like Aggressive was towards the end of the game.
He wants those Embers. He wants those Invokers. He just wants the heroes that you can get in your face.
We say that, but his Dragon Knight as well. He had
actually,
like
you're right.
20 kills or something on a Dragon Knight with Daedalus, Mjolnir. He just was like, I'm going to play this like I'm going to play like I'm not a Dragon Knight here.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, let's take some social media questions right now. We've had a few of them, of course, come in through the week. A few of them would be a massive understatement. There's been thousands of them. The first one is, do you expect the winners of Manila to carry their momentum over to TI? It's a great question. We saw it last year. Secret dominated the early part of the season, all the way through to the summer, got to TI, got beat. Why is it so hard?
It's very difficult to say though, because a lot might change. Like, even in a week, a lot might change.
I mean, first of all, there's probably going to be a new patch, but something that is not under our control, whether there's going to be a new patch or not.
Do you think there is?
I think there might be.
Maybe not a massive one, but like small changes
small
and
balance changes.
We've had four minor changes to 687 already, and they've all been like iterations of the last one. And every single one of you this week and last week and back in Russia all said patch is in a really good place, and the game is in a really good place right now. We've had 94 heroes picked here, record number of heroes picked. the strategies are all very different. Some work, some don't against different teams. I think that isn't the game in the perfect place right now?
It is right now, and I think why I give a disadvantage to the winning team would be because there's a target on them. Everybody wants to figure them out. They're the best team in the world right now. Everybody wants to beat them. So everybody is going to look at their replays, analyze them, and I think that's the biggest disadvantage you have when you win a major tournament before TI.
Yeah. Do you think maybe Liquid are suffering from that a little bit? Having
Yeah,
won
because
at Katana?
when you win, you're like, oh, what was the problem? Like,
Yeah.
sometimes you don't know, but when you lose, it's obvious that, oh, so this is wrong, and you change stuff. But when you're winning, it's very hard to find something to improve on. That's why when you win a big event before TI, it's very hard to carry it over.
Yeah. There's also the complacency angle, of course, as well. I
Possible.
spoke to Blitz last night, actually, at some length, and he very kindly gave me some of his time. And he admitted that dropping down for Liquid was actually a really good thing for them.
Yeah.
It shook them up. They were a bit complacent in the group stages, didn't find that they were clicking too well, and then they got beat, and it gave them the shake-up they needed. It was perfect, in his words. Gave them the wake-up call they needed to start playing in a different way and think about the game in a stronger way. So
Didn't RTZ say the same thing when they lost? Last year,
Yeah.
they dropped to the losers bracket,
Yeah.
but they won one round and they lost the next
Yeah.
round.
Yeah, and it can go that way, of course, as well. But yeah, Blitz was convinced that that's, they needed to drop down lower. It's made them a better team. So we'll see how that one figures out. We do have one more. I don't think they're in the draft right now, so we'll take one more question. How does the future of the SEA region look as a Dota powerhouse? Winter.
We are improving, but
I mean, top 6 for Fnatic here, MVP top 6
but
as well.
the thing is, like, it's only like Fnatic and MVP. Like,
Yeah.
the rest of the teams are lagging so far behind. Like,
Okay.
as a scene, as a whole, it's not great for the other teams.
But go back 2 years ago, all you had was one team.
Yeah.
Now we have 2 teams, and then
Sometimes
maybe it's
there was a
3.
point where we had 2, Zenith era,
Yeah.
we had Zenith and Orange.
You're in TI2, right?
Yeah.
That area.
Yeah, that era, like TI2, TI3, but after that, then MVP came up. But the rest of the teams were always like struggling behind. They were far behind.
You've got a 3rd team on the cusp, though. They played well in the qualifiers.
Which team was that?
Oh my goodness!
Come on, Winter.
Don't
I
tell
say
him.
that.
Don't tell him. No one tell him.
Me.
Oh, Black, put him out of his misery.
Nesky.
Oh yeah.
Oh no.
I
I like the memes.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, I thought you were asking about like teams that has major results on. Yeah,
Fair
obviously there were other teams
No,
that played.
I mean, you're right. In terms of getting to the major, though, that was a great achievement. They got to the major, and they knocked a team out that actually were supposed to lose against in those qualifiers as well. So you could argue there's maybe 4 teams right now that are capable of qualifying for the big tournaments.
There's 2 Southeast Asian teams at the top 6 in the major.
Yeah.
Are there any North American teams at the top 6 in the major?
Oh, did you just burn yourself?
Well, it's true though. You look
Yeah.
and you're kind of like saying like they're not really developing and stuff, but North America kind of took a little bit of a step back this time.
What I also want to say about that is, usually it would always be MVP and Fnatic going through the qualifiers,
Yeah.
but now they're most likely going to be invited, which gives a lot more chances to teams that are not as accomplished yet to go
That's
through those
true.
qualifiers
That's a really good
and-
point.
and then make it.
Progress, then they gain experience.
Yeah.
That's how you actually get better.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
play
Well,
against.
that's what we've seen with MVP over the last 18 months, isn't it? You know,
Yeah.
the progression that they've made and finally getting to
Yeah,
TI
but-
and then getting through the qualifiers and then getting to the main event and going through the lower bracket a little bit.
I'm not convinced everyone else in Southeast Asia actually has that mentality that MVP has. It's not only the experience, it's like the attitude, the mentality. Everything has to be there.
Okay, we're into the draft for game number 2.
Seeing
Got
the
a
bounty ban
bounty
again.
and
Life
a
stealer
love
as
stealer.
well.
Yeah. Again, no real surprises on the bans right now. It's interesting with the ban list and the pick rate so far. When you look at them at the start of this tournament, we were all talking about Beastmaster. Lifestealer is now the most picked hero in the entire tournament. Beastmaster 2nd, Disruptor 3rd, and Phoenix 4th. So just shows you how the meta changes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Lifestealer still holds the highest win record as well, right?
Isn't DP higher?
He's of the top 10 most picks. Yeah, 68.7% win rate right now. on
DP
Lifestealer,
is DP's like if it's picked first 2, it seems to struggle quite heavily.
Yeah.
But if it's picked in the 3rd and 4th, it seems to be having like I think it's like a 60% win rate.
and it
Alan
has
was telling me.
65.2% win rate overall anyway, so it's 2nd highest of the top 20
Oh,
most
so,
picks.
so it's probably a bit higher. than
yeah,
that.
and then the other one with the high win rate right now is Disruptor, 64.5.
That's
Which has really come into the fore since we've been in the main event in particular, even first picks on a regular basis. So.
super unexpected as well. And we do have the same exact bands, but they swapped sides now. So LGD is on Radiant, MVP is on Dire.
You do not want to give MVP the IO. Like the IO
definitely
Bristleback or IO plus anything really is really, really scary.
Yeah, it gives them a lot more variations in their draft, which is really, really dangerous. So
There's a good chance MVP get their Slaughter this time.
Unless
If LGD first picks it.
LGD first picks it, yeah, of course.
Yeah, and they will.
They do.
Yep. It's just like this dire Slardar is just unbelievably powerful and potent lately, so I don't blame LGD for taking it right away on the Radiant side.
They've isolated this hero in particular as QO's hero. They want to take him out of the game. They don't want to give him anything he can play really well. They put 2 bans at him in the middle phase of the last game as well, so they've obviously highlighted that he only has 3 heroes. If we can take him away from him, we have a good chance.
And Slardar's got, I think he's winning 5 games in a row now up on the main stage.
I mean, it's just such a potent hero. Like, whatever you want to do with him, you can. He has pretty much everything. He has stun, slow, damage amplification, bashes, super high movement speed and mobility.
Yep. He's now 5th most picked at the event and has a 61.5% win rate.
So they have Slada and Disruptor, like you mentioned, Paul.
Yep.
Win rates. Heroes with very, very good win rates.
Yeah. Whereas actually, in regard to Darkseid, very poor win rates right now as well.
And he has been banned a lot, I feel. Like a lot of the games in the first 2, I think teams just don't want to be dealing with the pressure that he causes. He forces you to kind of keep supports in your lane, and he just messes with your carry, you know.
Yeah, remember the Fnatic series where, was it Liquid banned the Darkseid against them? Every game, it's basically the same reason. Like MVP can use the Darkseid in that manner, very aggressive. And it's very, very hard for your laning phase if you don't have good supports, especially to deal with it.
Yeah. 8th most picked hero at the event, 37.5% win rate. Darkseid.
That's a big drop.
It's a big drop off. Yeah. Spirit obviously in the top 10 as well, 54% win rate. So a little bit more successful. We've seen quite a few successful plays with Spirit this particular.
Yeah. I like that they picked the Earthspirit and the Darkseid right away, though, just because you kind of you put it out there right away. You know, Earthspirit can dual lane with the Darkseid, and then they can pick around it, and they can make him have a lot of other different situations for him to excel.
On top of that, Earthspirit can also rotate middle, even with an Iron Shell on. You could just TP middle, roll on him, he's instantly dead because of that Iron Shell bonus damage as well. There's so many combos you can do.
Yeah,
with
we'll see a DP here for sure. Like either one of these teams, if it's not bad, like DP's very likely to get picked by both teams here.
Are you surprised we haven't seen the Beastmaster come out?
A little, like the hero seems to be like
falling off
a lot. Like only a few teams can use him very well. Like especially like NEWBEE,
Liquid,
and Liquid are 2 of the best teams at the hero. The hero is so strong, but not everyone seems to be able to fully utilize the hero.
Yeah, it's still the most banned or picked hero at the event by some distance as well, 80 in all against the Lifestealer 68.
Wow, they banned the Lycan again, so that fear factor.
At Forked Winter, what do you guys think about DP Oracle right now for LGD? I would really like it. It also counters their double aggression. They could always protect middle with the Oracle.
The Darkseid is gonna
suffer. Yeah, he will have to go jungle right away. They have the Oracle to save the DP. They have Slada as well as DP for the physical damage, as well as the push.
It's always an interesting choice. Yeah, it's very, of course, obviously
and you
extremely
guys
good risk Darkseid.
Mentioned that MVP doesn't really pick the DP like before this. One of you actually said that
it doesn't fit QO at all.
Yeah, they don't pick it at all.
He doesn't like to play like that.
Well, isn't it so dangerous now? Slada's on your opposing team and they might go for DP.
Slada plus DP is so dangerous. You put that amp on someone, he dies in 1 second. You go for the AA though.
Go for the burst, the damage burst, team fight.
For Enchantress.
Enchantress.
That is a swap up.
Yeah, they are really swapping up like the way they are playing. Like LGD is playing much more like fast paced. They are playing much more early game. Like we mentioned, they are adapting against their opponents. This is not the old LGD anymore, Paul, where they just focus on doing their own plan. They have their team fight. This LGD is actually adapting towards their enemies.
A week ago, you would have never ever seen that from them. They would just pick team fight control and late game and just wait it out. Now they actually want to take the aggression to MVP.
Yeah, AA is like not a very good support against the creeps of Enchantress early.
Yeah, Enchantress can do some pretty free roam, and also like they don't really have anything to save people. It's like the Darkseid is going to have to be there if they really want to save anybody for the Enchantress games.
This lane will be very dangerous though. Slada plus Ench. Like you just see the AA. Slada is level 2. You sprint and you stun. You set up the creeps of Enchantress, and AA is dead.
Yeah.
He's going to have a tough time.
Maybe MVP did expect something like DP, plus the hero can save her, because then the AA pick would make a lot of sense.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, that's true.
So I think also LGD, like picking the Enchantress, they could be setting up to go for, like we've been talking about, a little bit more of a greedy mid laner on maybe, so potentially the Invoker. It adds a lot of team fight to them, and MVP decides to take it for themselves. So that could be a bit of a deny pick as well.
They usually run a Quas Vex Invoker on MP.
MP.
And then a hard carry over on QO.
Slada plus Invoker was something that they ran a lot. But in this case,
it is really good.
Maybe they have to go for something like a Jug. They need stronger lanes though.
You mean LGD, right?
Yeah, no, for MVP, for their last pick as well.
Oh, you mean for MVP last pick carry?
Yeah, they've been picking. It actually fits pretty well with the Darks here as well. They used to pick the Spectre with the Crosswex Invoker quite a lot, but it's been kind of falling a lot out of favor in this tournament.
This game might be tough though for the Spectre because of the Slardar Eng possibility, and you have AA as your lane support, and Earth Spirit might be roaming, so the lane might be vulnerable to the Enchantress.
Yeah, absolutely.
I agree it might be tough, but at the same time, Earth Spirit and Darkseer can really dismantle the other safe lane as well. Like, Aggressive will have a really hard time if Enchantress actually wants to stay on the off lane.
So what do you think is the best carry for that? Gyro? Like,
I think for them, like, Jug is not that good against AA.
How about Gyro against that lane? Do you think you'll be able to farm?
Like, it's very hard when two heroes with massive HP pull run at you. You use your Rocket Barrage, it just doesn't do much.
I personally don't even really like Gyro at all right now in this tournament. It just feels like people are playing so well around it. He doesn't seem to have a place in this game. Or in this tournament.
Going for the Quap middle.
Oh, Quap Invoker, classic matchup.
The Quap middle against Invoker is really, really classic because you can put on so much aggression, especially if you have a roaming support there. You can really kill them very easily. Although it's very risky too if you blink on them and then an Earth Spirit rolls on you, then you die instantly as well.
I like that though. It leaves them. It makes it a safe pick for the mid lane, and Earth Spirit can't really rotate. You can't gank that like easily at all, unless they have like level 3 on the Earth Spirit and he goes to up for a silence, and they have the Tornado in the combo, because then he can, obviously combo up his spells very easily.
You probably might want to go for a second, your level 2, you might want to go for silence right away.
Maybe
if you want to kill, like you just roll in and silence him plus a cold snap, since it's like Crosswex Invoker, most likely.
Something we have seen a lot from Aggressive as well is the safe lane QOP. It's not completely out of the question, but
oh yeah, that's true. That's true.
Like, is it really that good against Earth Spirit and Darkseer? Like, I feel they can still just like run at you. And then if you blink away, he can still roll after you as well.
He can definitely still roll after you, but you've played carry in the short lane. Like playing versus Darkseer Iron Shell as a melee carry can be very frustrating, and that can be one way to avoid it if they want to do it. But they're leaving their options open.
What other good picks? If they do that, what other heroes can they go run mid? Like to run that dual core lineup.
Ember's banned for maybe.
I mean, there's still the Windrunner and Death Slardar.
Viper again.
Viper again.
But against AA, you don't want to do it against AA because
it's not so good.
Yeah, Viper against AA is not good.
You can't go mech and you just get bursted.
Alchemist, but it's horrible versus AA, and they banned it anyway. Yeah.
Void ban. Like, what could they pick? Like, Slark
your
is
hero,
also banned.
dude. Your hero. That's Darkseer and Invoker.
You think it's anti-mage time? I mean, it's not bad here.
Look at their heroes, dude.
Anti-mage.
Look at their heroes.
Dude, I would love it.
It might happen.
I'm not gonna say they will do it because I've never seen Aggressive play it.
Are you gonna do a victory dance?
I will.
If it does come out. It would be really unexpected.
Oh shit!
And they did it! Yes!
I told you!
Oh my god, I can't believe it. And they do go for the Spectre as well, so on point.
We have the full house. The anti-mage
let's do it.
Back.
LGD won, guys.
Yeah, you're biased.
Back. Okay,
please ask them.
Very quickly, folks, which way is the draft gone?
I like MVP's draft, but I'm gonna have to go with LGD. I think this anti-mage pick is just it really fits so well versus MVP's draft.
Okay.
Sorry, guys.
Winter.
I hate him. MVP.
LGD.
You were not supposed to say that.
I don't care.
Oh my goodness, we're going to leave them arguing between them over Black's anti-mage. He was, of course, one of the best anti-mage players of all time. Let's head back to our commentary team for Game 2. Toby1 and Wagger.
Thanks, Fred. There's a lot of hatred over on the panel, but here it's all about the love, Wagger.
It is.
You're a lover of anti-mage yourself.
I am. Yeah.
I'm with Black. You coined the dual mid lane with the anti-mage.
That was a different day. I think I really love what LGD are doing here. I think they're going to take this one.
Well, we're going to find out. Game number 2 starts now.
MVP Phoenix versus LGD Gaming.
So into the game we go. Game number 2, LGD versus MVP. LGD 1 win away from facing up against Team Liquid. Or if MVP can fight back, forced into a decider, maybe they can get a rematch of that upper bracket quarter-final match where MVP was able to crush Team Liquid. Will there be a rematch? Will we have a Game 3?
We will see. I don't think that there will be. I think LGD is just... I predict them as a top 4 for this tournament, and they're looking in shape right now. MVP, I love them. Every tournament they play, they bring some of the most exciting Dota that you've ever seen. But they're up against a very, very organized and strong team.
I'm actually really happy to see MVP running the hero like a Spectre again. It was one of the things that we're always well known for, bringing the Spectre in the second the Haunts off cooldown. You're always hunting, you're always looking for kills. They bring back also the other combination, like running that Darkseer and Earth Spirit together. Synergizes perfectly, a safe invoker for MP to come, and then Febi's Ancient Apparition is almost like the ice on the cake.
Definitely. Some sad stats being brought up about Anti-Mage performance so far, but that was in pretty tough matchups as well. Teams that are going to have a hard time. Playing against OG, for example, that's almost an auto-lose, right, for you?
The stats in this case do lie.
They always lie.
Don't tell them the hardest stat. You crush his soul. Yeah. All right, so LGD, we get to go into our laning phase. We have this roaming Enchantress, which is going to be coming out from September. It's actually not in the hands of... MMY, sorry.
MMY likes his Disruptor a lot.
Yeah.
He played it before, he's going to play it again. He has the boots first as well, so it's going to be quite annoying here for Darkseer. And Darkseer, let's see if he commits for the experience here. Very normal first creep wave, you have to go in.
I kind of want to also keep my eyes on this top lane. Xiaowe's being very defensive, but MVP committed an extra hero to this, and Dubu, like you can see, he wants to come out from that tree line on the top, and here she goes. The crush comes. Xiaowei, no stun of marble. You got the cold feet. It won't trigger on Xiaowei. They want to get a better combo there, but Xiaowei, he'll still take considerable damage.
Yeah, it still deals decent damage, but it's just that nerf to Earth Spirit. It doesn't combo that easily. You have to put down the cold feet first, and then land the roll, so it's a gamble. And it's so expensive. It's 150 mana to get one cold feet off.
Well, mid lane, MP's already going to have a hard time. He's battling up against the elements now. The Wild Wings on the other side of the river, so there's a tornado right on top of him. Going to give maybe a little bit more comfort here in the mid. He's already feeling pretty uncomfortable. Top lane, again Xiaowei dropping low. That Spectral Dagger in the attack. Oh. It's not enough to get the kill, dropping to 38 HP.
Febi taking some decent damage there as well as the tower.
What a time to smoke gank as well. But Forev, he's actually going to break the smoke with his position. He sees the Enchantress. They understand he's there, but what does Forev even do about this? What does MP even do about this? He's still got a damn tornado on his back.
Well, you just don't die, I think. That's the happy part.
Observers down. They're trying to wrap around. So the Iron Shell's over on Forev. The stun's onto MP. There's not much support in September. Now he can't get away with the Cold Snap. The Iron Shell burn. MP still not a healthy man with the tornado. The pick up and throw down the Fast Blood. It goes the way of MVP. The Centaur is still on the run, but thanks to Forev. Now having Surge up and running, he'll be able to push his Invoker away to safety.
Impressive that they managed to get him there with the level 1 Iron Shell, in fact. It's not much damage, but enough to bring him down. And very squishy.
Well, Enchantress is also only level 1 and sitting behind a tier 1 tower with no support available. Like, what's maybe going to do? Blink forward and then Shadow Strike?
He didn't know that Darkseer was the one to break the smoke. He thought maybe that was Invoker who broke it. So he just got caught in a bad position. And Darkseer, after that kill, gonna be pretty happy to just go and farm up jungle a little bit here.
You're still gonna be happy if you're LGD. Like, what's happened to MP in this mid lane is nothing but crushing. You're sitting at a 16-9 CS maybe versus a 5-2 Invoker.
It's a queen getting help from Enchantress. Yeah, most powerful lane.
Top lane, they're gonna go again. This time over on Xiaowei, and he is dropping down low, but it's not enough to find the kill. The Fairy Fire gets expended.
The neutrals were merciful that day. Did not hit him with the Hellcar Blast. If he did, he would probably have died there.
Blasting MVP instead.
Yep, he's on the side of LGD, this Tormentor.
Oh, Xiaowei, similar scenario to game number 1, around the 3-minute mark, able to survive, runs all the way back to base, heals up, comes back out again. It still results in MVP not losing, LGD still not losing their offlaner.
Yeah, it stays alive, but having to back all the way to base is still painful. It's almost as bad as dying, honestly. At least you don't give away anything, but for yourself it hurts.
Well, they're coming up to top lane. The Dire Observer was too far away to actually scout this one out. They dropped down a sentry, worried they're being watched. Febi will move over. Now he actually gets, okay, he sees both the Satyr as well as the Enchantress.
Well, it's not creeps that were meant to really gank, it's just take control of the lane. And he has one more Wild Wing Ripper available over there as well.
But while you do this, you still have to be mindful about the Earth Spirit. Like, he's rotating around, you understand the Enchantress up on the top, so MP can finally feel a little bit more confident in that mid lane.
Low-level Earth Spirit won't really kill off a Queen mid, for example, and Anti-Mage will also not die to it, so there's really only top lane, but now you have so many creeps, the Slardar is feeling pretty safe under the help here of Seth. So very smart rotation by LGD. And so far, the farm advantage is going their way. Spectre is keeping up with Anti-Mage, but Invoker, as you said, is still trailing.
This is an Anti-Mage. Anti-Mage is a ticking time bomb. Like, if Spectre finds kills on the first Horns, then it's going to be great for him. But if Aggressive is able to get a decent timing on that Battle Fury, like, what does MVP really do to stop it? There's no bounties, there's no Nixes, which are going to be looking through the jungle, ready to initiate, and then they get a straight follow-up. It's like, how do you actually stop the Anti-Mage?
And that's what I'm wondering as well, because they went Quas Wex, and I know MP always plays Quas Wex.
This is a good opening right now for DOTA. He kind of needs to kick him up. That's exactly what he does. The boulder forward, the Iron Shell damage is also on top of DOTA, so September having a hard time getting away from this one. With Vortex and Surge, you can say goodbye to the Enchantress and MVP. Now 2 kills to their name.
That's a good kill, but they did rotate a lot of people to bring down an Enchantress. But she's gonna be dead for a while, not able to gank top at least, giving some more breathing space to Spectre. I want to touch back on this point that they always play the Quasflex Invoker, and against Anti-Mage, you're going to lack the damage to bring him down, I think. Unless your Orchid timing is amazing, but looking at the CS right now, this is not going to be an early Orchid or anything from the Invoker.
No, it's not. In fact, may get the opposite from Maybe. And MP and Maybe, they go off together. Tornado, they just trade off the damage. Maybe still has his Sonic Wave. So MP's got to give that a little bit of respect, but it's also a 1k HP Invoker because of the early Null Embracer on him.
Extremely tanky build, but that's why he plays this aggressive, to try and bring him down. His HP low, so he's within burst range. Getting the rune as well here. No rune control coming out from MVP. Stacking creeps instead, farming with the Iron Shell.
Yeah, they're just trying to hit that nice little timing of their own. Be ready for when Spectre is able to pick up the Haunt, which is actually fairly soon. He's just about to crack level 6.
I just wonder who they're gonna go for. They need to get some more levels, I feel, but they do have level 3 on Earth. So Silence and Stun available. Maybe they could bring down the Queen of Pain.
And maybe, does he even see... Okay, he actually has an Observe Ward behind the tower. Now, this doesn't see Dubu straight up. There's your EMP burn. Nice Silence, boulder forward, maybe. The control is absolutely perfect from MVP.
That was well executed. Nice smoking.
The fact that also the angle he came up from, like there was the contest for the bottom room before. Zhao Wei, he keeps running further and further up. Kuro doesn't have the mana to Spectral Dagger over, so he actually has to cut through with a Quelling Blade and then come down to Zhao Wei.
He's just doing this when he sees the rotation towards mid, and this is going to bother Spectre, slightly lowering her ease of farming. Just taking any chance he can.
The fact that Zhao Wei always wants to bring the attention of the supports back up to top lane. It keeps them off the Anti-Mage.
That's the key, and Queen now trying to get the first rotation here with her ulti. Knows that there's a low HP AA, but she wants the Spectre. No Haunt up, can't get away. Not really gonna bring in Zhao Wei though.
They're waiting.
It's too obvious if he just runs there, so.
Now wait till Kuro comes back underneath the tower, and then you just need a crush.
Yeah, they'll go on the tower.
It also bought time for Zhao Wei to hit that amplification, so he just cracked his level 6 too.
The fact that Queen is not farming mid, but Enchantress is, it's gonna set it off though.
Yeah, bottom lane, Farev trying to surge himself away. MMY is going to be ready for the glimpse, but Dubu and MP have rotated down, so they're going to go on MMY. Aggressive may have a little bit of time to attack into Farev, but then Farev just loops around, is ready to punch MMY down. MP will take the kill.
MVP being the ones getting the better rotation here. Really good read of the game so far. 4 for nothing.
Well, a smooth time to come down. Like we talked about, like the inability to put pressure onto Aggressive because of what's happening up on that top lane, but now you have 4 heroes on the bottom. They get the Tornado over on Aggressive. Surge forward from Forever with a call snap. Aggressive makes it to the tree line. They pull him back, and Aggressive is dropping. He'll blink into the tree line. He's actually having to cut his way out of the trees. MMY still with Glimpse of Marble. Going to cancel that TP. Forever will drop the wall down. At least got a couple of copies to work with. And the Sonic Wave committed by Maybe. No risk Dota. He needs that kill to clean up MVP's hopes to keep that fight going.
He had to. He was taking so much damage from the Iron Shells, the illusions. Just had to get them off him there. And we might still see a tornado here. Not gonna hit.
Maybe he's far enough away. But this forces Aggressive now out of the lane, so he's not easily farming. But while this happens, the man who is obviously looking for his Blink Dagger is the initiation. Like the primary initiation of LGD2. Zhao Wei getting to that Blink Dagger timing. He was a beast with it in game number 1. And MVP need to keep him in check for game 2.
And I actually think that is the more important timing. Yes, Anti-Mage getting his items really early is always going to be a threat. And people get very scared of the super early Battle Fury, but if they don't get items on Slardar, then Slardar and Queen are not going to be able to work together and control the game. And that's when Anti-Mage can't farm. So it's a little bit of a trick who you're going to focus.
They're coming again down to the bottom lane. The smoke up by Dubu as well as Forev. Forev's already put the Iron Shell over on Dubu, but they need vision over on Aggressive. Now they claim it. Febby is a very, very long way up, and with the Iron Shell damage going on the Radiant Creep Wave, like Aggressive's already going to fight underneath his own Tier 1 tower. He understands.
Yeah, he's going to stick very far back here, and the smoke is
Are they going to bump
coming.
into LGD?
Both of them are smoking right now. This is tense.
LGD is actually headed over towards Roshan at the moment, and they're actually pinging over towards the pit. They're surrounded on multiple sides. Okay, now they come down to the bot lane. They're going to loop all the way around and find Febby. The blink forward, and Febby is down. So the Ancient Apparition is lost, but the Darkseer as well as this Earth Spirit, who've been farming up inside the Radiant jungle, can be in a lot of safe position. They ping him perfectly. They understand he's there. The glimpse on Dubu. The boulder down. Pushes him closer towards maybe, but Aggressive right in the mark. The kick back from Dubu trying to create a little bit more space, but it won't happen. It'll be September who takes the double kill.
Yeah, double kill for him and double damage rune for Maybe. And all while this is happening, Slardar just happily farming away, getting so much done.
He's having a great time. Also notice too the build that MP's going like it's full on tank. No Hand of Midas. He's now completed up his drums, which just flew out in the courier.
I think that's a good way of playing. He has to be strong enough to fight early on. If it went Midas, it would be too greedy of a draft, I think, with the Spectre and the Invoker. But this is better, just trying to fight. He's now joining up his team in a smoke gang here.
Yeah, here they come again. This almost has to be a play for MVP to also control the Radiant jungle. If they can get rid of that Tier 1 tower, they take away the position of Aggressive. Now MP, well, the smoke will break, but yeah, they understand just how far they've gone in.
Maybe they could have gone with the A ulti coming in. They might have brought him down, but such a dangerous dive though. And they know exactly where they are. He's standing under a ward right now, MP.
It's not a long way. Like so now Aggressive farms up the mid while you rotate 4 heroes from LGD to the top. Shall Wait now is at 2k gold, so that Blink Dagger is almost there.
Right now, there's a lot of reactive Dota coming out from MVP. They have to look at where LGD are going and then farm there.
Well, they control the Radiant jungle, and now LGD. Maybe he's going to break his smoke, triggers off his double damage, and this will now mean the Tier 1 tower in the mid lane will belong to LGD.
They do not want to give away that tower for free, though.
They're pinging out. They understand the Dubu's in the neighborhood. The Ice Blast on its way in. It's going to hit pretty nicely on the Enchantress as well as overall. Maybe the kick is perfect. And now with the Spectral Haunt coming over, the Tornado doesn't catch anybody, allowing Maybe to blink his way out. MP's in a little bit of trouble. September is just pummeling the Impetus into him until QO comes over. Until then, there you go. The Mana Void is a 1-for-1 trade-off. There's an Invoker for an Enchantress for the extra stun on QO. Xiaowei wants to go further. Blinks on cooldown for 3 seconds time. And Dubu waiting in the tree line for the perfect moment. Xiaowei kick back, locked inside the wall. Say goodbye to Xiaowei. Dubu wants to boulder himself up and away from Aggressive as well as MMY. The Thunderstrike is still on him and Aggressive. Quite aggressively TPing himself, blinking himself up into the jungle. They want to keep fighting here by the looks of it. LGD. QO is surrounded by 3 heroes. Forev needs help, but the Ice Blast actually back off cooldown. Maybe he's going to get hit by it, and he does. He's so low. QO needs one attack. He's going to get it too. The wall is down, forcing him to fight with QO. Burning down MMY.
Oh, the whiff on the Queen ulti. He doesn't get it. So hard to land it when the enemy is right next to you, just duking left and right. Actually much easier when they're at a little bit of a distance. Hard fight there for LGD as they try and take it, but that waiting in the tree line really turned that fight around. The Xiaowei got caught out on his Slardar and just died immediately.
I'm surprised they didn't even see Dubu.
Yeah, I thought he saw him.
Yeah. Maybe he just blended with a rock wall. He is the master of it.
I suppose so. He must have been standing around the corner a little bit because there was no ping or anything.
This is the danger zone now for LGD. It's MVP running what we know MVP loves to run best. It's a Spectre with early aggression, that early earn phase boost now up to a Yasha, 2 kills, 3 assists, 0 deaths. It's all about the momentum here of the Spectre, and it can just keep going. Because MVP won't let up. They want to be aggressive. They want to attack, and this will create space for heroes like the Invoker to get back on top of the net worth too.
And the playing field is very leveled out right now. All the cores are very similar in terms of the gold. A little bit more gold on LGD supports, but that doesn't really matter for MVP. They don't need so much gold for an Earth Spirit to do a lot. Nubu, River, wow.
Earth Spirit getting caught out. The Storm is down. He had nowhere to really go. The MP Tornado comes a little bit too late there from MP. And there's nowhere to really just like counter-initiate into that. It was still another 10 seconds until Spectral Haunt came back off cooldown. So QO wasn't going to go and fight for that.
At least he got down the ward, and it wasn't really pinged out, it seems. So Maybe it doesn't get dewarded here. No, Sentry's coming out. They're getting rid of it.
Aggressive, that Battle Fury timing is practically now.
He's very close to it.
Top lane, that Ice Blast. Xiaowei and September getting hit by the back and the kick! Now that was spectacular.
That AA ulti just making all the difference as well. So much extra burst. The enemy's just shattering.
It's slick initiation from MVP. Varev, the perfect positioning too.
This is going to be a test. How hard can you carry with Anti-Mage, I think? Because this early game is not going so well. He is farming away at a decent pace, but still 15 minutes and Battle Fury is not completed.
Yep. It's going to become a lot harder as well for the supports of LGD. Like as Kuro gets bigger and bigger, when this mana style gets done, Disruptor having a chance to get his combo off during the fight is also dropping drastically, because Spectre can just jump on the back line. And there's nothing he can do to stop it, like he ulties to the heroes.
It becomes very hard for heroes like Disruptor, when the Spectre gets a Manta style in particular, and she's going for it, then you just die all the time. They're going up, maybe. They're trying to set up with an AA ulti, but is he gonna walk too close? MMY?
They're thinking about it. There's your boulder forward. MMY initiated the perfect kick silence. And say goodbye Disruptor. Xiaowei. Okay, with September, that's a lot of damage. The back into the tornado. Just creating space. This was only meant to keep Dubu alive and aggressive. Now he wants to run. Varev surging himself away. Xiaowei wants to go again. He'll get the crush over on Varev. The kick actually trying to buy a little bit more space, unable to do so. And now they move over to MP. LGD, they want to try and play aggression against aggression. TP support's on the way from MVP. They need more help. MP's losing mana. Heavy on the front line. There's across the Ice Blast. It catches out two heroes. But there's just no more control for MVP. Spectral Horn is still on cooldown, hence QO could not come to help.
Two massive kills there as well. Definitely worth the rotation there. Good call by LGD to just bring in the Anti-Mages and fights.
Maybe this is the whole thing, that you have to fight while Spectral Horn's on cooldown. When MVP don't have, I don't want to say the big combo, because they've still got very simplistic combos, which are able to control up LGD.
It's not just that, it was also the AA ulti being down. You can't really fight so easily if your MVP don't have AA ulti, don't have Spectre to jump. Who really sets up the fight then? Earth Spirit can go in, but he doesn't have so much support then. So well done here by LGD, and starting to farm up the enemy jungle a little bit. Queen getting pinged out. She's going for the Orchid Rush. Doesn't have it quite yet. Some 600 gold away.
And that's really going to pay off. She'll at least have some time before MP, like if he is deciding to go for something like a Yule Scepter, before he's able to get that, because he is now going into the Hand of Midas.
Yeah, going back for the Hand of Midas is very common on the Crossflex Invoker. Just getting fight ready first, and then going back for the level advantage.
MMY. MP's running down. He's going to see him quickly, but he's not going to be able to reach him, even with a tornado.
MMY gonna slip away for once.
They sentry, but it's too far away. So Dubu put down his own Observer Wall, which just got scattered out by LGD. They pinged it instantly. So
he's had such a hard game as well in MMY, so good for him that he gets away there.
Well, this game feels fairly close. Right now, LGD, they have the small advantage after that big run. They have about 3K in the net worth, about 4K in the experience.
But you talked about the ticking clock of Anti-Mage before. I want to mention that Spectre is now 2.2K gold. When she has that Manta style, her fighting abilities they skyrocket. She gets so strong.
They just need to get to that point. MVP is still looking for some kind of opening. Moving 4 heroes through the Radiant jungle. Now, in fact, they will push into the opening, but I don't know if that Observer Ward actually saw them when they smoked up. Okay, yeah, Anti-Mage is now just even more richer. I swear Black has got to be sitting there with a huge grin on his face.
Yeah, he's happy when he sees the top net worth. It's right there.
Well, here they come. Xiaowei's going to cross over the river with September, and they may lose their lives for this decision, because MVP wrapping around the back, the boulder forward. They find September, they get the stun, but then again, Xiaowei caught in the middle of it too. They'll get a 3-man crush. Tornado flies through. Xiaowei should die from the fall. Febi's right behind him with the Ice Blast. There's no way for Enchantress to survive either. No Ancients to deny to. They just got farmed up by the AM. So MVP catching another 2 heroes, but again, it's the Slaughter, it's the Enchantress, and there's QO with a 2-minute cooldown ultimate.
They just make so great use of the Haunt. Every single time that they go for a rotation, bring in everyone in this form of just AA ulti coming in, and Earth Spirit is doing a good job initiating here. Dubu really pulling through.
How are you actually even meant to use the Orchid Queen of Pain? When MVP, such a tight, close group at all times, how do you even use the Orchid? Do you use it more as a controller against the Earth Spirit when he comes in?
No, I think it's just a follow-up. When you get the initiation, because that's what we need to look to. LGD fighting when Spectre ulti is on cooldown. If Slardar goes in first, you can follow up and silence any targets that seems to be the most worth right then. Very often Invoker, sometimes AA though. If you can see AA and he hasn't ulted yet, that's a great silence.
MP?
None of the carries have died so far in this game, both of them rocking that 0 on the death score. And this could be just a straight up Radiance by QO, as he hasn't finished up the Manta style. I think it might be. And against weak heroes like Enchantress, Disruptor, oh god, does the game become hard when Iron Shell Spectre with Radiance comes in.
It's like, hey AM, you want to start doing some damage as well during the fight? Would you like to have to fight BKB all the time?
Gonna be hard. And they look like they want to smoke up here. They have the Blink Dagger MVP on Darkseer.
The jump initiation.
They push out mid. They actually don't have a... What's their timer on the smoke? They don't have one ready. But they're still gonna go most likely. They just like ganking all the time.
The Relic just got purchased by QO. However, getting yourself caught inside the tree line's not great. Spirit just has to commit his boulder to break QO free.
What a buddy.
It's also because QO, for one of the very rare times, Spectre is not walking around with a Quelling Blade.
He prioritized the poor man's shield, just more safety. I think it's a good call here as well.
Bottom lane, QO with an Iron Shell on him.
Oh, Spectre ulti is up again as well, so LGD didn't find a window there to do anything when Spectre didn't have ulti.
Yeah.
They in fact got nothing, and soon the timing is going to be really, really hard for LGD. As the Radiance completes, they just have to split push all the time.
Wishing the best of luck with that. Finally, MVP put down a secondary sentry and found that Observer Ward. Was able to save the anti-mage before. He may have stayed around for like another creep wave, and then MP could have got the initiation on him, but doesn't happen.
Talking about aggressive on his anti-mage, just completed the Manta style now. Can buy up the recipe if he wants.
Just
and they're perfectly drawing where the enemy are here. Of course, aggressive pushing out mid.
MVP. Keep the rotation going. How long does LGD want to stick around here? Maybe showing himself on the lane. September puts an aggressive Observer Ward behind the tier 2 tower.
And
are they going to get there in time? Febby gets... Oh, he doesn't see enough. We're still running around in nighttime. MP's going to miss the tornado. Flies a long way forward. But they'll still find September. Even with the sprites up, he cannot survive through this one. They're going to Spectral Horn up. They find Jiao at the tree line. The back will cancel the TP out. And MVP
again.
find themselves another kill, but it's again the same combination. They keep killing off time and time again. This Slardar and Enchantress. But Xiaowei still got 4-star and Blink Dagger. The Enchantress may not have as much, but Xiaowei still got as much as he wants, as he needs for items.
It's got delayed the BKB so much though for Slardar. And if Enchantress doesn't pick up items, she does get to a point where she's just the freebie for the Spectre every time she ultis. So if she picks up a Diffusal, and she's just dead.
It may slow down her his BKB, but aggressive still has that Overclock coming out through. Now aggressive Cold Feet. They're trying to force the blink out, which allows MP to fight an Ice Blast. Well, it gets the chill on him, but they do inflict a hell of a lot more damage. Tornado off the mark, as aggressive was able to blink away quickly down into the tree line.
He's gonna keep that 0 death score. And Dubu dropping down a ward here that does see MMY walking in. Bringing it out, they want to kill him. Spectre ulti is on cooldown though.
Yeah, they've got another minute until that comes off cooldown. But at least the upside for QO is the fact he's got the Radiance done, and MMY, the jump in, there it is on him. Dubu finds the kill and maybe just blinks away, leaving his teammate for dead. They may go for more. The drum charge was triggered by MP, but they lost the vision of Maybe.
Maybe has in fact not gone in a single Orchid rotation since the time he picked it up. It's not an easy kill anywhere on MVP.
It seems like one of those weird items too, because normally, like, isn't the rule of the Orchid, you pick this when you're ahead and you know you're going to always, like, get the upper hand at the start of a fight.
Well, they were very confident going into
bottom lane. QO and aggressive, battling it out. Maybe you get the first kill if that Mana Void can connect, while the Ice Blast hits the back line. May dissuade Maybe from coming and joining the engagement.
Probably just going to back off here and heal up a little bit with Eng. But LGD, we have the benefit of sitting right next to these teams when they're drafting. We can see them in the booths, and they looked so happy, LGD.
Yeah, they were
drafting.
laughing and joking around during the fight. Oh, hello, you can be very happy if you get away with this. Slip inside the pit, and as MVP, they are they're so close. But do they even read this? The Observer Wall gets put up on the hillside. Febby, he's walking over. The vortex is down. They understand that Roshan's being done. The ball to four, Spectral Horn. The kicks on September and the back end of the wall. They need to get more. In fact, the Ice Blast flies even further. He'll hit him aggressive. Q-O's right behind him. They find the kill. They stop the Roshan. And Roshan at half-life. MVP may even try and finish this now.
Oh, definitely. That's an easy job for them now with 2 dead. Anti-Mage out of the picture. MVP are looking like they can do this.
Oh, the danger zone. LGD, they try to slip a fresh one underneath MVP's carpet. And now it's the Aegis, the Immortal into QO. MVP. They may for the first time with these deaths, as well as the space created, have the gold advantage for the first time in this entire game. The experience take a little bit longer to reach him, but
it's also just the advantage of being able to do what you want now. Aegis onto the Spectre, that's when the push really starts. And if you get these tier 3 towers, it's not going to be easy for Anti-Mage to split push and farm, because it's so far away, your backup from your team is not going to be quick.
Kuro is now also the only hero on the map that has not died. The Anti-Mage, his first death took 25 minutes to get, and Kuro's still got the extra Immortal insurance up his sleeve. Not to mention, you've got Greaves over on Forever as well, so good luck jumping in for the Orchid for that, but it's just keeping everyone on MVP alive. The Aghanims is rapidly approaching for MP. There goes the tier 2 tower to boot.
And Greaves is such a good counter item to Slardar, not just because you can remove the amplified damage on yourself, but just when people go low HP, getting that burst of armor from Greaves can really keep them alive sometimes.
This actually feels a little similar to game number 1, but the shoe being on the other foot. Like in game number 1, we never really felt the effect of the Templar Assassin. Right now, I'm not even really feeling the effect of maybe. Like he picks up this Orchid, but nothing really happens with it. You picked up the Blink Dagger on the TA, but nothing really happened with it.
I think this has to be probably his most silent performance in any of the games that we've seen him play. And I don't blame him. It's just MVP being ahead of time. Every single gank, they're always there a little bit faster. And executing well with their ultimates.
Well, it's a little easy to be there when you're also running a Spectre. She's always there. As long as you take the fight when the ulti's back off cooldown, which in 3 seconds time, it's going to be there every 2 minutes. MVP is ready to engage.
Arcane Rune for Invoker, definitely a good time to look for any sort of fighting. I think they should keep pressuring for tier 2 tower. No reason to be scared here if you MVP. Because LGD, while they do have some ulti combo, it's not that fearsome.
They have the vision, or do they? The observable plan down by LGD, so they see a little bit deeper over, but there's still that MVP ops, which is just to the left of where their current position is, just the tree line of that mid lane. So if LGD want to come into their own jungle, MVP will know about it instantly.
I'm also very curious by why he puts so many points into stats on Anti-Mage in this game. There's a massive amount of magic damage on MVP, and he has only 2 points in Spell Shield. That surprises me a lot. We'll have to consult with Black.
Yeah, we will consult the Book of Black after after the game.
See if he approves or not.
For now, MVP. They're now staring down the barrel of that tier 2 tower. They want to fight. Like, you want to fight. BKB gets completed over on the Queen of Pain, so maybe we'll have that for the next engagement. But that may also not be enough.
Well, it's going to mitigate a lot of the mentioned magic damage, but at this point, it's not the Queen that's going to be dying first. It's all the supports melting to Spectre. Always the impact from the Spectre. She kills your weak ones first.
They can see, like, when Xiao Wei comes out like that, it almost feels like he's baiting Dubu's initiation from the high ground.
Man, Q is so buffed up. Iron Shell and Alacrity, he's just a monster.
Yeah. You don't want to fight into this, and that's why Queen of Pain's pushing out the top lane. Like, she's actually pretty close to killing off that tier 2 tower if MVP do not TP back. And do MVP, like, you're 28 minutes in, you still have the Aegis Immortal, so you put Q on the front lines, you want LGD to initiate just like that. Xiao Wei getting cold snapped up, he'll force up himself away to safety. The tier 2 tower was lost on the top lane for MVP.
They can enchant the illusions of QO. Pretty strong way of fighting this push, but
not a bad thing to have too, having that BKB already over on the Anti-Mage. They jump in. QO going to lose this Aegis pretty quickly and aggressive. Triggers the 10-second BKB. QO is still in front of that tier 3 tower with the Disruptor Storm up. QO just walks his way out the kick. MNY and Xiao Wei, they've got nothing to give this fight. The Mana Blast is not enough. And QO, well, the Ice Blast flies forward. 2 already on the sidelines. You lost QO, however. How much more damage can you do? Maybe Xiao Wei, that Magnetize. He's ticking. 40, 27, still alive. Still alive. And no! Dies behind the fountain. 3 euros gone for LGD, and MVP, even without the Spectre, they'll bring down the tier 3 tower. They'll get the buyback out now from Xiao Wei, and MP, do you want to stick around? You want the melee racks. I think now they have to understand You got your buyback, you got your victory in the fight. Or maybe they don't.
still
For Rev,
looking.
the jump, the boulder forward, the kick's over on September. You thought they were pulling out, but they put it straight back in again. Maybe still the front lines to screen the Sonic Wave. He got silenced. He can't get the ulti off. They were full gripped up. The Ice Blast as well. It won't connect perfectly. Remember, they're still here for the racks. They want the melee if it's possible to get it. MP
Green
starts
ulti.
the attack again. Sonic Wave is preparing. MVP is pretty grouped up. 2 heroes hit 5. The Deathwing Blast and the kick shower. He's almost gone!
Die
Behind
back.
the tier 4 towers. They got the melee racks too. Forev just wants to run away. They're back into the kick. The kick a little bit off target there from Dubu. MVP, bail, bail, bail.
They have to get out at this point, but they got a dive back from the Slardar, they got the racks, and Queen ulti was committed, which is a massive cooldown. The Slardar didn't have his blink ready. When the Queen ulted, he could not blink in because the AA ulti was still on him. A little bit of a miscommunication there by LGD when they were stressed for defending their racks.
And that control timing though, like if that Sonic Wave connected all of them too.
They're playing very well around Forev on his Darkseer. He's doing so much in this game. The vacuums are beautiful. He's tanky enough to be there in the front line.
It's also the synergy, and this is what we always expected from MVP. There's a reason why this team is like out of all the players you have, if you put in your compendium predictions, a team with the most amount of assists, MVP is like #1 by a superior margin. Because I want to give a big flag to Dubu. I know we've had some great plays coming out from the Darkseer, but that Earth Spirit is always there to follow up, always there with the
They also
silence.
had
A
that
big
super
problem.
long game with like 6 Helm of Dominators, so you get a lot of assists
That also
when that
happened
happens.
as well.
So
Hey, I'm not saying they're not good stat patters.
Yep.
MVP. It's the way they play.
definitely is.
It's just a great team effort all round.
You also saw the power though from LGD. The way they brought down the Spectre twice there was really impressive, and they did that without even having an Abyssal. So Antimage going for the Butterfly first here, and then I can only imagine he's going to go back for the Abyssal Blade to have some control on who he kills.
I suppose, yeah, we still have to keep that nut brain, don't we? Aggressive is still at 17k net worth over on this anti-mage.
Never count him out.
You can't count him out, but you might better count the rest of his team out. He can't defend racks, it's just a one-man army. That doesn't work, especially when his BKB drops lower and lower. There's going to be more and more disabled. The Invoker building in for what I can assume is a side device is his next primary item. And once he has that, then the BKB may not matter for aggressive.
You may say that, but
Aggressive starts his TP right in front of the blinking Darkseer.
you may say that about the one-man army Antimage, but it really gives me flashbacks to TI5. We saw some amazing one-man armies there.
But a lot of that anti-mage was all about like the jumping behind the lines, keeping the split push going, and having the team which has to 5-man push down a lane to win a game, having to fall back and always look behind them. You're running one of the best heroes against that. You're running a Spectre. Can stay in the lane, can keep the push going, even with the Mantis, can push out with the Radiance, and then just Spectral Haunt, you're instantly into the thick of the fight. Not even having to worry like a Tinker, like having to have a creep.
big move. And good rune to find as well, the Illusion rune for Antimage.
Can they find the opening? Spectre Illusion comes over. They don't see anything because they're still under the cover. Actually, maybe can't get through. He's locked here. The creep actually blocks it. Maybe can't jump just yet. And Xiaowei does, but it's over and Illusion down. The Spectral Haunt reveals it all. The back, the 3-man wall, the Ice Blast coming in too. Oh, LGD! They weren't ready for this one. They thought they may have had the position, but it doesn't end up. The creep camp works against him. The block maybe not even get the front line, and Xiaowei can't get the initiation he really wanted to either. And MVP, they do play their combo for the 2 supports, but they're so strong they can push the tier 2 tower and maybe even inflict damage to the tier 3.
The Spectre Radiance Illusions walking out there messed with the initiation so much. Slardar had to try and position himself so he could jump in first. Didn't happen though. Queen blinks in, got revealed. Oh, and now they're facing one of the toughest high ground pushes. This is going to be hard to hold.
Oh, this is so difficult. At least they don't have to worry about the Spectral Haunt, but that's a Reaver over on QO. They cannot afford to get kicked. They cannot afford to get back walled. Marev, there's one back. There's Ice Blast coming in. You can already say goodbye to the Queen of Pain. A straight buyback. Xiaowei's low and aggressive. Triggers the Manta. That Mana Void does minimal damage. And in fact, with the Glimpse back, they might be able to find the kill over on MP. He drops the meteorite down. The time is there with a follow-up kick. They may have enough damage. Aggressive. They can't walk out through the ice wall. It's just MVP moving forward. Any mage will have to buy back as well, but you still again MVP. They claim the melee racks. Aggressive, he wants to jump forward, he knows he has to. He hates off that Ancient Apparition with a 4-star TP out. He'll survive. Kuro's back inside the base. He already finds 1 kill over on the Earth Spirit. The front line doesn't work.
He's just running out now as well. He's getting glimpsed though.
Yeah, bring him back. Another party to be had. Aggressive wants to go. He doesn't have mana points. They have a stun. Do they have damage? No, they don't. They got nothing.
No stun, Toby. No stun.
Melee-Rax is lost in mid-range as well. You've only got basically an injured Range-Rax on top for LGD. And the top net worth again belongs to MVP Spectre, above that of the Anti-Mage. QO is about to actually pick up his heart too. So when he disengages like that, he's going to regenerate back up to full. That's 3k HP you have to get through on the Spectre.
And we can also see it just looking at the gold dipping so hard right now. MVP getting really far ahead, and Roshan being up. This is going to be an Aegis that they easily want to have.
They're not brilliantly fast at killing off Roshan, not like LGD is at least.
It's about the Invoker. He helps a lot when he's there. If they get Invoker there for Lacti, Force Spirits, it's going to speed it up.
MP is ghost walking his way out, but look at LGD coming over. MMY wants to look through the front of the pit. The Observer and Sentry is down. That Scouter Dubu walking into the pit. Roshan down to 2/3 of his life. LGD is bringing over the Anti-Mage too. They're bringing everybody. They want to try and contest this MVP.
Could be big.
They battle to LGD at this exact same location. Will it happen? You got the triple crush out from Xiao Wei with the silence as well. The Sonic Wave committal. Earth Spear is down. The back wall is causing troubles, not to mention just the power of this Spectre with the illusions behind. He wants to kill off September. The illusions may just burn through him anyway.
Oh, no.
Rev is up. They're looking for the opening. The Ice Blast is flying in. You can pop MMY. You'll lose a Slaughter as well. Maybe he's on the run because MP's right behind him. QO is also coming in to join the fight. They're right behind maybe. Burn Dry, maybe Hex up. We've got Bar on a spit right now. And GG, MVP will force us into a decider game between LGD.
And it's somber looks right now. If you look into LGD's booth, they really underestimated them going into this game. Happy faces, feeling good, but MVP, they just strike back.
Yeah, and with what style as well. It's the comfort zone of MVP, the way they played. We knew when the draft came up that MVP will feel very, very comfortable with their draft. At the same time, like, it's not hard to back LGD. They played a really, really great game number 1. Game number 2 hits back, and I cannot wait for game number 3.
I really can't either. It's going to be so hyped going into this. The crowd is amazing here. Just seeing all these games makes me so happy.
Yeah, there's so many fans going either way, and this crowd is starting to really build up. This is the weekend in Manila for the Manila Major, and well, I still remember the crowd from before when I was here in Manila. It was absolutely ecstatic. This is going to be a beautiful, beautiful weekend.
And we're down to just a best of 1 now to finish this off after 1 game going either way.
Yeah, 1 game. 1 game to decide it.
MVP. I can't hear you.
1 game to decide it between MVP and LGD. LGD, the team who was here to prove themselves. MVP to prove their predictions. Everyone had them up in the top 3. Everyone thought MVP's the team. They crushed Team Liquid. They absolutely. I love Manila. Absolutely.
I love that suit.
We're going to actually have a quick talk because I want to find out what happened with like Black's opinion as well.
Why are they tilting me?
I don't know if they're tilting you or they're tilting Toby or they're tilting Wagger. How you doing, boys?
I'm doing great.
Well.
I'm doing great. We got a 3rd game
We
finally.
have. You finally had a good series, Toby.
I've only had good series so far. I don't know about Toby.
Hey, you're my lucky charm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be good. It's basically a best of 1 now, Wagger.
Yep, that's what it's down to. And MVP is one of those scary teams. We mentioned earlier in the BO1 when Wings went in there that they're a scary, unpredictable team. MVP, though, they're a team you know what they're going to do, but they're still scary.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, well, we'll come back to you for Game 3. Thank you very much for the commentary in Game 2. We're going to pick up with our panel. There's one particular excited man on our panel now, and I wonder which one has got blood flowing through his head finally. Winter! Happy times are here again.
I buy Manta on my Medusa.
That guy just wanted to tilt me, I'm sure.
Triggered.
Anti-Mage. Good hero.
Okay, like for me, it all came down to one thing. There was the Quap ult that missed on the Spectre, which resulted into Spectre having the same farm as AM.
From about that far away.
Yeah, it was like point blank range. And you believe it or not, it's actually the hardest ult to hit. Because if you're far away, it's really easy. If you're point blank, it's really hard. I don't blame him for missing it, but that really turned the game around. Because Spectre, same farm as AM, AM will always lose.
No, he was greedy there. Like, he wanted to hit, because there were like 2 heroes behind him, so he wanted to hit all of them. So he missed it on the Spectre, but he landed it on the other heroes behind.
And that just caused a huge snowball effect, basically. Like, the Spectre didn't die there. He nets 2 kills out of it, and he ends up being almost unkillable at that point, and we did not see a great performance coming out of NEWBEE, which is extremely rare. I think also that the cohesion and the overall draft from MVP actually looks more cohesive, really, honestly. It just has a lot more teamwork and synergy between them, and MVP delivered.
Yeah.
They showed it, you know, they were landing multiple boulder smashes with vacuums. All of them were playing very together. It was just very nice to see all that teamwork from them.
It was a very hard queen game though, to be honest. If you're rushing the Orchid build and you're against the Earth Spirit and you're against the Quaspex Invoker, if you make a wrong move, you're just gonna die. You're gonna get silenced, stunned, cold snap.
Again,
I know I don't have to convince you. Queen of Pain is not a good hero.
I'm sitting in Charlie's seat, so I have to go. Queen of Pain's a bad hero.
I mean, we spoke about it
That's
too.
a good impression as well.
It was, but
Anti-Mage, good hero.
coming back to it,
Anti-Mage
man,
is a bad hero.
Please leave my brother alone, guys. He has nothing to do with this.
He's he of all the heroes that have only been picked 4 times or less in this tournament, he's 0-4 right now, Black.
Yep.
0-4.
Well,
0% win rate.
Yeah, 0% win rate.
I'm not playing here, though.
That's worse than Pub.
Yeah, but I'm not playing here, so you know.
Well,
And Miracle didn't look at it.
Honestly, though, all joking aside, Queen of Pain is a hero that we've seen it every single time. Every time this hero's picked, every time it's always been around in any tournaments, you need to snowball pretty heavily on this hero because you just start to fall behind. Cooldown is super long, or the ulti is super long cooldown, and if you, like Black was saying, if you miss one opportunity, it can really cost you heavily, and it's really unfortunate to really pin it down to one little thing like that, because there was a lot of mistakes that LGD did, which was very uncharacteristic of them. All over the place, they were out of position, it was very strange to see it coming out of LGD.
I mean, the Enchantress pick didn't pay off for them. The early game wasn't there though. The presence of the Enchantress.
Yeah.
I mean, she made 1 or 2 ganks towards middle. Didn't work. She died and basically didn't contribute anything after that.
And coming back to the overall draft, they have 4 really squishy heroes. Before AM actually is tanky, he needs 3 or 4 items. Quap is always going to be squishy, and the only hero that can kind of be considered tanky is Slardar. And the game before that, they had 2 really tanky cores, and so far the story of the tournament has been tanky cores.
But here, just an example of what we're saying, the teamwork coming out from MVP in this game just looked so much better than LGD. LGD, even just looking at the mini-map, not even having to do a professional analysis in any way, they're all split up all over the place. MVP is running around in that nice tight unit, just lots of teamwork between them.
It's their lineup, right? They have Darkseer, they have Earth Spirit, they have Spectre, they're going to fight together. And every time Spectre Horn is up, they're just going to be moving around the other 4 heroes. It's the right way to play Spectre. You don't bring the fight to the Spectre, you bring the fight to the enemy team on the other side of the map, and Spectre participates in that.
And it's QO's perfect hero, because if anybody from MVP is going to walk around alone, it is going to be QO. If he has the Spectre, he just haunts in, and then maybe haunts out again after the kill, goes back to farming, and it's a perfect hero for them and for him as well.
Yeah, but I think we're all happy to see, though, a Game 3, honestly. And it's what we commented on before. It's very rare to see LGD have poor spell usage, and we could say that they did have quite poor spell usage.
I mean, they did change up their draft though. This is not the way usually we see LGD play. They don't have big cooldowns. They play on winning the lanes. They roam a lot early, and their roam this game from the Enchantress didn't work. And Queen of Pain didn't have a good game, and he had a very hard game to play a good game. So everything didn't work out for them, except for AM getting a lot of farm at the start. What do you think of his build? Do you think his build is optimal this game? Would you have preferred the Vanguard first build?
Never go full Black. Right?
I think
on Anti-Mage, just don't do it. Black is the only one that can do that.
He's gonna go Midas Battlefield, this guy.
No, dude, I was not the first one who did that. There was Havas back then, really far back then. But basically, I don't think if you go Vanguard first, you can't really fight them because you have AA. You're not going to be tanky either way.
So it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it was the right item build to go. He needed the BKB for sure against the Darkseer, Spectre, as well as Invoker. And I really think it was not really his fault at all. He couldn't do much. He joined early fights. He had 5 assists, 1 kill when the whole team, the team as a whole, had 8 kills in total. I think he did really good.
Yeah, I think it just came down to
the rest of the heroes.
The rest of the heroes that they had, and just these small mistakes and just some unfortunate spell usage.
Was it unusual? I mean, it was unusual, obviously, but in the way that they started the draft winter at the start, you thought it was a kind of divey, aggressive, early to mid-game kind of composition, and then they pick an AM at the end. It didn't necessarily fit, did it?
I mean, it was, I think, a reaction. That's how I thought they would want to pick the AM, because they saw Darkseer plus Invoker, 2 heroes that are very high mana pool heroes, so your mana void would be extremely dangerous. And in this sort of game, AM is going to have a very good early game because you're against the Darks here. He's one of the better carries. That's why we were talking about Gyro. The Juggernaut was banned. There were not many carries that were going to do well versus Darks in the lane.
Gyro has been the one that's been picked more often than not.
But losing more often than not.
Well, not as much as AM.
Not as much as AM.
He hasn't won a single game yet.
No.
Waiting for a miracle on it.
Yeah. Well, we had a conversation about this morning. A man is no one until he has played anti-mage, and at the moment he's no one at all because there's no wins on it.
I mean, both teams are just taking a very different approach. Like we talked about in the first game, MVP is drafting more team fight, and LGD is drafting more early game.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
we
they
can
switch roles.
we can see LGD's idea behind the lineup, right? AM plus Slaughter mid late game is completely broken.
But
It's
they
like-
lost the team fight, sir.
Yeah, that can happen. When you have QOP Disruptor, it can happen. Like you have to make team fights work with an AM lineup, or you're just gonna get rolled over.
Okay, players coming back to their booths right now, so let's look forward to game 3. Fogged, differences in drafts and what we've seen in the first 2 games. What do you expect from LGD?
I think the big one that stands out for me, at least, is the Enchantress. It really didn't work out. It just looked very different than what they've been doing usually, and they had a lot of heroes that it just didn't feel like LGD. When you look at MVP, that is a draft that they have practiced and run multiple times, almost exactly the same one as they've drafted recently in this exact tournament. And we do see Forev actually being the MVP, of course, because he had just had an excellent game, beautiful vacuums, beautiful synergy with his team. But yeah. Earlier in this major, they played a draft with Darkseer, Earth Spirit, Invoker, and Spectre. So it's very similar to just the usual drafts that MVP has. So that's their comfort. Meanwhile, LGD was just very out of their comfort zone.
I think Earth Spirit is the key hero here. Maybe more priority would be put on this hero because this hero is definitely one of a comfortable hero for MVP. LGD can definitely play the hero very well, despite... I know the last game when Seb played the hero, he missed a lot of his spells in the previous game, but there are some games that he showed brilliance with the hero. So I think that this hero might be a very, very contested hero in the last game of the series.
I think we just get spoiled by the Jerax spirit, to be honest. We just expect everyone else to play it the same way, and not many can.
You got to give Crit some credit too.
He's
Crit,
very,
actually, Crit,
very
yeah,
good
yeah,
at using the
Crit was great
stones. He's
yesterday,
very good at
yeah.
using the stones. Like he uses like the stones very efficiently.
Yeah, both of them do. Honestly, they're both very efficient with it, and they never really overcommit. They save their spells. You know, if they're like, I can get this guy with the stun. I don't need to use like everybody. Not everybody, but a lot of people you see they use the boulder smash and they do the geo pull almost right away, and they stack the stun and the slow. Crit and Jerax are very good at like deciding what the situation looks like and what they really need to expend.
And the build as well, they both go for a dagger first, so you can actually land your stun much more reliable. Since the nerf to the speed of the boulder, you actually need dagger to actually get close to land a stun more reliable.
That guy's also amazing. If you magnetize multiple heroes, you can silence them all instantly. Like you can blink in and silence them all. You don't have to be like run forward. The hero is really slow. Like what's his movement speed? 300?
He got a slight
He got
nerf.
nerfed a bit. I think 295 or 300.
It's like really slow. You get the blink dagger. You're always in position. You're always going to be in position to slow them, stun them, silence them. It's just for me, it was always the perfect build. And Jerax, I think, started that trend.
Yep. It's also you can save your boulder as a safety mechanism as well. So you can use all your spells and then kind of get out with the boulder if you need to.
Can't go wrong with Blink here.
Can't go wrong with Blink.
By the way, coming back to the last draft, we were speculating why did I pick AA to counter anything. They didn't even want to counter anything. They just wanted to run it with a Spectre, which is a really potent combo, and I really like
global presence.
They just picked what they wanted to play. Like they didn't try to counter anything. They were just picking what they were comfortable with.
Yeah, Fabi's been playing it a lot. Again, we were commenting on. We look at his skill build and we're like, he really just never likes to skill chilling touch. We thought it was because they play with the Slardar most of the time, but nope, he just doesn't do it anyway. And now, just like Winter said, we're hopping into the draft. Same bands coming out, and just like Winter said, the Earth Spirit seems to be the most contested one. LGD decides to take it for themselves this time, while MVP gets the Slardar and the Ancient Apparition for themselves.
Again.
well, LGD is trading it off, though. They're really comfortable with Slardar too, but they want to block pick the Earth Spirit, but in trade they give Slardar to MVP.
Yeah, will they go for the Lycan, though, this game? They're on the dire side. But they do have the Invoker.
Well, they go for the Invoker right away. I like that. One of maybe his most comfortable heroes, if not the most comfortable.
Very big difference in how the two teams play the hero power. Like LGD most likely gonna only do Exort Invoker. They don't do Quasvex Invoker.
He plays so well around it though, because he gets his farm, but he's also one of the few that when he's playing the Exort, he doesn't just farm. he joins those team fights, and it's really spectacular to see because we haven't seen teams tend to struggle on this hero lately just because he does take some time to build up now with those nerfs and just because he needs items.
Yep, and LGD bans the PR to protect the Invoker.
Yep.
Yeah.
And the other replacement hero MVP usually goes for is the PA, but we all agree the hero is like meh. Like
It's not very
meh.
good, but with AA, it's kind of interesting because you can dump out your Chilling Touch really
I
quickly.
think when QO even says, nah, yeah, it's definitely.
But he
not.
loves the hero. He did
does,
say he
he
loves the
does.
hero.
No, he does.
Yeah, but it's you don't want to pick it right now. But like Invoker, if he roams around with the Cold Snap and Fort Spirits, it's really good against the carry Slaughter. Like he will be stuck in his animation. The only thing he can do is run away. Although if he gets a Blink Dagger and initiates on Invoker first, then he's gonna die in like a second as well.
Carry Slaughter, like since they picked the Darks here.
Yeah, that's why I didn't really understand the PL ban because it's usually QO picking it. I haven't seen it. Did they run it offlane yet? I don't think they did.
That was like a long time ago, like quite a while. The recent
Not
game,
recently.
the recent games were all mostly safe lane. So yeah, I agree with your point where maybe LGD just forgot that they don't do offlane Slaughter anymore.
I
And
mean, I hope not because they should have based the draft around it.
yeah,
I mean, I think the other thing we have to remember is they may have played it in practice just before
Yeah,
the group stage.
probably,
And
yeah.
then, I don't know,
Fair
maybe
enough.
they saw them doing it and they thought, oh,
yeah,
yeah,
things
let's
that we
be
don't
careful.
know.
Yeah, but it's not always about the pro games that we've seen. It's sometimes about the games we haven't seen.
Lots of similar heroes that we're seeing, though. I really like that MVP go for the Darks here again, though, just because of how well and how consistent they were at landing their, I guess you could call it, like, wombo combos. They really were basically on point with it. Every single time he'd land like 2 or 3 man vacuum into Boulder Smash Silence with an AA blast, like flying over the top.
Yeah.
LGD takes the Disruptor, which is, I mean, incredibly good versus the Darks here in the laning phase, and we've been talking about how its win rate is like above 60% on this
Are you
tournament.
surprised that they've allowed MVP to have such comfort heroes so far?
I mean, it goes for both teams, though.
They
Right?
they got
Yeah.
good.
It goes
I
for both
think
teams.
they got good trade though for that.
Yeah,
Don't,
yeah,
you, don't you guys think?
What I really like about the Disruptor is he's so good against Slaughter. We see time and time again that he's just running out, blinks back in, running out again. Against Disruptor, you can't do it. You will get glimpsed back in and you will get focused and you will just die right away.
I really like that point, yeah.
And what are they going to couple with the Darks here, though? There's not that many aggressive options left. Like, they
There's
usually
Tusk.
don't... Tusk, maybe, but they usually don't like Ricky. They don't like Ricky without the Lifestealer.
They
so
could just go for like the safe Venge.
Yeah.
Like they've done that before with the Slardar Ally. It's really good versus the Disruptor to pull them out of
Yeah, but
being
like-
focused
But then
down.
they can't
But
pressure with Darks.
For
here,
MVP,
though.
you want
Yeah.
to pressure. Yeah, you
Yeah.
need a hero like Tusk or Spirit.
They're
Even the Doom, you know, like the
four
Doom
most
is still
played
there.
heroes in the last 3
Doom
months.
is pretty good, yeah.
Witch Doctor, Invoker, Juggernaut, Tusk. That's MVP's top 4.
Well, then I hope they're going for the Tusk here.
yeah, it would be a big change up from what they've been running here at this tournament, but it is something that they used to run as a comfort hero a
Yeah.
lot.
And it's... You can't save a hero from Glimpse, right? You will still be Glimpse.
So they
there.
do
There
go
it
for the
is.
Tusk, like we were saying, yeah. This dual aggressive, you know, someone to pressure with the Darks here, it just seems to be something that they really like.
Yeah.
And LGD
Going for the
responded.
Juggernaut.
Response.
Juggernaut is perfect against Darkseid aggression. You put down the healing ward, you have your spin.
The Tusk as well is very good versus
Yeah.
a Snowball.
Like they go on you, you just spin, then you heal back up with the healing ward, you're perfect.
He has looked a little bit weak, I would say, in this tournament, the Jug in comparison, because especially versus Slardar, you just get amped up and you get bursted extremely quickly. But
It's time-
LGD is one of those teams that
Time
does
to get
that.
a Manta on the Jug.
It's time to
It
get a
is,
Wow.
it is. Dude, I love Manta on Jug.
Really?
Look at that grin. Oh god.
He's trying so hard
but
not to be tilted right now.
But especially against Slaughter, it's so good. You have 2 ways to remove the amp, and if he keeps amping you, he doesn't amp your teammates, and you want that.
Yep. MVP opts for banning out the Batrider, really
So-
focusing on Xiao 8 with their last 2
What
bans.
is Xiao gonna play this game? There's no Tide, no Darkseer, no Slaughter.
Beastmaster.
Oh yeah.
Beastmaster
Yeah,
really
Beastmaster's
good.
great.
Against
It gives them
Slaughter.
the more Roche potential.
It's been ignored in the first 2 series completely.
Yeah.
Banned or picked.
It's like Beastmaster and Enigma are the big 2 that I would see coming out for a Xiao 8.
Oh yeah, Enigma is great versus the Snowball. So,
Are we gonna see a Venomancer from MVP? Like I don't see many MP heroes left anymore, and the only one would be the solo mid Venomancer that they used to run a lot. It's really good with AA together as well as Darkseer. It might be something we see. Although the Invoker is like perfect against that on the laning stage already.
Yeah.
But like MP's comfort heroes are really out of the game already.
Yeah, there's not really like anything
yeah,
left.
same goes for Xiao 8. Not many good options.
Well,
Yeah,
he has the
the Ember.
Beastmaster left still.
Yeah, Beastmaster and
Beastmaster
Enigma.
and Enigma are probably the big 2 ones that are standing out to me at least.
And they don't seem like a team that would, stray too far away from their normal repertoire.
Yeah.
No, they won't.
Is there any way they can fit the Ember in?
They're going for
Oh,
the Clock
And
Tower.
we,
Okay.
they tell us, shut up.
They tell
Oh,
shut up.
it's great versus the Slaughter and the AA though. Like, and even the Darkseer, so they have to get multiple 4 stuffs like this is for sure for them.
It's very similar to how Zhao 8 likes to play as well. He really likes to give himself a good start in his lane. Like the Slardar is one of the few that isn't, but he can pull the creeps back with the Cog a bit as well as
it's
the
good with the Exort Invoker too. That's something that we forgot a lot.
You hook someone, you sunstrike him, he's dead. Instantly. Like.
And they go back for the Templar Assassin.
Slardar plus TA.
Slardar TA with the Darkseer.
And PTA, I haven't actually seen that in a very, very long time. It was always KO playing it.
Yep.
Are you guys a bit surprised by that?
MVP.
I said 2-1 LGD, there's no way. And I'm wrong. I'm on a hot streak right now.
Okay.
I really like MVP's draft, honestly. I don't really like the Clockwork and the Juggernaut too much.
Okay, I have to agree. I give the edge to MVP, but okay, I go against my prediction. I think MVP will win this game too.
I agree.
Winton, no need asking you. You know exactly where you're going.
He's already doing his victory dance.
He's
like,
woo! All right. Okay, we'll catch up with our 3 panelists at the end of this series. It is coming to a close. Who goes through and makes the top 4? Let's find out as we head back to the commentary team. Toby, One, and Wagger.
We will find out because there is no way Black can be wrong. No way. No way it can happen. We are here to find out who will advance themselves forward. Will MVP have the remake, or will it actually be LGD advancing forward? Let's get Game 3 underway.
MVP Phoenix versus LGD Gaming.
It is time to ride the hype train. Game number 3, MVP going up against LGD. The loser will get to watch the rest of this amazing competition. The winner will get to have a break while OG and NEWBEE douche it out to go up against Team Liquid. Wagga, the panel was going the way of MVP for the draft, even against their initial predictions, which are always wrong. How do you feel?
I'm surprised they're against. I'm surprised they're with MVP here and against LGD, but I do see what MVP have going here. It is a strong combo as always. The QO Slardar. And MPTA, I agree. I haven't seen him play it in a while. Very often it's QO playing that for them as well.
I'm a little bit more confident in this Templar Assassin because there's no Chronosphere blocking his path. But we have to see how the matchup goes. It's an Invoker versus the TA this time around. No Viper to be really, really pesky.
It's not just an Invoker, it's maybe Volker. He's pretty damn hot.
MVP.
He had a hard game last game.
They want LGD to fight this. They're chilling touched up. They're iron shelled up. They want a Tuskar snowball. The shards, it locks too! Aggressive and Seth, they have to spin themselves out of this one, but Aggressive's in real trouble at the moment. They block him in. They still need more damage. Aggressive running back, and there she is! Dubu will spill the first blood. And the bounty room will go to Templar Assassin for the top.
Beautiful use of the ice shards there, perfectly blocking off. Could maybe have gone for eating with all the tangos there, but they were also body blocking up the path to the tree line.
And if that was actually anybody else than the Earth Spirit as well, that would have been too. But it's, the dream start for MVP, getting the first blood. They wanted to do something like that. We're actually having a bit of a discussion as well about like how do you work it with the Tuskar. Maybe it's a smoke up behind. You go for the small little the small bush play behind the tier 1 tower to snowball out. But they didn't need anything like that. They just let LGD come to them, and instead of snowball, the shard block was perfect.
To me, the big thing is that LGD split up. Against the Tusk, normally people just 5-man for the bounty rune, but they didn't have their clockwork there. They couldn't fight at all, so they immediately try and run, but ice shards not gonna let you get away there. So a little bit of a misplay by LGD, underestimating the Tusk, I think.
Well, they can try and make it back up in the laning phases, maybe. Trying to stay all over MP, going for the early Forge Spirits, just helps to burn through these defensive refraction charges and exposes MP to some heavy damage. The downside is, it's not even really a downside, is it? You want to see the rotation coming in. Having a Disruptor early on, maybe not the greatest, but you have an Earth Spirit up against the TA.
Both teams have good gankers, though. It's Tusk on one side, it's the Earth Spirit on the other, and also Darkseer could always just Iron Shell the Tusk before he rolls in on mid when he has level 2.
Looks like he's leeching that level 2 at the moment. This Creep Wave won't be enough. He could potentially just go for a sharp block and give MP a little bit more time to chip away at maybe. But without the mana for MP, he can't get his refraction charges up just yet. He almost is praying for a regeneration rune to come up at the 2-minute mark on the top river, because then he can just grab that.
Yeah, definitely. It's quite a way off his bottle still. Interesting to see Xiao 8 really pulling out a lot of different heroes here at the main event.
Oh, Boulder, there's the kick, pushing Dubu back up again. He'll defend himself inside of the snowball. He actually managed to steal the bounty rune. The shards blocks MMY out, but they have Glimpse already leveled up, so Dubu has to make a break for the high ground. He's still on the run, but it's difficult, and then maybe, oh, Sepp, he sits there and watches.
Yep, all for you, sir mid laner. Here you go.
Fresh. You can pick the fish you wish to eat tonight.
That's the kind of supports I want, Toby. That's the kind of supports. You want to play later?
The sacrificial ones, huh? Okay, I see how this rolls. Well, this makes Maybe's life a lot easier. Is that a single smoke? In fact, it is. In fact, yep.
It was used quite close to a tower. MP, if you paid attention, would have seen that as well. It showed all the way into his vision.
Did spill out. Febby's going to get a little bit of a glimpse of Xiao Wei, and this is where they're coming to fight. So Xiao Wei can bait Febby to think that Febby could do some substantial damage to it. Febby will go down. He's actually doing the pull at the same time. QO, he needs to come over. Lines to fight across, but Xiao Wei burns off all the mana. The Sunstrike's coming in, and again, it's all for the glory of Invoker. They're keeping QO away, but Xiao Wei with the battery assault, difficult to stay behind, but now the battery assault's worn off. He salves up Dubu. He doesn't have mana for shards. Yep, Xiao Wei gets back to the tier 1 tower.
This Clockwork working out well there. Such a good combination, just holding him still for the cog to come down. Battery assault for damage.
The panel mentioned it, this Clockwork is so good up against heroes like Slardar. The fact that you can't get in close, that whole sprint advantage just turns against you.
Not just against Slardar, but with Invoker, the cog just sets up any Sunstrike. If maybe he was going to miss in the first place, that is.
There is one advantage, and that's the Tusker. Snowball forward and then get inside the cogs if you target Xiao Wei. You just drag QO along with you.
Definitely. But for now, still just a lot of tension on these lanes. Already 3 people dying. But Maybe is looking at 2-0-0 on his Invoker right now.
4-minute rune's going to go to Xiao Wei. They're battling as well for the top rune at the same time. MP, double damage rune, and they surge him forward. MMY going to glimpse him away. And I'll save MMY's life.
Yeah, he's going to be good. Feeling safe walking away. But that DD rune's still going to be very nice for last hitting on mid. And since this is Exort Invoker, he cannot dispel it with a Tornado.
Well, he gets that value point, but it's a full cross Exort.
It's not worth just skilling it for that. I think delaying his timing on the double forge is too painful.
They bring September over to the mid lane just in case MVP do try anything. They're not obviously going to gank into a double damage rune Templar Assassin, so it's more of a safety rotation.
Definitely, unless they bring in the Disruptor, but I think he should just be farming away, try and get his boots, get the mana boots if possible, before he makes too many roams towards mid.
Both the offlaners for MVP as well as LGD have had a really good start. Almost level 5 for both of them. Some decent CS coming their way. Obviously, you're going to get a lot more over on the Darkseer, but Xiao Wei also having the assist point.
And September just moving between mid and offlane all the time, as the Clockwork has such a good game and the Invoker is quite strong as well. He can really pick where he wants to gank.
Nice. Rev, start your defense at the top lane. Can't let this tier 1 tower take too much damage from Aggressive. Aggressive also going for a full out damage, like a screw healing ward kind of style. He's got Omni Slash and 3 points up in spin with an extra bit of crit.
Yeah, he's going to get the
mid lane. They're going to roll in on MP right underneath the tower. Quick and efficient on the kill.
That is a fast burst.
Yep. He was already dropped down about half of his life at his bottom lane with a snowball. Now they find Xiao Wei. Shard block, QO follow up with a crush. Need a little bit more damage to finish. It's an aggressive Omni Slash. He gets the kill revenge. In fact, it's 2 for the price of 1.
Doesn't have face boots yet. He has the money for it. Gonna buy it up in the secret shop right here.
Yeah, Febby should not hang around for this one because now face boots are up. Spins off cooldown in 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second, and now just let it spin like a top. Febby wants to TP out the damage. It won't, and it will be enough.
That was so close to him getting away. Underestimating a little bit there, trying to get experience on that AA, but more kills for a Juggernaut. All 3 dying on bottom lane.
Yeah, that's almost like the dream for LGD. Very simple, quick rotation down. Now MMY gets space on the top lane, but because you lost so many heroes from MVP, the Disruptor's not really going to be pressured on that top either.
Not the Disruptor, but also maybe it's just feeling very safe here on the mid lane, as there's so much going down on a different lane. That frees up the mid lane more for the Invoker.
He's a full 10, if not a little bit more CS in front of him, and now goes for the Cold Snap, combining with Forge Spirits.
He needs a sentry on mid lane. You can't play against the TA and not have it, because these traps, he's never going to be able to chase, and There's also a much easier time ganking for MVP.
You could just have aggressive. Aggressive could just rotate in. This is almost like MMY style, but MVP's behind it under the cover of smoke. So MVP's got reinforcements. The snowball protecting him from the kick. Now Forev also making his way to the front lines. The spin causing real issues here from aggressive. They might get that ice wall down, making the chase a little bit more difficult, but Forev's still in the front lines. Maybe he's ticking. Forev's doing the work, but he's still got a lot of force spirit damage on him, and now there's double kill for aggressive.
Trading 2 for 1 there, but Invoker did fall and TA lives, so still pretty okay for MVP there.
Yeah, so the fact you're getting more kills as well for aggressive, that's where the only thing I might tilt it the other way around.
Yeah, he's getting a lot of stuff done across the map. This Juggernaut definitely coming online early. And he's going for the drums as well, so he wants to keep pressuring. Not going for a slower farm build of the Battle Fury Rush or anything like that.
I can't actually wait until we hit the 12-minute mark. Primarily bottom lane, get the hell out of there, QO, or else you're going to go down. Zhao Wei's got a hookshot available, so QO and surviving this is basically 0.0%, as QO looking himself a double crush, but he'll still go down, maybe sitting outside of it.
And that's going to be the Midas for maybe. Going to be an 8-minute Midas here on the mid Invoker, so doing really well in terms of farm. That's about as fast as you can ask for in a competitive game.
The timing I was kind of waiting for is to see the armlet effect as well from the Slaughter. Like once armlet and blink dagger come up from the Slaughter, he's going to be a real force to be reckoned with. But it's also the rotation from a Clockwork. That's the first hookshot we see out from Zhao Wei, and it's just to ensure the kill on the bot lane. Oh, what happens when he starts rotating to Templar Assassin?
Such a nice rune to get for the Invoker here. Gets the Arcane rune, so its first Midas is actually going to be faster cooldown as well. More efficiency, Toby.
The dream. MVP's preparing themselves for top lane. MMY still just chilling on top.
Yeah,
he's already hit level 6, so MVP's got to be careful. This is one of these heroes which works really well against the Tusker. You snowball in if you can get the Storm off as well as the kinetic field. Normally the target is fairly obvious where they're going to go to.
The fact that they don't have level 6 on AA might just deter them from diving here, even though they have a Tusk.
Without that Ice Blast.
I love the way they just change up the lanes, LGD. They put Invoker onto the Ancients.
Sap, he's walking into it. Febby and Dubu, surprise, out of the trees. He's got to get the kick over on Dubu, tries to boulder away for the pullback. Oh, perfect from Forev. The one level back, but Zhao Wei, he wants to try and get some revenge. The wall is down, the Sunstrike's on the mark. Dubu can't get out of the cogs in time. Zhao Wei is slow, aggressive with the movement over. He brings the healing ward, so Zhao Wei already fairly tanky. It's just a basic Clockwork thing, and a glimpse Forev back. His spin starts, and Forev's got nowhere to go. Committing MMY Static Storm. They find 2 revenge kills for the death of the Earth Spirit.
And again, it just seems anywhere aggressive goes, he finds kills right now. 4, 1, and 2. Feels like he's killed more than that even. Just being part of everything.
He's a very active man.
And it's just the amount of time that they are wasting trying to focus different lanes when Invoker is just getting so much farm.
I want to have a click up towards the top rune in just a moment, because Zhao Wei, I guess the smoke maneuver of Dubu, he's going to see Zhao Wei. Yeah, QO, double crush. No, he only gets MMY, but the shards, the Penguin slides forward. Actually isolating maybe. They may try and go for a little bit more. Snowball forward, Sunstrike's going to come in, split down between the two of them. Ice Blast also on the way, going to hit Zhao Wei. QO starts that armlet toggle, battling up against Zhao Wei with the battery assault, difficult to do, especially when aggressive slides in behind, killing off the Tusker, but back over towards the mid lane. Sep has to magnetize up, keeping MP away.
Yeah, he's trying to get that kill. Pretty hard to get though, TA, as there are fractions for so long.
That magnetize lasts forever.
Yeah, he used all his stones though. He's down to 0. Gonna be really hard for him now. Needs to play defensive a little bit. It slows down the tempo for an Earth Spirit, committing everything like that.
Alright, so for now, chill it out a little bit more, maybe not from LGD. Zhao Wei, hook shot forward, finds Febby, battery assault. Sep, he's there for the kick, gonna be well off target. Now the snowball forward, he's Febby out for the moment, the turnaround, Ice Blast! Combining with the crush, the kill goes the way of MP. The shards, it walks! But the boulder is available. It means MVP cannot chase after that Earth Spirit.
Being trapped out from pursuing that kill. They do not have Blink yet on Slardar, so it's pretty hard for them. And MVP, they're going for such early rotations here. They don't even have treads on Slardar. They just want to fight early.
Yep. Who needs treads when you got armlet? Also, like, it's crazy aggression coming from Zhao Wei. The second he moves off that lane, he's just always looking for kill after kill after kill. This is almost like that unbridled aggression you see from MVP.
I think that's perfect understanding of his role in this game. Oh, they run into each other here. Invis rune on MMY.
Now,
He gets
Sentry
seen.
goes put down. Dubu understands what he's up against. The kick, he gets the snowball off, actually dodges Seb's initiation. With the snowball, he went to the Wild Wing, and then, well, not down the river, but the Ice Blast. Gonna connect on 3 with a back wall. Perev's there. MP needs more damage. The storm from MMY is causing issues for MVP. They've already killed off the Invoker. You try and glimpse him back. The Omnislash gets aggressive up the hill and continuing the chase. MP, oh, there's your glimpse, dragging him back. But Meld, where's your detection? How do you see? You go for the spin, the kick as well. MP's going to drop. Sepp is low. The cold feet will actually trigger him out, giving Febby a double kill. And Kuro is back in the fight with an Amplify on Aggressive. They may have a chance for it. Aggressive making a break for the stair line with a bash from QR. Without that, he wouldn't have got the kill. And White Glimpse would have actually been more than enough room for Aggressive to get away. But that started taking the wicked 6 streak too. That's 713 gold for just that one kill. Even the Ice Blast is looking for the snipe on anyone who comes back. Oh boy.
And MMY is going to be the last living person backing off. Gonna get away safely here, but the rest of his team, all of them just falling there. And as you said, that streak going over is so much money.
That's huge as well because it goes the way of QO. He's now 100 gold away from having that Blink Dagger. We talked about him actually bypassing Treads. Now, because he's done so and because that fight went so well, he can bypass them again and go straight into Blink.
Yeah, this is looking like MVP really putting up a fight. There was a great early game by LGD, but MVP are striking back a lot.
They had a big advantage too. It was about 3k, 4k gold and experience split.
And this is before they have their mech on Darkseer. When they get that as well, they're going to be in a great spot because they have AA ulti, the enemy cannot heal up, and they can just rely on the mech to take a quick and strong fight as they're going to smoke up again.
And we've seen how powerful Forev can also be over on this Darkseer. The Iron Shell burn is pushing the creep wave a little bit in the mid. LGD may have scattered that one out. Seb's just hanging behind the tower, but it's the Observer Ward that's watching maybe farm the Iron Shells again. It's taking a little bit of damage.
They're waiting for him.
There's the Observer
They've
Ward
got
down.
a present for Maybe.
Well, Maybe walks in. Dubu delivery. Special one for Maybe. He'll go down. The ball comes in from Sep. He's too late. He turns on the Magnetize. Xiaowei going to transport the fight with the Cogs. He's already lost his teammate. They have to force start themselves away. The Storm is causing issues for QO. Locked inside the wall. He can't get away. Sep's Magnetize gets a double kill on Aggressive. On the back end, they're mopping up the back line of MVP. Febby will go down. But it's the Darkseer as well as the TA which will escape. That's the two big ones that LGD really wanted to get.
Yeah, really well fought there by MVP. Of course, they lost 3 heroes. A little bit sad for them that they lost the Slardar, but still, this aggressive Juggernaut always coming in the rear, just looking for any fight he can get on the supports.
It's actually crazy just how big he is. 7.6k net worth over on Aggressive. Almost a full 2,000 in front of the Slardar as well as the Templar Assassin. And with this tier 1 tower dropping in the mid lane now, LGD, more injection of money.
And you got to worry about the alacrity on him later on. He's going to hit so hard whenever they're pushing base. But MVP, they want to delay that all they can. They have the tools to keep fighting. Blink Dagger on TA, Blink on Slardar.
MP's forcing out the top lane. It's like they're hoping for a reaction from LGD, but LGD are fine with this. You take the tier 1 tower up on top lane, they take the tier 1 tower on bot lane.
Exactly. Both those towers were pretty low in HP, so they were not long for the world. Mid, they're looking for it.
This could actually be just a full straight-up trade. Tier 1 towers all dropping down apart from the long lanes of both sides.
Yeah, that one would be MVP coming a little bit ahead if they can get this
LGD
tower.
are coming back. They smoked up, but they did it underneath the Radiant. They did it underneath the Radiant Observer Ward. So MVP are more than aware of what's coming their way. The Sunstrike's being used for almost a bit of a scouting. But if they walk up, Xiaowei's coming up the hillside. The Observer Ward's place, smoke's gonna break, and he forced us back into the safety of his own tier 2 tower.
Everyone is here and ready to fight for MVP. And LGD, they say, we're not gonna go for it. We're gonna back out. Looking for that Roshan.
Still waiting to see more damage really coming in for MP.
AA ulti coming in.
Yeah, they can't do this. That Ice Blast hits perfectly. Aggressive and Maybe being chipped up by it.
If they back out now, though, there's going to be a timing when AA ulti is not up. I think MVP have to wait out their next AA ulti again if they want to take the fight.
Well, at least they got a little bit of life coming back in from the healing ward. Now you get an Arcane Rune also up for Aggressive. It's not really going to help him that much during the fights.
Both teams just setting up and posing, respecting each other a lot here. This is elimination, do or die kind of match.
You can kind of understand why LGD want to slip in for Roshan. Like if you go, like if TA gets a full Deso up and running, combining up with the Slardar, it'll only take a very small window for MVP to grab Roshan. Like, even if they fall behind like severely in this game, and they are still behind in this game.
Yeah, it's very much a deny.
You could just smoke in. There's not great scouting from LGD for the pit.
It's
like,
very
you got
much
rockets,
trying
but-
to get Roshan just to deny it from the enemy team. Of course, you're going to be pretty happy if you get the Aegis on top of Invoker right now, so he can't keep getting killed off. I think Juggernaut is fine without it, because he's just always surviving these fights. 8-2-2.
Finally, 17-minute treads coming in for QO.
Yeah, well, you got to go back for it at some point.
They go for a smoke straight after. So it's a 3-man smoke maneuver. The Darkseer and the TA not included in the smoking buddies.
They're smoking for Roche. They want to go in, but...
They could try and slip in, but without the TA, you can
Oh,
blink
those
her, but
kills.
you can't go far enough over. They need to find the opening and blink crush. It catches Xiaowei. Ice Blast as well. They want that instant kill, and they're going to claim it. September, the kick comes forward. MMY and Sep, they can't go any further in. QO is still forced to stand inside this storm.
But he's so low now.
They surge away. They crush, get rid of Forge Spirits. They got to stop taking damage on that Slaughter. Care of the Sunstrike, all aggressive. You're a long way up. That snowball from Dubu. That's why Aggressive went in for it, but now QO, the back across the wall, the kick from September, creating space. QO is still going to drop here, but it's still a trade-off, a 1-for-1. That Magnetize making it difficult for MVP just to turn and fight, but when you make more copies of yourself, LGD, they're going to glimpse MP back. Mel available, they go for another kick, it hits on both. MP dropping low, he can't get out this one.
Earth Spirit just doing so much damage here, and he's also chasing Febby.
Denying the pit,
Yeah.
like denying the, oh no, he
He
jukes,
can't
he
get
jukes
away.
the Fog of War. The boulder will come forward. He's still got Ice Blast available. They'll glimpse him in. He may as well just let it go over on the two of them.
Yeah, Delusion. Darkseer trying to do as much as he can.
He
Denies
denied the rune.
Yep. Trying to deal some damage to a Disruptor, but too tanky to kill.
Because he did that much damage, though, LG can't just, like, they don't have the Juggernaut anyway, so they can't just slip themselves inside and take the Roshan.
I just want to say that was so close to being really disastrous, though, for MVP. They went in, and Xiaowei, if he got that 4-step off just a split second faster, he would not have been stunned by the Slaughter, and that would have looked very differently. And still, they lose this TA, they lose the Slaughter. The aggression is starting to not work out so well here.
Yeah, this TA's KDA is not looking terrific. Like, the assists are terrific with 7, but that's still 3 deaths for 1 kill over on MP, and it continues to have this same problem as game 1, the delay of the damage dealing item over on the Templar Assassin.
That can really set you back some games, and as he went for the Desolator second after the Blink Dagger, he's not farming Ancients that quickly. He did try and stack them up now, but he really hasn't been pivoting around the Ancients much, just aggression instead.
He's just trying to keep up with the Slaughter. Like, he's trying to keep up with this aggressive play that comes from MVP. I suppose if you do find kills, that's the quickest way to get your big items up, but because Slaughter also took a lot of the big kills in the fight, it's QO who's more of the big strength there. But the hilarious thing is, actually, out of all the heroes over an MVP, the top net worth, it belongs to Forev. It belongs to the Darkseer.
Yeah, it's very even though. It's tied between them, and he has a 4-staff now to his name as well. So Darkseer going to be able to counter that cog from Clockwork a little bit.
That's a small change up in his build too. Instead of having the Blink Dagger, which isn't as effective, like, he can save teammates more importantly in this game.
Just hanging together a lot here is LGD while they farm up their course. They have been scouted out though as they walk in there. I'm surprised they went for Travels first on maybe in this game. I thought they would go for just Aghanims as soon as possible, get strong for these team fights, but this does allow him to split push more.
It's worked out for him too. Like, he's still got 1,500 gold. He can go pick up the point boost now, so the Ags is going to come in a reasonable time.
Yeah, it's been working out really well. When you're Exo Invoker, the Sunstrike sometimes is all you need to contribute.
You are.
Oh well.
That's an Invis rune too, so you need vision, however.
He's kind of showing the lane. And he is going for the Manta Diffusal build on Juggernaut. In fact, almost has the entire Diffusal along with Manta.
Oh,
Xiaowei.
they saw a glimpse of him now, but Xiaowei gets initiated on. The Ice Blast is flying over, can hit pretty heavily, but then again, LGD, they've nicely spaced out on the ramp, which isn't really the easiest thing in the world to do. When Tuskar's down and QO is isolated, he wants to crush, but there's just no point.
Yes.
MVP will lose 2 heroes.
And a Roshan, most likely. There's almost no way you can contest it. When Slaughter is dead, no buyback available. You're just not going to be able to contest this.
You could slow things down with the Ice Blast, but that's pretty much all.
Yeah, I'm not even sure it's going to slow down anything here as Aggressive goes in, Alacrity's up.
They're coming over. Like, TA as well as Febby, they're in the neighborhood.
Maybe we see a Blink Steal on the Aegis.
We may see a 4-staff try and back him up on the hillside. That's another option. Here comes your Ice Blast. It's going to hit over on just MMY.
They have the
and
sentry,
Xiaowei
so
supposed to initiate. He doesn't use the 4-staff. The hook shot's going to be off target. They find MP, and then MP blinks himself further down towards the side. But yeah, they got the vision. MP dragged back right underneath that dire sentry ward, and that's a very dead Templar Assassin.
Oh, this is very risky. When the enemy team goes Roche, if you just go there without having everyone and you end up dying, then again you're back in the same position. Now they can go for Roshan and you lost one more of your important cores.
With Roshan being low, the Ice Blast will have no effect this time around. It's going to arrive. Actually, it may arrive at the same time as Roshan's dying.
Maybe they get it lasted?
No, it's too late. And it's also too deep inside the pit. So LGD, they claim the Aegis of the Immortal will go into their hands right now of the very, very farmed up aggressive. 12,000 net worth. He's got 10 kills so far in the 22 minutes.
And the full defusal will be completed with that. So now he can really chase down anyone. Even the Surge Darkseer cannot get away anymore.
Observer Ward from LGD is going to scout out QO, being surged up to the top lane.
Are they ganking
and
this?
Aggressive hasn't reacted. He definitely saw him thanks to the Observer Ward. With the extra bash for Rev, it's just the vac interruptions. They burn through the Aegis Immortal. Shards are flying forward, but Zhao Wei, Cogs pushing for Rev further back. Remember, he's the highest net worth, so they're very happy to take that kill on the Darkseer. But it's for burning the Aegis Immortals. Nothing of huge value was lost for LGD.
No, LGD are going to be happy with that. Getting a core for your Aegis is still fine, and I don't think this Juggernaut relies too heavily on having the Aegis in teamfights. We did see him get bursted here, but that was so many people focusing him. And in a 5v5, if you do that, block, Invoker, they're going to stop you from doing it. So I think that's a good trade for LGD still. A little bit surprised they went for that gank.
Maybe it's MVP just like feeling like they're losing control of this game, and they really are. Like a 7.5k net worth and about 6k in the experience, sliding the way of LGD on the graphs.
I asked myself the question, is MVP going for that gank? And then I'm like, oh yeah, it's MVP. Of course they are.
So remember who you're talking about.
They have the Deso completed. 23 minutes is a really late timing for the Blink and Deso, but now they do have some power peak. If they get some good vacuums, they could take teamfights right now, MVP. And since there is no Aegis, maybe that's the grand scheme of things.
That is one way to go about it. But at the same time, LGD are getting stronger and stronger. Maybe is rapidly approaching that Aghanim Scepter of his. You've got even Disruptor with like heavy levels. That's a level 11 Disruptor with Glimmer as well as Arcane Boots. The Ursper is also having a great time. You got Veil of Discord, so the coupling of all the LGD abilities is looking just so powerful that MVP, even if they do hit their combo, they may not find a kill. The only upside is the fact there is no mech.
I think the good thing for MVP is if they land the Ice Blast, then they should be able to bring them down just between TA and Slardar. The downside, though, will they be able to walk out themselves? We've seen it many times where they go in, they get a kill on maybe the Invoker, they can get a kill on someone else, but then they get punished.
Yeah. They basically just have to sacrifice themselves in order to find these objectives.
And there's almost... He's getting close to an Aghanims on Clockwork. That's going to be big when he has it. In these chaotic type of games, that's one of the best Aghanims upgrades. Just allows you to fight all the time.
Tower trade-off being attempted. Q actually almost got sniped by the Sunstrike. He was in the middle of an armlet toggle and was still capable of surviving, but that tier 2 tower on top lane takes almost no damage while LGD do claim the Radiant tier 2.
And they just keep sending rockets to de-push that lane, and MVP are too scared to walk up. A lot of that is respect to your Clockwork. So good at catching people. Also Earth and Disruptor, they're just designed to catch stragglers, this lineup.
So MVP will only take a fight when they know they can win it, even the small ones.
I think they have to just fight around everyone. They need to have the Vacuum, they need to have the Crush, the Ice Blast, and then TA for damage. I think they can't take skirmishes, they just need full team fights.
You need a five-man gank then, and for Rev, maybe this will help him. Like the Blink Dagger is... Like, it's obviously the far superior initiator for the Darkseer. Like, he got the 4-star to go against the Clockwork, but this kind of, like, it slowed down his aggressive nature when it comes to fights. But now he's got both of them.
And looking at LGD right now, they're starting to group up a little bit. Not too many people defending.
Zhao Wei is standing right on top of a Templar Assassin trap. So, they know.
Yeah, they should be picking up a gem pretty early, I think, in this game. With the amount of movement they do across the map, they could keyword a lot. And get rid of the traps as well.
There's that Ag Zone for the Invoker, so 26 minutes. Not too shabby when you go BT, Stroms, and Blink Dagger beforehand.
Nice.
And Mines.
He's actually just so fat right now.
Yeah, so is Aggressive. Aggressive has got so much money.
And at this point, it feels like LGD have just silenced MVP. MVP, they haven't gone for any successful ganks since that Aegis that they took. And their lineup is really designed to just keep fighting non-stop. Sure, you could try and farm into a late game, but TA and Slardar are going to be hard cores to use against this LGD draft.
Sep just waiting in the trees. There's TA traps all around that area. Thanks to the sentry ward, they can get rid of the fresh ones down. In fact, that's exactly what Aggressive's going to be doing. As they stare down the tier 2 tower in the mid. But the Juggernaut Illusions are doing it, so there's no risk for LGD.
No deny even. They're too scared to walk in close. They know that people are sitting around. They keep seeing glimpses of them with the traps.
This has to be a 5-man smoke maneuver now. Like, they have to come out.
Well, they need to push out mid first, though. They can't just smoke right now. Then mid is going to push in, and it's, again, not going to be effective.
Okay, well, they just loop around and then try and attack LGD, who they know are hanging around the mid. But there's an observer ward which is just about to look at QO coming over the hillside. Okay, maybe that's a bigger indication when he blink crushes the wave.
Yeah, they want to back up and use the smoke right now.
It had to be a juicy target. Like, that had to be such a juicy target. Okay, got him in BKB.
This could be a big fight here.
Yeah, with that fresh BKB up, they'll smoke up. They'll run right underneath the observer ward, so LGD. They're nearby and in the tree lines. They drop down a fresh sentry, taking out a TA trap. That reveals the position of at least the Forge Spirits, and they get all
LGD
the way around.
splitting.
They actually get into a really good spot now with a 4-staff down. They get the crush set. He couldn't get away. The Ice Blast on the way in with the fact they hit both of them inside the wall. Xiaowei has to 4-staff away. The Sunstrike, no damage. QO's BKB will protect him for now. The Omni Slash, however, from Aggressive, it picks off the Ancient Apparition. You can slide the Penguin forward. Dupu's in trouble. He's actually locked on the hillside. Has to snowball up. While on the back lines, the pickup on QO. He wants to keep battling as well. They're just trying to dodge and evade as QO will be the one to go down.
And still Aggressive just chasing down for him.
Ooh! Perfect time for a crit from Aggressive, and with the rest of the damage, the Juggernaut finds the kill, and MVP are in a real tough spot.
This item build is really, really strong for carrying with Juggernaut. It's so good at fighting. Blink Dagger to keep chasing, Diffusal to not let the enemy get away, and Manta Style just makes you win those man fights.
LG looks so good at the moment. They're going to come up high ground. And this should actually be mid-ranks. 30 seconds until you've got both the Darkseer and the Slider together. And without the Darkseer, there's just no teamfight control. The Ice Blast will fly in. It'll connect over on Aggressive.
Trying to deter them from taking this tower, but not successful. They're going to get it.
They can take melee. You still got 15 seconds, plus the time it takes to get you out into the lane. Unless you're going to straight TP up. So Aggressive comes in, they're sharding, they're cold feeding, they're doing whatever they possibly can to make this difficult for LGD, but LGD take the objective, they get out before MVP respawns.
Yeah, very clean exit, and now they can pick up all the items that they have saved up money for from this fight as well. The current gold, pretty big here. Blink for the Disruptor. He sells it again, he's not sure.
He buys the 4-staff now.
That's probably the wiser choice against the Tusk Ice Shards.
May have just been thinking, like, I need to get that perfect ulti.
Well,
or perfect glimpse back.
Blink would be better for initiating, but very often it's MVP leading the charge, going in first, and then 4-staff is just far superior.
This vision from LGD is seeing all the movements of MVP.
With this Aghanim and Clockwork, they're going to be so ready to fight.
Yeah. Hook. 35 seconds until Roshan's up, so a pretty quick spawn here for LGD. MVP are already sending a Slider or Illusion over so they can keep tabs of what's going over in the pit too. Scouts out 3 heroes, and MVP actually bring a lot of their reinforcements up to the top lane.
They have to. They have to bring a lot of people wherever they go, because look at their net worth. You're just trailing so hard behind the cores of LGD. If you ever just bring a few people and then you get hooked, you're definitely dead.
MVP scanning over on the Dire Jungle. They're wondering if LGD is trying to stop their push. The scan hasn't gone red just yet.
Oh, the timing for me is definitely going to be when LGD gets Skadi on Juggernaut. This game is going to turn really ugly, I think. And he's going Butterfly first? Interesting. He's going to have that evasion well before they can get MKBs up.
Well, you just rely on your magical combo. Roshan starts. The Ice Blast has been thrown out time and time again for Febby. It just came back off cooldown. He's been using it to scout out Roshan, so yep, here comes your Ice Blast, but MVP are way too far away. There is no way they can stop Roshan from being taken by LGD.
Definitely not. They also know that they have so many creeps pushing in mid, and they see them farming bottom, so very safe Rosh here for LGD. Juggernaut now with the Aegis.
LGD looking I'm wondering well, obviously you can go for another lane. Like if they want to go through the top lane, take out that tier 2 tower, the bottom lane's probably the easiest one to slip in. Or you can just go for the fight. Observer Ward sees the TA farming up the edges, a blink away very, very quick from MP. But Dubu is still going to get caught up, picked up, thrown down. He won't have time to get inside. In fact, he won't get out. Oh yeah, he will actually get into the snowball. And with a Walrus Punch, he'll buy a little bit of extra time, but that's going to be all for Rev. So he even came up to try and help out his teammate, but now he's in no man's land. Pushed back down, the kicks over on Febby. The crush, stopping aggressive. There's no Omni-Slash available. Febby just wants to TP out. Very short range, and he will actually be able to get back out again. The 4-star from QO actually getting him out of the cost and the storm as well. They're actually away, but the tornado picks him up. You've got to keep that armor toggle going. It won't happen. MP to the front lines, picks up the disruptor. Now tries to have a crack over it, maybe. Dropping him down low. Needs more damage on the protection of the BKB. Maybe will survive against up the hillside for QO. The double crush shower at the back. He puts them all inside the cogs. They need more damage. The meteorites coming in. MP, he wants to stop this, but maybe blinks down and away from MP's aggression. Taking out the damage here of MVP. Aggressive. Wait, what? Items on the ground? What was that happening right there? Aggressive's going to drop too. He's fighting up against MP. Aggressive. There goes Eureka to the Immortal.
Oh my god, these fights. They're trying to go for him again. No, he's going to blink out. He's safe.
What was that bait on the ground? I kind of want to watch that again. Who was dropping all the money on the ground during the fight?
I'm not actually sure who was the item dropped. I think it was LGD, but
I
don't see any item missing from them, though.
I request the slowest of instant replays.
Man, crazy engagement, but not going to be able to get any towers or any push afterwards. LGD going to back out here.
MP, like, maybe kited him so damn well. Goes up to the high ground, throws the meteorite down. MP tries to chase him, jumping down again.
Man, I'm still
the positioning play is wonderful.
I'm still ticked by what item that was, because there was no gem or anything. I'm not sure who was item dropping or why, but I want to look at that again later.
It may have been nothing. It's like, hey, you want to stick around? Like, this is a whole bunch of like.
Well,
Drum Endurance was dropped and destroyed by Febby. Okay, that's
see.
what it was.
I see.
Thank you very much to our stats, man.
Dropped it to get his butterfly
there were definitely 2 items on the ground at the time.
Yeah, he's gonna not care at all, as he has so much money on the Juggernaut anyway. He's just stashing bank. Going for a smoke here now.
Yeah, here comes LGD through the top. The tier 2 tower. There is an observer ward up here from MVP, with the sentry being dropped and then the wall. Like when you put up a kinetic field from an invisible target, it's a pretty big telegraph that LGD is moving down through your secret shop.
Question is, though, are you going to be able to react to this? A tier 2 tower, if you take a fight there and lose it, that might just be your lane of racks or even the game. So I think MVP are safer just fighting in their base. Probably going to give this up.
Yeah. Just fight in the better conditions.
That's what they have to do right now.
Yeah. Work around your buybacks. TA as well as Darkseer, they're the 2 which can come back.
Yeah,
but LGD don't really have to also pressure this. Like, it's not like they're on the clock.
They can always wait and get buyback on maybe, and even just wait up for the Octarine if they want to, and control the map. When you get maxed out level on Invoker, we've seen it time and time again, that around the world Deafening Blast is so big in teamfights. Xiaowei is going to be scouted by the ward here, so TP out, coming from Dubu.
Yeah, they're all just bailing back. MVP actually grouped up, look what looks to be, well, do we even have smokes?
They do not have one. Oh, they do have. Tusk just got his smoke, so.
Yeah, it's got Flom the Courier, so they're
look at the lanes,
together.
They're pinging it themselves. They're like, look at this mid and top. This is not doable.
You can't get away with it.
Yep. That's probably the most important lesson, I think, for people who don't play competitive. Just never smoke when this is happening.
At least MVP have some level of vision. They understand that LGD are on the southeast corner of the map, because they got an observer ward just still back behind that tier 2 tower of the Dire side. So they understand that LGD aren't farming their own jungle.
Yeah, that's some good vision at least for them. And they also have their own jungle worded up.
Yeah. So it's not a blind smoke.
This is where I would like LGD to just get a gem and play around with that. But instead they're opting to go for more item progression on pretty much everyone. They have a BKB on set. The Earth Spirit is now going to be BKB'd in the team fight.
Oh, good luck, MVP. Greaves going to be purchased by the Darkseer. He still has buyback available coming into this fight. If you actually do the check, it's Invoker, TA, as well as Darkseer, all with buybacks. Invoker can obviously just BT back to the front lines too. And actually, it looks like the BT is going to be used to go top lane. Maybe we'll push out this tier 2.
Well, this is elimination. This is often where we see teams play a little bit more safe when they get to this stage. LGD know they should not lose this game. And Xiao8 would probably never forgive himself if they pushed irrationally.
Well, until this next TI win, then he might be able to forgive himself.
Oh, the ward here. Going
MVP,
for a pickoff.
the jump, that damage, so big. Disruptor explodes, set the fan. Perfect from Farev, stopping the boulder away from Sepp. The Ice Blast will chill up a little bit too. So MVP, they were being sieged up, but they come out for a night assault.
Beautiful picks there for MVP, and that's what you need when you're behind. Any kill is going to net you so much money. And now TA getting closer to that point when she has MKB. When she gets that, the Juggernaut is going to be a possible kill even, despite his butterfly.
I don't want to say like the clock is still ticking, because there's still a Juggernaut and Invoker doing so much work.
When he gets Octarine on Invoker, yeah.
But is it actually still like good for LGD? Because the combo from MVP, I guess this game goes later. Okay, for Rev, okay, he's got Greaves, he'll surge away. Oh, no. He's in the trees. They're even snowballing to protect him and dragging him further up, and then away from the Forge Spirits, which were chasing him as well.
Don't die, Forev. We got your back. Help is coming.
Right now, we've got like double bodyguards.
Security is amazing here.
very tight in the Philippines.
Yep.
But yeah, with MVP, because you've got that big combo. If this game goes later, if TA actually becomes a lot stronger, Slider becomes a very, very tanky style hero, which maybe LGD cannot easily deal with.
They could turn it around. It's doable.
It's doable, but it looks very, very difficult. But like, does LGD fear that possibility? Like, they lose a big team fight up against MVP.
I think what you fear is not so much the heroes getting farmed, it's more about positioning. If you ever mess up positioning against MVP, they always have a draft that punishes
They're going to try and kill the Courier. Right now, they know the Monkey King bar is going to be purchased. The Courier got scattered up by the Observer Water, flies straight back over, maybe. Whoops!
Hey, it's
safe. What are we, baseball now?
Safe, Toby.
Slid his way back in again. And that's a big item. Like, if they could have like delayed that for a little bit, you'd know MP also wouldn't have buyback available. I say that when he's got 400 gold short of his buyback.
Yeah, he's getting so much money just surging in. Some kills definitely helps with that as well. The only thing for MVP right now is that Roche is soon to be respawning. When that happens, you need to take the fight. And you're on Radiant, it's a little bit harder to get there.
MVP are coming out to fight. Like, if Roshan's coming up, if you know the pressure can be applied to you, you bring in a 3-man gang squad. MP, QO, as well as Dubu together, are a pretty damn good gang squad. A lot of control, a lot of amplification.
Exactly.
And they were looking for the Invoker. The problem is, it's an Invoker with BTs. This guy is already on bottom lane. They'll realize this is he tornadoes the lane.
And that's what you really need for TA, though. Just a lot of stuns to hold the enemy in place. She kills them very quickly, but if they're not stunned up, Force Staffs and Ghost Scepters, all these things can come into play.
Well, defense all the way.
Xiao8 is basically a ward, by the way. He's been sitting here for a straight minute, I think, not moving.
just waiting inside of Roshan.
He's a statue.
Yep. He's like one of those street performers. Just wait for it, wait for it, wait for it, then you annoy him and he'll move.
Yep. Well, they need to know when Roshan respawns.
MP's got to finally finish off this damn tier 2 tower. Like, this is like almost like the 4th attempt they've had just to push in slightly and then attack into the tower. Oh, look, he blinks away. Like, he is so
Go
paranoid right now. It's like, wait for it. Oh, now I can easily take this money. Yeah. Keep the creep wave pressured out so Xiao8's clockwork rockets.
Both teams playing very careful here. Scared of each other and scared, of course, of the elimination from the tournament. Whoever loses this.
That's a long Roche spawn timer. So
it is.
LGD, like, this is actually working in favor of MVP because they're getting more and more time to like get buybacks on, like, they've got buybacks on all 3 core heroes. So LGD taking high ground against MVP, like, unless MVP completely blow their combo, MVP should be able to defend against LGD. Just thanks to the 3 buybacks. It'll be costly, but they could do it.
They should be, but that's the question as well. When they defend against it, if they have Aegis and if Invoker has buyback to travel back in, then buybacking in, killing them once is not going to be enough. You need to do it twice, Toby.
Well, there's your gem being picked up, but it's by the other side. It's by MVP. Febby just spent the money for it.
And it's going to be pretty nice because there has been wards outside their base almost all game long here. If he takes a little patrol, he'll find one at least.
And there's the one from LGD. So both teams get a 41-minute gem.
Scout on Roshan.
Yeah, they really want to know what's in there.
They saw the Slardar walking in as well, LGD.
Yeah, they have obs and sentries up too, so like this Roshan right now is most definitely under surveillance.
The TA trap is really good for it though, so MVP have a slight advantage in that they always know when it's coming up.
Yeah. With Vortex in there too, okay, well, this
Extra
is the easiest
vision.
thing. A Juggernaut illusion comes in, takes out TA trap, so it's up to Vortex to see it.
Oh, new TA trap is down. You can send one Juggernaut, but the traps are not going to run out.
Vortex sees it now, so MVP is aware that Roshan's alive. Meanwhile, in mid lane, maybe pick up over on the TA with Meteorite. It's Forev who's in trouble. Then again, he's got Greaves, so a quick dispel, a quick surge away. The Ice Blast is also on the way up towards the Ancients, hoping to catch up maybe as he retreats, but they kind of need the Invoker there too. Oh, Xiao Wei, hook shot over. A quick Force Staff comes out from Febby.
Yeah, he also had Refraction up, so he could blink there.
Oh, MP. Thank you very much to Refraction, again allowing you to blink if he needs to.
Yeah, definitely.
Seb starting up again.
Scary stuff here with LGD, and they're trying to make sure they get Roshan by pushing out top lane with Invoker. Invoker has to be careful though, they're going for him. And he gets out. Where is he?
Yeah, he's away.
Yeah.
Ice Wall plus Tornado. They know Aggressive's damage is more than enough to kill off Roshan. Looks like they're also going to give him the Immortality. This is, of course, our third one, so Cheese is available. Yeah. Ice Blast on the way, but it's going to be a little bit too late.
Dropping his blink, and Cheese goes over to Xiao Wei. Might even pass that over to the Invoker later on, but it's pretty damn good for Clockwork to have this.
I think Invoker is pretty much 6-slotted soon once he sells the drums and picks up, what, Scythe or whatever.
I'm very surprised he's going for the Plate Mail on Clockwork instead of going Blade Mail in this game. Blade Mail is pretty powerful here, but he could be looking for something bigger like Lotus Orbing.
He also might just be understanding he might be the AC guy, because you've already got one Shiva's Guard over on maybe.
That's true. It's a possibility.
Here comes LGD. So Aegis Immortal plus Cheese in hand. You got buybacks out. The crush pretty quick there. Aggressive dropping low on Forev. Gets a back wall on the back lines. Ice Blast also coming forward. The tier 3 tower is dropping down low, but that's the combination from MVP, which doesn't really get the much. The Omnislash. Forev is dragging him in. He bounced over to Febby, now aggressive inside the base. The AoE definitely blast pushing him back. The Hawk shot, the snowball! Stopping Xiao Wei from getting in. Aggressive still inside the base with the spin. He'll find the kill. Burning the Aegis Immortal. It's a 1-for-1 trade-off technically, just disruptive for the Ancient Apparition. They get the crush on Aggressive. They need to bring him down with the Mel Strike. Aggressive is gone! 90 seconds, Xiao Wei locks himself in, but who's locked in with who? Zap is gone! Xiao Wei used the cheese. He's dropping quickly too. The Meteorite, when you're near enough damage, you'll will it. They're burning with a snowball. It protects them all. The burn isn't there. QO, the Meteorite back in the well. He'll survive as well. 4 heroes lost for LGD.
What an amazing
they actually hold the line.
So far back, and that hold. The crowd is going completely insane with this.
And these are noise-cancelling headsets, but I'm hearing this entire crowd beautifully and clearly in my ears. LGD, they have hit a hurdle, a massive hurdle. They were about 16, 17k gold in front. The experience server 12k.
Hey, Toby.
It's not a swing. It's not the game. It's just hope for MVP to defend against LGD again.
Toby, you want to hear the saddest thing ever?
Tell me.
Disruptor died to Juggernaut running through the wall, giving Darkseer an illusion that then killed the Disruptor.
That is such a sad way to die.
Yeah, it had some decent DPS, that little illusion.
Yeah, well,
since he built completely stat heavy as well, that's a monstrous thing to happen.
And here you thought Forev's wall didn't really do that much. Like, it stopped LGD from getting that initial jump, and it did kind of split LGD up.
When you're playing Juggernaut and you have over 200 agility, make sure to walk around the wall, not into it.
It's rather difficult when you keep getting back through it too.
Yeah, but this time, actually he just saw red. He wanted to go in for that Omnislash, but the creep spawn came up as well. A lot of things went wrong there, and we see an interesting item being picked up here. One more way to give True Strike against the Butterfly as well.
Are we actually getting the most expensive item in the game?
The Bloodthorn is coming.
Oh.
Not there yet.
Bring on the crit.
Want to save his
LGD, 5-man smoke now. They want to try and find something. Obviously, there's no Roshan option for a very long time, but the bottom lane, they want to come in again. But the great thing about MVP with their lineup is a lot of low cooldowns for their big combinations. Like, even the BKBs now, they're already kind of low. It's a 7-second BKB for the Slaughter. The LGD are coming. You do actually have the jump option. Ancient Apparition's close. The Tuskar's the only one who's not really there. Now he TP's back. And well, they're inching
Oh, what's
forward.
happening?
Zeb goes for a QO. He's stunned up the back from Farev. Interrupts the combination. The jump on the back
aggressive.
lines of Juggernaut. He's mopped up the back lines. Now QO. The bash is there, but the damage is minimal. They need to start buying back. Tuskar back to the front lines. They just keep the battle going. Will it be enough? Farev is dropping aggressive. The shards. It keeps him out. He'll die from the fall from the tornado, however. So you'll have the Darkseer. Buyback is available, but LGD, they've already used their Omni Slash. That Juggernaut aggressive did so much work to give the advantage to LGD. Yep, they're coming in. The buyback from Darkseer, do you expend it?
You have to. You're going to lose your entire base if you don't.
Where's the BKB? Where's the combination? Aggressive starts to spin. There's your Darkseer buyback, and that's enough. LGD, they are walking away, but they're not disengaging. The Hawk shot from Xiaowei. He jumps in, but a quick blink away. The fact they can't get the crush. He's locked in the cogs. The Shards also trying to keep the rest of LGD out of this base. They're going to glimpse QO, but it's not to the point where they really wanted. It's not a good initiation for them. Tornado picks up 2. Maybe that's enough. Dubo on the front lines, aggressive. 2 swings. Brings him down to 500 HP. Snowball forward. Protected by the spin. Dubo goes for the flip. And then 4-star 2 different ways. Ascending the hill. The Ice Blast will fly in. QO with another crush. Maybe being caught out quickly. Do they have enough here? Sepp wants to bail out. The Xiaowei cogs locking QO in, but Farev, he wants something. The back pulling him in. Where's your damage though? It just doesn't exist. Febby can't lend aid.
Oh no,
They're going to
Febby.
glimpse him back in again. They're battling on all fronts right now. The Sunstrike, you can say goodbye to it. It's a dieback over on the Darkseer. MVP, they're running out of men.
So many buybacks, but no one is dying on LGD, and I think 3 heroes dead, no buyback. We might have our team, Toby.
This could be it. This could easily be it. But you're going to take 1 lane of Rax. How much more does LGD go for? We've seen teams play defensive in elimination games like this. They want to push for the top. They want to get megas. There's no fortification from MVP to slow down this fight. The tier 4 towers are under siege. Febby's dragging the creep wave back off, but LGD say goodbye to melee, say goodbye to range, and say hello to megas.
And they're going to say hi to the Ancients as well, going in for it.
Yeah, tier 4 towers, can they do it? Now, well, the jump up with the spin, Ancient Apparition, Febby blown apart. They don't have anything really. Without that Ice Blast, they can't control the heal, the sustain from LGD, and GG well played. LGD will push the limit by MVP, but LGD will triumph, and they will be the ones to face up against Team Liquid in the next round in the lower bracket.
What an amazing series, so well played by MVP, by both these teams. I am thoroughly impressed. I thought LGD would take this, but I thought they would take it more easily. MVP fought so hard for this.
They really, really did, and you can see the strength of MVP. The reason why a lot of teams fear MVP is the fact that their team fights are just so chaotic, so wonderfully timed, but LGD, they stepped up to the plate. They did the same thing as well. I want to give massive props. Like, the Invoker's positioning was great. Aggressive with that Blink Dagger. He never wanted to drop it. That jump on the back line, taking out the Ancient Apparition so quickly, removing Dubu the Tuskar as well. That, for me, was the critical point. That was the moment when LG finally found a way to break the base.
Through and through, just amazing play by both teams. I think MVP, they just know so many mechanical little things. The force staffing into the side of the map to push you further away.
Yep.
That's just one of those little things that put them ahead of their teams. But LGD, they were composed enough to take this in the big teamfight engagements and finally ending it.
Yeah, you still want to give massive props to MVP. A lot of people had them up in the top 3. Most actually had them as number 1 for this event, coming off the back of some good land of victories. You thought maybe they could actually take this major, actually have a Korean team win a big Valve event. Hasn't happened yet. They've come close a couple of times, but I can't wait to see these guys playing over a TI. And this crowd is so amazing. They welcome MVP so well. They were definitely behind him.
Oh, definitely. You gotta give it up to him. I want to watch their Dota so many more times, different events, and I want to see him go all the way one of these days.
It's because they're entertainment central. Yeah. You know, every time you have an MVP game, you're going to walk away with a smile on your face.
As casters, when we get our schedules, we're like, oh, I got an MVP.
Yeah!
It's just amazing to watch.
Absolutely love it. LGD, we give them props to. They all advance through to the next round. They'll have themselves a short break. I can't wait for the next series as well, that winners bracket final. But the people who know most about that is going to be our panel.
Thank you very much. Toby 1 and Wagga in our first series. Thank you very much for the awesome commentary on that best of 3 that went all the way, right down to the very wire. MVP trying to take LGD out, but failing in the end. And LGD will advance to the top 4. MVP now go home with $1,000. Hopefully no more homeless sleeping for Febby. Fogs, went down to the wire. MVP did play well, but not well enough. LGD just seems so strong right now.
Yeah, honestly, their teamwork was just incredible. They pulled out a clockwork, which you haven't really been seeing much, made it work, but I really have to just say, like, September really came out this game. He really came to shine. He's been struggling a bit in some of the games, but his Earth Spirit performance in this game was just absolutely spectacular. He was everywhere he needed to be. His spell usage was almost perfect in every single situation. Huge props to him.
Yeah, 8-6-17 on him. From your point of view, Winter, you went with your SEA homeboys, and it hasn't paid off, but they played well this tournament.
Yeah, like I said again, LGD adapted well. The clockwork pick, in my opinion, was really good because the previous series, they were picking a lot of big cooldowns. This series, clockwork, low cooldown, good for up-pace game, and it obviously worked against MVP.
Black, thoughts?
For this game, I'm surprised MVP was in it as long as they really were. They were so far behind early on. Aggressive and Sepp both, they just won them all the team fights. Yeah. That Earth Spirit was just so amazing. He had like 4 or 5 heroes with magnetizes, and then he refreshed the duration of that like 3 or 4 times. It was just incredible performance by him. But I'm really happy for MVP because, as we said before, they were so far behind early on, like a 5k gold deficit, and then they still just fought back. They made their combos with Darkseer work again, and they were almost able to come back, but in the end it just wasn't enough. But they're definitely eyesight to see for.
Yeah, we'll have a look at the highlights in just a moment. There were a couple of big fights that MVP took. One on 12 minutes and one a bit later on, Fog, that had you kind of thinking, this isn't quite so straightforward for LGD.
You usually look at these games and you're like, man, these huge, these like massive skirmishes and everything. You'd think that they would benefit MVP a lot, and it was kind of going both ways. But we're looking at, it was a 13-minute game, and I think we had like 20, maybe even 30 kills at one point. It was ridiculous, just the back and forth coming out from both teams. But that's just playing into MVP. But LGD was just able to capitalize on it so much more, just because of their heroes, their positionings, and them being dire also, I think, played a huge part into this game. They were able to go into the Roshan pit constantly. Even though MVP had the Templar Assassin traps and the AA Ice Vortex constantly, it wasn't enough to really like bring out that evenness in those fights, because even though, LGD did have like, sometimes the fights were quite even, but they'd pull ahead because of an objective.
I feel they were just like riding on their experience too. So many fights, they lost 1 or 2 heroes, and then the other 3, they just walked in and they were so sure that they would win the team fight, and then they actually ended up winning because they trusted each other so much, and that's what we always give them props for. The team fight execution and their team play in general, and we really saw it in this game.
Yeah, but there's like some weakness in the build though. Like I think I mentioned this before, when you go Armlet first on Slada, if the game is going fine, early game, and you get your blink in a reasonable timing, then it doesn't affect the whole team that much. But this game, because they were behind, and he went for a similar build, so there were a few situations where, because he didn't have the blink, then it was really difficult for his team to actually make a move.
And on top of that, what we saw in game 1 repeated itself. The TA was really poor. He couldn't afford a Desolator really early, so they did not have damage in those fights.
Yeah, and I actually thought the Armlet might work out a little bit better in this game, because usually you don't really see the Tusk being in those situations, but Tusk can kind of be your own delivery system, but he wasn't really able to use that. He was using the Snowball in a very defensive manner, which worked a lot of the time, but I guess QO just was kind of depending on a little bit more, and the Armlet didn't really pay off.
Yeah, because of the laning phase. They lost the laning phase. So everything didn't feel like it was going smoothly for MVP, like with their item selections.
Those small skirmishes though, we saw it happen so many times. He blinked in with the Slaughter, and then he got glimpsed back, then he ran out again, and then he got hooked, and then he was caught inside of the cogs until they actually had 2 force deaths. He died every single time, even though he survived for like 20 seconds, he just couldn't get away. Like we see it right there, he's stuck there for like 10 seconds, and then he finally dies off because of all the damage over time spells.
And this is the LGD spell usage that we're used to seeing, just coordinated, just absolutely coordinated and perfect.
Yeah, like if you run in and you don't win the team fight, it's very difficult for Slada to actually escape from those heroes.
Yeah.
Like being behind from the laning phase, thanks to the Earth Spirit, was just so difficult for MVP.
I was debating with you guys as well. We were going to give the MVP to either Sepp, Sepp or Aggressive. Aggressive's presence early on really made it very easy for LGD to be ahead in those fights. Most carries we would just see farm away, but he TP'd like at every chance he had. He was there like pretty much every fight, He was almost there in every kill. He was involved, and I don't know. It was just an amazing performance by both of them.
I loved his item build as well this game, going for the phase, the drum, and then maybe you don't like it so much, but on Juggernaut it was very appropriate. The Manta style was absolutely necessary this game, and you could see in the multiple fights, everything just, their item decisions just were absolutely perfect. The 4-staff usage as well is just, it's spectacular to watch. Like it's beautiful, it really is.
Usually what we see from Juggernauts that go that item build, they still kind of keep farming and try to go back into the Battle Fury, but he really understood that item build and he just kept fighting with his team, and I really enjoyed that.
They had an Invoker, so there was another core. Maybe if he was the single core, then I would agree that he needed to go back for the Battle Fury so that he actually farms the whole map. Yeah. But in this case, they have an Invoker for secondary damage.
Have you seen the Juggernaut in late game with Alacrity? He was hitting like almost 5 times per second. It was some crazy attack speed.
Yeah, and he built all like stat items, agility items, and that's pretty much, in a way, a counter to Slardar. You know, you're building up armor off of these items, and you're not really worrying too much about the amplified damage. You have multiple tools to remove it. He even built a diffusal as well on top, so he had his own form of catch and another way to get rid of that. To get rid of the amplified damage.
The diffusal was really great this game. Like against the Surge, against TA, against Slardar, they kind of get kited so badly.
Yeah, exactly. It's like such spectacular spell usage here. Febby does get out, but Zhao 8 follows up with the hook shots multiple times, and it was just a picture of perfect moments, like so many times in a row. Like the 2-man cog into Disruptor ulti, like Black was mentioning, even before the game started, you could see how well the Disruptor worked out versus the Slardar.
And what we really have to highlight from both teams, there were so many 4-steps on the course that were caught out. Like 2 4-steps on the Slardar there, then 2 4-steps on the Juggernaut, getting pushed behind the cogs, and then he's saved there. It was just incredible team play by both teams.
This is where he drops his drum to pick up his butterfly. Febby kills it really quickly, and but it's not really that big of a deal. But it's a nice little cheeky game.
You were like going ham when that happened. Like you were like, what item was broken?
Like, I thought maybe he dropped the butterfly by accident. I was like, oh my god, no way, that would be horrible.
That would have been crazy if he lost the butterfly there.
Yeah.
Might have actually been game losing.
Yeah, at this point in the game, it's almost done. LGD have almost got the job done, but MVP's fights were fantastic.
How much Dubu did with having, what, 3,000 net worth on a Tuskar at the 40-minute mark, that snowball pretty much won them this entire engagement.
Yeah. What was also a bit unusual is the creep wave just spawned and Juggernaut just randomly ulted in there, and that was really costing them because he died twice at the tier 4 towers with the Aegis, and at that point, you could argue MVP was staging a comeback, but then in the end, LGD didn't allow it to happen.
Yeah, I think
they were just too far ahead.
They were too far ahead, and I think if MVP could have won a couple more fights, it could have really turned around the game.
And we see a weakness with Slardar too, right? He was really poor. He was the third highest net worth in his team, I think, or second.
He was the lowest among the cores.
Yeah. And if you're not farm with Slardar, you won't do well in late game. We have seen it many times in this tournament. If you can't keep up with farm, you won't be that good.
Yep, very single target heavy, and yeah, you're not really that tanky until you get like that heart build and maybe even AC. You don't really have damage.
They were just basically relying on the vacuum combo. There was like not much they could do after that because they were very far behind. If the combo doesn't land, there was no way they could have won the fights.
And that's where I really liked. You know, we're saying that like MVP kind of lacked a bit of damage in a way, and that's why I really think that LGD's item decision just really shined. Aggressive going for the Scotty as well as the Manta. He's just super tanky at that point. MMY going for the 4-staff Glimmer Cape, which he pretty much always does. Lots of different forms of saving your teammates. And the same thing, like September goes for his Veil, then he goes straight into a BKB. He didn't opt for the Blink Dagger, but it was just perfect. And yeah, I think he really deserves it. I mean, he stood out so well, so much in this game.
If you play like him, you really don't need a Blink Dagger, man. He was always on spot with all his builds.
Yeah, September taking the MVP in this particular game. We talk a lot about MMY and we talk about Zhao 8 and aggressive and maybe. We haven't really mentioned September at all the way through the tournament, but quietly he's having quite a good tournament as well.
Yeah, he's adapting and fitting in really nicely.
He had some bad games, but I think this game he really did like step up his game.
Yeah, the Enchantress game was pretty much lackluster, you could say, but I think on the main stage he's been performing almost better and better every single game that they've been there.
He's a bit unstable, but the more he's playing, the more he seems.
He's a new player, so it's expected that he's unstable. Like there will be bad games from him.
He's very new, right?
Yeah, very new indeed. So new, in fact, that we haven't had a chance to interview him. So let's do that now with Sir Action Slacks.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We have got the wonderful, the amazing September here from LGD. Can we give it up a moment? And our wonderful translator, Helen. How you guys doing?
Good. 你现在感觉如何？
我现在感觉很兴奋吧，因为又活下来了。 进入前四嘛，4前4吧。
I feel great right now, excited. I finally lived, and I'm top 4.
All right, that's great to hear, man. Congratulations. So, first question for you. You have had thousands of games of Phoenix in pubs. You're great at the hero, but your team's only picked it once. They don't seem to prioritize it for you. Can I ask you why?
我们发现你打了好多盘，超过1000盘的凤凰，但是好像你们队伍不会优先你的凤凰，这是为什么呢？
是看对面队伍的英雄选择吧。我的凤凰不一定都是一手选的，但其实这个 BP 我还是不透露吧。就是不想透露 BP 嘛。
We have to look our opponent's draft, so we don't prioritize my Phoenix, and I don't want to leak our strategies.
Oh, okay, another one of those secret strats. All right, I got you there. So you're a newish player in the Chinese scene, but you're on this team with all these very old, experienced Dota players. Do you feel like your style is fundamentally different than theirs?
你是相当新的一个选手，但是你跟那么多老将一起打比赛，你觉得你自己的打法跟他们有哪些不一样吗？
因为我是新人嘛，所以说我打法可能比较偏保守一点，但是我会很听指挥的。
Because I'm a new player, I actually think that my play style is a bit more traditional, but I will listen to everything they tell me to do.
Oh, okay. All right, so next question for you. I want to know, give it to me straight, what is more competitive? Is it the games of Dota here in the Manila Major, or is it the games of ping pong that I see all the Chinese teams playing at night in the hotel? Which one is the real game at?
请你就是很认真，就是很诚实的回答我们。你觉得这次特锦赛的比赛是比较紧张，还是酒店里面中国队伍打的乒乓比较紧张？
还是比较紧张吧。那个酒店里的，哎，问题是什么？忘了。你重复一下吗？我刚没听清楚。
Who wants to repeat the question?
Oh, one more time. All right, what's more competitive for you guys? Is it the Dota at the Manila Major, or is it the ping pong matches I've seen all of these teams playing in China at the hotel after the event?
你觉得是特锦赛的 DOTA 竞争比较激烈，还是在酒店的乒乓球局比较激烈？
那肯定是 DOTA 比较激烈啊。
Of course, it's Dota.
Okay, see, it was a bad question. I don't know why you made me repeat it. Now it's even worse, but all right, no worries. Okay, so we don't know that much about you. I mean, it's like your Animage in Team 2, or in Game 2. I mean, there was hardly anything there. So can you give me some information about you, finally? Where'd you get your name from?
我们知道你的资料就跟第二盘迪法师的打的钱一样那么少，能不能跟我们说一下你的 ID 是从哪里来的呢？
我的 ID 取自一部小说吧，一个女主角，我很喜欢她，所以说取了这个 ID。
My name actually came from a female lead from a novel. I really liked her.
Oh, beautiful. Can I ask what novel it was?
可以问一下是哪一部小说吗？
善良的死神。善良的死神。
善良的死神。
Ah, yes, one of my favorites. Beautiful. All right, man, you've been so calm. I'm going to try to hype you up here, okay? You've had the same journey as Team Liquid, eliminated from the upper bracket, but stomped all your lower brackets. But this will be the first time that you face off against Team Liquid. Only one of you is making it forward. I can see. You're feeling the hype. All right, will it be LGD?
你们跟 Liquid 的就是整个赛程都差不多，也是从胜者组打到败者组，然后再打上去。你觉得谁能留下？
嚣张点的说话，肯定是我们送他们上飞机。
Well, I hope that we can send them on their planes home.
Whoa! All right, we've got a hype answer. All right, man, give it up to me. Come on. Yes! Okay. Well, we'll see if LGD will be taking out Team Liquid later. But for now, let's head back to the panel. Thank you so much for your time, and we'll see you soon, Mr. Redeye.
Thank you very much. Sir Action Slacks there with September. A new addition to LGD just in 2006. In fact, hadn't played in a professional team since until the start of January this year, and finds himself in the top 4 here at the Manila Major. Great performance by him and his team. Let's talk about MVP and just wrap up on them. They've had a good tournament. Perhaps falling a little short, do you think, Fogged, in their expectations?
No, I think that they should be pretty happy with that. Of course, they want to win this tournament, but I think that they came out, they played really well. 2-0 Liquid as well, in such an incredible manner, taking out EG as well, like, in such an incredible manner as well. I think that they should be pretty happy with the way that they played.
Black, when you look back on their performances, is it disappointing, do you think, to see them not go further forward? They played such exciting Dota for us. They had that fantastic game against Liquid in the upper bracket. Almost Liquid might be disappointed not to get some revenge on these guys.
I'm happy for MVP because they showed a lot of potential, but also they showed a lot of weaknesses that they definitely know themselves too now. And they will have around 2 months? Around 2 months to work them out. And I think they're definitely a high-level contender to be invited for TI. So they will have 2 months to fix their problems, and I think they're pretty happy with their performance here. Maybe they wanted to be top 4 again like they were before, but you know, you lost to Liquid. I mean, you lost to who did they lose? NEWBEE?
LGD.
Oh, yeah, I mean in the winner bracket.
That's a good question. Actually.
Oh, OG, yeah. You lost to OG, who looked to be unstoppable right now, and then you lose to LGD right now, who adapted so perfectly. Like, I don't think you can be mad at yourself for that.
Yeah, definitely not. Like, playing versus LGD in that manner, and like you just said, LGD's been adapting and just kind of playing better and playing a different style. I think that they should be really happy, honestly.
Yeah, they can be disappointed, but this is definitely not the last we'll see from them. They'll definitely get much better with time.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to wrap things up on this particular panel with some social media questions now. We've had them coming in all day long. As ever, if you want to ask us a questions on the panel, put them to the experts, you can do so by tweeting at PGL Esports. We've got one more here. What are the unique Manila things you've experienced so far? Comes from Edvina. What have you tried? Have you tried anything local? Any local delicacies?
No local delicacies, but I did have to say that one view that I did have over the Manila Bay was quite beautiful. It wasn't just because of how the view was or anything. It was like the way everything was, how far you could see. You could see all the boats and everything. You'd see multiple layers of clouds, the mountains, and it was just a really beautiful sight, honestly.
Anything local from Winter?
Playing Real Wolf with Paul, if that's considered.
I don't think that's particularly Filipino, but
come on.
We've done a few things like that at various times. Black?
For me, it's the thank you, sir, at the hotel.
Yeah,
like,
yeah, it's super polite.
It is so nice. Like you wake up, you go down to breakfast, you hear those like cheerful and happy people. You're like, yeah. It's gonna be a good day.
No one tried the eggs.
No.
I tried the eggs before.
No. Yeah.
Oh, you mean the
balut?
Balut, yeah.
No balut.
No balut for you?
No balut for me.
That's definitely not for me either.
I'm more like the fried egg person.
Yeah, eggs. I mean, eggs for breakfast this morning, 4 of them.
Yeah, I ate 4 eggs today for breakfast.
Eggs for dinner.
It's good. It's healthy.
It is. You shouldn't eat more than 4, though. It's gonna be bad for your heart.
Oh, okay.
But you can't eat more than 4.
Life advice.
You can, but you shouldn't.
Life advice from Black.
I mean,
everybody, take it.
Who needs Google Medical? We've got Black. And on that note, we're going to end the first segment of the day. Our first series is done. There are just 4 more series to go, and we will know who the champion of the Manila Major is. Coming up next, it's the upper bracket final.
Next matchup, OG versus NEWBEE.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Manila Major. It is day 5, championship weekend, and the next matchup is a big one. Highly anticipated, OG versus NEWBEE. The revenge match from Epicenter takes place in the upper bracket. We've got 3 brand new panel members. Let's introduce them right now. We've got Charlie back once more. We've also got LD, and we've got PPD, everyone. Good to have you with us, Peter. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. Glad to be here.
Enjoying the weather and the hotel and everything else?
It's a little warm, but it's a nice change of pace.
Yeah, and you've had, dare I say it, without being too mean, plenty of time to enjoy it.
Yeah, I had a great time. I've been experiencing everything the hotel has to offer.
Charlie, how you doing?
Great. Well, you know, Peter, you can always join us back up here. Join me back up here if you're not a fan of sinking ships.
I appreciate the offer. Maybe I'll be up here at TI. Who knows?
Who knows?
Wow. Peter actually burning himself there, just preemptively burning himself in case Charlie came out with anything. LD, how you doing?
Well, I mean, the good news is, Peter, you quite likely would be there one way or another, but I don't know. Charlie, not so sure about that.
Whoa.
How the past panels have been going. Whoa. I mean, I actually, for me, this panel is an opportunity to talk about something really important, Peter, and that's the new EG roster. I know you can't say too much about it right now. You know, there's rumors flying around who's coming back, who's going to be joining the fold. Maybe there won't be any changes at all. We'll have to see, but I have an idea on how to make EG great again.
LD, you can't play for EG.
Okay.
You can't play for them.
Well, first of all, you should pick me. But if you won't pick me, all I'm saying is Charlie left the team. Things haven't been going so well since then. You need to bring back Charlie, Peter.
Hey.
Charlie is what's missing in EG. You guys shouldn't be fighting. You should be working together. We've had the kiss cam here. A lot of the fans have not cooperated. This is your opportunity to kiss, make up. EG needs you.
Maybe next year.
I'm a veggie esports man now.
That's true.
Yeah, I'll see you in the open qualifiers.
We did ask Charlie to be our sub, and he chose veggie over us. So
how does that make you feel?
Nah, it's okay.
Like you have a better chance at winning, probably.
It's disappointing, but life goes on.
All right, let's focus on this next matchup. It is a big one, Charlie. OG NEWBEE, we've been waiting for this almost all the way through. We've seen their paths through the bracket. You saw them on the opposite sides of the upper bracket, and from that moment on, we were like, ooh, I wonder whether we get these two. We've got the matchup. Should we be excited, or are we going to be let down in some way here?
No. You should be excited for almost every matchup at this point. All these teams have elevated their play so much. It's incredible to see how these guys have progressed throughout this tournament.
And Peter, what do you make of these two teams?
Coming to this tournament, I actually was not too sure about OG, but they kind of seem like this team that shows up at tournament time, which is really great for them. We practiced against them a lot, actually, and we actually did relatively well, which is why I'm surprised, because we did so poorly and they're doing so well. But things are clicking this tournament. They found this play style that's really working for them. They have a very unique way to play the game, and it's kind of fitting in with the meta. I think they're really matching up well against these other aggressive Chinese/C teams.
And NEWBEE, they had that massive run, that 29-game run. They were great at Epicenter until they hit Liquid.
Sure.
And everyone was saying, no, they've played in China. It doesn't really it's not that big a deal. They haven't really won that many games. And then suddenly they come out and they play internationally and they blow everyone away.
Yeah, Chinese teams have definitely shown up this event and have been doing really well. NEWBEE is one of the, they were kind of like the favorite Chinese team coming into this tournament, I think. And Liquid was probably my favorite to win this tournament, so it's not too surprising to see them lose to them at Epicenter. But NEWBEE has, once again, their own playstyle. I think they play very similar to MVP. I'm not sure how the matchup against OG, but I bet they learned a lot from watching that previous matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. We had some rankings. I don't know whether you had a chance to see the rankings that we put up. There were analysts ranked 1 to 16 the teams in order.
Yeah.
And then the community also did the same thing.
Didn't you guys have Wings at 4 or something?
Yeah, I think Wings was top 4.
Wings at
2.
I had them first. Mistakes were definitely made.
It's been a wild tournament. It always is, though. Every major, the majors have been pretty tame. I think TI5 was pretty crazy in terms of results. A lot of unexpected things.
You did okay there, right?
For sure. Yeah, things really worked out for us. And that's what I figured out in life.
Everyone has their theories, right? Like Swindles, truly believed in NA Dota. He gave some confident speeches.
I mean, you just do your best every time, and maybe maybe things will work out, maybe they won't.
Well, we might not have any NA Dota teams here on the main stage, but at least we have this panel, guys.
This is big boy Dota, top 4. There's no more room for North America.
Yeah. So who did you have at number 1, Liquid?
I had Liquid and MVP are my 2 favorites.
Okay.
So
you surprised to see MVP go out in 5th seed?
Yeah, I am. I think that they don't match up well against the teams that they're playing. That's all.
What was the difference for you then between how they performed against Liquid in the upper bracket, which was sensational, and then how they've matched up against LGD?
Sure, I think that they just play this tri-core, run-at-you style, and LGD and OG, for example, are just great at knowing when to group up and knowing when they can win fights. And MVP is just always fight, and they never slow down. Like, if there's a fight that they probably shouldn't be taking, MVP is taking it. And they team fight so well that sometimes they win these fights against teams that aren't as good as them. But when you're playing against teams like LGD and OG who know what they're doing, it's kind of hard to pull that off.
Are you saying Liquid didn't know what they were doing?
No, I think Liquid plays differently. They play like their own style, and I think that NEWBEE just matches up much better against them than other teams.
Okay, we're going to get more thoughts from all three. It's great having you here, Peter. And we will cover both teams shortly, but we do need them to the main stage, so let's introduce them now.
The Frankfurt Major champions are now back and stronger than ever. Blessed with one of the most gifted players of the modern era in Miracle, Crit and his teammates create the space for this 9K MMR prodigy to work his magic. A blend of character and charisma, this team is on the brink of a return to dominance after being humbled in Shanghai. This could be their moment.
Welcome on stage, OG!
Ultimate mid-game brawlers, ruthless to the core. They are one of the biggest winners of the Chinese reshuffle. Their undefeated path of destruction in the qualifiers led them here. With a phenomenal record and 3 TI winners, Hao, Mu, and Xuan, they will masterfully capitalize on any single mistake with jaw-dropping precision.
Welcome on stage, NEWBEE!
Here we go then, upper bracket final hype. Tell your mothers, your brothers, your sisters, your cousins, and absolutely everyone you know. It's time to watch some Dota 2. Peter, we'll start with OG. You've already said, great team. What is it about them that sets them apart when they come to these majors? What is it that makes them click?
Well, last major they didn't do so well, but they won Frankfurt, and they just kind of made this giant run through the lower bracket and just took everyone by surprise. Nobody really thought, like, they were a pretty good team, but how good are they? And I think that they really showed up at this tournament.
Is there a mixture of like patches being introduced and these guys being really good early in patches, having deep hero pools? What is it?
Sure. At the Frankfurt major, they were kind of known as the cheese team because they played the Alchemist, they played Meepo, Huskar, like they had all these strategies. And here you kind of see them, you know, those heroes got nerfed. They didn't do so well at Shanghai, but they kind of restructured their team and figured out some strategies that really worked for them, and they're really putting that into effect here.
Yeah, definitely catching
Manila.
teams out, Charlie, aren't they?
Yeah, you know, something that you mentioned when we were back at MDL, the reason that they were doing so well there is that they had such a positive attitude. They didn't get down on themselves, and they had a culture of really supporting each other. And I think it's really interesting to note that OG in contrast with maybe NEWBEE, where Hao, Chuan have had a history of not being the greatest teammates.
Well, when they're winning, everything's great. These guys are very outspoken. They can really provide a lot of passion and motivation for the team. But when things start getting rough, these are also the first guys to get frustrated. They're very emotional players. You see it even in their in-game decision-making, as well as just outside of the game. I still remember at TI2, I went backstage and you know, it was the first game that IG had gotten rolled by the play by Navi, and Chuan was just ripping them a new one. Sometimes that's what you need, but you have to find the balance, right, with also keep
Yeah.
your teammates positive.
Absolutely. I mean, back when IG was at Star Ladder, a lot of us had a pretty interesting time watching. Like, the Star Ladder cameraman loved focusing on Chuan whenever something would go wrong, and you could just see him turn to his teammates and start yelling.
He has a very expressive face. Like, you can tell if he's mad.
I think that one of the very interesting things is when this previous roster shuffle happened after, like, right before the last roster lock, OG was one of the teams that was like, don't talk to us, we're staying as a team, like, don't poach our players, like, we're good. And like everyone else was like trying to figure out what was happening.
Juggling and
OG
rumors.
OG was like, you know, we're committed to each other until TI, and that's like something you don't find very often these days. So
loyalty is hard to come by.
Exactly, and I think that's what makes a really, really strong team.
Yeah, I mean, it was the story of TI5, right? There was so much talk about unity, and I think the CDAC like team profile video is probably the biggest example of that, really. And the teams that went deep at that event, I know you talked about after, were the teams that had an identity, that had one purpose. There was no clash of leadership. There was no like conflict of styles. Everyone was working together for a single
and one
goal.
great thing for OG is that they have such a polarizing player in Miracle who just like they just play around him. They're basically like almost four supports at sometimes. I mean, No-Tail kind of takes this role as like, I'm going to make sure you stay alive, and I'm going to go in first and, you know, take the gank. And
I think the No-Tail quote still sums it up for me.
I think it's really interesting that you picked that up, actually. We've got the mid matchup in this particular game, and we brought it up because actually, in the last series, Charlie, No-Tail actually had an absolutely brilliant series, almost outshone Miracle.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he won his lane. How often have we said that about Miracle in the past? Very, very rarely. And, you know...
Miracle?
No-Tail. No-Tail won his lane.
Keep it together, Charlie.
And, you know, it's a lot of credit, again, to the culture of the team where he had been underperforming for a long time. Maybe a lot of teams in his position would have looked to replace a player or whatever, but no, Fly, what a nurturing man, what a nurturing captain, said, no, it's okay, we're going to support you, and gave him time, and look where he is now, winning lanes.
Like a flower, he has blossomed.
Yes.
Those two are like peas in a pod, though, aren't they, Fly and No-Tail?
Yeah, they've been together for a really long time, those guys. Little bit of a departure when Fly went to the dark side and played for North America with Cole, but now they're back together.
Short-lived experiment.
Yes. We also have that going on. We'll talk about that in the Liquid game a little bit later on. The former Cloud9 winners, as they're now being dubbed, they seem to win every major. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, you know,
Cloud9.
separating perhaps is a good thing for those guys.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah,
sure.
One of them won.
I mean, there's
Shanghai.
no doubt that they were good players. It's just sometimes you got to find the right team to mesh with.
Sometimes you just need a change of scenery, you know, really nice weather, and things just seem to click.
Okay. What about NEWBEE's chances in this particular matchup, LD? Because they've been fantastic all the way through the tournament. They've lost one game out of all of the ones that they played at this tournament, and they went 16-0 in the qualifiers. So that's a long run of 26 games and won.
And most importantly, they already played OG, and they beat them 2-0 in the group. So they have the head-to-head matchup advantage. This is the strongest-looking team for me on paper, as well as in terms of performance. To me, they're the complete package. The one slight weak point I do see is KP's play has been a little bit suspect at times. I heard that the team was a little concerned about him, but for the most part, he stepped up when he needed to. How and Moo definitely shouldered the load from the core role, and I think NEWBEE are definitely the favorites in this matchup.
Yeah, and when I talked to OG this morning, usually they're pretty confident about who they're playing against, but today they're like a little shaky. I think they still are confident. I think they still have a plan, but you know, they said we looked at NEWBEE. They don't really have any glaring weaknesses. It's hard to really exploit anything that they do.
You were supposed to be the OG guy on the panel, Charlie. You said you believed in them. You flopped rather quickly.
No. I still do, and I'm still going to pick them. But you know, we're talking about NEWBEE. I got to give credit to the other team.
We aren't quite at predictions yet. Just, you know,
I'm just saying. I'm already sensing a little.
Hold it together, otherwise Peter will be a tennis net, and we don't want him to do that right now. In terms of the way that NEWBEE are built, Peter, and the way that they perform, what are those weaknesses that you can analyze?
I'm just worried that they're going to try and take these fights like MVP did in the previous series when they're just not ready. They're going to pick these three cores. OG's going to pick these defensive supports, and when they clash 5-on-5, if it's going to be based on their levels and not their items. And in the early game fights, it's more about how much experience your supports have and how much they can bolster your cores. And OG's been doing a really good job doing that throughout the entire tournament. So
I also want to ask you about the walk-on, because you've obviously done it. You've walked onto this stage in front of this crazy crowd. what does it do to you? Because and Charlie's had me a couple of times on it. I still think when you walk out, you can read people and how they are. Are they nervous? Are they okay? Are they confident? Because when they came out, No Tail looked a bit off to me, and that would suggest some stress. But talk to me. What is it like?
I don't know. I think that all these players up there are pretty experienced. KPI is kind of a new face, I guess.
I mean, he was at TI.
Okay.
He's played on stages before.
Yeah.
He had that great run with MVP.
Sure. It's like, I don't know. I think we're used to it. The crowd here is very welcoming, so I'm sure they're all just excited to play.
Okay, all right. Let's get to the predictions then, Charlie. Is it OG or is it NEWBEE?
I'm picking OG, man. I think, how broke FY. He gave Moose Stockholm Syndrome. I think he's maybe one loss away from breaking Kaka. We'll see.
I would totally buy that if this were after a loss, but they haven't lost yet.
No,
they're not tilting yet, Charlie.
They haven't, but I believe in Sebastian. I believe in OG. I think they've done their preparation for their match. I'm not going against them this time.
Okay, LD?
I think NEWBEE are the favorites coming in. They beat them 2-0. This is a team of veterans. They, to me, are the complete package. They have incredible play from the support role. We've talked about that, I know, on the panel in some of the previous segments. I just think they have shown primarily an attack-oriented, very aggressive style of draft, but I also think this is a team that can adjust if need be.
Okay, Peter?
So then it's up to me
to
make it. Okay, so yeah, I'll definitely go with NEWBEE. I think that they're going to win 2-1. I think that they watched the MVP series, the team I said they play very similarly to, and they probably learned a lot from that, watching that matchup. I think that if they learn from that series, I think they'll do really, really well. If they didn't learn from that series, I expect more of the same and OG to group up early and just dominate.
So I take it no Charlie EG reunion anytime
soon. All right, look, it's all on Kaka here. Like, a lot of the people at this tournament have said, he makes all the decisions. It's very much all on him, and it's a lot of pressure to put on one person. I mean, come on, you know what it's like being the sole captain and there's a baby whining in your ear.
You got like a slight smirk out of him. That wasn't bad.
Yeah, not bad, not bad. Social media predictions are also in, so let's take a look at the Twitch predictions. They are 71-29 in favour of OG. I think that's going along with the crowd here in Manila, and 72-28 on Twitter. So heavy backing for OG, Charlie. You've got at least the social media and the crowd with you.
I want to see what the QQ predictions are. What are they saying on Weibo?
It's like 90-10.
98-2.
For NEWBEE, like, come on.
Oh, come on, those numbers are inflated just like the stream numbers.
Oh, brilliant. Yeah, okay. So social media predictions in. We're not too far away from the draft. Charlie, what are we expecting?
Like Peter said, I think you'll see very much. I think you'll see these teams stick to the style that they're comfortable in the beginning, and then, depending on how the first game goes, you'll see adjustments coming up.
Okay, Peter, do you think there's anything that either team will highlight as dangerous heroes they don't want to give each other?
I think Lifestealer is going to be potentially let through, or
you think it'll be let through?
I'm not sure. It's definitely going to go first two, though.
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody's going to let it through, because I think that How plays just like the best lifestealer right now. So.
And it really opens up their laning options as well. Like we can go to the off lane on the hero if need be. They can run KP on something greedier, or they can just play the safe lane, How lifestealer and snowball with that.
I think they're going to last pick KPI's hero. That's pretty much the trend of this entire tournament. He seems to be like one of the most versatile players in terms of hero pool. So they'll just look at the game and they'll be like, what hero is going to win us this match? And then that's going to be KPI's hero.
Yeah, okay. Let's talk about support heroes. OG have favoured Earth Spirit Phoenix over the last 3 months, whereas the Lion Doom has been the preferable ones for NEWBEE. Do we expect them to go back to that, or have they kind of fallen away other than Earth Spirit?
I think you'll see something similar with, I mean, Tron Lion is a staple for NEWBEE. Yeah. It's very flexible, allows them to run a lot of different lineups. It does so much for them. It can fight, it has burst, catch, disable.
Yeah. Kaka also plays a lot of Phoenix, and it's a staple pick for them as well, something that they just took over the Fnatic series with. So
I would say Phoenix is definitely going first too for either team.
Yeah, and Beastmaster, what do we think?
As always, I'd be surprised if we didn't see any hero touch him with either like a pick or a ban. Yeah. I think I'd be really surprised if OG let the Lifestealer through. I mean, How, like Peter said, is the original Lifestealer. That guy's been playing it for 3 years, whether it was good or bad. Almost like Alliance.
It's a How hero. There's like Spectre, Weaver, Lifestealer, and then there's like, what, Luna is another How hero that we haven't seen it yet, but
no. Steady on, Peter.
That's like a How tilt hero. It's like, oh, my team is losing. We're not doing well. Just pick me Luna.
He has a way of ending up on whatever hero he wants to play. And for him right now, some of his best heroes are some of the best heroes in the meta, so things are working out well for him.
Okay, so we're going to get an IO ban, which Trick won't get to use, and also the Beastmaster for OG, so nothing too surprising.
And NEWBEE do have first pick here, so if you don't ban Lifestealer, pretty high chance they take it, but perhaps OG want to give it away and have a plan to deal with it.
Lifestealer's a little tricky because that's a hero that can fight early and fight into this OG death ball. I don't think they would. I would have guessed maybe they would let Beastmaster go through because OG likes to group up and Beastmaster's not so great against 5-man push, but it seems they're not going that route.
So no Kaka Phoenix.
No crit Phoenix either.
No fly Phoenix either.
But
no Phoenix.
No Phoenix.
Death to the Firebird.
They'll let the Air Spirit go.
Well, let's see if OG does ban the Lifestealer out. Would you ban the Lifestealer here?
What I don't even know what I do, man. My life's a mess.
It's okay, Peter.
Nah, I think you ban it.
You're fine. You're safe with us.
Oh, don't give up.
I think NEWBEE will first pick it, though. Yeah.
There you go.
So maybe they have a
no
plan.
surprises there. And OG, obviously, they've mock drafted a lot. They get the Miracle Invoker.
I think that may have pleased a few people here.
Yeah, it's an exciting hero, but they've already picked 2 of their cores. That's their offlaner and their mid, and that's giving away a lot early in the draft. So.
Yeah, you like to leave those until last, don't you? Prefer to leave them like last 2 picks.
Those are just like the support heroes. They're less counter picky. Like you can have cores that are just really good against other cores, and I mean right now we might see something early to counter the Batrider, maybe
Disruptor,
Venge.
Venge.
Disruptor, Venge.
Disruptor's had a very
Tide
successful
Hunter.
tournament as
Tide
well.
Hunter can be pretty decent. Batrider's like Batrider is good on paper against Lifestealer, but it's not that great. Like Lifestealer's just gonna survive that lasso, pop out, rage, open wounds, and start hitting a target.
The Chuan
and he's
Lion.
gonna be back to full HP.
I think a lot of other teams would go for the Venge or the Disruptor here, but NEWBEE just have so much faith in the Chuan Lion.
You just need to have some way to address this Batrider at some point during the game, whether it's having that ability to save someone from lasso, or if you can just group up and take towers and maybe push before Batrider has his full arsenal, that blink and force staff. If Batrider with just a blink isn't that scary. He's going to blink in, lasso someone. If you can hex him or stun him, he's going to die, and you're going to be able to get that hero out of that lasso.
Just a note on Disruptor as well. He is the most picked now.
Do you know how his win rate is?
61.7.
And most picked. That's pretty
it's
sick,
pretty
actually.
crazy. And Lifestealer is second with 32 picks, 68.7% win rate.
And beyond the stats, like almost every Disruptor game I've seen, the hero is, in a lot of cases, just straight up winning the game with
very
key
effective.
glimpses. So it's not like, oh yeah, he's a high win rate, but it's incidental. It's, he is a key part of those wins.
Yeah, not even just the glimpses, getting a key hero in his ultimate, like just completely turns around the fight.
He seems to be having a ton of success with Lifestealer, and that's mainly because the counter to Lifestealer is Force Staff, and you can't Force Staff anyone out of Kinetic Field, so Lifestealer gets to attack someone for the entire duration of his rage, and generally they die if that happens.
Also really go with Slardar because you amp damage, you have the vision to set up the glimpse and start the fight.
Yeah, that's true
I've
as
seen
well.
quite a few teams doing that. So OG have revealed 2 cores here, so presumably you're banning supports, right?
Yeah, maybe, or that last core. Like, well, NEWBEE still has 2 cores to pick. If there's any like counters to Invoker that are in the pool, I'm not too sure. Like
Doom was mentioned. Do you consider him much of a counter anymore?
I think Doom is a hero that's really fallen off in popularity, and for good reason. I think he's a little bit underwhelming. They continue to nerf him every patch, and just way out of favor in my opinion.
Why do you think they banned Weaver? Because if you assume, because both Lifestealer and Weaver are How heroes.
NEWBEE's also been playing a lot of Tricore, like I said, and KPI has actually played it in a lot of games in the offlane, whether it's kind of that MVP style with like a Lich dual offlane, or I've even seen them do, like in like one game they went up against Ohio as Furion, and they did Lifestealer offlane with an Earth Spirit roaming, and the Lifestealer just kind of 1v1 the Furion. So I think, like when I was talking about earlier, they're going to first do their core in Lifestealer, and then they're expecting OG to counterpick the Lifestealer, and then they're going to use their final pick or their final 2 picks to counterpick the cores that OG has selected.
Yeah, and Weaver, if he gets decent farm, is quite difficult for Batrider to deal with.
Exactly.
Great against Batrider.
Weaver also lanes well versus Batrider, and can almost, he can in some cases solo that lane.
So one more ban here for NEWBEE. They did remove the Void. Good lockdown for a Lifestealer. You mentioned potentially taking a lot of fights when NEWBEE are playing a bit of a greedier Tricore. Someone who could do it. Also, the Jug gets banned, too.
I think that was a good ban. That OG has always had some sort of like healer in their draft, and Jug would kind of complement that kind of style of drafting, or replace maybe a Dazzle or a Wisp that we may not see in the draft.
No Tail's also been having a lot of success on that hero in the last series.
So generally for OG, we touched on it a bit. I know you talked about it before the panel. They like defensive supports here. We haven't seen any supports. So out of like some of the big ones right now, what is your go-to?
I'm still a big fan of Vengeful Spirit. It's a hero that does really, really well against Lifestealer. Whether it's swapping a hero to save someone or just putting on Tear and then helping your team pump out some physical damage to put down Lifestealer through his rage.
I'd be surprised if Fly right now didn't pick a Dazzle for himself. It's great single target save, and NEWBEE right now is very single target oriented.
That's true. Lion has been kind of one of my actually preferred heroes against Dazzle though, because you're able to burst someone with magic damage before maybe that Shallow Grave comes out.
Sometimes it's tough to get the grave out.
Exactly.
It's a pretty considered draft so far from OG. They're using all the time that they've got.
I think they'll take a support here. They've already taken 2 cores. It'd be really weird.
It's a pretty good
And there's the Venge.
Yeah.
Also kind of a deny pick, you know, protects their Batrider lasso a bit.
It also limits NEWBEE's Roche potential a bit, though they still have plenty of picks to go.
Increases their ability to push buildings, take Roche themselves. Pretty overall safe pick here, I like it.
So what is the Lifestealer delivery mechanism of choice here, do you think? Batrider's already been picked. Puck has been a go-to for some teams. Slardar has been kind of popular.
Puck, Slardar. I still wouldn't rule out Tidehunter for their offlaner. It seems like I think maybe might see a Tide as like the last pick. Still looking really, really good this game. That could be a decent vehicle for the Lifestealer, not my favorite. Let's see what else we have.
There's the Slardar.
There is a Slardar.
I think that's going to be...
So there's your Roche potential right now.
Yeah, there's your Roche potential. There's your Lifestealer bomb.
Do you think it's a tough laning stage here for Slardar so far?
Well, NEWBEE's always given when they run this Tricore, it's always a tough laning stage. Yeah. They've been kind of just trying to get like the scrappiest lanes possible, and just getting through laning phase is kind of their goal. So if they're able to do that, I think they'll have a very good early game. They may or may not go for like that Lich that we've been seeing, just to kind of help that Slardar out in the offlane, or whether it's the Lifestealer in the offlane. I think it's going to be one of those two. Sometimes it might be nicer to give that Slardar the better laning phase so he can get that blink and actually be useful. Lifestealer is a hero that needs considerably less farm to start getting active in the early game.
You can always head into the jungle a lot easier than Slardar as well.
Yep.
Yeah, and they definitely have the option to run How on the Lifestealer in the offlane. He did it in the last game against Fnatic. So that's where they can be very flexible with KP's hero. OG going for the Rubik.
It's a crit special, one of his better heroes. So pretty good against Tidehunter, but I don't think they're going to pick Tide anymore now that they have Slardar.
So this is interesting. You said that OG usually runs a healer in their lineup, and I would expect that to...
I don't think they're going to have one this time.
Maybe they get like a mech carrier, but I'm more likely it's a
no-tail hero. So
no-tail hero.
Doesn't usually buy mech.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think what the available no-tail hitters are still out there.
Gyro. He's played a bit.
Really not a fan of Gyro this game, but yeah, it's out there.
How about Lycan? Do you like Lycan here?
I just don't think that's a no-tail hero.
He's played it, I think, once this tournament.
Really?
Yeah, versus...
It's not. I mean, it's not
Navi.
It's a pretty good Lycan game. It's very, very good against Lifestealer and Lion. Not the best against Slardar, but still relatively good. He might also play Sven, but...
Sven could now be very good.
Yeah, it can definitely be good, and it's a very no-tail-esque hero, in my opinion.
Pretty heavy reliance on physical damage for NEWBEE right now. Amp, Lifestealer, right clicks, Death Prophet ult.
Well, they do have the Lion, they do have Death Prophet nukes.
A little lacking on wave clear for NEWBEE.
Could go with a DK, I guess.
Yeah, and wave clear is really important to have against Miracle's Invoker, because that guy will push all the lanes.
Yeah, Fada does it as well, incredibly well. It's something Liquid has been doing since...
Maybe he's also been doing it. Seems like all the top Invoker players do that.
You push your lanes with like Forge Spirits or Furion Treants, and if the other team doesn't have enough wave clear to deal with it, you have all this information on the map at all times.
So the Enchantress getting banned.
Oh, I just can't think of what No-Tail's hero would be. What has he played?
He's been playing DK.
Sven. Usually when he plays the DK, it's mid though, and I believe that should be a
Yeah, no, we're definitely
miracle.
going to see No-Tail on the safe lane this
He's
game.
also played Nature's Prophet 3 times recently, Lycan twice, Drow twice, Viper even a couple of times as well.
Ooh, they had the one...
Maybe Drow. Oh, Drow's banned. Okay, smart.
Yeah.
Ooh.
That would have been a good guess.
Yeah, I'd lean towards the Sven here as well.
Maybe we'll see something totally different and unique.
Meepo.
We're still waiting for it.
Sure, why not?
We're still waiting.
Hey, it's worth throwing it in there in case they pick it.
8 bans on Lipo so far this tournament without being picked.
That's actually quite a few bans.
I'll go Sven.
Yeah. So, bouncy for NEWBEE.
Oh, this just suits NEWBEE's playstyle so well.
Yep, it's something that NEWBEE plays that OG doesn't really play. They play more offensive, ganking heroes, and OG just likes to sit behind their cores and let their cores make the plays.
Where do you think you want to focus as the bounty hunter this game? Is there any particular lane or objective you're looking for? Just general harassment?
In a game like this, you should be able to kind of mess with the Invoker a bit and definitely secure the safe lane and get Batrider out of there. Like Lion, Bounty, and Lifestealer should be able to totally shut down a Batrider so he doesn't get anything out of the offlane. And OG doesn't seem like they're going to be giving him any support, so he's going to be forced to jungle probably at level 1.
And there's the Sven.
Yep, I think that's a smart and safe pick. And
so No Town picks up the Sven for the final pick. Charlie, who's had the better draft?
You know, I said OG in the beginning, but...
Don't desert us now, brother.
Are you flopping, Charlie?
Yeah, I'm flopping.
Yes.
I'm flopping.
Okay.
I'm flopping.
Peter, who's had the better draft?
I like NEWBEE, but if Moon gets stuff out of the offlane on Batrider, I think OG's got a better draft.
Okay.
Yeah, I like NEWBEE. They have great roach taking potential. They have the Howl Lifestealer, which has been incredibly successful this event, and Bounty Hunter suits their playstyle, so definitely NEWBEE.
Okay, more panel action at the end of our first game in our upper bracket final. Now let's go over to the commentary team with Odie Pixel and Gods.
Thank you very much, Paul. Indeed, we're ready to get ourselves into the upper bracket finals. OG up against NEWBEE. Two teams. I mean, on paper, this should be the hyper series we've had so far this event. Incredibly high skill levels. And the two drafts, Gods, what are you hoping to see?
I'm hoping to see a lot of fighting, big team fights, Farm Sven, late game Miracle Invokers. You've got it all here as far as the first game draft.
Right, let's not wait any longer as we get ourselves into game one, ladies and gentlemen.
OG versus NEWBEE.
As we can hear, indeed, the crowd getting very excited. We'll be able to go for a quick rundown. I would like to point to the fact that we've added a new little feature at the top, Gods. We are going to have constantly the mana bars of all heroes shown. So hopefully you guys and girls will enjoy that one extra bit of information on the screen. But here we have it. I mean, OG, they're absolutely beautiful. At the same time, NEWBEE, they're beautiful. So are the plays as well. Let's talk about the drafts a bit more, Gods, at the beginning here. NEWBEE feels like they've got something very safe. It's something that they're very comfortable with. OG, they're going for the styles. They're going for the plays. They're looking to style all over NEWBEE if they want to win this one.
Yeah, when you're first stage picking an Invoker, you're making a statement that you believe your 9k MMR Prodigy can just, not necessarily single-handedly carry the game, but putting him on this hero sets you up for success. And for OG, the more interesting pick is the Batrider. In the panel, they kind of question just how effective can this hero be against a Lifestealer. There's a lot of tools for NEWBEE to kind of deal with it in lane as well as the mid game. So I think NEWBEE have the more safe standard draft, but OG have the playmaking potential of an Invoker as well as the farming power of a Sven.
And indeed, as we get ourselves into the laning stage, looks like it's going to be pretty much as expected from the picks. In terms of any lanes that are going to go strongly either way, where are we kind of looking towards? Where's the imbalance going to be in the laning stage?
Both teams, with the Bounty Hunter roaming around, NEWBEE have that slight edge where they can continually poke and harass. This mid lane is going to be very NEWBEE favored. Death Prophet already beats Invoker in a 1v1, and with a Bounty Hunter present...
Kaka, what are you doing? You're a madman! Look at this man! He does not care, and now Crit with the reaction, telekinesis onto Moon, Verify, it's not going to save his son! First blood for Miracle as NEWBEE go too damn aggressive in the mid lane.
I mean, there's... oh yeah, this lane will go fine. Death Prophet wins this lane. I mean, Death Prophet does beat an Invoker, but not when you dive a tower like that.
What the heck are you doing?
They're trying to get too much early on. Like, you've already... They got Miracle down to half HP for free, and then they're like, oh, he's half HP, he's not fighting back, let's keep diving. No, you got to back off. You got to kind of control that aggression.
I said the series was going to hype, a lot of people getting excited, and NEWBEE off that play, I think they were a little bit too excited. They need to tone it down, keep their cool here. Already up top, Kaka is coming in, but Moon has got a sentry down. Kaka coming in with power. Antoine, this man in a lot of trouble, still just level 1 on the Batrider, as NEWBEE will take a kill onto the Bat, bringing it to 1-1 on the board. The kill going the way of Tron on his line.
So we'll see Miracle protected mid by a Sentry Wall, which means Bounty Hunter may just spend more time at this top lane. If they can prevent the Bat getting level 2, that's going to give NEWBEE a big kind of early game advantage. It kind of disallows Moon from rotating back into that jungle. So Ideally, going for another kill on him soon could really put OG in a tough spot. But he has hit level 2 now, so things get a bit easier for him.
So it's going to be very interesting to see how Kaka does deal with this laning stage, because of the fact that you've given Miracle that first blood in the mid lane. There's a sentry down, ready and waiting for him. It's just questionable of how well is Kaka going to be able to play this early stage of the game, and not move, taking a fair few punches from the Forge Spirit. Kaka will find himself a bounty rune and already pings back up onto the top lane, so they are going to look for another bit of action onto the back mid lane. Miracle nearly starting onto Moo there, very close to getting the kill with the Sunstrike, but now Moo with the turnaround, moving in with a Spirit Siphon. Crypt Swarm, will it be enough? Not quite. The salve will be cancelled though on Miracle.
Yeah, Miracle. He's even going for last hits. That's how cocky he feels in this mid lane. You get a first blood and he's like, all right, this lane's going pretty well. He knows it's just a level 1 Crypt Swarm after that Spirit Siphon comes out, so getting a little bit greedy here, but he kind of can get away with this. He almost just wants to get this one last creep wave before either going back to base to heal or being ferried some regen.
Yeah, there we have it. Another salve is going to be on its way out to the man. It's going to be interesting if Kaka's able to do anything about that on the bounty. Moving back up to the top rune spot. We'll see how far he comes in, see if he's going to be able to create some kind of disturbance towards the mid lane. And he is, of course, making a beeline for the courier. It has been upgraded. We'll see if it's going to be fine, and it is. So the salve will be delivered safely out to Miracle Stick as well.
Yeah, that's very good kind of decision from OG just to wait. Kaka, it'll fly overhead. You can't kill it in one right click anyway, so with the tree line there, who's never going to find that courier. Would like to harass Miracle some more in this mid lane, but with the Sentry Ward, this is not going to be easy. Potential TP rotation from Crit's Rubik as well is available.
Bottom lane as well, OG trying to do their best in terms of zoning out KP. He's struggling to find any kind of CS, and just level 2 at the moment. Mid lane, trying to go in onto Miracle. Kaka's revealed himself, the TP reaction's there. Crit, again, telekinesis onto Moo, and OG looking for a turn out, but they've lost Miracle. NEWBEE will take the kill. Can Crit bring down this Death Prophet? He hasn't quite got the damage to do so, so this time, NEWBEE only just barely getting away with it, but they do get the kill, and Moon unable to do anything about this bounty, and Kaka will escape. So NEWBEE managed to get that big kill that they were looking for, taking down Miracle.
Yeah, that's very risky move from NEWBEE. Sunstrike attempt on bottom rune, almost found Moo going for the rune. Miracle on respawn, threw it down there, kind of expecting the Death Prophet to be going, and barely missed.
And Kaka, of course, just takes the quick way back to base, just in case the Sunstrike was going to be looking for the bounty hunter. I mean, if you're low health on this map, you can't risk any time walking around, especially when it's Miracle on the Invoker.
Yeah, and you look at the CSs, this mid lane, they've been, the two mid lanes, Miracle and Moo, have just been trading right clicks more than they have been CSing. The two carries, they've got double the CS of your mid laners. That's kind of how much a brutal bloodbath this mid has been. Kaka's TP will refill Moo's bottle, so it will be a slight NEWBEE favor with the Invoker returning to this mid lane for now. Until Invoker really gets that Midas, you're generally playing slightly from behind in terms of farm against the Death Prophet.
And Moon just trying to play it safe here and look into the camp at the side. He certainly had a bit of a tricky time up top. He's not finding much farm. He's getting a fair few levels. Bottom, Kaka coming in, dropping down another ward flight. He's not going to be able to catch it out for the time being. Out of range of bottom lane. In fact, NEWBEE going to be the ones to make a go on to No-Tail. He's popped the war cry. Will it save him? Well, with Mr. Chuan turning up on the line, it looks like they've got the lockdown. Can they save this man, OG? They can't. No-Tail's gone. And NEWBEE pick up a 3rd kill this game so far.
Really smart rotation there from Bounty, knowing that Chuan can TP him for the kill.
Crit playing perfectly from the shadows, moving in onto Moo. Moo will throw out the 2 Cyphers. Crypt Swarm as well, trying to do his best to turn it around. The heals. It's a huge amount of help, and Moo
He plays his way away. Armor.
He's going to be fine for the time being. Will just get himself out of that. Incredibly close engagements again in this mid lane. And Sunstrike will be there in 4 seconds. We'll see if Miracle does want to try and go for a play with it. As Invoke comes back up, he's invoked it. He's trying for it. Oh! So close. So damn close.
Whoa. That's the 2nd in a row. He barely misses on Death Prophet. Invest bomb bottom, No-Tail.
He did not expect this one. Has he got the backup? Has he got the friends? He's only got one. I don't think it's going to be enough. Can Fly save this man? Doesn't look like he can. Will throw out a magic missile, but NEWBEE again killing No-Tail on the Sven.
Meanwhile, top Moon's going aggressive.
Let's see if he can get away with this one. There will be a reaction from the mid laner. Moo coming in on the Death Prophet. Chuan turns around with the initial Hex. They've got the Siphon slow. Can Moo finish this one off? Should have a swarm up again in a second, and he does. Comes out and he'll find the kill. Moo with a fantastic TP reaction.
And this is why NEWBEE match up really well against OG, because the way NEWBEE play aggressive, it's always reactionary to their opponents. You look at like the MVP OG series, MVP play aggressive on their own terms. NEWBEE, they TP rotate in response to what their opponents are doing. They see Batrider making a play on the solo line. It's your Death Prophet mid rotating. It's Hao's Lifestealer reacting to the fact that Sven shows up again bottom lane. So NEWBEE's already very kind of polished and calculated with when they're getting aggressive and where. And that's where it's very hard for OG to kind of punish this kind of aggression like they did against MVP.
And with the fact that, you know, the bottom lane was going to be tricky. No-Tail at the moment, he's just cleaning up some of the camps in the jungle here. Playing it safe, getting himself some secure farm.
Also important to note, that was Miracle's first death of the main stage.
That's true.
This guy has been phenomenal on that
Absolutely.
mid lane.
And I'm sure he'll be a little bit tilted that has tarnished his clean scoreboard, and I'm sure he'll bring up the gameplay and give us a real showing here, which you're going to need to do against NEWBEE. Kaka, just keeping eyes on Moon at the moment. But OG at the moment playing fairly reserved. They've given the bottom lane up to Crit so he can get a few levels on that Rubik and try and get himself up to that level 6 that they need.
Same thing on the line. Line's level 6 is that little bit scarier because you've got that almost guaranteed pick-off potential with a Finger of Death. So I think OG have to be worried about when and Chuan's going to hit that level 6. And with Chuan farming top, you never really know where Lifestealer is. The beauty of this hero is you can farm jungle as Hao is doing now, but you can also infest into Kaka's Bounty Hunter and pose a kill anywhere on the map. And it's going to farm the jungle camp, and it looks like may go for an infest now.
Here we have it. Let's see what Kaka and Hao want to get done. They don't have any vision around this area, so they're going to send him over just in case Moon was hanging around, scouting. They'll spot him out down there, and then immediately the pings come out. They realize they're not going to find anyone in their own jungle, and Kaka will start to make the movement onto OG's half of the map. And we'll see if he gets away with anything either. It looks like they're a little bit hesitant on trying to move too aggressively, and instead just going to kind of hope that Moon comes out a little bit too far on this top lane. But Moon at the moment playing it very safe on the Batrider and just trying to get that level 6 without being taken down again.
Yeah, he's got some levels, but without the farm, the Blink Dagger is really going to be the important timing. Not even sure if you want to get Lasso at level 6 since there's so few initiation opportunities until you have a Blink. Right now, it's all about just getting that farm going.
Well, KP needs to be careful on the bottom lane. There's 3 heroes looking at him, a lot of lockdown available from OG. KP just keeping himself just out of distance of the potential of being caught out by a crit telekinesis. Oh, I say that as he does indeed get caught out. The reactions will come through. A huge amount of lockdown from OG, and they'll take the kill. KP, he was playing it safe for a long time, but the greed got the better of him as he tried to go in for the CS and crit immediately with the reaction.
And it's OG bringing enough heroes to get the kill before the TP rotations can come. NEWBEE are always going to TP respond to aggression like that, but if you get the kill fast enough, that Death Prophet TP doesn't turn that fight around, and OG had just enough damage to get the burst off. And you can't really be affording to give NEWBEE too much at this stage. If they can get bounties level 6 with Lion, then you're looking at track Finger of Death, finding kills, and NEWBEE can really snowball very quickly using this draft of theirs.
Look at this from Moo and Chuan. I mean, Moo, as you said, has just been an incredibly aggressive Death Prophet, more than ready to move out of the lane and look for some action. And here we have it again. Kaka with the lead in, trying to see if they can find anyone off guard on the side of OG. But OG, fortunately for them, 4 members towards the top. Miracle is on his own on the mid lane.
And this ward here means they've got vision on the high ground as well. They scout up behind the tier 1 to kind of check if there's any heroes there.
But look over to the side of OG. They're trying to do something with this group up. They're going in onto the top lane. They want to catch out Hao. It's a big kill. And again, we've already seen OG. They've got so much control here between the 4 of them. They'll use the lasso to drag him back. The rage will run out and they will have follow-ups. But oh, indeed! Oh, OG's creeps working against them here, as he'll offer his services up, trying to deliver him back to Hao's side of the map. But no, Hao's creeps, they'll work back against it, but the Rage has come back off cooldown, and Hao survives. Back up from NEWBEE TPing in, and they just can't get that kill.
They slightly fumble the chain stun there. I think Fly's stun hit the Rage, so they didn't actually get anything out of that. The lasso through the Rage was good, but they need to save the Venge stun perhaps. Stolen track from Crit, that's a great pickup.
Indeed.
This is one of the best steals you can have at this stage of the game. It kind of sets up, and once you find yourself in a team fight, you can pick up a new spell after you've got 2 or 3 tracks off. Chuan at mid.
Look at that stun. Absolutely perfect from
Here
Chuan.
comes the Finger.
You know, they should have the damage for this man, and they will. A second death for Miracle, as you said, yet to die on the main stage up until this game. And NEWBEE dealing with the Invoker relatively nicely, and Chuan again with that stun. He knew the hero's exact limits.
It's one of those things where it's like, oh, it's a support line. Any support player should be able to play this hero. But you see Chuan play it, and you're just like, okay, he really pushes the hero to the limit. He knows every little bit about like the max range on the Earth Spike and just finds plays that you just don't see other line players make. But OG's still sitting in an alright position in terms of overall farm. Like Invoker, yeah, Miracle's died twice, but I've seen him have worse stats than this in some games where it'd be like 0-4, 0-5 by 15 minutes in because he just gets 3-4-man ganked all day long. So as far as Miracle Invoker starts, this one is decent even with the 2 deaths. No Tail's getting pretty good farm on his Sven. Once the Helmet of the Dominator comes up, you're looking at Ancient stacks. So OG still remaining very efficient.
Absolutely, OG certainly. Let's see if they can find the lead in on it. Can they help this Lion? They can't. OG will find it.
Yeah, just the Invis Rune, just being able to camp behind that Tier 1 tower, and OG will get their second tower in a row with this.
I mean, look at that as well. I mean, the goal swing from that 900, because they've got this track, as you said. It's a huge steal from Crit, and if they're able to find kills with this, at the same time, they will lose the courier. Kaka gets the snipe off. And they'll try and find him. Kaka thrown out the track, but there's your telekinesis, does that as well. And again, it's going to be another track kill for OG.
Back-to-back track kills for the team with a Rubik. And suddenly, OG get themselves some decent momentum moving forward. This is all before the KP Blink Dagger, so now things get scary. You're looking at an infest into either the Bounty or the Slider. The Slider perhaps being the scarier of the two because of that Amplify damage. We saw it yesterday from Liquid against Fnatic. This combo is brutal and could kill pretty much, and you could kill a Sven because if you get him before he pops Warcry, he's not going to have the ability to survive that Crush Infest Bomb.
Absolutely, and No Tail is going to be put on a bit of a holder for a couple of minutes because his recipe for the armlet was on the courier. So a bit of a slowdown in the pace of gameplay that OG are going to be able to produce. But of course, that's not going to stop him from farming. But in terms of the fight potential, it's going to hold him back a little bit. And here we have it. Now inside KP, they've got the Blink Dagger reveal. They want to go for something big. Both of them smoked up. See what they can kind of find. They're going to head towards the top lane. No one there at the moment. Ideally, they want to go for a wraparound towards the mid. In fact, as I said, that Crit's now TPing in. It's not going to be the biggest of kills, but it would be nice to make sure this man can't throw out any more traps.
Oh, they found a bigger one, though. Miracle.
Let's see if they can get it.
He's been tracked.
Yeah, they've trapped him in. It's going to be another kill onto Miracle.
He used the Sunstrike there just for the Midas vision. That was, I'm not criticizing anything. That's just something I haven't seen before. Just for that bit of efficiency to get your Midas on a big creep, to get that extra bit of XP. Gets him up to level 11, but that just means, hey, NEWBEE get more for that kill.
Absolutely, yeah, especially with the track as well. Now the push going to come in, and in fact they might find a kill as well, jumping immediately onto Fly. Moon will try with the reaction, but the 2-man silence from Moon will allow NEWBEE to move in for more. Open wounds onto Fly. They'll take down one Moon. He'll go for the lasso here, but NEWBEE, they're not going to be frightened of going in for more. They just take down the Batrider, jump in immediately onto Crit, and they'll take down another here, NEWBEE. Double kill for Hao. Perfect aggression. And OG, they just don't have the heroes alive to deal with that.
Yeah, and that's where the Batrider into the lifesteal isn't really a direct counter. You can see it there. You get the lasso on him, but if he's in rage form, he takes no damage. You haven't actually got the best follow-up until No Tail gets multiple, like, not just the armlet. He needs, like, armlet, blink, as well as potential, like, BKB or an Echo Saber before he can really fight effectively. Hao just takes that fight so well, gets the initial pick-off, and doesn't let the Batrider lasso take him by surprise.
No, we can see at the moment the comparison, Miracle and Moo. Still very close, but the fact that Miracle, yeah, taken down 3 times. But as you said earlier, if there was ever an Invoker that's going to be able to recover, it certainly is going to be Miracles. Double Blinks, of course, available as No Tail goes all in for that one, as he still waits for those components of the armlet.
Yeah. Well, he bought the other armlet components and then sold them just so he can get a blink to fight and kind of farm with. You move around the map that little bit more efficiently with this item, but Courier's back now with his armlet recipe, just needs another kind of 500 gold to finish that one off.
I mean, you imagine as well, with this kind of build, Blink Armlet, at that point, do you expect to see OG go aggressive, or are they cool to just continue to let No Tail farm up until something like the BKB comes online?
They ideally want to be trying to find pickoffs using the Batrider. They don't want to take full-on 5v5 fights, but they need to not let NEWBEE get out of hand, taking Roches, using Infest Bombs to find pickoffs. They want to fight whenever Exorcism is down, but NEWBEE, for the most part, going to be the ones controlling the pace of this game. They've got the gold advantage, they've got the Blink Dagger, as well as the Infest Bombs. They're the ones who kind of can have more room to be aggressive. Whereas the Invoker, he wants to farm, he wants to go late game.
And NEWBEE at the moment, there's a full 5-man down here on the bottom lane. Courier's coming out, we'll see if they're indeed going to look for some kind of action. As they group up, How is going to jump inside KP, and here we have it. 5-man smoke from the bottom.
Again, it's right as they get Exorcism. They smoke before with 3 heroes around Moo's Exorcism timing. They get it up again. This time around, they're going to smoke with their whole team, look for a fight. OG themselves smoked up though.
Oh, smoke on smoke here is going to be absolutely huge. It's dispelled on KP Moon, but Moon reacts first, jumps in with a Hex for Twan. The counter play, Moon falling low. No, he's going to be kept alive. Finally goes down. How with the first kill of this fight? Can they find anything in return? They're trying to go onto How, onto the Lifestealer. Moon's there to back it up. Going for the Siphon onto NOTAL. The Shuriken flies through NEWBEE. They'll pick off a second. Eyes back towards the mid. They've lost another 3 heroes down. The finger from Tron. That's going to make it 4. NEWBEE taking this team fight with absolute fashion. The Stolen Crush from Crit will allow him to buy himself some time.
Oh, he gets the
Turns around with the finger, and he's actually managed to make the play, taking down Moo. And Crit, I mean, he does the best to find what he can at the end of that one, but still OG getting team wiped.
Twan gives them the lion taunt as he gets that last kill, but Twan and Crit both making some insane plays. Twan reacts to the Batrider initiation, and then as Sven blinks him, he blinks away. That's honestly probably the biggest play that NEWBEE make that fight is Twan escaping the Sven, because Twan comes back in later on to kill off Miracle. If Twan doesn't get out of there after stopping the Batrider initiation, he dies, and they don't have the damage to kill the Invoker. They only kill that Invoker because of Twan's ability to stay alive. So amazing play out of him as well as Crit, but it was NEWBEE getting the better jump. And again, we see the limitations of Batrider as a hero. He gets the Blink Lasso, but there's so much counter initiation for him.
Look at this, Kaka's got eyes onto NOTAL. KP was coming over on the Slardar, but NOTAL, of course, with that ward up by NEWBEE's Secret Shot, was aware that the Slardar was making a beeline straight for the jungle. And realizing they have vision, NOTAL plays it safe and backs up.
And Miracle's just picked up a casual 4-staff here. This is not an item you'd normally see him get this early on, but you need this against Lifestealer, Slardar, these heroes who have incredible chasing potential, and these melee carries that you just got to get off of you. So it's going to go for a more just kind of cheap, cost-effective item pickup. And you look at the rest of his team, they don't have that great 4-staff here. Moon, I mean, well, they don't have that 4-staff yet. Moon obviously will be building into one.
Chris got his, hasn't he?
4-staff is the counter to Lifestealer. That's not like a set hero. If anything, Batrider doesn't counter Lifestealer, but 4-staffs will. So getting 2, 3, 4-staffs across the board is going to be the right approach to dealing with the Lifestealer.
Just checking out the Roshan bit. No side yet to try and attempt for this one. Both got very good potential in taking it down. I mean, I guess the question is, when do we see one of these sides go for it, or are neither side too happy trying for a Roche whilst the full 5-man of the opposition's alive?
I think NEWBEE, they could theoretically be going for it now. It's whether or not they want to commit. Okay, it looks like they will. Likely, if they want to do this fast and efficiently, they need to use Exorcism, so it does slow down their pace of the game if they're committing an Exorcism to this, but with amp damage and lifesteal, they may not have to,
Absolutely, and we are going to see OG, of course, scout that out with the Sunstrike and make their way straight over, but Roshan already at half health. And the question being asked at NEWBEE, they may get away with this one before OG are in the neighborhood.
This is when you don't Exorcism, it gives your opponents time to react.
Let's see what OG can do with that. They'll jump in immediately onto KB Blade again. Tron with these reactions. Hex onto Moon. He's got on the high ground. They've got the Sunstrike down onto Moon. He'll use himself up. NOTAL trying to fight, but how? Takes him down. They've lost the Sven. They'll grab Moon with the telekinesis. They've brought down the Death Prophet 1-for-1 at the moment. Jumping in. KP, Crush of the Fly. Manages to swap Miracle out, but Tron again with the stuns. Controlling a second core of OG. Fly to fall as well. It's a double kill for How. Only Crit and Moon left alive. Kaka, can they kill this? Crit with the stolen Exorcism will find 1 kill again, but it's not gonna matter. NEWBEE taking a triple for How. I mean, Crit, he's getting the steals, he's going for the plays, but each and every time, NEWBEE, they're just winning the team fights.
How's Lifestealer is just monstrous at this point. 7-0 and 6, the SMY armlet. OG's making the plays. They get the swap kind of to save Invoker temporarily, but great heads-up play again from Twan. He ignores the Vengeful Spirit who's in front of him, blinks past Venge just to chase after the Invoker. And this is where OG often have that healing kind of save support. Venge swap is decent, but it's no like Ire Relocate, it's no Sunray, it's no Dazzle Grave, and this is something that NEWBEE's punishing with their initiations, with their jumps, when you can have so many different heroes that can get on top of you, not just like a Slardar or a Lifestealer. There's a line with a Blink Hex or Blink Impale. There's a Bounty Hunter. Death Prophet's also very problematic. All of these heroes you need defensive capabilities against.
Absolutely. I know you brought it up, but again, just to draw attention to the fact that How just having absolutely spectacular game. 7-0-6 on this Lifestealer. 21 minutes in. It's incredible. And we have jumping in there, trying to find Moon. Hiding on the cliff at the moment. Looks like he'll be able to play his way out of this one, keeping himself out of harm's way, but only just. I mean, NEWBEE, they could smell him.
Yeah, that's fortunate for him to get away from that. For OG, they really just need to... They want to be farming at this stage because they're behind and their lineup is very much a late game lineup that needs items to be effective. Even things like a full stuff on Bat Red, but more importantly, you're looking at Miracle's Ag Scepter plus BKB or Refresher. The Sven, his BKB plus Daedalus. These are heroes that require 3-4 big items often to really fight, and NEWBEE's just not... Their job right now is to not give them that space. Keep taking fights, taking towers. If OG are trying to farm, punish them for doing that. They're going to group up, take objectives, and theoretically, they may even be ready to push high ground soon. With an Aegis on their side, they're at least going to be able to get multiple out of towers, possibly threaten OG's base.
Absolutely, it just certainly feels like, yeah, as you said, at this point, pretty much impossible for OG to find a 5v5 successfully, especially when Moo's got the exorcism up.
How with a Desolator now. This is the pushing item as well as the item which is just going to allow him to 2 or 3 shot heroes.
I mean, look at this as well. It feels like for the last whole minute, Notel, he's just been hiding in the trees on the side. I mean, yes, he's getting the experience, but the farm's just not going to be there, and he needs it to even dream of catching up to Hao on this Lifestealer.
He's not looking to initiate here. There is no way you can fight into the Aegis Lifestealer and the entire NEWBEE squad at this top lane. Perhaps trying to get a catch and stop a TP back or something, but NEWBEE, if they see multiple heroes bottom, I think they're going to just keep on pushing. Level 2 Exorcism, Desolator, this push is
really let's
difficult
go.
to stop.
I mean, I'm looking forward to see how OG's going to react to this one, because it's going to be incredibly hard. They don't even have the fortification available. It's already been used. So NEWBEE could get away with an incredibly easy reaction unless OG have got an answer. And here we have it, Moon jumping in, bringing Hao back. KP immediately finding the 2-man crush. The Aegis has been taken away from Hao, but at the same time, NEWBEE, they're just continuing to fight here, getting the tracks out, forcing Miracle back. Notail drained of his mana there by Chuan, and Hao just forcing the Sven back to the base. The figure from Chuan will finish off Notail, buys back immediately, but just look at Moo with a 4-man silence of the Cyphers, forcing OG right back into the fountain as they create the space here around the Rex to allow NEWBEE to finish these off. Can OG keep them off there? Oh, Notail, and with the stun, strike there as well. The rage is out, but Hao turns on the armlet and immediately chomps through Notail. Notail being forced back. Hao will turn his attention towards Fly. The crit swarm will finish him off. Miracle goes down on the sidelines as well. Notail with a Stormhammer, he'll find one, tried to go for the hits, but again, the stun control is too big for NEWBEE. The armlet will keep them alive, and Miracle buyback. He needs to finish these guys off. He needs to sail across them. Hao turns to crit, takes down one. Now onto Miracle. 1 hit, 2 hit, down to half health. The Invoker runs back to base. Notail with the stun finds the kill, and OG.
It's not enough though, Owen.
It's not. They've lost the melee racks.
You lost the melee racks, and you bought back both Sven and Invoker. You can't even call that a hold at this point. Yeah, you don't have to call GG, but you've just found yourselves in an almost impossible situation to play from. NEWBEE, they instantly lost the Hao Aegis, but the fight that followed with Exorcism and Lifestealer just completely wrecked OG. Only through multiple buybacks do they even come close to... we're not even winning the fight, but just getting a kill on the Lifestealer. It is looking very grim right now for OG.
It really is. I mean, if you have a look at the overall net worth graph, it's over 14,000 in favor of NEWBEE. I know it might take a bit of time to tick down, but I can only imagine at the most that to just level out. It's very unlikely to swing round at all there after that fight, because as you said, OG just with huge financial investments to hold half of the racks, and of course the latter half as well, just being the range racks they keep alive.
Yeah, and even the heroes buying back are kind of affected by the gold penalty, so they're not getting even that much out of some of those kills that they got after the buyback. So NEWBEE, if they want, can slow it down, wait for the next Aegis, and then just rinse, repeat, do the same thing again. But they don't, again, if you're waiting for Aegis, you're giving your opponents time to kind of recover, finish off an Ag Scepter on Invoker, finish off the Sven's BKB. So they want to fight now before OG are ready.
It has been scanned out. OG know that there's some kind of movement from NEWBEE coming from across the river. He needs to get himself back. KP, how aggressive is he going to go? Incredibly, jumps in, 2-man crush. Miracle's gone. Fly will be forced away, but Miracle now down for 70. The Shuriken bounce. It will end up finishing off Fly. OG 2 heroes down without buyback. I mean, NEWBEE at this point, as we're seeing, they do not care about how aggressive they can go. They know that they can get away with it. Going past the tier 2, jumping up to the tier 3. NEWBEE are just playing this game perfectly.
KP's Slaughter initiations have just been fantastic time and time again. Hao's Lifestealer has just not missed a beat. Moo perhaps being the target of OG, so he's died a bit.
Look at this again, jumping in. Can crit save himself? He will. Forces away. This time NEWBEE won't be able to get the catch. But OG, they need to do their best at holding. They'll have Fly back in a second, but still 30 without that Miracle Invoker.
And with Exorcism up, I imagine NEWBEE at least going to take a tier 3 tower and force the issue on the high ground here. Unless they're feeling, again, Roshan is respawning soon. Okay, so they're going to back off, play it a bit safer, wait for this next item or two. Hao's farm is just absurd at this point. He's going to have an assault press in no time at all.
10-1-9.
I mean, even when you give OG room and say, okay, we're not going to force the high ground and give you guys a potential team fight here with Invoker dead, you're still taking farm objectives elsewhere on the map.
This game is getting incredibly hard for OG, to say the least. 27 minutes in, for NEWBEE to have this kind of lead. I mean, at the start, it was looking like OG were maintaining some sort of control just on the tempo of this game, but at this point, it's just NEWBEE.
And everyone's got farm. Bounty now with a Lotus Orb, 27 minutes in to go with the mech. You've got Alliance sitting on 8.5k net worth. Tron has an ultimate orb. Like, where is this guy printing money from? I don't know how he does this. OG are doing all they can to hold their high ground, but right now, it's really like this smoke is looking to almost just catch NEWBEE by surprise, because NEWBEE's probably thinking like we're so far ahead, there's no way they try and fight us, but OG need to go aggressive.
It could be big for OG. If they can take a fight before the Roche respawn and get away with coming out successfully, but again, it's been rumbled. Kaka starts to lay down the tracks, loads of Orb onto him, so he can't really jump into this man. Moon still tries for some sort of initiation, but NEWBEE with the counter and the bat's gone. Moon getting forced in, the mech's there, the Sunstrike is going to be too early, out of time there. NOTail's trying to move in with the BKB, but at the same time, KP on the back with the crush. And look at this, the control from Tron, finding the perfect angle, getting the stun. Hao with a triple kill, and GG is called. Coming into this one, Gods, I think people thought this would be close, but this was not close at all.
Right. Everything on NEWBEE came together perfectly. Like, you could look at, and you could talk about any one of their players and just be like, they played perhaps one of the best games of the tournament for each individual player. Like, other than that first blood mishap, NEWBEE played a perfect game. This was just some very polished Dota coming out from the Chinese squad. OG, like, they thought they had a plan with the first stage pick Invoker, but it just felt too slow-paced against the NEWBEE aggression.
Absolutely. And for NEWBEE to come out with a performance this dominant in the upper bracket finals of the Major, it's quite incredible. And against a side like OG, who, by all means, they've looked incredibly strong so far this tournament. And for NEWBEE to just step on them like that, that's absolutely crazy. I mean, going into game 2, do you think we'll see something totally different from OG, a different kind of play style, maybe trying to get some more of those defensive supports, as you suggested earlier?
As much as the supports that having a defensive support could have changed things up, I think more importantly, you've got 2 carries that need farm in NOTail, Sven, as well as Miracle Invoker. So I think they need one of them to be on more of a space creator. Normally that's NOTail, who can kind of control the tempo a bit more. You can't have 2 very late game oriented heroes and expect to get away with it against a team like NEWBEE. That maybe works against a slower paced team like your Alliances, but against a team like this draft with Bounty, Slaughter, Lifestealer, you're going to get no room to farm.
Absolutely. What a performance indeed from NEWBEE. We'll head back to the panel and see how they can break that one down, as OG just crumbling here in game 1.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Odie Pixel. Game 1 in the bag, and NEWBEE have taken it in dominant fashion. Let's find out from the panelists what they made of it. Charlie, we'll start with you. It's a very good performance from NEWBEE yet again.
Yeah, you'll notice that in the beginning there was a point where OG did group up, like Peter said, and they started 5-manning and taking towers despite their lane kills. But the moment that KP got his Blink Dagger, then Tron got his Blink Dagger, they just ran over OG. I got to give a lot of credit to Tron. He stopped Moon's initiations on Batrider so many times. It was incredibly clutch. Like we talked about Venge being the Batrider counter, but no, it's Tron with the Blink Dagger.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for me, I think this game really comes down to the support play. Tron and Kaka were both sensational, and as well as Tron played down the stretch to get to them at that point, it was really all the Bounty Hunter. And let's remember how the game began. He gave up first blood, they overextended the tower. It was a pretty close opportunity to kill the Invoker. It didn't work out, and he recovered so well. He got deep wards down. They also got a ward down early that allowed KP to get a lot of experience out of the off lane, knowing that like 2 heroes can't kill him with Slardar. They needed all 3. He always saw the bench coming in. OG actually dropped 2 wards there, did not manage to deward the Observer, so I thought that was really big. At times it felt like OG just underestimated the Bounty Hunter. They had a TP with Dust on the Rubik, and I think we might see that later on, but even then they were just too slow. The Spirit Siphon just did too much damage, and later on in the game, like that last play that kind of sealed it, he's in front to break the smoke gank. So even if OG initiate, it's on a Bounty Hunter. It's not on that important of a hero. And he has a Lotus Orb, a mech. So positioning was immaculate. All the movements were there. And you could see from the pings on the minimap, Kaka is the one calling the shots.
think my biggest highlight was the fact that Slardar was able to get so much out of the off lane versus Batrider, who really, really struggled. And like we talked about, Bounty was able to put a bunch of pressure on mid so that they felt like they needed to rotate their Rubik or their Venge, and that allowed Slardar to kind of get that 1v2 matchup, which he can at least survive in. But something happened in that bottom lane where the equilibrium of the lane messed up, and Slardar was farming. He was getting full experience. I think that's where they really slipped up. And this, like we talked about Chuan on the line getting that Blink Dagger, he had it about the same time as Moon had his on Batrider.
Yeah.
So
I mean, you can't actually see it here because of just the card at the bottom, but there's a lane ward here. Oh, actually, no, you can. The ward sets up like 2 or 3 ganks in a row. They also had one at the hill that constantly scanned the Ancients. And Peter, I noticed something you were talking about during the game, that it's so hard to play like this farming style Sven, even the Miracle style Invoker against Bounty Hunter.
yeah, we have this Sven who's farming stacks. We have this split push Exort Invoker who's pushing out lanes with Forge Spirits and then trying to farm the jungle with his Midas. That style just doesn't really work against Bounty Hunter. You kind of need to adjust the way you play when this hero's in the game, because he is going to have those deep wards. He is going to block your stacks. He is going to know what you guys are doing on the map. And if you don't group up and take fights into this tower and at least get some towers to secure some map control, you're going to get out farmed. And every fight you go to, the other team's going to know exactly how many heroes you have showing up.
Do you think like the MP or, as you mentioned, the Fada style, like Mech Invoker, maybe even Quas Wex early would have been a better choice this game?
Anything they could have done to secure themselves some early push and get some gold for the Batrider or their gold for their Rubik or something, like it's just... Lifestealer is... Okay, Batrider is not a Lifestealer counter. Like, we saw exactly what happened. The Lifestealer just starts inside, whether it's Bounty Hunter or Slardar, and then in these fights, the Batrider initiates on Slardar, Lifestealer pops out and kills him in 3 shots.
Yeah, not to mention Chuan was like right up there with the Bats farm, so he was always initiating or instantly counter-initiating the fights. And that didn't have a 4-staff, and that first time when he got counter-initiated on mid, he was very far behind items. That does make a difference in the matchup.
And then when he got the 4-staff, then he needed a BKB because he was constantly getting Hex or Slaughter crushed. There was nothing he could do.
I mean, it does go back to what you said as the draft ended. They needed a good start in the bat, and they didn't get it.
Yeah, and this Lifestealer is such a good hero right now because he's a hero that connects. He's a carry that connects and does something with his farm, no matter how small it is. You see a hero like Sven, he kind of needs like a blink and a damage item and maybe even a BKB in order to do damage. And Lifestealer just has, he has rage built in, so he does whatever he wants. And
you're running these 2 heavy farmers, so it falls to the bat and the supports to create space, but they just couldn't keep up with NEWBEE after like the first 5 minutes or so.
Yeah. I think in the next game we should either we're going to see that Lifestealer banned or we're going to see something else from OG that won't be Batrider.
It's interesting actually. The last time OG actually beat NEWBEE in a game heads up was when they picked Lifestealer.
Sure.
That episode.
Oh,
Since then, they haven't won a game.
Not even a single game.
It's been one of the big heroes of the tournament, and it suits NEWBEE's playstyle. We talked about like the iconic cow heroes, all great face rush, aggressive heroes that don't need too much help in the lane, that scale quickly and come online early, and Lifestealer is just the best of the bunch right now.
NEWBEE's kind of got their number, I guess.
Yeah. Did you feel like the draft really let OG down?
I think the drafts weren't honestly that bad. I was a little concerned about how the Batrider was going to find early farm and experience because you can't really retreat to the jungle when there's a Bounty Hunter kind of roaming. He can kill you or soak experience on your stacks. So that was a little bit of a concern. But as we saw the game progress, they never really grouped up and kind of push towers, and you just can't play the split push game against Bounty Hunter. You're going to lose 9 out of 10 times.
I do, even though OG goes on to lose this game pretty convincingly, and this is the fight, by the way, where the Bounty Hunter breaks the smoke. So Kakai, even later on in the game, having huge impact with his positioning, and they were clearly not on the same page. 3 OG heroes ran away, then Moon blinked in. At that point, they're kind of desperate to find a fight, but the big thing for me here was Crit had a fantastic Rubik from behind. He stole the finger, killed Tron with it, he stole Exorcism. If it was a closer game, maybe that Rubik plays enough, but they were just so far behind.
Maybe. In my opinion, Rubik's a pretty underwhelming hero. I just don't, he just doesn't do enough.
Not a believer in the first overall pick Rubik.
Not a huge fan in the Rubik. Generally, when we see like Alliance will first pick the Rubik, they go aggressive tri lane, throw Bulldog in the safe lane. Rubik's a great hero in an aggressive tri lane. I actually thought that OG might do that after I saw the draft. It's like there's a Bounty Hunter kind of roaming around. We can kind of throw 3 heroes up there, maybe shut down this Lifestealer. But they decided to go the passive route, and that really didn't help Moon.
All the teams first picking Rubik are out of the tournament, so I think that pretty much says it all.
Well, I mean, at the same time, EG didn't really have a Rubik player, and they're also first out of the tournament.
So basically, Rubik is an enigma.
No. This is not a good point.
Charlie just...
Yeah, that was a rubbish point, Charlie. Shut up. Shut down by Peter. I also want to talk about Miracle. Has been a star player here. Obviously, 9K MMR, all the thoughts are on him as well. We'll confirm the MVP as well. Kaka in that particular way. Probably could have gone from Chuan or Kaka in that particular game. But Miracle came into this 43-0, not a kill for a week in professional Dota. Died not just once, but 8 times in that game.
That's going to hurt
Well,
his
he had a
KDA.
really rough matchup against the Death Prophet and the Bounty Hunter roaming mid.
And that's also because they had the Sven, remind you, against the Slardar. So they really need the tri-lane to shut him down. But they tried to rotate mid, then Slardar gets farmed, so it was a real tug of war between those two lanes.
And they gave him that gift mid. That was such like a bad dive. That first blood from NEWBEE, and maybe I was just a little bit nervous, but they got it out of the way.
Yeah, that was like the handicap, and then like, yeah, we're gonna win anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, I like despite that they kept on running at him anyways. It's still a great matchup for Death Prophet.
And despite all the pressure, Miracle was still farming well. There were some close misses there, like that one Sunstrike we saw at, what was it, like 4 or 5 minutes that just barely failed to connect. It felt like he had to play spectacularly given the lane pressure.
Exactly.
And he played really good, but not spectacular.
Even if he does make those plays, I'm not sure I see this game going a different direction. They still didn't address the problem of they kept trying to split push against Bounty Hunter, and that's just not going to work.
I mean, there was that moment where they did group up a bit, and they got the pick off on the Bounty Hunter, and then I believe they did kill the Slardar.
Yeah, but the bat lassoed Lion, they killed him behind the tower, and the Bounty Hunter did some weird thing where he just like showed himself and died. And then
yeah, but I mean, after that, they stopped doing that, and then what's it called? Lion got his Blink Dagger, KP got his Blink Dagger on Slardar, and then they stopped 5-manning, and they just kept on getting picked off.
Would be really interesting is if they had maybe some other form of initiation, maybe like one of the supports instead of Venge Dazzle, they had maybe like a Sand King or an Earthshaker that could initiate first for OG, and then the Batrider could follow up and lasso the Lifestealer after he jumps out of his target. But like we saw, like you can't just initiate on Slardar as Batrider unless you have a Ghost Scepter or a Force Staff, something. You're just going to die to Lifestealer.
The one other thing I really liked in this game from NEWBEE was they didn't rush the Roshan. Like they kept the pressure out on the map for a long time, and when they finally went for Roche, they didn't commit Exorcism to it early. They kind of baited OG to come at them. Chuan got the instant Hex when the Batrider blinked in. Like they knew OG was coming.
And that was
really patient.
All thanks to Slardar. You get the amp damage on the Roshan, and then Lifestealer can like solo Roche with his armlet. He just hits it, and he lifesteals like 200 damage a hit, and he just sits there and tanks it.
To me, that was like almost a next level like strategic call, because a lot of teams are just like, let's take Rose, Exorcism, make sure we get it quickly, cleanly, don't take any risk. But NEWBEE's like, we can win a fight at the pit, let's get them to come here, and then we'll get the Roche, and we'll win the team fight.
Yeah.
Okay, we're a few minutes away from the draft. Two teams you've probably seen are headed back to their booths right now, so we'll take some social media questions that we've been doing all week. This is a particularly fun one, Peter. You might like this one. This one's from Cryptic S91. What hero do you associate with personality-wise?
Who's it for?
It's for all three of you. But Peter, you can go first.
Who's the saltiest hero in Dota?
One
of the fish creatures?
I don't play with hero voices, so I don't really hear all like the little passive-aggressive quips they throw out. So I don't know. Do you guys know any heroes that are just...
All right, Charlie, pick a hero that associates
with
Peter.
I'll choose Peter.
For you. Yeah.
I mean, Triad's the obvious one, right?
Yeah, no, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. What's a really salty hero? I'm
one of the
really
fish ones, maybe? Yeah.
No. I mean, there are some with like voice lines that like.
Bad question. Let's move on.
Yeah.
Better like.
I mean, this is
far.
This
Come
is
on, Paul.
This is better with Slacks on the panel that knows all the lore, that knows all the background of these heroes.
Shut down straight away.
I agree. We should definitely get you off the panel and get Slacks in here.
Yeah, let's do it.
Come on, Slacks.
Right, we'll take one more.
I'm ready.
Just before they head into the draft. This one's from 13th Monkey. What would be your Dota 2 dream team?
Dream team.
Yeah.
And are we going to say he can't say like his own players? Or?
Yeah, can't take any of your own players.
All right.
Well, so if you picked a 5, who would they be? Let's pick a 4, because obviously you'd be the captain. So pick a 4 around you.
Okay.
Oh.
What would be the dream team? You'd have Miracle.
I don't know.
Would you?
Not after that last game.
Yeah, I don't want that 8th Death Invoker. I want the 0 deaths for 4 games. Maybe like TI3 Alliance with me in there.
Okay. Who would you be replacing then?
I would replace... I'd have to practice my Chen a little bit, but maybe Ake.
Okay.
Nice. Charlie, got a dream team from this particular tournament? Or even a dream team overall?
TI5 EG, man.
That would be a dream. You're so boring, Charlie.
That's pretty boring.
Yeah. LD, come on.
Let's see. So at this event, I would say probably Miracle, Kaka. I'll keep him together with Chuan because they've been playing so well. I need a safe laner.
An off laner.
And an off laner. What do you guys think? Any suggestions?
I mean, I
really like Matumba Man as well, so I think I'll take Matumba Man as my safe laner.
And then you need an off laner?
Yeah. I'll take Bulldog.
Just for the memes. For the memes. For the memes. I knew you were going to say that.
Every team needs a clown.
Exactly. Okay, we'll take some social media questions a bit later on, but the draft is up and running. There's no bans just yet, so we have a chance to talk about what they might do in this one, Peter. Lifesteal's got to go this time.
Maybe. I don't necessarily think they need to ban it. It's probably a decent idea. But this is the winner bracket. If they do lose, they get another shot. Maybe they're committed to beating Lifestealer. Just Batrider's not the choice.
You're the master of these winner bracket games. You've lost many.
I've lost so many.
And then come back up the other way.
He's master at the loser
game.
bracket game.
But in terms of, is that mind game? What are you doing, Peter?
Losing is learning, man. Like, you lose a game, you come back, you're like, why'd we lose? And then you come back and beat it.
So you guys learned a lot this event then?
No, we didn't even get to play very many games, so not too much learning.
Oh, jeez. How much do you think it affects the matchup? Like, a lot of teams have been banning the Miracle Invoker, even first phase. Do you think that's like a concern for OG at all, that he loses that game?
One thing I didn't like about last game is how they first two of their cores. I'm a big fan of kind of waiting on that and maybe counter-picking the cores that NEWBEE would pick. So maybe they go for something else first two. Maybe pick up one of their supports, since they seem to kind of be defaulting to Fly playing one of 3 heroes throughout most of their drafts. Maybe his hero isn't so important to save for later in the draft.
And OG are going to have first pick this time, but they still ban the Lifestealer. It's not as much of a go-to for them.
They thought they could beat it. They were wrong. So let's ban it this time and
give
try
NEWBEE
something
Lifestealer.
else.
I mean, this is their 5th try or something, right?
Well, they also have first pick this time too, so it shows that they're not incredibly confident with the hero as NEWBEE is.
NEWBEE showing the IO the respect I think it deserves, taking that tool away from OG.
It's always been a Western hero.
Yeah. DK TI4 hour played it pretty well.
There's always been
lowercase super.
A couple of exemptions, but
by and large, definitely a Western hero. They're really taking their time with the
Phoenix
second
might
ban.
make it through. We'll see.
Yeah, so Phoenix is probably one of the big ones.
I think that's going to be our first pick from OG, most likely. That was something as well OG didn't have last time, was that healer kind of hero, whether it was a Juggernaut, a Dazzle, Wisp, Phoenix. So
and out of the ones in vogue, probably the Phoenix the most successful here.
Yeah, definitely. Those first 2 banned from NEWBEE last game, and for good reason.
They didn't have anything to really save anybody. You saw Miracle got gone on a lot, and if he got initiated on, he was more or less just dead.
Yeah, they had Venge, but like with Slaughter Amp and Lifestealer popping out, any hero's dying in less than a second.
How much do you value having like a crit roaming hero? Like Earth Spirit's the big one.
Ricky ban, wow. I don't necessarily think it's needed. I think that they just need to do better in their lanes. That's what Dota always comes down to, is how well do you do in your lanes. And OG did not do well.
So OG get first pick. Phoenix out there.
As is the Earth Spirit. Yeah. It offers another form of initiation, unlike last game where they were just relying on Moon.
And NEWBEE are dire again. They do tend to favor like the strong Roche taking heroes on that side, especially. We see most teams like that. Death Prophet, Slardar are still available.
Dire's been heavily favored this tournament.
59 wins from 88 games so far.
Oh, wow.
More than 67% win rate. Yeah.
Closing on 70.
For Dire?
Yeah.
Makes sense.
You've seen a lot of teams this tournament, if they're behind, they take Roshan.
Did OG take Radiant in the last game?
They were Radiant. They were Radiant's second pick, which is the interesting thing.
Oh, okay, so maybe they just like second pick.
What's the difference in mentality if you're like a Radiant team? I know you in Dire Boys, you talked a bit about like pushing is more important.
Yeah, there's actually not too many advantages to being Radiant right now. Now,
it's just strictly worse.
Yeah, basically. I think it's just worse. With the new map changes, there's really not too many benefits.
All right, so NEWBEE do get their Phoenix. The Void got banned second stage last game, but they're going to grab it here first stage, and it was the crit Earth Spirit to open things up.
The only like major differences I can think of is that the Ancients from Dire, or like, well, I guess it's another Dire advantage for the offlane, where the Ancients are just so much closer.
The only advantage I can think of for Radiant is another advantage for Dire.
I don't know.
I mean, back like what, half a year ago, there was like this mentality amongst at least some players that just like being on Radiant and pushing up felt better. It's like a really weak argument.
That's mostly for less experienced players, I think. But.
Yeah, I mean, it was like some pro players mentioned it. Like we talked about it on EG like a couple times here and there, but it's more of a mental thing, not like a tangible advantage on the map.
Yeah, it's definitely some players do prefer to be playing down the screen rather than up the screen. There is that, and not just in Dota, but in other games as well, which is Well, that's how you feel, I guess. That's how you feel. Peter's shaking his head.
What are we talking about?
What a load of nonsense
Let's
right
talk
now.
about the draft. Bat Rider gets picked.
Well, they
NEWBEE
do
banning out the
Yeah,
bench.
they do have two forms of initiation now with Earth Spirit and the Bat.
They also have the Earth Spirit who can move a lot, can potentially help secure the Bat's lane a bit. Moon not having a good start was definitely an issue last game.
Void's a really tough hero to zone as like one support. There's only like a couple that can actually zone out a Void entirely. Sometimes you'll have like your carry can help you, whether it's like a Clinks or a Drow Ranger with the orb effect. He can kind of orb walk behind the creep wave and help you zone out a Void. But with an Earth Spirit, I don't think they'll be necessarily committed to zoning out a Void solo. So maybe we'll see Fly on something a little bit stronger in lane, perhaps.
Maybe a Disruptor.
I don't even think Disruptor can do it. Maybe we always go with Bane, but Bane's not always the best hero. It's not really that bad at all this game though.
Yeah, they took a Disruptor in the second game that they played against NEWBEE in the group stage. That one ended after 28 minutes though, so...
Yeah, maybe not.
So NEWBEE banning the Lycan. Again, not so the OG have run a whole lot, but they have basically no objective taking potential right now, already 2 picks in, so...
Venge Phoenix are banned, so that kind of leaves Disruptor or Dazzle for Fly. And Dazzle seems like kind of where they would go, that since they have 2 initiation heroes in Earth Spirit and Bat Rider, but NEWBEE always has the potential to pick AA as well, which combos really well with Void and is incredibly good versus Dazzle.
You know, what are they going to combo with the Void here?
Well, they already have the
DP already got
Phoenix.
banned. Let's see. They've run Clinks with it.
Yeah,
they've run...
They're still Invoker.
From a support point of view, they've run the Lion with it before.
I mean, they run the
but he just
Lion
gets
with
banned
almost
now.
everything.
Yeah. I mean, obviously you just want damage to dump into Chrono, but the Lion does get banned now.
And they've also used the Dark Seer as well.
I'd say Void Phoenix and then like one more is pretty much all you need.
If you go AA here, though, you're lacking any like control or playmaking potential from your supports.
They're taking Miracle's Invoker.
I think it's... have they been playing Quas Wex, or has it been Exort?
They have not been running too much of the hero. They ran it once against Fnatic.
Did they have Void?
They did not.
Okay.
They had, that was the game where they ran the KP Naga, so it was
Yeah.
kind of a curveball draft. I think it was Quas Wex, though, I want to say.
I'm not totally sure what we'll see here,
Let's
but
see.
I think that...
Oh, no, it was actually Quas Exort.
Weaver might be a pretty good likelihood for How this game.
Well, they do go with the Fly Dazzle.
Yeah, man, I got this. I got this.
There you go. TI winning drafter right here.
I mean, you gotta play what you know, and OG is picking some of their staples because that's what got him here, and that's what you need to do. And Dazzle's great this game. There's nothing that says it's not a good pick this game, unless they pick AA.
Well,
But
I guess like you said, AA Phoenix isn't the greatest support
It's
combo.
really not.
Yeah, you don't have any disable from those two. They're both very level dependent. They're not that good at moving around early.
Very
so.
static, and you can't help lanes.
And you're against Earth Spirit, and Earth Spirit will be moving, so I don't think that's the way NEWBEE's headed.
Disruptor's okay for Chuan. That's one of the heroes he's been playing a lot.
Yeah. Pretty good against Bat.
Yeah, great first Bat.
Good for chasing follow kills
Good
after
versus
Chrono.
Spirit. Silence is nice for Dazzle.
So just looking back on their last set of games against OG, they haven't run an Invoker in any of those games.
I think NEWBEE will take their support hero here and then wait on since they have the last pick of the draft.
Oh, they do go AA.
They'll be able to see both of OG's heroes here, which they're going to see their mid and their carry, and then they're going to be able to last pick Hao's here, or they could run Void for Hao, which he has played before, and then they could have KPI play something else.
Like Slardar, for example.
So I think, yeah, Slardar's still in the pool. That's an option, but maybe even like his Naga or something along those lines.
Okay.
Or Tidehunter is still very, very good.
Yeah, both those heroes great against the Bat initiation, especially.
Definitely.
Do you think Tide makes them super cooldown dependent, though?
No, I don't think so. I think with Tide, they can just walk down a lane, and if Bat Rider tries to go, Tide's going to have a Ravage and a Mech, and Phoenix is going to Sunray whoever they go on, and that person's not going to die.
So OG really haven't shown anything about their overall game plan here. Just solid laning supports and an initiator, but we don't see if they're going to go for more split push, more farm. They know they're fighting into a huge team fight right now.
Yeah, NEWBEE's safe lane's a little weird, like we talked about Phoenix and AA being not the best support duo, but AA does kind of secure your lane with the Chilling Touch, so maybe Crit will roam up there and Bat Rider and try, or on Earth Spirit and try to help out Bat, but
I mean, once in a while OG has run the no-tail Bat, something they've shied away from a bit recently. Any chance of that
I'd
coming
be
out?
really surprised if they did that. I think this tournament, it's been Moon that's almost always.
It was
been
like
playing
every
the
game
Bat.
at Shanghai, but yeah, it's definitely been different.
I mean, they didn't do that well at Shanghai, so.
We're talking about going back to things that work, so
yeah.
maybe not.
I'm not sure what no-tail hero we'll see here.
Juggernaut was
PL.
banned last game.
But it's tough when you have these 4th and 5th picks because you need to pick a hero that's not going to get totally counterpicked by that last selection.
Okay. There's a lot of ways to deal with refraction here.
Yeah.
We'll know a lot more about OG's hero when we see this last ban.
TA is a good matchup against Invoker, but beyond that, there's Phoenix to deal with it. There's AA.
Phoenix is incredibly great versus TA.
Yeah, on paper it looks like a hard TA game in the mid game, but they do have Earth Spirit TA with even the Dazzle may be able to TP if needed, so perhaps they're just trying to crush the lane. You mentioned laning being really important here, and there's a matchup where TA can do well.
Barrier's great versus AA, great versus Invoker. He's okay versus Phoenix.
They don't have a great way to deal with the lasso initiation.
Not yet.
But they do have one more pick.
That's true. They don't have, like last game it was Chuan on the Lion blinking as soon as Moon would blink in and lasso, Chuan would blink in and go on the bat. They don't really have that this game. A is not going to be able to counter initiate. So Phoenix can maybe get an Ags. And can you take someone out of lasso with Ags? I'm not totally sure.
I mean, we don't really see very many Phoenix Ags. So.
Yeah.
If it gets to that point, if often.
I just don't know what kind of effect that has. I know you can't snowball someone out of lasso. So
I'm not sure. So they banned Dro again, 2 games in a row now, 5th banning the hero. Just really, now with the Lycan also has been banned, so there's no like, just pick this hero, win all the lanes option.
Yeah, it's a huge focus on lanes for NEWBEE right now.
Yeah.
Slug ban.
The strange thing about the Drow is they played OG.
That's new.
Oh.
With the Drow. And NEWBEE won very easily. Naga for 5th pick.
So this is one of the ways to counter big team fights. Silencer used to be a hero teams would experiment with. Song obviously great for resetting fights. Can also split push and just prevent them from ever 5-manning with the combo.
It's true. It's a lot of bursts though. I don't know if necessarily Naga Sleep is going to save someone. They're going to get chronoed, there's going to be a Sunstrike, and there's going to be an AA Blast.
And if it all dumps in, it may not matter.
And the rest are just right clicks at that point. So
they do have Grave as well. So.
But if Naga's a great hero to give them lots of vision, that will allow them to kind of figure out where NEWBEE's heroes are throughout the game and maybe dodge some of these team fights or maybe find themselves taking favorable fights.
So what pulls it together here for NEWBEE?
Something to deal with the Naga
lasso
illusions.
as well.
Ember Spirit, Sven still in the pool, I think.
Weaver. No, there's the Ember.
Very nicely done.
It's fine. It's fine.
What a draft.
It's all good. It's all good. We've got PPD here, and he's saved the panel entirely.
Last place Manila Major, guys.
Final thoughts, Charlie.
This is a new look for OG. Have we ever seen a no-tail Naga Siren?
Not here.
I don't think so.
No.
Been a while.
What do you reckon? Who's got the better draft?
Man.
It's going to depend on Moon once again if he gets anything out of the offlane. If he gets things out of the offlane, I'm a fan of OG. Otherwise, I'll just take NEWBEE again.
Okay, key man Moon. LD.
It's definitely a new look from OG, especially. I think NEWBEE being dire side with this much team fight, this much AoE, I just think this is an overall comfortable draft for them. So OG have to win lanes. I favor NEWBEE here.
Okay. All right. Thank you to all 3 of our panelists. We'll head over to our commentary team
we
once
don't need
more
to go, Charlie.
for game number 2.
Thank you very much, Paul. Indeed, game 2 now of OG versus NEWBEE. Let's not waste any time as we get into game 2.
OG versus NEWBEE.
So indeed, here we have it. Gods, let's talk about this. OG bringing something a little bit different to the board. No-tail Naga Siren. What's your thoughts?
Normally you get excited when you see a player on a new hero combo, but Naga Siren, maybe not the most exciting or flashy hero, but we're going to see what No-Tail can do in this hero. I'm curious to see OG and how they can pull this off and how it changes things with this team, because this is probably one of the last heroes I would have expected out of OG at this tournament.
Absolutely, and it's going to be very interesting to see how it does against NEWBEE's lineup. I mean, they've got an incredibly strong composition, that infamous Void combination with the Phoenix, and the fact that they've taken Miracle's Invoker away, they're going to put Mu, of course, on it in the mid lane. The carry How on his Ember Spirit. The one weakness that the panel did talk about, though, is the fact that between the AA and the Phoenix, maybe a little lack of lockdown, but have NEWBEE compensated for that elsewhere enough, do you think?
I mean, the Ember's that good tempo controller who has that short cooldown disable. You've got an 8-second cooldown on Searing Chains. It can set up a cold feed, so this fixes a lot of the problems. KP Getting aggressive bottom, but similar on the OG side, not the best lockdown, at least early on. You've got Lasso once you for initiation later on. I think the big reason Naga works here is because NEWBEE, this Game 2 draft, very different than Game 1. It's much more, you see the Void Phoenix, it's team fight, you're playing around your big ultis. The Ember Spirit can solve the Naga problem a bit, but unlike last game, you're not worried about NEWBEE running at you 10 to 15 minutes in the game with Slaughter and Lifestealer. This time around, NEWBEE have to play around the cooldowns a bit more. They're also just not as fast tempo with a draft like this.
Absolutely. Looking over to OG's lineup, do you imagine the kind of play style that they're going to look for is kind of the combination Miracle, Moon, and Crit to be those playmakers, looking for the action around the map, where you have obviously Fly on his Dazzle, looking after N0tail, trying to get into that stage of the game where he's going to be this, unstoppable late game force. On top lane, Moon in trouble, and Moon gets the Sunstrike on point. Moon will start to take the south, but in fact, Crit trying for the first blood. N0tail's going to find it on the bottom lane. Action going on globally here. OG with the first blood. Can NEWBEE find Moon in return? They are trying their best here. Moon's giving them a bit of a workout, and he is going to try and deny himself here to the neutrals. He's not going to be able to do it though. Try finding the kill, and Crit's actually rolled into this. He may end up giving NEWBEE a second kill if Howard Tron could get away with this one. Chains come out, and NEWBEE will take a second, going the way of How on the Ember Spirit.
Oh, Crit will be regretting that one for a while, but the first blood going to Naga, that is obviously a great pickup at bottom. Does look like KP is getting some XP out of this lane, but the first blood for Naga of all heroes is something you do have to be a little bit concerned about.
Absolutely, and I'm sure we'll see KP start to play a little bit more reserved after being caught out at the start. And the mid lane matchup, it's going to be interesting to see how that pans out. Having this TA against the Invoker, I mean, obviously, during the draft, Miracle, he's going to be picking up the TA if he feels confident in the matchup. He knows Invoker incredibly well, so we should expect to see Miracle do all right in this lane.
Mu is one of those mid laners. He reminds me a lot of Fata, is that people don't talk about him. Mechanically though, insanely good. He's not like some 9K MMR player or anything, but he will win his lanes, and even lanes that he maybe shouldn't win will do very well.
Top Moon in a lot of trouble here. The bird coming across, Sunray from across the tree line. NEWBEE taking down another kill on this top lane, punishing Moon for the second time. Moon maybe needs to tone down the aggression up here. Level 3 now on the Phoenix.
He's playing kind of extra aggressive because he's had the backup of Earth Spirit constantly, so he wants to try and set up these kills where he can get 2 or 3 napalm stacks and have Crit roll in. But he's just being he's kind of overextending and trying to do a bit too much right now as NEWBEE find a second kill on him. And something the panel talked a bit about was Moon having a good time in this lane, which so far has not happened.
Immediately as well, we're seeing How dealing very well with Moon's aggression. As soon as he tries to go in, just holding him back with the chains.
Smoke mid.
See if they can get the wrap around. And we ignore the courage, just go straight for the kill. Sunray onto Miracle, eating through those refraction charges. And Miracle, can he get himself out of this one? Will pop the fairy fire. The bolt charges, will it be enough? Diving forward, Miracle takes it out. Miracle!
His
precision threads the needle there.
The way the dive works, he just...
On Crit, he's coming in to punish this as well. Kaka trying for the TP, realise it's not going to work because the stun is available for Crit, and he just moves in, lays down the rock, beats down the bird. He certainly can kill a bird with one stone in this case.
We're talking about one of the best Phoenix players in the world, having his dive dodged by Miracle there. He stands right in the middle of it, doesn't take any damage or get hit by the slow, and that is just some insane individual play out of the mid laner of OG, the 9K MMR Miracle.
Absolutely, and we need to see this high level play from OG, because game 1, they got battered by NEWBEE. NEWBEE dealt incredibly well with them. They just played at a higher level. The draft, the performance wasn't there from OG, but already at the start of this game, it looks to be a much cleaner beginning.
Yeah, after the 2 deaths, Moon has gone back to the lane and been able to put a bit of pressure on, get some farm. He's up to 11 CS in level 4, but similarly, bottom lane, Void, level 4 himself. So both offlaners having a decent time here early on.
Now look at that, the stats indeed. I've not played a professional game for 11 months on the Naga Siren N0tail. So far the farm's going good, and talking about the 2 side lanes, looking at the safe laners, the fact that N0tail 27 for 6 over on the top lane. How only 14 for 4. He's really been shut down in terms of the early game farm because of the presence of Moon and the occasional appearance of Crit.
Yeah, and even when you're getting those, like the kill and the assist at top on Howie, you're not going to match up well against the Naga Siren, who's free farming away.
What? Crit, eyes onto the mid lane, getting a lot of vision down around this mid lane as well.
Have got level 6, so that means traps are online.
Crit's just going to try and find the perfect angle here. clean out this final range creep, so the push is there, and they'll be able to get the creeps to Temple Town. Immediately there we have it. The creeps are gone, so in comes Crit with the roll-in onto Miracle. Has he got the damage to deal with this Invoker? He's got Moon turning up as well. They should be able to find it, and they will. Nothing that Tron could do to save the Moon. Flying himself away. In fact, Kaka falling incredibly low. Needs to be careful on this Phoenix, but OG get away with that kill onto the Invoker. A bit of action there, favorable for Miracle. And this mid lane, 27 for 14 against the 21 for 6. A lot of denies as well done by the TA. It's looking good for OG.
Very timely rotation from the O-Spirit, waiting for the trap slow. Even just that small microsecond of slow, allowing him to guarantee the boulder smash into rolling boulder. And from there, Invoker doesn't really have a good counterplay. Hasn't got any points in Wex. There's no Ghost Walk potential. And OG even covered their bases by having Moon rotate into the mid lane, just in case NEWBEE showed up with a lot of heroes.
This is one Miracle. He's going to try and secure himself the rune. He does have backup from Crit coming in. The Sunray though, meaning the Miracle can't hang around to grab it. Regen will be there, but Crit, he's onto Kaka, gets off the stun, the slow, the silence as well. Will the damage be there though? And it's not, so Crit has to be careful now, getting himself away. Kaka dives forward, Moo closing the gap as well, and Crit, can he manage to play his way out of this one? He hasn't got anything else to throw out, and NEWBEE will find the kill. Moo's turned up on the Batrider, trying to chase down the bird. Kaka will be able to get away as Tron is there. They'll look to turn this one. Moon still trying to find his 4 stacks onto the Phoenix. It's a hard kill to get. He's desperately going for it. One more touch will do it and he'll find it. But he is going to get punished. How turning up with the reaction. But Moon at the moment, he's creating a lot of space, wasting a lot of time here for NEWBEE. But with the tower hitting down onto him, he will get punished for it.
He may have actually been able to TP out there. I don't know if he totally realized how didn't actually have the Searing Chains up, but either way, a lot of, I guess, quote-unquote, space created, trading his life for a support. Not really ideal as a Batrider, but How had to rotate off the lane, came in, used Fire Remnant, and he can't TP back to lane.
Lane again, immediately with the trap, Slow trying to move in, onto Moo, Crit, playing it perfectly, Moo out of mana here as well, not a lot of hope for him until the backup comes through, and here we have it, KP deeping in, but Crit with the silence, making sure that the Chronos doesn't come out immediately, now it comes out onto Miracle, is the damage there, there's a bash, the Sunray as well, Miracle, will he be safe, flies there, but he hasn't got the mana, the ball charges, keep Miracle alive, they've taken down Moo, they'll turn towards KP, OG, take two, how? In with the reaction, finds a kill onto Miracle, remnants up to the high ground, tries to finish off Moon, the Flame Guard taking him down with a heal from Fly, the slow from Crit holding back How, he won't be able to find himself anything else there, and it's a 2-for-1 for OG, but they do lose Miracle at the end of it.
I mean, all this is going on while NoTail is free farming, remind you. NEWBEE are playing 5v4 Dota right now, NoTail, Arcane Boots, Aquila starting to pressure the Tier 1 tower, and this is going to be a big concern for NEWBEE, who are going to actually decide to rotate Moo off this mid lane. It's just been such a bloodbath there. They don't want Invoker involved in this much fighting. He's only level 6, 8 minutes into the game. Moo needs to find some farm and alone time, so he's like, okay, let's make a truce. I'll go down bottom. Me and NoTail can have our farming time, but he does not want to go anywhere near the action.
Absolutely, at the moment. You know, NEWBEE, they're playing similar to how they were in the first game, just reacting to every kind of play that OG is going for. But at the moment, the trades are going OG's way.
Yeah, and you can kind of see what NEWBEE feel like they have to do. How's even picked up a drum?
Hello. Kaka just diving away there. He's got to be careful though. I mean, Miracle, as we've seen, this man willing to play incredibly aggressively on his TA. Yeah.
The Ember of How has to be the one kind of to create space for Invoker at this point. Void has to play around the Chrono cooldown. You can't get kills alone as a Void. You're talking about an offlane Void with just brown boots and a poor man's shield, so How's Ember with the AA Ice Blast has to be kind of the killing duo of this NEWBEE lineup right now. You've always got the Sunstrikes that can go flying in, but you don't want to actually fight with your Invoker outside of that global Sunstrike.
And you can see there's a bit of a nice creep stack there for the Dire towards the top by the lane. So Ember, you can see now How just getting the pull across, clearing out some of these larger creeps. And this is keeping him very, very close to the farm of NoTail. We saw at the start that Hell was falling behind in CS, but at this stage, just only a few hundred behind this Naga Siren, which has been given a lot of space. So NEWBEE at least able to close the gap there, mid lane Kaka, just trying to do his best to slow down Miracle's farm with the Sunray spam. He's not going to be able to get a kill, but nonetheless going to be incredibly annoying.
He wants to hit that level 6. Could buy the Tome of XP at 10 minutes and hit level 6 and go for a smoke play, but...
Here we go with the setup down bottom, NEWBEE. They need to have TPs in if they want to have a chance of countering this one. The silence should be there as well in case, and it is. Crit plays it perfectly.
That is so good. They time the sleep, they take the sleep off as the boulder smash is going through. Meanwhile, Dazzle does get picked off by an Ice Blast, it looks like, but the much bigger kill on the Void at bottom lane, and a very well executed kill at that. Does put Song of the Siren on cooldown, which is that long 3-minute cooldown. If NEWBEE want to go for a gank, N0tail will not have that escape spell.
I mean, at the moment as well, we see Miracle at the start. You know, when he went aggressive, they did react to him. Do the side of NEWBEE look to take down and punish this TA? I mean, where are you kind of looking to put your efforts at the moment?
Killing Naga is the dream scenario, knowing that there's no Song. If you can find the Naga, it's not necessarily a guaranteed kill, it's still a 1k HP Naga, but with a Chronosphere into Sunstrike, you've got, well, no Supernova yet, Kaka's not quite there, so it looks like they're going to instead go for the easier kill on the TA.
We have it, wrapping around, KP, he's going to jump in immediately, committing the Chronosphere. We'll see if there's going to be any kind of save from OG. TPs are coming through, but the pure damage coming down as the head of Miracle. They'll find themselves the kill, Moon's there. And that's so available yet to skill it here at level 8 with the Supernova out. KP getting the batches, Moon in a lot of trouble, but Fly gets the grave out. Moon will be able to escape. Still Kaka, the Sunray will get him! Crit turns in, has to get out the Magnetize. Can they stop this man TPing out? They can't, he's gone. So OG losing to NEWBEE won't be punished at all there in that engagement, and now regaining good control of this game, 9 for 7. Something else to know, of course, is this incredible timing of Chuan. And you look towards Chuan, he had a Midas at 10 minutes in.
Yeah, this 3-0-3, and Chuan, as far as the, I guess, I don't know, he kind of plays that sometimes 4, sometimes 5 position support. As far as the role he plays, where he's on the 5 position heroes but gets a lot of farm, he always has these amazing games. His Lion last game, we saw it. Another Ice Blast mid, Miracle. Oh yeah,
the perfect setup here for NEWBEE if they can find the follow through. Refraction's gone, Sunstrike will be there as well. It's going to be off the point, but the Sunray, that doesn't miss.
Level 4 Sunray this early on, and you cannot rely on Refraction. This is where, yes, TA, good laning matchups against the Invoker, but once you get out of that laning state, Zero struggles tremendously against Phoenix, AA, like Chronosphere lockdown, Ember Spirit. You've got so many ways to fight and deal with the TA Refraction.
A lot of this now really onto NEWBEE to just continue to make sure that he finds the farm. He has 2.2k on him at the moment. I imagine the build he is going to be saving up for that relic this game.
Absolutely. No question about it. That is the build which can win your team this game. It's going to come down to creating space for N0tail to get that range and come online. And TA not really the best hero to fit that description, but Miracle as a player fits that description because NEWBEE just, I mean, they're like, okay, it's Miracle. We got to keep ganking him. We got to keep killing him. They've taken him out 3 times, but as a result, Naga's been able to free farm the lane, and the jungle has 91 CS already. Is being outfarmed by Hal now, who took down a Tier 1 tower, as well as being involved in a lot of kills.
Immediately jumping in onto Moon. Sunray, Sunstrike, goodbye Sunshine. Another kill for NEWBEE. I mean, this catch potential, you know, if you land this Chronosphere, you're pretty much killing anyone on the side of OG every time, as long as you have at least a +1 and a Sunstrike.
And NEWBEE are just being so proactive at finding pickoffs. It's not as fast-paced as last game in terms of taking objectives, but as far as finding fights and getting kills, it's just as fast-paced. All out of Kaka's Phoenix, it feels like.
Miracle and Hal. It's kind of playing around with each other here in the mid lane. Kaka keeping eyes on NEWBEE. They do really want to try and kill this man again. 2.7k gold, NEWBEE getting closer and closer to the relic.
Speaking of Midases, it looks like Kaka close to his as well. So we're going to be looking at very rich
triple
and
Midas.
high-level supports on NEWBEE's side. You're versing a Naga, what do? You match greed with greed.
OG, 4 towards the mid lane. The ping's coming out. NEWBEE are hanging around for a bit of a reaction if OG start to go aggressive once more. Tower incredibly low. They'd love to find that extra bit of gold by getting the final touch OG, but already Hal. Eyes onto Moon. There's the chains off. Some kind of follow through. Coming through from Fly, and a Moon will be given the backup. Here comes the Ancient Russian Ice Blast onto Fly, remnanting forward, looking to kill off the Dazzle Hound. He can't quite get it. Sunray's flying front to Miracle, and they've lost the TA.
Yep.
Again, NEWBEE finding these huge kills, and they're not done. They're moving from what's a fantastic Supernova in the middle of it all. Fly will grave himself, continue to run. Now coming in from the side, he's got the Slight and the chains ready at the waiting. Fly brought down incredibly low. Doesn't quite get the latch off here, and Fly will survive. Sunstrike, who's it going to catch? No one for the time being. So OG will be able to keep the rest alive. Moon's got eyes onto Kaka, and he'll move in. Kaka's just going to go for the TP out. He's not going to make it. Flame Break will be there, and Moon just playing with the Firebird. Fire with fire there, and Moon finds the kill.
Needed that.
How's looking for Moon though? And with the Ice Blast, that might just catch him in. No, it can't quite get him. And with the backup of Crit, can Moon actually get himself away from this one? Time dilation coming through the slows there, but Fly, the backup Miracle's there as well. KP holding out for the perfect chrono. Will he be able to get it off? He should, and he does. 2 men on the catch of it. Yeah, they've got to get themselves out.
Kind of uses it like the Song of the Siren there just to cover the retreat of Hao, who is very low in mana, as well as the Invoker of Mu. But again, while this is all going on, No Tail has 4k gold, has the relic money. He's ready to go, and with the T1 tower, they'll get even more money on top of this. Fine, not going to go for the deny.
It really is all about whether or not this is a game that a Naga can win. I mean, the later this goes, I mean, you look at NEWBEE's lineup, as you said, because of the way that they've been building and the heroes themselves, they're still going to be incredibly relevant towards the latter portions of the game if it ends up going that far.
It's actually, I've never seen this build out of a Bat Rider. He's still got no points in Flaming Lasso at level 10. He's not even going Blink Dagger. He's going straight into an Aether Lens. This is like OG saying, our plan is just to farm. We're not looking for pickoffs. We're looking just to go for these kind of more stable item build-ups where we're not going to be setting the tempo. They're letting NEWBEE be the ones who decide how this game plays out, but for the most part it's working because No Tail has gone completely unchecked. NEWBEE have lost a bit of their early game lead here as we transition into the mid game.
Kaka is coming across the jungle. They need to keep tabs on No Tail, check out the man's progression, make sure that he doesn't get too out of control.
It's really just, at this point, it's like too late to gank him. You've just kind of accepted and conceded to the fact that Naga's going to have a 18-minute Radiance, and NEWBEE are just saying, we think we can beat it with the way they're prioritizing ganking Miracle. And I think the one thing to look at as like, okay, we're giving Naga free farm, and let's try beat it late game is they've got triple Midas, they're going to scale very well, and TA is not going to scale all that well.
Miracle, I mean, he really is going for the playmaking build here. Rather than finishing off the full Deso first, he's just going to pick up that Blink Dagger on top of the Blight Sack.
This is in some ways more defensive than offensive, this game, just because with the Refraction up, if you get Initiate on, you can still blink away, since you don't take damage with the Refraction up. It does not disable your blink, and NEWBEE
looking for a big smoke here. But at the same time, OG, they grouped up as 4 as well.
And the blink also great against the Void. You can, if you're fast fingers and we're talking about Miracle, you can get that.
It's going to dispel. What's the reaction going to be? Immediately just trying to get themselves out of there. Crit turns around, gets a 2-man stun. How? Quite get the catch off. The roll away is there from Crit. Crit and Fly, they need to run because How? He's moving in. KP trying to get close enough to land the Chronosphere. How? Chains onto 2, Sunstrike as well, but it's a little bit too far for NEWBEE to commit. They're now starting to back up. It's a 3-man Weavers. OG, they'll want to fight into this one. Kaka does have a Supernova available, but the lasso's there, but immediately the Chronosphere reaction. Miracle trying to finish off Kaka, he can't quite do it now. He's got to run. The Ice Blast flying through. The Silence is done. The Flame Break KP brought it incredibly low. Time walks away. He's going to survive for the time being. But they still get him the Magnetize. It will bring him down, and OG fight 2 How. Looking for the TP bomb. Crit with the plays! He shoots, he scores! It's a double kill for Crit! Miracle, he's still potentially got eyes looking for more. Moon and Crit are there to back it up. It's just a poor old solo AA. Goodbye Twan as OG take a 4th, equalizing the scoreboard off now, 12 for 12. A huge fight for them there, and NEWBEE, they just were too damn aggressive, gods.
Yeah, they find themselves incredibly deep. They've already committed the Phoenix dive, and Miracle positioned himself that he blinked behind the Chrono, was seeing Phoenix. For a second, it looked bad for OG when the Song actually saved the Phoenix for a while, but Crit comes up big. He hits the stun as the Song ends, again, preventing the Phoenix from using that kind of escape spell or using the Supernova. And you take the Phoenix, Supernova, and Sunring out of the fight, and NEWBEE are missing one of their biggest tools, their most important tools for an engagement, and just really good control from OG, baiting NEWBEE as deep as they did, and then they just turn it around.
Absolutely. I mean, you mentioned Crit. I mean, he on his Earth Spirit.
It's been
obviously
the Crit show,
his staple, but yeah, he has had an absolutely incredible performance so far. 3-2-7. He's coming up to the money for that Blink Dagger if that's what he wants to go for straight up. But yeah, what a great Earth Spirit game this has been so far. And every single time it's been there, as you said, just to follow up the Song, any kind of setup from OG. This game, I think that this is pretty much as close as we expected an OG NEWBEE matchup in the upper bracket to be.
Oh, absolutely, and completely unexpected with the way that this draft has gone with the Naga Siren TA duo from OG, and so far so good. OG TA is back in the game after that fight. Miracle is suddenly up there with the Invoker in terms of farm. Hao's the one who's also falling off now. He needs to just get back to work on that Battle Fury. But NEWBEE have snuck their way into the Roche pit.
Yeah, this is nice as well. If they can get away with this one, OG, but any idea that this is going on at the moment towards the mid, they are going to start to make a movement across, and Miracle has a trap ready to lay down. So they know what's up. It doesn't look like NEWBEE will get away with this one. And indeed they won't. You know, they've been spotted. KP still hanging around, playing around with the Roshan, but OG will be there ready for the battle. Looks like it won't kick off for the time being. Neither team feeling confident enough to move into the pit. As we can just see Miracle actually just posed incredibly aggressively to see if anyone comes around through this area of the jungle.
I think partly why NEWBEE want to take it now is because taking Roche only gets more difficult now that Naga's starting to commence the split.
Miracle could go for this mid because Crit's there as well to find the follow through. Moo will get out the Ghost Walk in time. They don't have detection, so Moo will be able to walk this one off successfully. Crit just a little bit too slow there with the follow-up silence, and Moo just too damn quick with the reactions.
OG starting to just assert dominance on the map. Being able to push out all these lanes using the Naga illusions has just given them a ton of map control. Unfortunately, they haven't been able to get too many wards up. NEWBEE have de-warded the recent ones, but Fly taking the path into the enemy jungle will be looking to get some aggressive vision.
They can get Hao as well. They need Crit to hit a stun or a silence. They'll get it immediately. Immediate silence from Crit. 1-2, Miracle! Ripping through Hao on the Amber Spirit. And now this is at a stage as well where Miracle just 300 gold away from the Desolator. If he has that, you know, within the next minute, as well as the Blink Dagger, it's going to cause so many issues for NEWBEE. And also on top of that, the fact is we constantly say that NoTail, he's had a perfect game. He's 12,000 net worth. He hasn't died at all. The Naga start, it's been perfect for him.
Absolutely. Him and Crit have really just showed up here in game number 2 when OG have needed it. Yeah. You have your star mid player getting shut down, prioritized. He's on a hero that's getting countered by NEWBEE's draft. If anything, NEWBEE fell in the trap like, oh, we've got this great draft that can counter TA, but leaving a Naga Siren ignored, and NoTail has taken so much with all that space he's been given. And he's in a great position to succeed here and force a game 3, but NEWBEE, they've got that big scary teamfight lineup, and that's something they're definitely going to be looking to use with the level 2 Supernova.
Smoked up again, but look at the Kaka, jumps in with a stun. Oh, Miracle!
Again, it's Crit.
So much damage at this stage.
I mean, every single time you look at NEWBEE, you've got escape spells like Phoenix has dive, you've got Ember Spirit with the Remnant escape, Void with the Time Warp, and every single time Crit is there with the stun and or the silence to prevent those escape spells. He's been on point, and you look at these gates, you figure, okay, maybe like 1 or 2 times you're going to get away. Every single time he stopped the escape.
Miracle, not afraid to tickle Hao. Just teasing him here on the side. But as you said, yeah. I mean, how do you deal with this just constant threat of Crit jumping in and getting that initial lockdown onto you if you're on the side of NEWBEE?
I think NEWBEE need to look for a smoke play fairly soon again. They've recently got a 4-staff up. They're perhaps waiting for the Aghanim Scepter on move, but they can't just sit back and let OG dominate the map. Try and smoke up using 3 or 4 heroes. The AA has a global Ice Blast. Invoker's got the global Sunstrike, so just send like the Ember, Void, and Phoenix for a 3-man smoke.
How? He's got to be careful. OG know he's there, and they're going to be ready to jump in. Crit immediately with the stun, the silence, and there we have it again. It really is the Crit show.
This Blink Dagger this early on is just completely wrecked NEWBEE. This Ember's just like, man, even when he gets this Battle Fury, he still can't farm. He's still so prone to just being blown up as we just saw.
Man. And it's exactly the way that we expected OG to play from the start. Having these playmakers, giving NoTail this space. So you're essentially winning the game so far without NoTail needing to do anything. I mean, occasionally we've seen him come up with kind of 2 songs in big fights, but he's had so much space. Now he's going to use the song. It should be a little bit, yeah, I was going to say, just TP straight out of this one, a NEWBEE. It's a nice 5-man gank. JK as OG avert it all.
They're thinking about Roche, but with Batrider in the neighborhood, I don't even know if OG are going to let this happen. Miracle could theoretically pressure the top lane with his Desolator, but he said, screw that, let's fight Roche, yeah.
Absolutely, and NEWBEE know this. So NEWBEE We'll look to try and fight outside of the pit. Managed to find a lock onto Miracle. Miracle could be in a bit of trouble with the Sun Ray. The Ice Blast as well. They'll find it.
Okay.
Huge kill for NEWBEE there.
Yeah, that was he rotated past the tower at mid, and NEWBEE, recognizing that he was completely alone, TP the Ember in and catch him, preventing his Blink Dagger. So really nice punish from NEWBEE.
I mean, if Song of the Sirens down, there's no Miracle. This is a good bit of space for NEWBEE. We'll see what they decide to do with it. They're smoked up.
They don't kill Root incredibly fast, but it might just be fast enough with TA dead and Song down.
OG, they are coming across them. We'll see if they do still want to have a go of it. Crit.
It's so annoying. You've got boulder smashes, flame breaks, all these long-range stuns, and annoying nukes just flying in, and you can't even punish this. If you're a NEWBEE, you've got to try and jump one of these heroes that keep throwing these nukes, but an Earth Spirit has a blink. Batrider also has a blink. Now you're not going to catch these heroes.
And at this rate, Miracle's going to be back on the field in
okay,
time.
they've caught
they've caught
messed up.
Chrono into the Ice Blast, the Bat's down.
Oh, he picked up a Shadow Blade just for that initiation. I like this from KP. Talk about how to find these pickoffs.
Eyes onto NoTail. NoTail's alone here. He needs some help. Has picked up his Octarine though. I mean, as we said, the farm 26 minutes in. Radiant's Octarine Naga.
Yeah, the Shadow Blade from KP is recognizing that NEWBEE's catch is very lacking, and they need some way to reliably initiate. Blink Dagger isn't all that good when you're against the Radiant's illusion, so gets the Shadow Blade, but the response that is likely to come from OG is you get a gem and give it to your Naga. The illusions kind of going out on the map can't always see that initiation coming in.
So for the time being, both teams are just going to draw their attention away from the pit. Very, very scared, of course, of Miracle's TA, the side of NEWBEE. They know that it's pretty much suicide to try and go for the Roach whilst OG have these heroes alive. Especially with the Chronosphere, of course, back on cooldown. And OG, they're certainly not scared themselves. They're going to smoke up, move immediately over to the pit, and they themselves, with that TA, have a huge amount of damage. No Chrono for 45. This is great timing to try and go for it. See if NEWBEE do head over and do contest. In fact, looks like OG may. No, okay, here with the Suntra. They know what's up. Ice Blast. Nice connection to none of them. In fact, Miracle sidesteps it successfully. OG move back in. Moon has the lasso up as well. KP looking for some kind of a wraparound with the Shadow Blade, but still at 20 seconds until the Chronosphere.
The egg by the Roche Pit, very deadly to fight into. You can plant it on the cliffs. But without Chrono, oh, they'll even Song.
Yeah, just to make sure. And OG take the Roche. Aegis now onto Miracle. And no response available from NEWBEE.
Hal's still trying to farm up his Battle Fury. He's had a miserable time these last 10 minutes. No Battle Fury, hasn't been able to farm out on the map. The punish from this Earth Spirit just keeps on coming his way.
As in Crit Moon.
KP wants a courier.
Everyone at the moment just being incredibly sneaky on both sides. Keeping themselves in the trees, but no one's going to catch out either. Bottom lane. Hal's got to be careful. Moon's there ready with the catch. Jumps in. Lasso and Crit with the damage. Should be enough to bring him down, and it is indeed. Catching Hal out just like that. We've seen it so many times. I mean, Moon and Crit this time working in collaboration to find the kill, and it's successful.
He finally thought, like, okay, they've left this bottom lane. I can get my Battle Fury. No. OG are patient. They'll wait. They've figured out Hal's farming patterns. They know where he is on the map. They've just really read him well the last 10 minutes of this game, and as a result, NEWBEE do not have the farm they need on the hero they picked to help deal with the Naga Siren. Naga Siren, over 10k net worth ahead of Hal's Ember Spirit.
It is crazy how NoTail's been farming up, but at the same time, it's not unexpected because of the fact that NEWBEE just haven't been given a chance to get themselves down there and attempt to deal with the Naga. We saw them go for one 5-man gank, but the song was there, the initiation was cancelled, and ever since that, NEWBEE just haven't tried to do it again.
OG ready to push forward now with Aegis on Miracle. They can just be split pushing all these lanes with Naga Siren while they've got a good base breaking hero in the form of the Desolated TA. So life gets very difficult for NEWBEE. You have to rely on that heavy team fight of theirs. They've got to land that big Chrono if they want to stand a chance in this fight. And here, there is the gem of the Naga Siren that I talked about. You get this up, you send those illusions around. KP can no longer rely on this Shadow Blade for his initiation.
See how hard OG want to go in on this mid lane. NEWBEE, side. Moon just dies onto KP top. Hal's trying to do his best to clean it out here. OG, so they're not going to be able to muster the courage to go straight in as of yet.
Is a free tier 2 tower for them to take it bottom lane. And we're talking about taking 3 towers into what is the big team fight lineup of NEWBEE.
Miracle.
This Battle Fury pick up by Hal doesn't even change all too much.
It's so late, yeah. It's not the timing that you're looking for as Nether Spirit. But OG, the way that they played, the way that they've drafted this as well, they've just dealt excellently with what NEWBEE wanted to do this game. It's a total different story to what we saw in Game 1, and here we have Miracle. Chipping away at the tier 3s with what kind of response is NEWBEE going to give?
It's so difficult because you've got Naga Illusions pressuring the mid lane. They're chasing Phoenix around, so they're always kind of keeping tabs of where the Phoenix is going to be. And it's just very reliable, safe damage. Miracle just slowly chipping away at the tier 3 tower, and it's forcing NEWBEE to make a play.
I mean, Miracle he's finding this tower on his own, and NEWBEE, they're just being forced back to the base by No-Tail's Illusions.
Ice Blast won't even land, and Miracle's just gotten a free tier 3.
And now with no Ice Blast, OG, they know that they've got the time to move back in. Just continue to push onto the racks. And NEWBEE, I think they're just wondering what the heck they can do. Maybe if they can find some sort of a Chronosphere. KP, but again, as you said, these illusions with the gems just meaning that KP can't find the jump in that he wants
supernova. He used it just so he doesn't die to Naga Illusion.
Oh my goodness.
NEWBEE are in disarray right now. Their initiation just isn't there with the Shadow Blade into a gem. And
Miracle looking to move. One, the Ghost Walk will be there. KP gets on the Chronosphere. Can they take out the Tierbucks? Fly with his Shallow Grave, keeping Miracle alive. No-Tail moving into the center of it all. Ice Blast won't catch Miracle. He's still keeping his first time attack. Crit hits onto the Invoker. The Aegis will be popped. A buyback immediately from Moo, trying to get himself back in and hold on this defense. But KP, he's been caught out on the back lines. They'll take down the Void as well. No buyback available for 50 seconds. Now, he's been lassoed in, and just like that, Miracle ripping the Ember to shreds. They'll come out with this, and at this stage, NEWBEE, I mean, Game 1, they were beating OG around in their base, but this time OG beat NEWBEE around in theirs. GG is called. What a turnaround in Game 2, and I mean, Game 3, Park, off the back of what we've seen going either way, I don't know how it's going to end up.
I mean, this game even started well for NEWBEE. Their early game pressure on the mid lane with the Phoenix Sunray, they constantly kill Miracle. They had the kills going their way. KP got a bit bullied in the off lane on his Void, but both top and middle lane were going well. Moon's Batrider died a lot in the early game. Miracle's TA mid died a lot, but Crit's Earth Spirit was just everywhere, finding pickoff after pickoff. OG, their mid-game was just sensational.
It really was. Crit, 4-2-15. Again, just the combination of his control and lockdown, the damage from Miracle's TA. And a lot of times people talk about OG kind of playing around Miracle, getting the space, but this time, they just played it perfectly around No-Tail. They gave him all the space that he needed on that Naga Siren. At the end of the day, when they could come in with that push, 32 minutes in, just having those illusions, forcing back NEWBEE, and NEWBEE just didn't have an answer.
Yeah, it felt like NEWBEE, they had the strong early game, but they didn't quite have the same ability to just rush at OG like they did last game. Not having the same aggressive, I mean, you're not going to get the lifesteal of 2 games in a row when Hal plays it like he did, but you needed some way to control the tempo more and play faster pace because they were too reliant on some of the big ultimates. Void, his team fight was there, but he couldn't find the Chronospheres ever.
As you said, just the timing, the fact that when the Shadow Blade came out, it allowed them to get that one kill, that one catch onto Moon, but immediately, afterwards, No-Tail picks up a gem, and the whole item, the whole purchase is essentially countered. But I think we should be able to bring up Paul. Paul, are you there?
Yes, we read you loud and clear. Houston, come in. Well done. Good second game, and we're tied up in the upper bracket final. Couldn't ask for much more, could we, Gods?
I'm so thrilled. This is the series everyone's been waiting for, seeing it go to 3 games. I mean, the kind of trading one-sided affairs. I imagine Game 3 you are not going to see an outdraft, but this is fantastic.
Yeah. Odie Pixel, what do you make of this?
I think it's absolutely great to see. I mean, no one at this stage later on into the tournament wants to see 2 games with 2 stomps going the same way. Here, we've kind of had it either way. So as God said, I mean, Game 3, I don't think anyone can call really what's going to happen. We've seen some incredible stuff just over the first 2 games already.
I was quite happy that it was you 2 doing the upper bracket final, because if it was Toby, we'd probably have had 2 stomps, right?
Probably, knowing the luck. But indeed, we've had a great series so far, and I think it's only going to get better in Game 3, Paul.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. We'll come back to you in Game 3. We'll get the thoughts of our panel right now, and we'll start with Charlie. 1-1. Good display from OG after a rocky start as well.
Absolutely. Something we talked about before the game was that the fact that Phoenix and Ancient Apparition are two very static supports, and you contrast that with the Earth Spirit of Crit. That guy was everywhere. He set up so many kills, so many silences on Ember, and it changed the way that they played. If you notice that, yes, Kalka played great, went on, shut down Miracle early really hard, but the fact that he was able to be everywhere on the map really created so much space for Notel.
Yeah, Peter, you highlighted that the two supports didn't necessarily synergize well with each other, and that kind of showcased it, really.
I mean, I think they played really well. You saw early game they were setting up kills in every single lane, but there comes a point where Naga is just pushing every single lane, and these two supports don't really do too much. They just kind of watch Naga farm and wish they were something else.
11 months since Notel's played the hero. It didn't look it, did it?
No, it felt like they were very comfortable with the hero. And I mean, on top of running the passive supports, they go for triple Midas and a Battle Fear and Ember. So it's a very farming-oriented draft. But that basically meant come mid-game, like Naga is just going to have free reign unless every chrono is immaculate. And so many good Dazzle saves later on, too. That early dive mid where Fly was able to turn it around, I just felt like they didn't have the impact hero from the supports more than anything.
I think it was just a really, really good game for that Naga pick. We haven't seen Notel play it at all, but if there was a perfect game for it, it was this one. All he had to worry about was where Void was. And if he could find Void anywhere with any one of his illusions or any TA trap or maybe Batrider, he was ganking Batrider, Notel could go wherever he wanted and do whatever he wanted to do.
Yeah, you also highlighted the draft depended on Moon quite heavily, and he had a good game.
Yeah, and he had a pretty good early game. It wasn't spectacular, but he was kind of got a little more scrappy and ran into their jungle. He ran mid with Crit and made plays happen on the mid lane.
The cool thing was Crit had such a good start that Moon, he went for like the drums Aetherlands build, didn't even skill up Lasso. I think it was until level 11 he got the level 1 Lasso, because he didn't need to. Crit was the only initiator for the team, but he got so much done that Moon could play a little more economy focused, didn't have to rely on the Blink Lasso to start fights, and he kind of had an easy role from there.
Kind of comes back to the supports. NEWBEE just didn't really have any heroes that did things. They just had a bunch of heroes that sat there in lanes, and they just watched Naga farm to the point where there's no return.
Crit MVP is unanimous decision.
You saw Moon and Crit, yes, they died a bit early game, but they're like running deep into the enemy jungle, and you saw like Hao had to respond, the Phoenix had to respond, the AA had to respond, and it was just they don't have the right heroes to be able to deal with like a Batrider and an Earth Spirit just running all over the place.
And the other thing was like I like the way they played around the big ultimates, right? Because if you're constantly taking fights, you're constantly applying pressure to the lanes. Chronosphere's on cooldown. They forced out the egg in quite a few fights where Kaka didn't have the optimal initiation. Sometimes the chrono got blown defensively. You then immediately see OG try to push the advantage. So if you're going to run this very team fight heavy reliant lineup, you have to hit the big combos. But if you don't do that, an OG, they punish, you're in a rough spot.
Let's take a look back at the highlights. The early game was not good for OG, I have to say.
Just some sidestep god out of Miracle right now.
Yes. Under a lot of pressure early. He still was farming pretty well here, and I think shortly after this is when you really start to see the Earth Spirit effect. But moving forward, KP with some good early rotations. I like the way they used the Void early, not afraid to drop the chrono, but again, Dazzle, Earth Spirit, these two coming up so big in this fight. Miracle gets incredibly low. I think Ember triple Remnants in right around this time. Double Remnants in, and then he chases for another. They eventually get the TA, but they had to commit so much on him, and as the game got later, he gets a little more farm. They just couldn't find the kills.
Yeah, if you notice in that fight, AA is never there, but you have 4 heroes of OG all running mid. It's because these heroes like AA, he just wants to sit in the lane and get his level 6 and throw an Ice Blast here and there, but after he does that, his teamfight contribution is pretty much nothing.
It's just all space for Naga, and the great thing that, if Crit was an MVP, I was going to give it to Notel. He took his farm and he made space for his teammates with it. Miracle didn't have this outstanding, 9K MMR, oh my god, game.
Best player in the universe.
He had a couple deaths, but eventually Naga got so farmed, she got her Radiance, and she started pushing out all these lanes, and this put so much pressure on NEWBEE to make these kind of questionable plays in the mid game, and when NEWBEE slipped up, the rest of OG was there to capitalize.
Yeah. Early game, you go for that big dive, you get the kill in the TA. Not a problem because Naga isn't pressuring elsewhere. But later on, when she has Radiance, when she has Octarine BOTs, if you go for that dive, first of all, you may just feed your supports away, which we saw later on. They just couldn't deal with the Radiance burn. And secondly, you might lose objectives too. So as it got later, it just got harder to get away with that type of play.
I think going into next game, we'll see Chuan back on one of his Disruptors or Lions or
playmaking support.
Exactly, so a little bit more do stuff kind of hero.
Yeah, I think we'll see a lot of focus mid again. Like in the first game where NEWBEE won, you saw the Bounty Hunter Kaka constantly mid. This game, you saw Crit on his Earth Spirit constantly mid, and it was those mid rotations that won these respective teams their games.
Yeah. But give credit to OG in the draft because they banned the Chuan Lion, so they know where NEWBEE get their strength from in the mid game.
Likewise, in game 1, we saw the Earth Spirit ban. I was a little bit surprised, but they played against it before and won. Perhaps it was an odd thing. Now we realise why. I think NEWBEE were not going to let that one through, are they?
Go with what you're comfortable with.
I mean, they can play it. Kaka is definitely one of the top Earth Spirit players, so maybe NEWBEE want to run it, but I don't see them picking it first stage, and as a result, probably they either ban it or have a plan to deal with it.
Yeah, and Fly looks pretty relieved after that game.
Yeah, there seemed to be a bit of tension on the players. I said that when they came out. They just seemed slightly different from when I've seen them come out, and they're all happy and smiling and waving to the crowd. And this time around, they were almost morose when they came out. So
NEWBEE's had their number for so long. I mean, it's got to be frustrating to lose to them so many times.
Yeah. What does it do to you then when you finally pick up a win against a team that almost become like your bogey team, and then you finally do win? Is it like a mental click that you kind of go, oh, okay, we can beat these guys?
I think you got to pat yourself on the back for the draft. I didn't really identify it, when it started, but I think the Naga pick was really, really good.
Wait and see what they do for the.
I think NEWBEE's draft
third
was
one.
Really disappointing though. Like I think the Phoenix A that we talked about was just not very NEWBEE-esque at all.
Yeah, the AA felt tempting on paper because of the Dazzle matchup, but it doesn't fit their overall play style.
Yeah, like they've always been running these like tri-cores and then run at and they fight all the time, but with only Void to initiate, they're totally dependent on whether or not this Chronosphere is on cooldown.
Yeah, I mean, compare that to Slardar. Like, they could just fight constantly with KP in the mid-game. Even the Bounty Hunter is always able to fight. Lifesteal is running around, so I would like to see heroes with lower cooldowns.
Yeah, it felt like an overcommitment, just tailoring your entire playstyle to counter one support pick.
Respect for the OG defensive supports, because
I
mean, Fly has come up big on them in the past.
Yeah, I mean, that's the interesting thing is a number of analysts have been on the panel have said, actually, don't like those defensive supports. You need more dynamic plays and give them more space.
Well, I feel like you need a balance. In this game, you had a balance. You had one defensive support, and then you had Crit on that very offensive, aggressive Earth Spirit that was making the plays.
And they also have the Bat Rider in the off lane who can do it too. So.
Okay, we're just waiting for the players to return and the draft to come along. It's a couple of minutes until the draft gets underway, so we'll take another question. This one from Manta Baby. How would the 2013-14 Team DK fare in this era of roster locks and majors?
That's an LD Gods question, isn't it?
Who knows? Given the current form of some of their players.
They're still your favorite team, right?
They were one of my most favorite teams to cast, yeah. They're definitely top 2, top 3. I don't think assuming like they were, at the individual skill level they were back then relative to other players, I think they do really well, but considering how, like Birding, for example, has fallen off quite a bit, some of their players are still doing quite well. MMY is still playing at the top of his game.
Right. And I think, looking back on it, like 71 spoke that there were some issues with that team and how they interacted and how they thought about the game. And I think teams now, especially at the highest level, have developed better habits, developed a better culture to be able to, compete at a higher level.
I think they would need new core players, but I would still be pretty happy with Lanham MMY.
MMY is a beast, and I miss Lanham not being at this event. He's one of my favorite players.
Still remember that monitor smash after they won the best of 7 at WPC. I think it might have been the only time we've ever had a best of 7 in Dota, at least at a big tournament like that.
Sure.
Yeah. What do you think of those? Would you prefer to see them back?
I'm sorry?
Best of 7s?
Oh.
Like a whole day of Dota?
Maybe that was like the only game.
Yeah, if it was the grand final for the whole day.
Sure.
Yeah?
Why not?
All right. What about best of 23?
No, it's
period of 4 days. Come back every day.
Like a
snooker game or something.
No, thank you.
I mean, you talk about me being a hype killer, but a best of 23 is definitely a hype killer.
You don't think you could do the panel for that long?
I'd be surprised if anybody.
So Charlie, back in game
I think
12,
do you remember when would still be there? Like, let's go, boys! Game 20.
Like back in game 18, there was this stat and this stat.
Everyone else is completely gone.
Yeah.
Okay, as we can see, the players are making their way back to the booth right now. OG already back there. NEWBEE taking a little bit of extra time, and they'll be back in for the draft in Game 3 momentarily. We've got another question to take here. What can casual players learn by watching pro games? Peter, what can casual players learn from watching pro games?
I think you can learn mostly just about item builds and why heroes or why players build these items in certain games. Just kind of identify what the other team's trying to do, what they're trying to do, and the items that correspond with those decisions.
What about lower MMR players who are just starting out, and then, I mean, surely drafts help, don't they?
I think you can
Do
just
drafts help in terms of matchups, and you kind of learn who.
I think professional players learn from pubs, and more in that regard. Is like you see what pub players are winning with, and you're like, okay, how can I make this better?
Yeah, start copying whatever is, you know, the hot new.
There's a reason those heroes are hot in pubs, because
yeah.
they're easy to win with. So put them on professional players and see how far they can take them.
Is that maybe why we've seen Wii and Miracle and other players come off the ladders and do well?
I think they just get noticed for playing certain heroes. They've obviously proven that they're great players, even not on their Meepos and Alchemists.
I mean, everyone remembers those players, but for every one of those, there's one like an attacker or something. He's still trying to fully break through, but
up and comer, man.
Someday, man.
Someone give him a chance.
I would say
someday
that
Kunkka will be a hero.
A lot of players just require the right team and the right people around them to succeed. I feel like, you know, these high MMR players, they have the skills. They just need the environment and the experience.
Yeah. Certainly got that right now. Plenty of crowds, good support for NEWBEE and OG. I always wonder about these. Whenever they come out, you always sort of, I wonder which team they're going to go for. If it's Mineski, obviously we know which way they're going to go. But when there's two teams that maybe haven't got a local person in or aren't quite so popular in the region or whatever, you always wonder, why is it so popular for OG, do you think?
I mean, it seems like the crowd is pulling a lot for OG, and then there's Chuan on the other side.
Yeah.
Of course, Chuan, one of the most popular players from Southeast Asia, so he almost balances out the OG effect, but they have Miracle, man.
They also
Everyone's
have
rooting
they
for
also
Miracle.
have No Tail, very lovable, cheery guy himself.
He's a lot more calm nowadays. Like, we used to see him going nuts in the booth, like very intense, screaming a lot. He's definitely changed up his mental approach in big matches.
He's had some blood transfusions from Fly.
He's been sedated.
Yeah. Yeah, Fly's calmed him down.
Yeah, no more yelling for you.
No more yelling ever.
I mean, I know, Peter, like for you, you've said before you think it could be distracting when someone's like too excited and too intense.
For sure, NoTel has a very bad reputation for being very loud in the booth. And maybe his teammates enjoy it, but I remember being on the opposite side and not being too big a fan of that.
That ROTK No-Tail screaming match. God, that was like 2-3 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, he said it himself that it's like getting super hype can detract from your mental state and your focus. You stop thinking about exactly what you need to do in that moment, and you just think about getting the next kill.
Okay, we're in draft number 3. It is game 3 in the upper bracket. One of these two will advance on and confirm their top 2 position in the Manila Major. We've had our first ban. It is the Phoenix, and we're going to get the Lifestealer going again.
NEWBEE Dire, all 3 games here. Yeah. This time they do get first pick again.
Seems like OG's definitely favoring Radiant side.
Yep, they just to update you on that, they actually picked Radiant game 1 and then chose first pick second game, so
cool.
All right. Well, they do go with the Nakes ban again. Very practical. I like it. You know.
Now, will NEWBEE ban IO? That's my question.
Usually they've been first banning it, and this time they just go with the Phoenix.
They did let them have it at Epicenter in the first 2 games as well.
What were the results of those? They won both, right? Oh, they won one.
Last one. Yeah.
Well, NEWBEE do run IO themselves on occasion. It's definitely not a go-to pick. They played it against DC. They won that game pretty handily, but there's the ban.
I think if we had to make any predictions about the draft, I would expect NEWBEE to possibly take Lion first 2.
Yeah. Beastmaster, do you think that's a hero we're going to see come off early?
I think it's going to be banned.
Okay.
Maybe not, though.
We actually haven't seen KP play it that much.
Oh, they respect the Lion.
So Beastmaster gets through. I think that's probably the pick.
Also, the Miracle Invoker is available. OG has been favoring the Moon Bat a lot, too. Not so easy to play that against Beastmaster, though. But NEWBEE, this is the Kaka Earth Spirit.
Okay. They've identified Earth Spirit as the key hero between these 2 teams. They banned it first game. They then let it go second game and lost to it. They picked it third game.
Well, it's like where OG will ban the Lion, NEWBEE have first pick, so rather than blow a ban on the Earth Spirit, they just block pick it, and they definitely have a very capable player for that hero,
They've played it a lot this tournament. They've had tons of success, obviously, being in the winter bracket final.
What an OG one?
The Beastmasters, for sure. That hero's
Do they still invoke her? NEWBEE love the Death Prophet, especially Dire side.
Yeah. If they let the Invoker go, it's getting banned second phase anyway.
Yeah,
right?
but if you pick Invoker now, it's a core that you're picking very early. It can get countered like you saw in the first game. They have the Earth Spirit this time. There's also a possible PL that you can pick against an Invoker. That's a terrible matchup for him.
So maybe like a Dazzle, some safe support here.
Or they could go with Moon's Bat again if they want to in this, but I mean, it's a fairly...
OG is one of the teams that actually hasn't... I don't know if they've played Jungle Beastmaster yet this tournament. Moon may jungle the Beastmaster, but they've never really committed to...
A 4 position.
A 4 position playing the hero like many other teams have done.
If you pick Beastmaster Bat, it reveals a lot about your lanes as well.
Definitely. The great thing about an early Beastmaster is it can be an offlaner or it can be that 4, so you can kind of wait and see how greedy you can get and then choose your offlaner based on that.
So I'm expecting NEWBEE leaning towards the Death Prophet with the second pick here. With the Air Spirit especially, there's a lot of kill potential mid on almost any hero.
Against the Beastmaster, you mostly, it's kind of similar to Bounty Hunter. You just kind of want to group up and push. Death Prophet would be a great hero for that, having some tower damage. Tide Hunter's a good counter, or they can take the game late and maybe go with like a Night Stalker who's always been, he kind of trumps Beastmaster's vision game.
It was actually in the group stages, by the way. They had 2 IO games in a row, lost both of them here, and 1 at Epicenter, which they also lost. So even though they've banned it every game, they've actually beaten them with it every game.
Maybe we'll see it in the grand finals.
Strong possibility if they get back there.
Another big hero that has been seen a little more priority in this series is the Lycan. Got second stage banned. They could push really hard if you're talking about 5 banning. That's a strong 5-man hero.
It's a decent with the Beastmaster as well.
Generally, the way we've seen teams try to deal with the Lycan is just like crush his lane. We saw Fnatic going for the Darkseer Axe combo yesterday and just try to run him over.
Right.
Still ended up losing.
But how many times have we seen OG pick up No-Tails hero first? I feel like they always save
Pretty
it
rare.
for 4 or 5.
And it's Elder Titan, so something totally different here from OG.
Yep, it's going to be a dueling offlane for OG, most likely. Pretty strong. Earth Spirit, like we talked about, isn't the best tri-lane hero, so we can expect it almost to be a 2v2 matchup for the most part. And Elder Titan and Beastmaster are just almost impossible for any support to deal with, so they're going to need to pick a really strong hero for How in lane, and hopefully get Kaka to rotate on the Earth Spirit and pick up some kills.
So who's ideal here? There's like Weaver, Juggernaut.
Not necessarily certain. I don't really like Weaver too much against Elder Titan. You need heroes that can pick up, like Lycan is great.
Okay.
Anyone that can build like a Vlad's and AC are generally preferred against Elder Titan.
You'll be taking their time with this one.
Juggernaut's okay too.
Yeah, last time they pulled out the Spirit first, they went with the Void.
Okay.
That would be kind of a weird pick. I wouldn't be a fan of that here.
I think that is... It's a little strange as well. I also think we'll see that Elder Titan camping mid a lot. The last time they picked that hero for crit, basically sat mid through his Spirit constantly on the other hero, just stomping all over the place.
Oh, it might be a really, really good game for Chuan's Enchantress. We should look out for that second phase.
All right, so low cooldown heroes here for NEWBEE. Heroes that come online pretty early. Very good at just like that chaotic, spread the map offense in the mid game. Hawk could be really big against this NEWBEE draft if they're able to see them coming. Also, they do have the Spirits. They have 2 good vision-based heroes to potentially scout out what NEWBEE are doing.
Yeah, it's low cooldowns all around for both teams right now.
A lot of fighting.
Last time they played Batrider against OG, they went with the Spectre.
Ooh. I don't think Spectre's going to cut it. I think their lane will be way too weak. I think they need a How hero that helps secure the lane.
They also had a Darkseer and a Tusk in that game, so it was quite a different game.
So the Death Prophet, not too surprising, does get banned out here.
Expecting the Invoker ban as well?
I mean, if Elder Titan's okay, if they want to sit a mid, I think they could potentially run the Invoker. But if you're not going to give him help, or if you're planning on helping the Beastmaster, then that's a lane NEWBEE might look to roam on with the Earth Spirit.
Has Alchemist been touched in these drafts?
I think he was banned
yeah.
in the first game or the second game?
First game, second phase, I want to say.
NEWBEE ran him once against Call. And
it's definitely here you need to look
OG
out
not
for.
running the hero at all.
Well, we definitely know they play it. I think I've seen Notel and Miracle play it. So
yeah, this is just their last 10 games, but not a go-to by any means.
We scrimmed a bit against OG. It's definitely there. For OG though, I think they don't really have that healer type yet, so that might be something they look forward to. I think Juggernaut is a really, really great pick against Earth Spirit.
Yeah. Juggernaut ran in their lineup when they had Elder Titan before as well.
Good Miracle hero. If they
was actually No-Tail playing it.
Okay, I've seen them run it on Miracle too, so. Definitely a team that can switch up the lanes depending on what matchups they're looking for.
Yeah, and that's the advantage of No-Tail finding his own form now. Before it was, you sort of just all Miracle focused him.
It's really been the story of this team going deep this turn has been No-Tail stepping his individual game up, and the team also just setting him up for success.
Yeah, the way they won Frankfurt was that everybody stepped up. Like
Moon went crazy on the Earthshaker. Yeah. I feel like Moon hasn't been quite as explosive this event, but he's been solid enough. We'll see the AA ban. So damage that you can follow up the lasso with. And this game, I think AA would be much stronger because they already have the Earth Spirit to apply pressure.
The Earth Spirit and the Batrider who have shorter cooldowns than the Void's Chronosphere.
Yeah.
So it could fit in a little bit better there. But
maybe suggesting looking to push.
Yeah, it's also going to enable whether they want to pick that Dazzle or the Juggernaut.
Or both.
Yeah, or both. Or they could even Dragon Knight middle for them could be an option, and AA kind of works decently well against that hero.
Okay, so they've removed the Dazzle. The Invoker is open.
Yeah, Venge, Dazzle, and Phoenix are banned, so that kind of changes things for Fly. I'm not sure exactly what hero he would go to here.
Could Witch Doctor?
I've seen a Witch Doctor.
They played an awful lot of Witch Doctor.
Disruptor is an option. Disruptor is pretty good this game against Earth Spirit and Batrider, but I think they lost the game he played Disruptor, so they might not be super comfortable with it.
So after all that, to protect the Invoker pick, they do go for it. But I like the way they didn't rush into it this game. They kind of set it up with the Death Prophet ban, probably the best mid laner to deal with it.
It's not the best Invoker game, but it's still a super strong hero and can be utilized in almost every matchup.
Do you feel like the Invoker right now is still exploitable, given the fact that NEWBEE still has 3 picks left? You can pick something like a PL or maybe even a TA.
Yeah, I mean, it's you have to pick something, right? Like you can't just sit there and hide all your picks. So yeah. Invokers are pretty safe. You can go either way. You can play. I've seen Miracle play both Quaswex and Exort, so he'll be able to make a decision based on what the team needs and based on what NEWBEE picks.
Yeah, NEWBEE still a lot of holes to fill here. Don't really have anyone to take objectives. They are dire side. They have really good initiation, but more pickoffs, more ganks for them.
That's good. That's their comfort zone. Chuan on Disruptor or Lion.
Yeah, so they have 3 heroes that can just take over the game, make plays all over the map. A lot of nuke damage as well.
Just worried about that safe lane. Disruptor is a pretty decent hero, but he isn't necessarily the strongest.
So the CM is back. They used this in the very first game that they played at Epicenter against NEWBEE and won with it as well. On that occasion, they paired it with a Tusk, but that was also Invoker Beastmaster. So
yeah, they ran it once here as well against Empire. That game, Miracle was on the Juggernaut, kind of an old school lane combo. Though normally the CM does start in the woods.
Well, they do go for the Spectre this time, Paul.
All right.
It's going to be a messy, dire safe lane. Yeah. Somebody's going to come out ahead. Hopefully it's...
Yeah. This has a lot of rings of Epicenter about it in terms of whether they're matching up against each other.
That snap ban on Darkseer, so good in this draft.
Because that was the obvious next one as well. That's actually what they pulled out at Epicenter.
Surge on the Batrider, just really good at finding the Spectre early kills and snowballing.
That's right, they could do Bat mid. Bat does match up relatively well against Invoker in the mid lane.
So how much do you think OG are going to be able to exploit this Spectre pick?
I think a decent amount. Like you said, right? Beastmaster, Elder Titan.
It's going to be close. I mean, it's going to, like, you're going to see both these heroes at, like, both sides very low HP, and one's going to come out ahead, and we're going to have to wait and see. It's going to be totally based on execution between the players.
And there's really no, like, defensive supports per se here. So
they could,
maybe you can glimpse someone back, but...
They could pick Furion for offlane, and that could allow them to almost, like, quad lane the safe lane and kind of abuse this dual lane offlane from OG.
It's also has global synergy with the Spectre. And
sure.
To some extent, the Batrider as well.
Yeah.
Any chance of like a Brood or?
I don't think Brood. I think Tide is the other option that I really, really like for them.
Alchemist. Oh.
Yikes.
Ooh, okay. Well, late game secured.
Yeah.
If they get there.
Well, and here's the funny thing. Past 40 minutes, Alchemist has actually lost far more in this competition than he has before 40 minutes. Much higher win rate, 60-odd% before 40 minutes. So
with a Spectre and Bat, though, if you get that late, you're probably okay.
Yeah.
This is incredibly greedy out of NEWBEE.
Does OG punish now?
It's all about that safe lane. Securing your safe lane is so important for Dota, and especially for a hero like Spectre.
They go to like it.
Objective gaming.
Okay. This is going to be fun. Game 3, Charlie, which way has it gone in favor of the draft?
I like OG's draft. I feel like there's the Alchemist pick is incredibly greedy, and on top of a Spectre as well, it's going to be really difficult for NEWBEE to take those early game team fights.
Okay, Peter?
I'll take OG. Beastmaster's really broken right now.
Okay.
I think NEWBEE are a little greedy here, but I have a lot of faith in the support play of the Earth Spirit, especially Kaka is amazing on the hero, and Spectre comes online surprisingly early with the Haunt, if not contested, so I'm going to say NEWBEE.
Okay. Thank you very much to all three panelists. We will get their final thoughts, of course, at the end of the series, because this is it. It's 1-1. Who goes to the grand final? Let's find out with that commentary team, led by Odie Pixel.
Thank you very much, Paul. Indeed, game 3 now between OG and NEWBEE. Both teams just that one potential game away from securing themselves a slot in the grand final. Are you ready, Gods?
I'm ready. This is hype.
It's going to be incredibly hype. And without any further ado, let's get ourselves into the action.
OG versus NEWBEE.
Here we have it, guys. It looks like, unfortunately, a little bit of a pause. But this will give us some time for you to break down the draft. What are you liking from these two sides? Are you liking the greed from NEWBEE?
I'm skeptical, but they've gotten away with this. The Spectre, as much as it's talked about always as being that greedy pick, it's the safe go-to. This is NEWBEE saying, we want to put Hao on one of his signature heroes. In China, he's called Chop Hand Hao because he once made a promise he would chop his hand off if he lost, if his captain picked him Spectre. And he won that game, needless to say. So this is something Hao will often just tell his captain, like, pick me Spectre, I'm feeling it, it's going to get us a win. And with the Batrider, there's a lot of potential to get aggressive. Once you have that fast Blink Dagger up on KP, I don't think we'll be seeing that kind of drums build we had last game. You want to get the fast Blink, have the Blink Lasso, followed up with the Spectre Horn. So NEWBEE can be aggressive with that. But on the side of OG, you've got very strong lanes. Beastmaster, incredibly strong hero, gets online incredibly fast, farms fast in the jungle with Iron Talon, and they can disrupt the lanes with this ET very effectively.
And considering the two drafts as well, because of the way that OG's drafted, you imagine that these guys, they're going to want to close this game down by a certain period, aren't they? They do not want to take this late against NEWBEE's lineup.
Yeah, they have some potential with the Invoker to start scale. If they're out farming their opponents, they can just play the Starvation game where it's like, well, we're up by a big margin here. We're not going to risk going for a high ground push and just try and out farm you. But realistically, by 30 minutes, they want to be ahead by like 5-10k gold and taking most of the outer towers. They don't want to just be going late on even terms.
Indeed. Well, both runes. It looks like it's going to be both sides going towards the opposite edges. There will be a warp down from NEWBEE. A lot of pings coming out, so we'll see if OG were able to catch that off. So Moo, he's going to get the space to secure himself the bounty rune on the Alchemist. And so the lane matchups, as you said, overall, OG have some very strong laners. Of course, the fact that they did get that Beastmaster through for Moon, a hero that's more than often just been banned out in pretty much each and every series if the teams are indeed afraid of it. But the mid lane matchup, Miracle against Moo's Alchemist, how do you expect to see this one go?
It's an okay matchup for Alchemist as far as mid matchups go. Like, you're not as at risk of dying to a gank as maybe a Death Prophet or something, but realistically both these two mid laners should get a decent amount of farm.
And Moon, of course, making the decision that we see a lot of people do once they get their hands on the beast, just ignoring the top lane totally. Oh, and they found the roll in as well. KP, can he survive through this? The Fairy Fire will by himself soaks up with the strike and cancels the salve. One more punch from Notel and they'll find themselves first blood, OG.
Crit just walks up with boots first, hits a stomp on the Batrider, and KP's just there shaking his head wait, what just actually happened? And what a way to start things off for OG. Miracle taking a lot of damage at mid, but has the extra Iron Branch, which he was already planning on chewing up with his Tango. Against the Alchemist, you do need a decent amount of regen because of the Acid Spray damage.
Absolutely, but as you said, in terms of ganks, it's necessarily not going to come in until we start to see rotations from Kaka's Earth Spirit.
The good news is for NEWBEE, they get this free lane for Hao. OG could have gone for the risky setup by running the dual lane top with Beastmaster and ET, but that makes your lanes very volatile and you don't shut down the Batrider. So as a result, OG take the safer approach, jungle the Beastmaster, run a tri-lane. They're looking to win both mid lane as well as the jungle effectively.
There we have it again. They're going to go for the setup. There's the stomp and Angfly to get himself close. Not quite close enough though. KP will be able to keep himself distanced away from OG's aggression. And does of course still have, as you said, that backup of Kaka constantly waiting just to make sure that OG don't go too aggressive underneath their tower.
The Howl used as well, and that's a very important spell when they want to go in for those kills. So they're going to wait another 30 seconds before they have it again. Moo farming mid gets another bounty rune, so he's a happy camper. And the really efficient thing NEWBEE are doing is with their dual lane up top, they're not really sharing the XP that much. Chuan is prioritizing just using the pull camps, giving Hao the solo XP, because they want to get Hao level 6 as early as possible so he can start getting aggressive on the map using Haunt.
Absolutely. In bottom lane, KP starting to move in. Kaka as well is there. Going to be able to find an opening to go aggressive. I mean, obviously the way that OG's chosen to play this, as we've been talking about, giving Hao all that room on the top lane, is that just the best way to do it? Is there just no way that you can send a Beastmaster into this lane with the two heroes up there at the moment on NEWBEE?
Not alone. He can go up there alone and be a little bit disruptive, but OG are playing the greedier approach, which is Moon free farming the jungle. So they're prioritizing getting him a faster level 6 and saying, hey, we can fight a farm Spectre or a free farm Spectre if we have a fast level 6 and a tempo control in the form of Beastmaster. Moon comes online faster by taking this greedy approach.
Again, Crit just trying to zone out these two heroes from NEWBEE on this bottom lane, create the space for N0tail. At the moment, everyone farming pretty well, as we can see, across the last hits. No one falling immensely behind during this laning stage, as it seems.
It is the off lane for NEWBEE where they've camped the Earth Spirit, where they haven't actually, despite having two heroes down here, the Bat Rider not doing well at all. So that's something where NEWBEE are already saying, okay, this bottom lane's not working, let's rotate Earth Spirit off the lane. You can't really go top, no one's actually up there, but he can just start stacking jungle camps for the Bat Rider to fall back and farm, and I think that's maybe Kaka's best approach right now is to spend a lot of time missing from the map, stacking jungle camps, or either for the Alchemist or the Bat, while kind of imposing himself on this mid lane, because there is that threat of a rolling boulder on an Invoker with a Spectre Haunt once level 6 comes online.
Miracle is playing incredibly aggressive here. The Sunstrike will be duked out as Moo. Playing around it, turns back and forcing Miracle away, and as we could see, just how close this matchup is between Moo on the Alchemist and Miracle on his Invoker.
Yeah, another bounty rune for Moo.
He's going in for the one. Kaka tries to catch out Miracle. Now Kaka is incredibly deep, and there is a rotation across from Moon on the Beastmaster. Kaka needs to be careful, drops down a cheeky ward, and he'll go for the TP out. Actually, cancels the TP here, and this is going to pretty much cost him his life as Crit's rotated through as well, and Kaka gives his life up there to Miracle on the Invoker.
I'm not sure if that was an intentional TP cancel or not. He didn't need to go for that. As a result, this is another kill going the way of OG here in the early game. Spectre, though, has hit level 6 with phase boots. Hao ideally would like to finish his urn before he goes for that first Haunt gank, but if given an opportunity for a kill on someone like Miracle, we will be seeing that early Haunt. He can just get the kill, then instantly TP back top to keep farming. And it looks like that's the play they're going to make. The roll-in coming from Kaka.
Miracle needs to be careful on this one. Immediately, as you said, the reaction is there. Miracle, he is not going to have the backup that he would require to survive. Kill for NEWBEE as they take it down, and as you said, Hao, perfect involvement straight away as that Haunt comes online.
Yeah, he's going to miss very little from his lane with that Haunt, maybe misses 3 CS or something at most, and it theoretically could even give the lane to Chuan if he wanted to spend a bit more time getting active on the map, but looks like the plan is just to return top, finish off his urn. Moo's going to head to the jungle for a little bit, and they're kind of spreading the XP around. They recognize that Kaka's a bit slow in his level 6. Alchemist can take the jungle, so they're going to maximize their efficiency here early on. But N0tail's, his response to this is to pressure and push this bottom lane.
Bottom lane, just forcing Tron back with the wolves of N0tail and Fly. Just to get that pressure onto this tier 1 down bottom.
Moon's level 6, though, has rotated top with a roar.
See what they can find with the setup, the movement as well. Crit's got the follow through stomp, and Hao in a lot of trouble here.
Might survive just barely. Oh,
bit of an awkward movement here from Hao. And Moon and Crit, they'll continue to chase it. Spirit up again in a second, and Hao could be in a lot of problems here. He's trapped up right against the wall, and the stomp from Crit takes it. Meanwhile, bottom lane, they do lose N0tail as KP comes in aggressive with Kaka. But that was an awkward Spectre death.
He fumbled the dagger a bit, it looked like, trying to get over the trees. He could have...
Oh, KP! Fly! Walks in and takes it down with the help of N0tail, getting kills from the grave.
Yeah, how's Death there the one that, once he survives the roar, you should just be able to dagger over the trees and TP out, and OG weren't even chasing him. They accepted, like, oh, we didn't get the kill. How's escaped to the trees, and then How's like, oh, wait, I'm not actually over the trees. I'm going to come back out, and gives himself away. That's a very big kill for OG to get, one that How perhaps should not have given them.
There's a couple of awkward plays there from NEWBEE, and OG, of course, quick to punish it. Crit, trying to do his best to hinder the farm of Moo as he begins to clean up some of these stacks with the Alchemist.
Steals a couple CS and will also snipe the bounty rune, so anything to delay an Alchemist Radiant is always going to go a long way. But this is still an out top of the net worth chart by a decent margin. Hasn't been really ganked or pressured yet, and he's been able to rotate to the jungle, giving Kaka that mid lane. Looks like both teams going to give their 4 position, their playmakers that mid lane for now, trying to get those, let's say, early level 6s. We'll see if ET actually levels up the Earth Splitter or not.
An interesting warding from the side of NEWBEE on that high ground. A ward for each eye, by the looks of it. Moon.
See the pressure's getting to players. This is a game 3 decider. Winner goes through the grand finals.
You've got to keep your cool. You really, really do. Mid lane, OG maybe looking to put a bit of action onto Kaka, forcing him back with the Spirit. They have 4 heroes moving in. NOTEL on the sidelines with an Invis rune.
The shapeshift ready to go, but
it's a good scan as well there. NEWBEE, they know that someone's there in the side.
If they want to defend this, they need to bring a lot of heroes, and Alchemist not really the most fight-ready hero, but can drop an acid spray just to try and defend it.
I mean, this is the one thing that NOTEL doesn't have any initial lockdown. He needs someone from OG to come in and close the gap. NOTEL, as soon as the fortification's used, just moves in and will be able to push down and take away the tier 1 from NEWBEE. More money into the pockets of OG. Miracle closing in to that Midas, just a couple of 100 gold away from the recipe now.
The trade for this is really just some farm on KP's Batrider, who needs to find an early Blink Dagger. Despite having Haunt up, NEWBEE do not want to fight into the summons with the Invoker and Lycan both grouped up around this mid lane. There's so much physical damage. You're looking at Forge Spirits as well as Lycan Wolves, Howl, as well as the Inner Beast Aura from a Beastmaster.
Yeah, this smoke onto Moo. We'll see if it's going to be successful from OG. Moon
backs off just in time.
Moo playing incredibly carefully here.
And you can
afford to be picked on.
You can see, like, from the dire vision, they're planning 2 wards to protect their jungle. Well, 3 if you can count the one that's stacked on top. They're centering up as well. They've got sentries all over, trying to deny vision from OG. They know that OG is going to try and go for those kills and aggressive early smokes to find pickoffs on Alchemist, on the Spectre, and they're just trying to protect themselves.
NOTEL as well, just finding the lanes where he can. TP's away from bottom, moves up towards the top to maybe contest a bit the farm of How. How has got that Haunt ready if NEWBEE are able to kick anything off. And we did see a 2-man smoke from NEWBEE, making this movement from the bottom half of the map towards the top. Might be able to get a bit of a wraparound here onto the movement of OG, but OG, their movement's big and they have 4 at the moment on this top lane, just grouping up and pushing down these early towers.
The important thing for OG is to remain grouped up. This basically takes Spectre out of the early game. Spectre wants the opponent to be farming multiple lanes at once, and then you can use Haunt for pickoffs, but you can't Haunt into 4 or 5 heroes who are grouped up, so OG's play is very much designed to prevent Hal Spectre from playing aggressively. He can play this more farm-oriented style, but NEWBEE can't defend towers with a Spectre. That's just the nature of their draft. You look at what OG have got to push with. Not just, they've got summons from 3 different heroes, all amplified by the Inner Beast Aura. They've got tons of sustain from the Arcane Aura of the Crystal Maiden, and they're just pushing down tower after tower. No response in sight from NEWBEE, and they don't have the initiation of a Batrider Blink Dagger for some time as well, so very difficult for NEWBEE to stop this push.
I'm going to try for something here though. This smoke from NEWBEE, the line's been drawn, they're looking for the perfect angle from the sidelines. They need some sort of lead in, either from KP or Kaka. He's going to go for the firefly over the tree line, but immediately he's been spotted out with the Sunstrike that slows KP! Caught out across the tree line, and OG maybe looking to move in for more. NOTEL will just head straight towards the tower, fly with the wraparound, eyes onto Moo. Moon is there as well, Roar's available straight onto Tron. They're looking for the easier kills and they'll take it, disrupt it down. The ult coming through from Crit and Kaka being beat down upon by NOTEL and Crit. The magnetize is there, but at this point the damage just isn't enough. Moon cooking up the concoction bolt. OG, they'll cook up him. Triple kill for Moon on the Beastmaster. As NEWBEE try for the wraparound, try for the play, but OG, they were more than ready for that one.
And NEWBEE just have 2 heroes with all the farm who aren't ready to fight. Alchemist, even if he has a Radiance, I mean, you can theoretically farm in this farm, you're still not fight ready. Alchemist needs 3-4 items. He needs to be really far ahead before he's ready to defend Tower Spectre. You can't haunt into 5-man pushes.
Oh, NEWBEE, they still want to fight here. Tran moving in, has a static storm available, drops it immediately onto Miracle. Is there going to be any kind of save? Doesn't look like it. Kaka rolls in. They'll beat down on the Invoker. Nice stomp from Korea. Will stop NEWBEE from chasing down more, finding no tail as such. But still, losing the Invoker there off the back of that one. OG hanging around for a little bit too long.
I mean, for NEWBEE, you've got to find those pickoffs when OG are split up. And OG, perhaps just a moment of lapse where they just kind of split apart as they were backing off. They took the T2 tower, won a fight, and then on the retreat just got a bit greedy trying to get some more farm out.
As we see there from the stats, obviously NOTEL being involved in a little bit more action, but certainly the GPM lead for this map.
And it's an Alchemist.
Yeah, I mean,
it's
a hard comparison.
Take off like a third of that farm whenever it's an Alchemist, and perhaps have a more accurate representation.
With this invis, he's going to get himself in position behind this tier 1 on the bottom lane where OG are going to start to move in.
OG just need to do what they did up top to this bottom lane now. Yeah. Take 2 towers, force NEWBEE. You try and smoke into this, it's so difficult. KP has to be the one leading the way, but when his smoke pops, Fly's position over the trees. He doesn't know where the Crystal Maiden is. The Beastmaster is in fog as well. It's so hard to actually get vision of these heroes, and there's a long-range nuke plus stun from the Elder Titan. The Crystal Maiden gives vision using the Nova. The Roar has a longer range than your Lasso, so KP is just being outranged until he farms up a Blink Dagger, which is still 1,000 gold away. You're not looking at a Blink Dagger anytime soon, and NEWBEE really need it right now.
I mean, look at all these items coming out for the side of OG. They've got so many tools being added to this push. Coming in with the delivery. Necro books, drums, Vlad's of course all up for the side of OG. They're incredibly strong at this point of the game, and KP getting initiated on the Sunstroke from Miracle. Finishes him off now with the Roar from Moon. They're looking in to move forward for more. The Earth Splitter is going to connect. Yes, it will. Beautiful stops in and catches them out. Kaka's down as well. There'll be a buyback immediately for KP, trying to get himself in the fight. How? He's moved in on this one, but he's got to get himself out of there. NEWBEE have lost themselves a third hero. And the buyback from KP, unable to do anything apart from just slow down OG's aggression at the least. How might be able to find Fly. Fly, he needs some help. No, he doesn't. He'll hold How off on his own. The dagger's going to miss. Fly going for the TPL. Will he make it? He doesn't. They'll lose the Maiden. But that OG will be incredibly happy with the trade as a whole. 3 kills, forcing out a buyback, and they only lose the Crystal.
Yeah. I like Hal's idea to pick up a drum, recognizing they need to be able to fight now, but they're still in this position where they have no reliable initiation. Disruptor's great at catching and initiating heroes that are retreating, but OG are just sticking together as 5, playing as one cohesive unit, and anytime OG get an initiation, they catch the Batride, even just with a Cold Snap, he's instantly dead. The Forward Spirits plus Sunstrike enough to secure that kill, and KP having to buy back there means it's going to be even longer now before he completes a Blink Dagger. I think if you're a NEWBEE, you're going to have to just start sacking towers just to get farm on KP. But problem is, it's Alchemist who also needs farm. You can't really split the farm between these 2 heroes. Alk's still trying to get his Radiance, KP needs a Blink Dagger, and there's just not enough farm and space to go around this NEWBEE side. They've got 3 heroes all competing for it.
Absolutely, and we can see as well, just from the net worth difference at this point. 15 minutes in, I mean, it's because of the towers, because of the objectives they've been able to get. OG, they're 7,500 ahead, and this is against a lineup with an Alchemist. You're going to be incredibly happy with the way that this game's going. You've just got to maintain this control, and as we can see, it is going to level up. If NEWBEE can manage to create this space for the Alchemist to continue at the rate that Moo's going to look for, it will slow down that gold advantage that OG have created.
And you're looking at this double Necrobook timing where OG likely can take Roshan sometime in the next couple of minutes. Then you're pushing high ground with Aegis as well as Necrobook on both Beastmaster and Lycan. And Invoker Forward Spirits, you've just got this Zoo strategy where there's too many units to deal with. You've got some AoE D push. If Bat can get in there with a Firefly, which he really can't because he's just going to melt, the Alchemist Acid Spray helps a little bit, but realistically, OG are just going to destroy these buildings in no time at all.
They're going to come in as well with a smoke behind, just hanging behind NOTEL. Take the tower with the walls alone. NEWBEE, they do have all the ultimates back up. The Haunts just come available again.
They don't need to go for any risky high ground push now. They're better off finishing Roche. The Necro 3 of Beastmaster's back at base. NOTEL's Necro 2 is a couple hundred gold away, so you may as well get those items delivered while you take Roshan. The thing is, you don't even need these items to secure Roche if you don't want to, but simultaneously you can also just... NEWBEE may try feel pressure to contest that Roche. But for OG, they're just kind of maintaining control of this area around the Dire Secret Shop, knowing that if NEWBEE come anywhere near this Roche pit, they will be picked off, and NEWBEE's response is very much just to play keep away.
KP. He needs to be careful. He's been tracked up here essentially by the walls, keeping tabs of the Bat's location, and the whole of OG moving on to KP. Can he get himself out of this one? I don't think he can. OG, another pick off for these boys. 12 for 5 now.
Not just the fact it slows down his Blink Dagger, but that's the dieback from KP, meaning he's dead for 40 plus seconds. Very long respawn time considering you're this early on in the game, and this is time where he needs to be farming for his Blink Dagger, so a huge kill, an easy Roshan off of this. They didn't even have to find that kill to get Roshan, but if they go straight for Roshan, well, KP gets room to farm his Blink, so it's a much better sequence of events for OG, who now find themselves with an Aegis on No-Tail. Potentially they want to wait for their Necrobook cooldown, possibly wait for No-Tail's Necro 3 to be delivered, but every item that's coming out is just kind of like the cherry on top of the cake right now. They've got what they need. It's going to come down to NEWBEE to make some kind of miraculous hold.
It really is. And with the lead that OG have got, if NEWBEE do manage to maintain a hold, they're going to get an insane amount of money and experience, but it's not going to be easy at all with the tools that OG have.
I mean, the biggest problem for OG is there's just not enough space on their courier right now. There's so many items they want to deliver, and there's just like no room for everything. The Veil on the crit Earth Spirit, the Necrobook level up, Fly's going to have a Glimmer Cape. NEWBEE have a lot to answer.
OG, we'll see when they want to try and go up. Veil done on crit. There's a Diffusal Blade picked up on House, so again, just toning up the fight potential that the Spectre has at this stage a little bit more, but the question is it enough? And it really doesn't feel like it against what OG have. They need something spectacular here. NEWBEE on this defense, and OG, see how hard that they want to go in at the moment.
They can definitely delay things for quite some time, and if there's ever a hero trying to push high ground that tries to back off, you want to try and punish them using the Glimpse. The Glimpse is the ideal way to start a fight for NEWBEE, but that comes down to OG and how they position. You can't just reliably go for a Glimpse at any given time and expect to start a fight off that way. The Batrider initiation has been taken out of the equation. Even if he somehow finishes a Blink Dagger, he doesn't have a full stop. So you blink and you grab one with the lasso, you're instantly either Cold Snap, Roared, Frostbitten, and there's no pullback. So even a Blink Dagger isn't going to solve NEWBEE's problems.
And OG at this point, I mean, of course, they themselves feeling under no pressure at all. They're just making sure that NEWBEE are forced back into their base, are unable to find anything from the map at the moment apart from farm these lanes that are coming in on the bottom and the middle. Level 3 Necro, now done on No-Tail. It really all is there for OG. We've just got to see when they decide to make that call to try and make that aggressive push up and try and break the base of NEWBEE.
Yeah, they've got that 3-minute window now with the Aegis, and possibly in the Ag Scepter for Miracle going to be one of the major item pickups that'll happen while they still have the Aegis. I find it very unlikely they'll not go for a high ground attempt with this Aegis, just because of this is one of their lineup's big peaks. They've kind of hit this critical mass with the double Necro 3s, the Aegis. No-Tail, yeah, you can farm up towards that next item, be it the AC or the BKB, but that's going to take some time. That's going to give NEWBEE a lot of breathing room to play around with to finish more items on Moose Alchemist. So I think your best bet is waiting towards the end of the Aegis and making one all-out push, which is kind of where we're at now with Miracle getting the Aghanim Scepter. I expect OG to really try and force the issue on the high ground with Necrobooks.
Yeah, but they're at least trying to make the most of the fact that with the Spectre how they can still have him farm out in one of the lanes whilst OG keep this pressure on. So just trying to do the best they can with as little as they've been given. NEWBEE and OG. The Necrobooks out, how as well the pop, the fortification NEWBEE. Trying to force back these minions.
There's no acid, they use the acid mid.
Ah, there we have it. Here's the initiation, Raw onto mid. His man has just gone like that, he's gone! Alchemist going to run on the Earth Splitter for Greer, coming out onto 3. No-Tail moves in, takes down a second. They may be able to kill the Wolf. No-Tail's got to get himself out of this one. Looks like he's going to live for the time being. They've popped the Aegis. And they managed to kill him again. They're managing to do an incredible defense here, NEWBEE. They've taken down 2 of them. Miracle at the moment, he's beating down on them on the escape moves, desperately trying to find Invoker, but Crit with the stomp holds them back. Miracle ghost walks himself away from it. The concoction will be there to cancel Crit's TP, and that it is exactly the defense that NEWBEE needed. Yes, they had some casualties, but you're beating down onto OG, a team that is clearly ahead. You keep your tier 3 alive.
One buyback on an Alchemist, yeah, that hurts, but it's not crippling. NEWBEE still in this game. The Aegis is down. Tier 3 tower takes a lot of damage, but you've now bought yourself time before that next push comes, theoretically. OG may just to say, let's go all out. They've just used out buyback. Let's do this without an Aegis, but NEWBEE have held the first big scary push. Blade Mail, I love this pickup from How. I think recognizing he needs to go more fighting items that are going to help now against an Exort Invoker, this item can do a ton of work, and How in that fight just did huge amounts of damage off of the Horde. This Diffusal fighting build that he's gone for has been very effective. NEWBEE, they're not out of this one just yet.
I mean, all things said and done, How 413, looking at the net worth as well, the fact that he's only just over 1k behind such as Miracle and Notail in a game where they're on a side, OG, of course, that have taken down all of your outer towers. So to have that small amount of net worth difference on the kind of the receiving end of this aggression, that's great for How.
Oh yeah, How is very much in a really good, all it's going to take is one convincing teamfight performance from NEWBEE, and suddenly How's going to be out farming those two core heroes. And I think OG recognize they've got to pick and choose their moments. They're trying to smoke up so they can fight with an initiation of their own, and rather than brute force the high ground, that kind of sets NEWBEE up to have the positioning advantage. Finding a pick off first is a much better way to approach the fight, and Moo scouted out here.
If they can catch this Alchemist, he'll get off the Chemical Rage. Crit immediately laying down the Earthsplit in the burst! Oh! Moo's gone for 80 seconds.
This may be it. That's the pickup you needed. That's why you go for that smoke play, and now OG gonna really test NEWBEE.
This really is an incredibly bad situation for NEWBEE to find themselves in. The tier 3 bottom will be taken down. Could this be the opening for OG to just do a serious amount of damage to the base at the least?
I think they have to, give up both bottom racks here. Make your defense in mid. It's still going to be without an Alchemist.
This push, Forge Spirits, double level 3 Necros, and the walls are out. I mean, this just melts the defenses of NEWBEE. 40 seconds, still the Alchemist is back.
Still enough time to get at least a tier 3.
They're trying to jump in with an initiation. Grab out Miracle, the Static Storm as well, but immediately the reaction. Can OG fight back into this one? How moves forward. Miracle's got it back up. The Magnetize doing a fair bit to OG. The Glimpse as well. Miracle in a spot above, and he's down. They will lose out for this though. How has a buyback. Gets himself immediately back in the fight. Kaka with a 2-man stone holding Fire Moon to the sidelines. The kinetic field causing issues for OG. They have to be careful about this one, but Notail, he just waltzes in, slaps down onto one of them now. NEWBEE with 3 out, but Notail, he could lose his life at the end, ticking him down. How? He's going to survive. It's a triple kill for the Spectre. They need to kill this man. Oh, the Surge Strike. It doesn't hit. The Storm, it will. The walls, they've done it. How's down. That's a dead Spectre for 80 seconds.
Miracle still has to back off. He pulled back as well, but NEWBEE have suddenly found themselves without a Spectre. Don't think they'll lose the mid racks off of this, but boy, is that costly.
How are NEWBEE holding this? This is insane.
It's with How. That's exactly how they are doing it. This Blade Mail did so much damage in that team fight. He had to buy back though, and again, NEWBEE are in this spot where all it's going to take at this point is one more pick off on either the Alk or the Spectre, neither of which have buyback for almost 3 minutes apiece.
That's going to be game, potentially.
Yeah.
I mean, it really is getting into a tricky position. Yes, they're holding, but still OG, definitely the people here with the lead. Each and every time managing to whittle down the base of NEWBEE.
And OG can kind of force it. The BKB on Notail means he can just go up to the high ground with this. Moon blinks up.
Jumps in, looks for the person who wants to jump on, but KP, immediately reacts onto Moon with the lasso, drags him back. The Static Storm's out and Moon's gone. Didn't get the chance to get the roar out. A bit of an awkward initiation from the Beast, and now Fly being glimpsed back as well. NEWBEE, they'll take themselves a double kill for Moon for free, and OG maybe losing their cool a bit here.
Yeah, Moon blinked up, had at least, I want to say, like second window to throw the roar on the Alchemist. Perhaps decide Alchemist wasn't the ideal target, and instead just waited too long and let himself get lassoed there. So.
Moo really racking up the gold now. Octarine picked up. I mean, it is going to get to that stage, of course. If he's able to find the Mansa soon after that, they can push these lanes back out, and the game will continue to get harder for OG.
And at this point, I think How just wants to take up even further on his Spectre, go for either like a casual Vit booster or pick up the pieces to start working on a Manta style. Does not feel like you've already got one Radiance. You don't need a second, and more importantly, the Blade Mail, you're going to get maximum value out of this item the more HP you have. This gem going to help a lot. These Lycan Wolves have constantly scouted out the NEWBEE heroes. That's what got them that lane of racks, finding the Alchemist with the scouting potential of Notail's Wolves. see them continue to just keep vision of these newbie heroes.
I mean, with OG and the draft that they have, do you need to keep just throwing yourselves in at these pushes, or are you looking towards any kind of next key major item builds that you can pick up to add to the potential of your pushing path?
I think the next subsequent BKBs, most importantly Miracle's one, as well as the next Aegis. Roche has respawned very quickly here, so if OG can get themselves in the pit, take Roshan without NEWBEE contesting it, suddenly you're pushing higher ground with Invoker, BKB, and another Aegis. That's when things get really difficult for NEWBEE. The good news for NEWBEE is Alchemist buyback will be back up in 30 seconds time. Spectre's though still on court, and he has picked up just the casual Vit booster.
Here we have it as well, NEWBEE. After having their backs forced against the wall, they want to try and move out the base by the looks of it with the smoke.
I mean, instantly Moo just attacks out of it. I think they realized Roche is not going down, so they decide, okay, let's not smoke towards the pit just yet.
OG looking for a smoke themselves. As you said, this is still at the point where Miracle is yet to finish off his BKB.
And this is OG trying to kind of bait NEWBEE into thinking they're Roshing by waiting on this high ground where if you're NEWBEE and you're trying to contest Roche, you kind of run towards Roche right up this ramp and then you often get caught. But NEWBEE not going to take the bait. If anything, they're just saying, look, let's settle down, let's wait and just defend high ground. Even against an Aegis, they have an Alchemist with a buyback, potentially Spectre buyback if given enough time, although it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. They may still have a chance of defending this OG push.
Absolutely. There we have it, OG adding to their push with the Aegis. They have it straight onto Miracle. It's going to get only harder and harder for NEWBEE next time around in defense, but as we saw, they've been able to hold. The first time they did hold, it was also against an Aegis push.
I like that Moo's going for this BKB. It allows him to take out the Necrobooks and the summons in the front lines. He can just pop the Acid Spray down, Chemical Rage, and attack the Necrobooks without worrying about the damage he's going to take. And even if he gets roared, they're very reliant on the nuke damage coming out from the Earth Splitter, coming out from the Invoker to actually kill an Alchemist. So as long as he's got his BKB off, Moo will be able to survive the burst damage while roared.
And this, of course, going to be very nice. Well, the fact that Moon opting towards building into that hood into the inevitable pipe, going to be very nice against the defense of being caught out by Static Storm or of course, the Magnetize as well from Kaka.
Yeah, it looks like OG have decided they'll wait out the BKB on Miracle, knowing they've got this decent timing with Aegis. They've got 4 minutes left on Aegis, but the longer you wait, the more likely Spectre is to have buyback. 1:45 before Spec has buyback. Timer you've got to imagine OG are wary of and maybe looking to beat. And if they want to beat that timer, they've got to go very soon. Spectre's one of the best heroes to have buyback on when you are defending your high ground. So OG, I don't think they want to wait around too much longer.
Looks like they're going to send a couple up towards the top lane, try and get the pressure in on both top and mid at the same time here, OG. As it's actually been indicated, there's a bit of a drawing here from Tron. Looks like maybe indicating a wrapping around from outside the base, but for the time being, NEWBEE at least will stand strong mid.
KP's just trying to bait out some spells, it looks like. Whoa, they split the Sunstroke. Well, tried to split the Sunstroke damage. KP completely dodges it, but if KP can bait out spells on the front line like a Roar, he has buyback. So he's kind of, well, he's going to commit to the 4-staff now since that's probably better than the buyback bet.
Yeah, Miracle. Bring that equity on and start to chip away at the racks. There'll be a fortification. The minions coming through as well. Let's see how NEWBEE can hold this one. Moose just lost the Chemical Rage, but with the Ocarina will be back online incredibly shortly. No-Tail plus the BKB, the ult as well, trying to move in. There's a lasso controlling Miracle. Can they bring down this Invoker? No, because he's got the BKB out in time. Now turns, drops out the Meteor. How coming in with the Horn. Luigi just being helped out for the time being. No-Tail actually coming into the middle of it all. Magnetizes down. No-Tail falling low. Earth Splitter. It will catch out Tron on the back line. They're incredibly low, NEWBEE, but they move in. They're going to take down Miracle. He's got the Aegis back for round 2. Fly. Will he fall? Yes, he will. They'll lose the Crystal Maiden. Miracle now back into this one. At the same time, they have lost Kaka on the Earth Spirit. Fly pays with his life as well. They're at the moment dealing with the side of OG. KP going to get away only just a Miracle getting punched down by the Alchemist again. NEWBEE, they will manage to find the favorable trade in terms of kills, but this time around they did lose to the racks in the mid lane.
Yeah, melee racks is still the objective that OG were coming for. It does, again, increase that window that NEWBEE have to complete those next essential items, be it on Moo's Alchemist or the Spectre of How, and still a very dangerous position to be in for OG. Then still going to be sweating a little bit as that came at very heavy costs, and Spectre, the way this goes, is just going to get scary and scary, and Moo's going to get harder to deal with as he picks up a plate mail, so potential Shivers guard. Yeah, it goes for the Shivers, not the AC. I don't really like as much as the Shivers. This is just more AoE wave clear, And it's so much summons and units that are spawning out of OG's side that having that attack speed slow is going to go a long way.
And now, I mean, for what seems the first time in a while, NEWBEE getting the coverage, kind of courage up to move on to OG's half of the map. Start to push down the middle, and should be able to finish off this tier 1 crit. Just trying to slow down it with the stomp from the Spirit, but NEWBEE managed to take the second tier 1 of the game 32 minutes in. It took them a while, but the fact that NEWBEE now are at a position where they feel strong enough to do this and come across to OG's half of the map, it's got to kind of show warnings for OG.
Yeah, it's still OG, not so much in the driver's seat, but with the advantage. Anytime you're up 3 racks 32 minutes in. We kind of talked about looking at their draft. 30 minutes in is when they want to be in clear control, pushing higher ground or with racks advantage, and they are in that position, but they haven't completely shut NEWBEE out just yet. NEWBEE still have plenty of comeback potential out of their lineup. The team fight from House Spectre, the Alchemist getting more and more farm, has kind of reached that 6th slot. I'd say could replace the Armlet with something a bit bigger and better, but NEWBEE right now have a very scary team fight.
Absolutely, and well, they're actually going to go for a smoke out here, NEWBEE.
I mean, they recognize they want to fight now. There's no Aegis this time around. If they're the ones getting the jump, leading the way with the Batrider, they can take fights, but not going to instantly find anything. And the Lycan Wolves again, scouting deep. Hal will see them and pop out a smoke, which gets, there's an immediate ping from Lycan, which I think says like, hey, Hal just suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He's either invis or he has a smoke, so OG, you can see they're grouped up as 5 on their high ground, behind the tier 2 tower even. They're well aware that that was a smoke out from NEWBEE.
Indeed, NEWBEE maybe just eyes on to pushing out the top. Line's going to get drawn to come immediately back towards the mid, potentially.
I mean, Hal himself is a bit scared that he's being ganked right now, because you see 5 heroes missing from OG. You don't know where they are. Just so happens that they're deep on the OG side of the map.
And the thing is as well, of course, once it gets to that point, there's some brilliant Aghanims to come out on the side of NEWBEE if Mu wants to start building stack. Getting an Axe on the Earth Spirit, getting an Axe on course, Chuan's Disruptor. Because of the BKBs on OG, it's going to be brilliant if he can get the Static Storm catch.
I think Chuan may be the difference maker if you can get him an Ag Scepter. He may be priority #1 just because of the ability to take out most, I'd say even Miracle's BKB is the #1 priority. But being able to jump on him and prevent a BKB out would be huge. But still have to get to that point. Right now, Alchemist obviously going to be saving for buyback. Potentially wants to maybe get one more item himself before starting to pull those Aghanim Scepters. And you know you've got room to farm. OG unlikely to go for any kind of a high ground push until they have another Aegis, which isn't going to come for a couple minutes time. If anything, NEWBEE may be looking to set up to try and contest that next Roshan if they can keep these lanes pushed out.
Absolutely, they're certainly in a better shape to do so. And as you know, the time ticks on. Buyback status is the fact that, both Hal and Mu do have a buyback, so they've even got that kind of blanket to fall back on if they do try and go for an Aegis fight.
Oh yeah, and a Spectre buyback for a Roche fight is the insta TP back. Miracle is the same thing. He's got Boots of Travel, so in theory that with all the summons floating around, there's going to be some target you can TP on around the Roshan pit. So it is very reliable for OG to be able to buy back on not just Miracle, but also Moon on the Beastmaster. He's got Boots of Travel. No-Tail very likely to pick up some Boots of Travel next as his pickup. Dire Courier gets sniped. A bit annoying for NEWBEE, but not the end of the world.
Didn't have anything on at the time being, so nothing of any value was lost.
Might have been flying out to pick up a point booster for Moo's first Ag Scepter. So it is potentially something pesky.
Yeah, I guess that makes a bit of an awkward situation in terms of putting the items together. Yeah, I mean, with the amount of money, it could have. Yeah, it could have indeed been that. So
he needs the courier really to get that point booster. He can't really just walk there by himself as a hero to pick it up. So could actually slow down an Aghanim pickup, but at the same time, again, as I said, OG unlikely to be making any kind of a high ground push.
I don't know. They're grouping up as 5 in NEWBEE's jungle.
For OG, you've got to find that pickoff first. So however you try and find that initiation may have to come later on from like Miracle farming up like a Scythe of Vice, or the Beastmaster Blink Roar obviously being the very reliable one, but without a pickoff, pushing is very difficult and scary.
NEWBEE really just kind of flexing the muscles here as they just come down the mid lane. 4 of them there, ready to back up Mu if he gets jumped on, and of course, as you said, just OG, just giving NEWBEE a huge amount of respect after the last few messy pushes that OG have tried for and failed on. 30 seconds till Roshan. That, as we've been building up to, is going to be the next major point of contention for both of these sides.
OG do have the vision advantage. That's always something to take into consideration. They've got Hawk, Boars, Summons, Forward Spirits. 3 of their heroes have summons that can go out to scout. Even if these summons can be instantly killed by NEWBEE, it's still vision that reveals where they are on the map. So it does become very difficult for NEWBEE to go into that Roshan, and even to find pickoffs. OG are always going to be scouting them out. Nice Radiant scan does find NEWBEE, but again, not sure if that means OG can actually initiate in.
Crit, Fly Moon, standing strong, top of the stairs.
7k gold on Alchemist. I feel like this has to be an ag scepter with how much money he's saving up. But it's where that courier snipe does come into play. 50 seconds without a courier.
Move, watching up here. They've got the vision, OG. Yeah, they want to go. We're on to Moo. Here we go. Immediately getting forced out. There's a good save. They'll still try and chase it, but Moo gets the chance to BKB. Turns around. BKB's a come out from Fly. Miracle and No-Tail. No-Tail already trying to chase down the backliners of NEWBEE. Moo, he's going to ward this one off, but Kaka rolling in. Fly ticking down low. Kaka pops out the dust, allowing Moo to chase down. Look to go onto Miracle, but NEWBEE, they've already lost 2. They will find the kill onto Miracle. 2 for 1 at the moment, but now No-Tail turns his attention towards Moo. Moo's got to try and run himself away. How? Pops the diffuser onto Moo, but he gets held back by the storm. They'll turn. Can they get moved? They do. Now they look to No-Tail. NEWBEE, they'll take him down as well. They're going to get him, but Miracle with a buyback. Boxing in. Combo dropped onto How. The Ice Wall. The controls there. Miracle is going to do it. Takes down How as well. It's a team wipe. The buyback starts to come out from NEWBEE. Moo bringing himself back into the game, but it's just going to be to defend. They've got no way of getting themselves back in the fight there. That buyback there from Miracle allowing them to find that big Spectre kill at the end of it and forcing the Alchemist to buy back.
Yeah, buyback on move for Miracle. Slightly advantageous fight for OG. Doesn't get them instantly into the Roshan pit, but they may still be heading there soon. Beastmaster's respawn will have boots of travel, so he can get to the pit, but still no Lycan for this. And scarily, Hal's Spectre will respawn with Horn. If they can somehow delay the Roshan until Hal's back alive, NEWBEE could try and contest it. But I think given the fact that Moo doesn't have buyback, any kind of movement out towards the pit is unlikely.
This game is certainly panning out to be the game 3 that we hoped between these two sides. Both start to move in towards the pit. Trying to look to see if we can find any kind of catch here with the Glimpse Static Storm.
Spectre, Horn in 20, or back alive in 20. This is so dangerous for OG, and they know it.
They've got to be so careful here, the Spirit at the moment.
Again, the scouting capabilities of this draft, the summons from 3 heroes, the Spirit from the Elder Titan, just making it so difficult for NEWBEE to initiate or punish OG. And this is with NEWBEE having the glimpse catch.
Look at this as well from OG. Realizing that NEWBEE are hanging around, they're going to look for wraparound. Interesting purchase, but Butterfly, in fact, is going to be the investment here for the Alchemist.
NEWBEE have fully committed to these items. Spectre doesn't have buyback, but has a hand up.
Oh no! He's roared an ancient! Oh! Not the initiation he wanted, and now, with the Horn, NEWBEE maybe questioning if they want to try and go in on this one. How he'll jump in. With the upgraded bots from Moo, he's going to look to bring him back up. The Alchemist turning up as well now, and OG. Got to be careful, they're going to hold their composure. Looks like they will, so NEWBEE won't find anything here for the time being.
And they're hiding under this tier 1 tower.
NEWBEE.
Moon just taunting with that boots of travel onto the wolf, it looks like.
Well, they won't get it. The KP's got to be careful. The Forge Spirit's ripping through him.
KP's kind of taking out the fight. The Forge Spirit's just constantly disabling his blink. And I think NEWBEE need to disengage here. He try to find a way to do so without getting caught.
They're looking to back up now.
OG recognizes this. They will go on the chase.
Yeah, and the Stomp it will catch out Moo, get forced back.
Good defensive play. It looks like Moo will make it out alive. Without the Raw, OG just lacking that little bit of catch. And back in the Roshan pit we go.
It's a good time to go.
Yep.
Haunt down for pretty much a minute.
Spectre will have buyback in 500 gold, which is quite likely he farms that in a team fight. All it takes is 1 kill for him, and he's got it back up.
They're still scared, OG. Haunt or not, they still respect the power of NEWBEE. Raw's back available.
This standoff around the pit, things are just so tense here, Owen.
Both teams just incredibly careful at this stage, and understandably so. The amount that kind of it weighs on this game. The winner of this, getting into the grand finals, you secure yourselves at least $405,000 prize.
Constant. Right. This is where this has been NEWBEE's biggest plague, is just the summons scouting things out. OG don't mind throwing away a bit of gold here and there to guarantee these perfect initiations.
And this thing as well, I mean, OG starting to come in a bit more confident, but at this point, Horn's going to be back online. atmosphere now for Miracle, so he's going to be a lot harder to deal with. If he can get off that BKB, NEWBEE can't really control him.
Yeah, the lasso target may just have to start becoming the Lycan of NoTail. He hasn't even got buyback with this Basher pickup. Something NEWBEE aren't aware of, but could come into play. Another big problem for NEWBEE is they don't actually have a gem. They're entirely reliant on sentry wards right now. They could buy one. I feel like investing in a gem against Lycan Wolves is always going to pay off.
Moose picked up the Ags. We'll see which way it goes. I would imagine it is going to be towards Tron and his Disruptor, as you suggested.
KP, it's like okay, but yeah, Tron's standing right next to him. Tron's like, look, I've made some huge plays this tournament.
Yeah, if he hits the Static Storm now in this fight, it's going to be absolutely huge. If he can get that off onto Miracle before the BKB comes out, they can certainly kill that Invoker. A lot of this on Tron's setup at this stage. And OG, they've started to just split themselves up across the map. They realize that there is this huge stalemate going on at the moment across the pit, and they just want to make sure that they don't fall behind too much in terms of farm and try and get something across the map.
And that was like the first time we even saw a hero in the top lane for like 10 minutes, it feels like. As Moon pushes out, Miracle now shows up, kind of resorting to some split push. So you've had this 5v5 standoff, nothing came from it for OG. So they're going to mix things up, force NEWBEE to also change their defense. Because suddenly, like, even if it's just Horde Spirits pushing out this top lane, it means NEWBEE can't remain grouped as 5 as they have been doing. It's going to push them into a scenario where someone's going to be pushing out this top lane, most likely Moose, since he's got the boots to travel level 2 with Octarine. But even just seeing him at top lane perhaps will give a bit of confidence for OG to go in the pit. Problem is, boots to travel level 2 on Moo, Haunt on Hao. These two heroes can instantly get to this Roche pit.
We have KP's going to try for a jump initiation, but the immediate reaction here with the Yules looking for the Stomp, the Roar onto Kaka. Moon's going to TP in. We'll see what they could do here. Throwing out the stone onto Moon. Miracle at the same time, popping the BKB. They've taken down Tron and the Disrupt on the backlines though. How? Kills Crit. Moon in trouble. The Hospital will come out and fly with the ultimate. Takes down How. Moon to fall as well. He's dead for 110 seconds. There's a buyback on How, but now OG, they've got the space to move into the Roshan pit. 3 heroes down on NEWBEE. OG might have just done it there.
They're all in. They buy back 2 heroes to go for this push. They know the Alchemist buyback time of 50 seconds away.
Oh, this is huge for OG. Aegis picked up
2.5k damage dealt by that Crystal Maiden ultimate. That is Fly coming up big in the late game. Level 3 freezing filled with BKB. They prioritize focusing. They chase Moon a lot with the Alchemist. He'd already used his Roar, and I think NEWBEE will have some regrets about how they played that team fight.
Well, we have mid lane cleaned out. OG, just one more set of racks that they need to look to take.
Alp won't even have buyback in 20 seconds when it's off cooldown. He's still 70 gold short.
Full minute that they need to hold NEWBEE. It's going to be a hard defense as well. OG realizing the power, they're just going to start to go full in. Fortification will come out. OG at this point looking in a very comfortable position. How can NEWBEE stop this? They'll get off the lasso, bringing NoTail back. They manage to catch him in the Static Storm, so no BKB for the man with the Osprey. Comes out, Carca's gone! 2 dead! NoTail pops the BKB now with Miracle. They'll just punch into the racks. Miracle forcing back NEWBEE to the base. Sunstrike onto Hal. A GG is called. OG will be your first grand finalist here at the Manila Major.
What an amazing game to end this series on. Things were so tense. OG take those early lanes of racks, but by no means was this game in the bag. These guys played their hearts out. They're in the grand final. You can see like the nerves and stress on their face. There's so much relief in this team. They knew this game was their biggest challenge so far in this tournament.
Absolutely, and to overcome it like that, OG, I mean the whole series, what a story it's been. Game 1, OG, they didn't look good. NEWBEE, they had them figured out. OG come into game 2 with something different. And again, the playstyle feels like the meta just adopted as the series went on. And game 3, OG, they read NEWBEE. They had a strat. They went for it. NEWBEE seemed to have an answer in the mid game. We really saw OG have a huge lead, and then NEWBEE stopped it. But at the end of the day, OG's composure, the control in the team fights, it was just superior.
And NEWBEE's high ground defense, hats off to them. They held on for so long despite going down multiple lanes of racks, but OG, they had this draft. All it took was that one big team fight to blow things wide open, and when you've got that Lycan, Beastmaster, Invoker in your team, you just shred through the NEWBEE base, and, well, it's a clean 2-1. Well, perhaps not a clean 2-1, but it is OG in the grand finals, and
absolutely,
boy, was that something.
But of course, I mean, whoever's going to meet NEWBEE in the lower bracket, that is not going to be fun. I mean, we've seen just the skill, the level that NEWBEE can play at. I mean, yeah, they don't take down OG, but still, they were able to adapt to every kind of situation that OG was forcing them into. But at the end of the day, OG do it 2-1, your first grand finalist here at the Manila Major. What a series. Back to you, Paul, to see how you guys can break that one down.
Thank you very much, Odie Pixel and Gods in the commentary booth. And yes, absolutely right, Owen. It is the first team through to the grand final here at the Manila Major. It is OG, the Frankfurt Major champions, and still on the road to become the first ever organization to win 2 Valve Majors. Let's break it down with our panel. Charlie, let's start with you. Fantastic win for OG, but also a very patient win in that third game.
Yeah, credits to NEWBEE. They pulled it out as long as they could, but honestly, it was a bit of a disappointing draft from them. It was incredibly greedy with the Alchemist and the Spectre. Yes, they normally do like to run Tricore, but usually those cores are at least heroes that can do something in the early game. But you have a Spectre, and then you have an Alchemist, and then everything is on your Batrider to be able to start fights. And that Batrider got a 20-minute Blink Dagger incredibly late, and if you can't fight for 20 minutes, especially in this patch, it's not looking good.
Got to give credit, Peter, to the drafting of Fly.
Yeah, it was really good, but I'm kind of with Charlie on the whole disappointing NEWBEE draft. Batrider had nowhere to go, and they just threw him in this dual offlane. Him and Earth Spirit did nothing they just watched Lycan farm for like 10-15 minutes, and I just don't know what they're exactly thinking with the Alchemist last pick. He just took so much farm away from the map from both Spectre and Batrider.
Easy to run away though, isn't it, LD, when you're in that position and you've had what looks like an outdraft and you've got an advantage in the game, and then you're on their doorstep. It's very easy to just rush in and try and finish the game and then actually make more mistakes.
Yeah, I think they really needed a big performance out of Kaka on the Earth Spirit, and it was the OG supports making all the plays early. They got a lot of farm, they found the first blood on the Batrider. You go into the late game, Fly had a big impact with the BKB Crystal Maiden ult, got off a couple of those, and really wasted the Alchemist time in the critical team fight. So I feel like because of the grade of the draft, there was a lot of pressure on the supports to get things done, and Kaka didn't really do much. Like, as of 5 minutes, he ends up missing that roll on mid, then he cancels the TP out, tries to go for very low HP Beastmaster, dies. It was a lot of pressure on him, so I don't really think you can pin the individual mistake as the reason why they lost the game, but that is a result of the draft.
They kind of scrapped to both offlanes. Both offlanes were pretty much done, but the thing is, OG started with Beastmaster in the jungle initially, which allowed him to farm. He's like the fastest jungler in the game right now, so their offlaner was farming jungle incredibly fast. NEWBEE's offlaners, like Earth Spirit and Batrider, are both just kind of sitting there, maybe getting some levels and a couple CS.
Fly gets the MVP, not least of which for that couple of ults, big ults at the end, which helped them out, but also for the drafting as well.
Yeah, and also he had some few good Glimmer Cape saves as well. Kept heroes alive a lot longer than his Disruptor ults. Very underrated.
Yeah, I think what sort of ties this all together is that we focused so much in the previous games whenever OG play on Miracle, being the 9K superstar, bringing in the kills, not dying in any games. Actually, in this series, he wasn't as impactful perhaps as he normally is, but it was more of a team effort.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't the miracle show by any means. You look at game 1, they put a lot of pressure on him. He didn't really get much help. So game 1, I think just, he didn't really have a fair chance. And games 2 and 3, NoTail stepped up a lot. If you put too much emphasis on Miracle, that's where the other carry player should be able to deliver. And he definitely did down the stretch. There was a couple of fights where Lycan killed 2-3 heroes in a matter of seconds. Supports dying quickly. Alchemist didn't have the easiest time finding targets to bring down because the enemy supports were so farmed. And I mean, NoTail really pulled it through.
Yeah, let's take a look back at the highlights as we go through. Sorry, Peter, Karen.
No, I really like how OG's playing right now, especially with NoTail and the heroes that he's playing. There's really focused direction on what he needs to do in the game in order to win, and he's incredibly good at executing those little things, whether it's farming and split pushing on Naga or pushing towers with Lycan. If you just give him a task or something he needs to do, he's going to get it done.
Yeah, it's interesting actually with NoTail. Again, another player that we don't always talk about because of the shining light that is Miracle, but we did speak about him a couple of days ago in the fact that he was the only player in the practice room still pubbing. He was literally just playing and playing and playing because he felt like he wasn't playing well enough. And actually, he's lost 2 series. He's played really well.
The Lycan Wolf scouting also by NoTail was fantastic this game.
Yeah, there was a point where I thought they were going to snipe I think he dropped the Shivas when he was feeding an egg, so it was pretty close there. But this was to me the biggest problem fight for NEWBEE. They did not have a Batrider blink. The fight begins with him trying to run in, but OG were in great position to reveal the smoke. You could understand the desperation. It's we can't just give up tier 2s for free.
Old habit.
Hey, NoTail may have calmed down a little bit, but Crit's stepping up.
Old habits die hard.
Yeah.
Still got the passion.
Nice! It's hype time, man. It's finals weekend.
Yeah.
You can feel it here. as always, crit delivered. To me, he's the most consistent player on the team. Great Elder Titan ults, really good scouting. A couple of times he found key kills in the tree lines with the Spirit. I mean, Elder Titan often hard to measure his impact because he's not like always going to hit the big AoE combo, but really important.
You put a Spirit on somebody, and then the rest of your team goes on him, and he just melts immediately. It's really hard to judge like what that aura does. But when a hero dies like as fast as some of these newbie hero dies, you see that Elder Titan impact.
Yeah, I do want to credit KP for the Force Staff usage this game. There were quite a few times where Miracle went for the big combo with the Sunstrike, Deafening Blast, Meteor, and he managed to save teammates with it, but other than that, it felt like it was a really difficult game for the Bat Rider. Not too many clean lasso initiations. Oftentimes the Stomp would counter-initiate. They would also scout him with the Hawk. He'd get roared or cold snapped. It just wasn't an easy back game, especially playing from behind, which was kind of what we saw in Game 1 actually as well from OG.
Yeah, I'm surprised we didn't see more KPI on Slardar. It seemed like a hero that they did really well with in Game 1, and then it just kind of got ignored.
Yeah, and it seems like it fits the... It seems like NEWBEE just plays better when they're more aggressive, a little bit less greedy. That was what worked for them in Game 1. They got away from it in both games this series, 2 and 3, going for more late-game-oriented drafts. We saw the triple Midas, Battle Fury build in Game 2. That didn't work. I imagine evaluating the series, if they get back to the Grand Finals and have a rematch with OG, they're going to be playing a little more up-tempo.
Yeah, I hope they pick, heroes that... They go back to their old style of heroes that can fight early and really move around the map.
Playing Slardar, Lifestealer, Beastmaster.
The AA, Phoenix dual supports. Pick one of the two. Don't do both.
Yeah. In this game, I thought the support duo was fine, but yeah, that combination of very farm-intensive cores got punished. I mean, they had a resilient high ground defense, though. If this was not OG constantly having buybacks ready at the right time, not being afraid to throw them out, scouting with the Wolves, getting early lanes of racks, it could have been a complete rout and a turnaround. But NEWBEE had to blow a lot of buybacks to stay in this game.
Yeah, they had a couple pretty good high ground defenses, and I think if OG wasn't so far ahead, this would have looked pretty bad for them.
Yeah, it was only like a 4 to 5k gold lead for most of the game, but so much of that farm's concentrating Alk. He dies and also doesn't use the farm as well as some other heroes as far as like raw damage output goes, especially later on, and then you're suddenly playing from a huge gold deficit.
Yeah, even if you give, an Aghanim's to the Disruptor or the Earth Spirit, if either of those two heroes get roared, they get blown up immediately by a Sunstrike or by Beastmaster summons.
Yeah, so this was probably, I think, the last really strong high ground defense where they managed to kill off Miracle here. The Bat breaks away into the tree line. And this is an example of the CM causing problems in fights. Fly channeling ult with BKB. You could see moves very decisive, like, do I fight the CM? Do I run away? I can't stun him. They do end up getting the Miracle kill here, but Fly still causing a lot of problems. Even gets the Kaka kill in the back line. But, I mean, that's a support CM. That's a 5-position support, wasting an entire Alk BKB.
Yeah, she does a lot of damage with the Elder Titan Aura.
Yeah. It's a pretty strong combo.
Yeah,
and again, nice our splitters. It was, as much as we like to pick an MVP, we like to have someone to get everyone excited about. The whole team stepped up this series for OG.
That's really what's required to win these events now. You can't have a weak link.
Just waiting for the reaction of Tuan. No reaction that time. Okay.
Didn't happen.
Yeah.
Lag.
Usually get a bit of passion from him.
Yeah. So this is the fight where target selection becomes an issue for the Alk. He heads to the south. He's just trying to kill off the Beastmaster. Does basically nothing with that entire BKB, and then you just see No-Tail completely shred him.
Yeah, even though the supports die in these fights, or at least the Elder Titan and the Beastmaster, they still got off their fights. They still got off their summons, and
they fight from beyond the grave.
Yeah, Alchemist still has to spend so much time chasing around these heroes. He's not able to get all his damage off.
Just good shot calling by OG, knowing how to play around the buybacks of NEWBEE, not being too passive. They weren't afraid to force the issue around the Roach Pit, and overall, they've shown a variety of strategies here, whether it's playing the Naga Starvation game, whether it's just going heavy push. We all know that sometimes they'll play that split push game and just let Miracle take over on Invoker. This team can win in a variety of ways, and gotta love that hype.
These guys are really showing their versatility here.
The contrast is fantastic, though, isn't it? No-Tail banging the table. It's literally vibrating inside the booth. Fly's just like, okay,
Yeah.
we won.
I mean,
good,
that guy,
it's okay.
No-Tail's been holding it in for a long time, right?
It's not over
can't
yet.
yell
man.
in-game
One
anymore.
more match to go for them.
Yeah, one more match. Yeah, absolutely. Now just one more match away. Let's talk about NEWBEE as well, because they're not out of the tournament. I think we have to point that out because some people are obviously confused by dual tournaments and double elimination brackets and what have you. So they drop down now. They will go down into the lower bracket, and they'll await the winners of Liquid and LG. Is there a preference, do you think, for them in terms of the way that the brackets panned out? Did they want Liquid, knowing that they've played them at Epicenter and they lost, or would they prefer another Chinese team to play?
No, let me go.
Okay,
They definitely want LGD. Like, they are by far the best Chinese team, NEWBEE. I'm very impressed at LGD's top 4 playing against them. I know we lost, but I wasn't like super impressed.
Sure.
But yeah, I think Liquid is like the team to beat this tournament. I'd be really surprised if Liquid doesn't make it into the grand finals.
Yeah. It's very interesting, actually. I'm not going to tell you which ones, but a couple of the NEWBEE players told us on day 1 when we arrived here in Manila, before the practice matches started, watch out for LGD. They're playing so well in practice right now. And we were all like, well, okay, but yeah, it's practice.
Hey, they showed up.
But they really have shown up. So I just wonder whether, if NEWBEE are telling us that early on, that they're a bit worried about them in practice, how worried are they going to be about them if they have to face them?
Well, I mean, going back to Epicenter, it was a 3-2 win for Liquid, so it was it wasn't like they just crushed NEWBEE or something. I still think NEWBEE can beat Liquid, but LGD is a team they know a lot better. I would say, like, as of 4 or 5 days ago, everyone was saying, yeah, LGD is very predictable. They're always playing with the big team fight heroes for Xiao 8. They're trying to 5-man a lot and angle for late game, play around the Roshan. Lately, they have been mixing it up. We've seen some split push. We've seen IO picks. We've seen early, like, single target pickoff lineups. So I think they have been evolving and coming to their own as the tournament moves along.
They've definitely been growing throughout this tournament, and this is what happens in a long tournament. And I think, Peter knows this really well, that you start in the lower bracket or you get knocked down to the lower bracket and you play more matches and you evolve as a team. You learn what is good, what beats you, and you watch other teams succeed as well, and you can emulate them.
Okay, thank you very much, all three of you. We'll get more words from you before we finish this particular segment. But first, let's go down to the main stage because we've caught up with Moon Meander.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am here with Moon Meander. Give it up. Talking out the invincible NEWBEE doing the impossible. You gotta tell me, boss, how does it feel to have a NA team here in the finals of the Manila Major?
Feels really good to be the last North American in this tournament. And North American in the grand finals, I think it's pretty expected, right? Since NA DOTA is the best.
Absolutely. Well, you just proved it right there. All right. So, in Game 2, Game 3 was hype. I want to talk about Game 2. You played a Bat Rider, and you didn't skill Lasso at level 6. I don't know. I want to ask you about that. Was that on purpose, or what was the deal with that?
Yeah, I actually learned that build from Bone7. I saw him do it in a couple of pubs. Shout out to Bone7. And it really owns because people expect you to go for that blink dagger timing, and sometimes you just gotta throw it all out and just play your own style, Yeah.
All right. Thank you for that honest answer. That's great. So, Game 3. Such a hype game. I mean, Game 2, you barely came back. You guys are pushing uphill. NEWBEE's buying back. They're killing everybody. I know you guys, during your games, are always talking to each other and yelling. What was the team communication like in that game?
It was pretty stoic. When we were going high ground, everything was going good. We got a first set of racks. But as we started running into troubles, the second set of racks, and we were all dying, Fly stepped in and he was like, flee and let me die. Flee, let die. Flee, die, fly, fly,
fly, yes! All right. So, finally, sir, you are one of the most savage dudes in Dota. Used to be. Then you won a major, now you've become a professional, you've become a kind Moons. But I want to tap into that savagery one more time. Before we lay Savage Moon to rest and you guys win your second Valve event, just give me one last Savage Moon comment.
You can never ever get on my level, Hope.
Okay, say goodbye to Savage Moon. That's the end. It's over. Moon is done. Okay. Last but not least, again, sorry. I'm so hyped right now, I can't take it. Okay, you guys are going up into the finals. Congratulations. You're going to face off against one other team. I want to know right now, for that final match, who do you want to fight against?
Team Liquid.
Moon, Are you ready to win your second major, dude? Is it time? Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready to be a two-patch team.
All right, let's get this done, man. Thank you so much, and we'll shoot it back to Red Eye and the boys on the panel.
Thank you very much. He's ready to be a two-patch winner. Yes, indeed. Moon with the memes and the meandering and the savagery as well. We got all of it from Moon that time round. Charlie, great character, obviously, and they are on the verge of making history as well.
Yeah, absolutely. All I gotta say is NA Dota is the best.
Looking at this panel.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to get any other reaction here, am I? This is going to be a clean sweep, Peter. NA Dota the best.
We outnumber you, Paul.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay,
I mean, OG's going to win this event.
Yeah, okay. Christ.
Won the last TI, going to win the next one.
True, yeah. How many majors so
One
far?
NA is greater than no NA.
Okay. All right.
Majors don't count.
Majors don't count.
Unless we win them, then they count.
Of course, absolutely, yeah. Thank you to all three of you. In particular, thank you for coming along to the panel, Peter. It's been a real pleasure having you here. And we wish you the best with open qualifiers, potentially. Right, we're going to move on. We are one match left here in the day 5 of Manila Major. We have our lower bracket match to come between LGD and Liquid. Remember, the winner of those will go on and play NEWBEE in the lower bracket final tomorrow. But there is also one other competition going on this week as well, and that's the cosplay competition. Plenty of fantastic examples have already shown up here at Manila. Tomorrow, the grand final will be on stage. So let's take a look at what's in store.
You've seen the pros play, now it's time to see the cosplay. The wonderful art form that transforms regular people into part-time creatures, heroes, villains, and everything in between. To celebrate some of the most representative Dota 2 fans in the Philippines, the Manila Major Cosplay Contest offered a $10,000 prize pool with a simple demand in return for them to show off their creativity and their skill. Dozens of Warbler-clad warriors gathered before the judges this weekend as they set out on the hard task ahead of them. Out of the dozens of willing souls that registered, only 10 finalists were chosen. Next matchup, Team Liquid versus LGD Gaming.
Major, we are here for day number 5. Our final series is upon us, and we are looking forward to finding our third and final top 3 team from our final game of the day. We've also changed up the panel a little bit, so let's introduce you. We've got a couple of casuals joining us, but only in clothing terms, that is. Welcome to the 2 DC boys, Moo and Misery, and Alan, of course, Nahaz is back with us as well. How is everyone? Moo, you right?
It was all right.
Bringing the memes?
Now you're just, being kind of rude.
Am I? I'm sorry. Well, you have to get used to it. This is the rude panel.
Oh.
Yeah. You're just lucky Charlie's not here. That's all I can say to you right now. Because if Charlie was here, oh my goodness, you'd be burnt alive. Misery, you've been subjected to the Charlie burns.
No, I mean, he's a fan of NA DOTA, right?
Yeah.
And that's a good thing for us. So, yeah, Charlie likes us. We like Charlie. It's all good.
All right, it's all good fun. Alan, how you going?
What are you doing, Paul? These guys both play NA DOTA. Do you really think you're going to get them with flames?
No, that's true. They're probably used to it, right? After all, they probably follow the Empire guy on Twitter, so it's all good.
Yes.
It's been a good day, isn't it? A couple of fantastic series, and especially the middle series with the upper bracket final.
Yeah, absolutely ridiculous day, and NEWBEE and OG definitely looking like 2 teams that could win this tournament outright. But I think we've got, if you go by the numbers, we got a match here that could easily be a grand final. These teams are number 1 and number 2 in GPM, number 1 and number 2 in kills. This is going to be one heck of a series. I expect it to be very tight.
Yeah, absolutely. Misery, summarize your event. Have you enjoyed it? Do you feel like you did enough? Do you feel like you proved some points to people that maybe didn't rate you?
I feel like it's been a really good event, overall. For us, it's been, I was hoping for top 8.
Okay.
But, we fell short playing as VGR. I felt like we were a better team, but not on the day.
Yeah.
So, but overall, it's been good for us. We had some pretty successful games, and it's our first event.
Yeah.
And we have some really young players, so for that reason, I'm pretty all right with the result.
Yeah. How about you, Mo? Have you enjoyed it?
Yeah, I mean, we could have done more.
Yeah. I do get that sense of disappointment from you both as well, that you kind of feel like maybe you let yourselves down against VGR, or maybe maybe you were the better team, but didn't come out that way. And that's DOTA sometimes, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just how it is.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't go into a major expecting to go 9 to 12, right?
Yeah.
You expect a little bit more. So when it happens, you are a bit disappointed, but
Okay.
You're 9 to 12 for a reason, I think. So,
right.
yeah.
Plenty of experience, though. Good experience as well.
Yeah,
just,
very
just
good
around
experience.
the corner from TI qualifiers and TI itself. Who knows?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a very good experience for us. We're definitely, every loss, we're becoming much better. So it would have been nice to have more games, so we could have lost more and then come back stronger, and not just go lose a bracket and lose. But that's how
the
it is.
PPD route.
Yeah.
Learn more by losing.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right. We've got a little surprise for you, Moo.
A surprise for me?
A surprise for you.
Me in particular.
Not you in particular.
Okay.
But your mum.
My mom.
Yeah. It's her birthday today, right?
Yeah. It's my mom's birthday.
Happy birthday from Manila. Just looking at the camera and say happy birthday, Mum.
Which camera?
Everyone around, say happy birthday to Moo's mum.
Hi, Mom.
We should that'd be nice for you. Just,
Thank you. My
Family's
mom
a
will
long way
appreciate
away.
this.
Would she? Is she watching?
Yeah. And you can all follow her on Twitter,
Okay.
Yes.
At
GamerMooMom. It's underscores, There you go.
Love it. Brilliant. Okay. Thank you very much. We thought we'd just do something nice for you
Thank
today.
you.
Just to get over the whole low finishing. He's not having any of it, is he? You're right. I absolutely couldn't flame them at all. You were right. I should have followed your advice. We're going to get more from all 3 of them in just a moment. More fun and more talk about LGD and Liquid. But first, we need a couple of teams.
Silent but deadly, much like their team captain Kuroki, this is a squad of reserved players with a formidable playstyle. Hyper-aggressive against even the stiffest opposition, they overwhelm their enemies. They are the European team of the moment. They come to Manila on the back of 3 consecutive grand finals. They are the definition of all for one and one for all.
Welcome on stage, Team Liquid.
return of superstar Xiao Wei to the battlefield has placed the expectations of a nation on the shoulders of this Chinese organization. With a world-class support player in MMY and one of the most experienced captains in the scene. This team is here to prove they are still a Chinese superpower.
Welcome on stage, LGD Gaming!
The brains of Xiao 8 and Kuroki go head-to-head as LGD and Liquid clash. Two of the most explosive teams so far in the Dota Major. We're looking forward to it. We'll start with Liquid, Alan. They have been at the top of the sheets pretty much throughout the whole tournament. Favourites coming into it. They're now on the point where they have to deliver to get into the top 3.
Yeah, really parallel stories to me for these two teams. Both knocked down into the losers bracket fairly early on by MVP and Fnatic. Both changed a few things, made some adjustments. Liquid in particular picked 17 different heroes in their first 4 losers bracket games after drafting really conservatively before that. Showed us Doom, showed us Riki, 2 heroes that they hadn't run before, and really has looked like a well-oiled machine in these past 6 games.
Yeah, when you drop down, as you boys did, because you were in the top bracket and then drop down, what does it do to you in terms of the change? Does it change the way you draft? Does it change your mentality? What does it do?
I don't know. I don't know if it changes that much. At least not for us, because we did face NEWBEE, and we knew NEWBEE were really strong, so we maybe already considered that it was a possibility. But it's good that it's best of 3. So when you go down there, you actually have a match, and not just the best of 1.
Yeah.
So of course it might change a little bit on how you think, especially because you did lose prior. So you might have learned a lot of things about the little game that you lost. But I mean, Liquid, they clean sheet after they lost. They haven't lost in loser bracket yet, and yeah, so that's very impressive.
Yeah. What do you make of that MVP victory over them and then them dropping down? Do you see it as a blip? Do you think it was just a one-off?
Yeah, I mean, I think that MVP caught them by surprise, honestly. Yeah. I do believe Liquid was the better team, but maybe MVP just pulled it up, you know? Yeah. They drafted these weird things. I think MVP was given Lifestealer, a hero with a 70% win rate in 33 games. I don't think you give someone that hero anymore. So they learned a lot, obviously. Yeah. Like Misery said, they just cleaned the table when they went to lower bracket. So.
Yeah. And LGD, Alan, they've been really impressive since dropping down. And we had this thing where we kind of had some info before the tournament started. A few people said to us they've been playing really well against Chinese teams in practice, which, you know, yeah, you can take it both ways. But we were like, okay, that's interesting. And it was the Chinese teams telling us that information as well. So we kind of expected that they would do well. Did we expect them to do this well, though?
Well, you know, you look back on it and you say, we've seen this story before with
Yeah.
Xiao 8 teams. Xiao 8 puts together these teams for TI, and this is this team's first real coming out party at a major event. You watch their replays, they've looked pretty good. Never has it come together. But for me, one of the big stories of this tournament is, will the real M God please stand up? We just got to see Miracle versus Moo in an incredible series, but maybe arguably has been statistically the most impressive player at the tournament. 686 GPM, more than 100 ahead of the next player, 11.25 kills per game. The next highest is 9. This guy has been on fire in their wins.
Yeah, on fire and a long way ahead of anyone else. What do you make of him?
We got our 2 M gods on the panel here, guys.
Is it scary? Is it scary playing maybe right now?
Or maybe he has definitely played like a beast this entire tournament, and it's not that he's limited either. You know, he just plays incredibly well on all his heroes, and like he has, like he said, he's farming too. You know, he's in fights too. He's just everywhere.
Yeah.
And I don't know. It's definitely a lot lies on him. You know, for LTD. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting. I know for like maybe not a fact, but like I felt that Liquid was not so strong going into this tournament, and they lost some scrims, I've heard, and you know they come to winner bracket, they play maybe Phoenix, and they didn't look that strong. You know, they overextended sometimes, they made mistakes, they got caught off and stuff, and ever since then it felt like they got their stuff together.
Yeah.
And
well saved.
Yeah, thank you. And yeah, I mean, I have them as favorites to win this tournament. I feel like they're just gonna stroll past everyone from here on out.
Including LGD today?
I think so. I mean, it also makes sense, right? Secret, they went top 2 in the first major, then they won the second major.
You're not going to use logic on me,
And
are you?
Liquid got top 2 this last major. Now it's their turn to go top 1.
Yeah, but so what about the Cloud9 thing? Are you
What
not believing in the Cloud9 thing?
The curse or what?
The TI Cloud9 team that then win every major up to the next TI.
Huh.
It's Bone 7's chance next, isn't it?
Or Sing Sing. I
Or
suppose.
Sing Sing, yeah. Either of those two could win
I
TI.
suppose.
Kuroki wins here. Kuroki wins here. Yeah, and then basically
either way, the memes are real.
But that
the whole
it
Cloud9
makes
team
sense,
then win,
right? It makes sense.
Yeah.
So it's Fata's turn as well.
It's Fata's turn.
It all makes sense.
Yeah. You not believe in that?
Sure.
Okay,
Why not?
good. Are you on board? Come on, Moo, you came here for the memes.
I mean, it's not really a meme.
Is it not? Doesn't qualify?
It's kind of a low quality one. You know?
Okay, yeah, no, I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. All right, let's take a look at the mid matchup because that's the one that Alan highlighted as one that we need to keep an eye on because that does feature two players who, as you said already, have been in red hot form.
Yeah, and we talked a lot about maybe, but I want to talk about Fata as well because he's actually been the highest farmer on Liquid's team, and the way that they've played around him since they dropped down to the losers bracket has really been remarkable to me. He's put up the farming numbers, but Matumbament and Mind Control, again, other two M gods on the Liquid side, have been really great at setting up plays around him. I wanted to ask the two of you guys because I feel like Liquid, when they're playing their best Dota, they're the most efficient team out there. I want you guys to tell me, what are they able to do to be so efficient around the map, to set up these trades that they're able to make?
I mean, I think it comes down to, I mean, Fata is a very efficient player overall. He's always very stable. Like that's one of his best strengths is that he's always going to perform at a super high level. And on top of that, he's very good at farming too. So, and same goes for Matumba, man. That they're both very stable. They always play well. It's very rare that you see them really like fall through or whatever. Like, so I think they're just a very stable team. All their players usually perform, and I think that's why they always get far in these tournaments.
They're really good at securing items. They'll get this when they have Mind Control Slaughter. They'll get his Blink Dagger, and then he just won't touch a creep for the rest of the game. He'll sit behind his other cores, and now he's just a support player at this point. The next items he'll get in this 50-minute game of Slaughter is this Tranquil Boots Blink Force. And you won't ever see another item. And then I think that's just a really good way of playing. Because then the rest of his cores are just farming the rest of the map. They're fearless because the Slaughter with Blink is right there to kill anyone, you know?
I mean, you could say they're very good at being efficient about farming, but at the same time, they're also always ready to fight too.
Right.
Like they will always have full mana, full HP. They won't run around in the jungle killing camps without mana and stuff. They will rather go back to base, go back to the jungle, and then kill camps. So be more efficient, be fast. They don't waste TP somewhere. They're just very fast at their movements, and they're not wasting time, and not wasting TPs, not wasting smokes. They're just very smart team.
As you guys are talking about this, the other thing that occurs to me that they do that I really like is I feel like they're one of the best teams here at constantly putting pressure on the enemy supports in fights. Fogg has made this point. We talked about on the panel that a lot of the lineups we're seeing here scale well 1 through 4 or even 1 through 5. And Liquid's, they're picking these heroes like Lycan that can put pressure on those enemy supports, kill them off, get into the back lines. And as you're talking about the plays that they're making with Slardar and Darkseer, they're able to draw the other team into the fight so that you're not necessarily giving away these support levels and support items.
Yes, definitely. I mean, their drafts are always going to be they always want to pressure you. And then it goes hand in hand with how they play. Like I mentioned before, they're not wasting any time, you know. And then they have these heroes like Batrider and like Lycan, Lifestealer, like even Lone Druid, you know, and they will go as 5 when they need to, and they will split up when they don't have to fight. And they're just very solid overall.
All right, we're going to get into the predictions. I don't know whether you're both aware that we've been having this prediction game going on the panel since day one. I'm going to update you on the scores as well right now. There are 4 men who are currently 100%, but they've only actually had one time on the panel. But they do include Toby 1, they do include Cap and Gods, and LD has actually been on the panel twice now and got both predictions correct. You have to have 5 is the minimum. Nox decided it's 5 minimum to take part properly. So, of those that have had 5, Nahaz, you are 6-2 right now, at the top of the table on 75%. Alongside you, however, is Fogged, who is 9-3.
Ooh.
So that's statistically better, right? I don't know. Stats don't lie. Stats don't lie.
He has a
just behind them is Black, who's 9-4. Charlie's 7-6. Purge is 8-6. And Winter is 4-6. But Winter has been going out there on some underdogs.
Yeah, that's true. He's been repping his SEA.
Yeah, he has.
Teams,
He's been repping the SEA, so we'll kind of forgive him on that stuff. So what we do is we're going to get your predictions for this particular matchup. We'll start with Alan. Which way is it going?
I look at the numbers, and what LGD has been able to do coming into this series is really remarkable. They have, like what I said, I think is the best statistical player of the tournament. But you know what? Sometimes you go with your gut. I got to go Liquid, 2-1.
The stats are gone. Okay, Liquid for Alan. Where are we going, Misery?
I agree with Nahas. I think it's also going to be 2-1, and I don't think Liquid can 2-0 them. I feel like LGD are also like an incredibly stable team, so it's going to be hard to actually not lose a game against them because they're so strong at staying in the game kind of thing.
Difficult to break them down.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And but at the end of the day, I think they're a better team, and they've been together for longer, and they have won tournaments and they've gone second tournaments, and the LDD has not really achieved that just yet as a team.
Yeah.
So I think Liquid will do it 2-1.
Okay. No?
Well, I thought Nahaz was going to say he looked at the stats, and Liquid has not dropped a game yet in lower bracket, where LGD has. So I'm going to go Liquid 2-0.
Really? Bold.
Yes.
Okay, I like it. All right. Clean sweep of Liquid fanboys here on the analyst panel. They've all gone for Liquid in our lower bracket game. The winner, of course, does go through to finish top 3 at the very least, and still has a shot at the championship as well. On Twitch, though, it's 75-25 in favour of Team Liquid, and perhaps not surprisingly, got a feeling Twitter might be somewhere around the same margin. Let's take a look. He says, waiting with bated breath. There he comes, 74-26, so roughly the same.
Well, what does this mean, though?
What does it mean?
Isn't Twitter mostly Western? Doesn't Chinese have more of a different thing?
Yeah, I think if we did it on Weibo, then it would probably be...
probably be 75%.
Probably the other way. Probably be 92-8 in favour of LGD.
That's actually probably better. So
yeah, I don't know. It's just a bit of fun. You know, just like letting our hair
I do
down.
like numbers, yes.
Do you?
Yes.
Alan's your man.
In good company up here. I'm already feeling it. Another NA Dota 2 panel. I mean, we're going to make you an honorary NA Dota guy, as if you're not already.
Oh, I am. I'm die-hard America. Don't worry.
He flames us when we lose.
Adopted America.
Yeah. That's what you got to do, right, to be an NA Dota guy.
Oh, we're back to this again, are we? In terms of the draft, because it's a couple of minutes away, what are you expecting? LGD, I mean, they've not really gone too far away from the meta, and neither have Liquid either. So are we going to see something crazy in game 1?
I feel like it's just going to be fairly standard bans, maybe. Like, I don't think anyone is going to want to give lifesteal away too much.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody wants to play against Wisp. I think they both play Wisp, as far as I remember. And what's there? Batrunner is going to be contested. I think it's going to be interesting to see if teams value Beastmaster highly, because that hero is kind of a little bit everywhere. Sometimes it's untouched, sometimes it's first pick.
I think some teams really, really want it every time, and some are really like, no, we don't want them to have it.
It kind of gives away a lot. When you first pick a Beastmaster, you kind of give away a lot in the sense that he can go jungle too.
Yeah.
But
and we've seen it here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know what it is. Sometimes the hero seems amazing. Sometimes the hero seems really underwhelming. It comes down to how you can counter the hero. Like, there are many ways to counter the offlane Beastmaster, but there are also ways to counter the jungle one. And if you can hide it in the draft where he's going, and then towards the end, draft well and get the right angle on the Beastmaster, then he's going to be very good. But it's sometimes hard. So I think the hero is kind of tricky.
What do you make of the Lycan picks? Liquid have favoured it in the past,
I think
earlier in the group stage.
I think it's likely Lycan will be banned first phase by LGD.
And there it goes.
Yeah, there is.
I was actually wondering if they would ban Lycan or Earth Spirit. because they have to ban Lifestealer, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
well, you would assume so, yes.
LGD have taken out Lifestealer in 8 straight games as one of their first bans.
Oh,
they're going to go
don't?
they're going to give away.
Okay.
Wow.
Oh, God. The Lifestealer Beastmaster Open is on the table if Liquid wants it here. Although Zhao 8 Beastmaster is pretty
I would
standard
assume
for
they pick Lifestealer and then LGD takes Beastmaster.
Yeah.
Yeah, although Liquid are now going to be thrown by the fact that they didn't ban the Lifestealer for the 9th game in a row, and then be thinking, well, hold on, have they got something?
This is the master
counter
plan,
it, isn't it? Yeah.
by Zhao 8.
LTD like
Mind
their...
games.
It's got to be Lifestealer.
They do take the Lifestealer.
But now let me talk to you about this, guys, because this is a big question. We've seen Lifestealer in so many games and this ridiculous win rate, almost 70% now. There are a lot of heroes that before the tournament, people were talking to me like Dazzle, that, oh, Dazzle counters Lifestealer. We haven't seen it necessarily in these games. How are you thinking about, you're thinking about a lot of this drafting, Misery. How are you thinking about countering a first pick Lifestealer right now in the meta?
I mean, I think there are heroes that are good against it, but it's still just so strong. Like, and it doesn't fall off, and it's good in lane. It deals burst damage. It has this infest. Like, it's a magic immune. It's like it has kind of everything. And even if you do have counters to it, you can still try cores with this hero. It's not a hard carry. It's a hard carry that doesn't need 4 protect 1 to make it work, you know. And it's a strength hero with insanely high base strength gain, right? I don't know. The hero just seems a bit too strong, even if you do counter it.
What I think they're thinking about right now.
Batrider Wisp.
If they pick the Slark.
Oh,
they picked the Ricky.
Yeah.
This is what I was gonna say. If they pick the Slark, then Team Liquid's gonna pick Ricky, and now you don't want to play against Ricky when you're Slark. It's awful. You can't get Dark Pact. You can't do anything.
And this is a really, really good idea for LGD because what Liquid have been doing is they've been picking Lifestealer with multiple initiation vehicles to get him in the fight and, like we talked about, put pressure on the opposing supports. With the Ricky, you have that scouting information that's much more difficult to predict, and you can counter the infest by instant smoke.
Definitely. Like at this point, I don't think you can give away Ricky Lifestealer as well. Like you give away Lifestealer as one thing, but if you give away Ricky too, it's this concept where this Ricky is permanently invis. You never see him, you know. And then when Lifestealer goes off map after level 6, you have to be scared everywhere from this infest bomb. And in a game, you don't like Lifestealer is going to be off map a lot because he's just right-clicking jungle creeps, right? And it's terrifying to play against. And you need to buy so many sentries everywhere, and your supports are going to be poor. It enables the offlaner. Like this Ricky is like it's very, very strong and very hard to play against right now. So this is very interesting, I think.
Has LGD picked this yet?
They played Ricky.
Ricky
once.
opening. This is more of a Western thing, right?
They've been adapting really well, though.
Yeah, they've changed up their picks a lot.
All the way through the lower bracket.
Batrider is definitely a staple of theirs. This is something, I don't know how much they've shown it in this tournament, but it's something that apparently Zhao 8 has looked good in a number of officials as well as scrims on this hero. They're very confident in it. I wanted to ask you specifically, Misery, about the Ricky pick because you guys were one of the first teams that I saw experiment with this in some of the NA games. Especially in this kind of a matchup, what do you think Ricky does in lane? What are his objectives early on in the game?
So I think right now the Ricky, how they want to play this out, as I see it, is they want this Batrider offlane, and then they want just this Ricky to sit there. And
it's kind of like a Mexican standoff.
Yeah, you
know the Ricky's there, but you're just kind of like...
Even if you know the Ricky is there, it's hard to do anything because Batrider is going to spam Napal on you. If you start going on this Batrider, then Ricky comes with Overvenom and starts hitting the support. And then the trade-off is going to come in, and it's very beneficial for the Batrider Ricky lane. So it's a very good combination in the offlane. And
Boy, the Rubik pick. What do you think about this Rubik pick? I'm a little bit thrown by this. We've seen second phase Rubik make a bit of a comeback in the games today, and I don't necessarily feel it's a consistently high impact hero.
It's probably just generally good against Slaughter, as it's easy to steal Crush, and Crush is amazing to steal on Rubik. It's 8-second cooldown, incredible stun. And it doesn't really reveal anything, and it gives you this initiation, right? It's just a very open pick that like does ensure good lane, possibly top to kill the Slaughter off lane, and it just overall is nice.
Whoa.
Oracle.
There you go.
Has that hero been picked yet?
Oh yes, it's been picked.
With Huskar has.
Oh yeah, with Huskar, right.
But they can't put a Huskar in this draft.
Nah. It's just for the Batrider.
I mean, Slark is a good pick here, I believe.
Yes. It's pretty alright.
This is something that usually only Chinese teams pick as well, is the Slark. A lot of European, North American teams kind of shy away from this hero.
Fnatic has played with it as well.
Slark is definitely coming back strong in this event. Like towards the end of this event, I felt like going into the event, Slark was kind of iffy, But the build has been found now. You just don't Midas, don't blink, don't do anything like that. You just go Tread, Shadowblade, Echo Saber into Silver Edge, and then you're a beast.
Yeah, no, that was one of the questions I had for you as well, because you guys came up really big with Slark in a couple of games at Shanghai. And the build has obviously changed. It's the introduction of Echo Saber and the buff to Silver's Edge, where you get the plus 15 all stats from the Ultimate Orb.
That too. And the game is faster. Like, you really don't want to build this Midas on Slark. I think it's just going to slow you down way too much, and then you lose your timing, and now you're Slark this 5 minutes later that has these items, but you know, these 5 minutes, they matter so much, you know. Now they have too much damage too, so you can't go in anymore, and now you have to play this rat game. And that's not really what you want to do. You want to fight when you get this Shadowblade and this Echo Saber, because you're actually incredibly strong. So I think we're going to see that build. I think that's pretty straightforward nowadays. Dragon Knight.
Dragon Knight picked Disruptor banned. Not a huge surprise. It is the most picked hero of the event right now. You guys were aware of that. It's really crept up, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like first group stage, hardly any Disruptor picks. Suddenly, main event, everyone's picking it.
Yeah.
I was very skeptical when I saw Fnatic picking it first phase, but they really got a lot of value out of the hero, zoning fights. You can punish the disengage really hard, and with the new gold mechanics, killing that top net worth on the enemy team with Glimpse, I mean, that's huge value now.
I mean, you pretty much all Disruptor games, you see this Glimpse value so much, you know, and it's so obnoxious to play against because you have to think about it in all scenarios. When you push a tower, when you defend the tower, when you TP in somewhere, like it's so annoying to deal with. And it's incredibly strong. So, yeah.
I'm a little concerned for Liquid. They don't have a way of dealing with Slark. They have this one crush to
Yeah,
stun him.
but they do have these melee cores that.
I mean, their heroes are very tanky.
Yeah, they are.
But if this game goes maybe to the 30-minute mark, and Liquid still has, or LGD maybe has one tier 2,
I mean,
they're in good shape.
I think the Oracle pick is really crucial for Liquid, because right now LGD cannot really initiate, because they have these 3 melee guys who are very hard to kill. And then they want to blink Lasso guy, Oracle Ultimate comes in immediately. And then what do they actually have to fight with, you know?
Yeah, sure,
so
but what if the Oracle Ultimate has to be used before?
Not sure, but I mean, it's going to come down to the laning phase a lot here, because it depends on how much Ricky gets done and how good of a game Batrider gets, I think.
This lifesteal Oracle lane is pretty scary.
And there's your solution.
That's the Slark solution.
There's your
this is actually one of my favorite heroes to play against Slark, because Slark is one of the only heroes in Dota with 1800 night vision, and it ruins this hero, because now you're playing a Slark and you don't have this night vision, and it's actually gigantic, because usually you're running around, you're dodging sentries because you're seeing heroes before they see you, which means when you have the Shadowblade, it's incredibly hard to catch you. But now that you can't see anything, you're going to maybe just run into them. You're running into this Ricky with a gem, or like running into a sentry, and you don't even know who's there.
Yeah, and we've seen, right, the 4 position, especially in the last couple of games, has just been such a crucial role. The plays Crypt made in that last series were just absolutely outstanding.
Yeah.
You know, they're asking a lot of Jerax here in terms of he's responsible for controlling a lot, providing them vision, being a solution to the Slark, but you know, he's been in this position before and delivered.
I mean, the last time Liquid had this Night Stalker, right? The Kuro ended up
maybe Timber Saw.
Kuro ended up with more farm than the Slardar.
Yes. In terms of value, that's a pretty good pick, I'd say.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
4 melee strength heroes for Timber.
Okay. Just final thoughts, Alan? What do you think, draft-wise?
I think this is a very even draft. I like LGD's concept, but I think Liquid knows how to execute with this lineup. Fata is one of the original team-oriented tanky Dragon Knights, invented the mech build on this hero. I'm going to go Liquid.
All right. Boys, what do you do?
It's hard. I wonder it depends on what the Night Stalker does and what the Ricky does in terms of laning phase, because Night Stalker can't really buy Iron Talon against the Ricky. You don't really want to do that. So is he going to go with the Slaughter off lane? Like, it's going to be interesting to see. I think I think this is the game LGD takes.
There's no money on this.
I know. I think this is the game LGD takes.
Okay.
LGD.
Yeah.
For sure. Like 80%, 80-20 odds, I'd say.
Really?
Yeah,
That strong? Okay. Some strong
I'm
feelings.
a fan of this draft.
All right, okay. Some strong feelings from the DC boys here on the draft panel. We'll hand it over to the commentators for game 1 now. Kappa and Melini.
That's right, LGD versus Team Liquid. Liquid, of course, ever since their drop to the lower bracket, have had a relatively good run, but they face up against their toughest opponent yet, LGD. We'll see who wins in game number 1.
Team Liquid versus LGD Gaming.
And here we are, the last pick you could see on the screen there from Team Liquid, the Night Stalker for Kuro, and another interesting pick, the Oracle. Ben, are you a big fan of the Oracle? As a counter to the Batrider, there was other heroes that they had available, such as the Vengeful Spirit, but they chose for this support that hasn't had a great win rate this patch.
In general, I like it. I think I prefer Jarex on heroes that can move around a little bit more, his Earth Spirit in particular. Something strange has happened in his early games. Maybe cut down a lot of trees to the north of his T1 tower. He cut down about 6 or 7 trees with his Quelling Blade. Not sure what that's about.
September is getting a lot of information. It was something interesting, the September pickup of the Riki for LGD, something that LGD hasn't run much before. In fact, primarily a Western hero to start with, but even ever since this event, I was actually watching some of September's pubs, and he's been spamming this one out, trying to get a hold of it. Top lane, maybe, will be able to pick up that boundary rune for himself on the Timbersaw. Slardar unable to intercept there. Mind Control doing what he can, but unfortunately unable to get that early advantage to Fada's Dragonite.
And as Misery mentioned, Kuro probably unlikely to go for the Iron Talon build because of the Riki, and he is going to start off top, I believe, with the Stout Shield and support the starter in lane. It's a little bit too dangerous for him to Iron Talon jungle in this situation.
It does make sense, particularly if the Riki is going to be roaming towards mid at all. This does leave a rather squishy support of the Rubik up at that top lane, something that the Slardar and the Night Stalker can definitely abuse while the Slark is lower level. We're going to have a quick pause here and take a look at some of our other lanes, such as the Dragonite versus the Timbersaw mid. Now, this is something, Ben, you actually called out as the last pick of LGD. What do you think really makes a Timbersaw pick for them work so well in this lineup?
4 strength heroes and armor being particularly useful. They don't have too much magic damage.
So a lot of pure damage into the table as well as against a lot of strength heroes.
It's really good versus mass armlets. And they might want to limit their armlets. They could potentially get 3, possibly 4. I highly doubt Night Stalker will get it, so 3 max.
That reactive armor definitely could come into play if we start pushing this late, but that's something that is kind of already written just via the draft, that LGD should be able to have the better late game if they push this far enough with both the Slark and the Timbersaw, who's obviously a pretty decent counter to many of these heroes. So what is it that Liquid have to do to be able to secure the early game? Obviously, they've got the kind of lineup that takes objectives, but what's the first step?
Shut down Batrider. We saw how useless the Batrider can be with low amounts of farm. The 20-minute blink on KP just kind of losing them the game, I would say, with no impact on that hero. So if they can limit the Batrider's farm or just make them really useless in fights, like a quick DK stun onto them, instant false promise, then they can beat LGD out in the late game.
So you would look towards perhaps Kuro actually rotating to his safe lane as opposed to trying to gank mid. Timbersaw would be a tougher kill anyways.
You don't have to limit his farm by killing him. You can just farm up the Scepter.
Okay. That's fair enough. Vision is definitely going to be a very key component, and that's why Liquid did go for that Night Stalker last pick against a Batrider. The darkness particularly affecting his opportunities to be able to initiate, and the panel move especially already went over the power of being able to have that limited vision against Slark, who is usually rather dependent on it.
I wonder what Liquid's thinking right now.
Probably thinking about how to make their aggro dual lane work the best. Right? This is probably going to be the key part of the first 5 minutes, or rather 4 minutes, as Night Stalker, once it's minute 4, is probably going to rotate out and try and do something a little bit different. But it seems like all the other lanes should go just kind of normal, right? Farming fest between the Dragonite and the Timbersaw. The Batrider is going to be harassed by the Oracle, but shouldn't be completely shut out by any means. So for LGD, the hero to watch in the first 4 minutes is going to be that Riki, while for Liquid, it's got to be this dual lane.
Yeah, it's a game of cat and mouse. Where can the Riki actually hit? Maybe he can get a chicken snipe. All 3 lanes have to worry about his presence.
Well, September is going to try and secure his safe lane first by trying to get some potential action here against Kuro with the help of MMY. MMY already going for a single pull. Kuro making sure it's not going to be connected, and the lane will push forward. They get some damage onto Kuro now, but he does have a lot of armor naturally as a hero, so not going to be in that much danger. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, you could already see maybe trying to push his advantage against a strength here with that Whirling Death. He'll be able to get a good amount of farm himself, but probably won't be able to limit Fada too much.
So Xiao8 on the bottom has done a really good job of placing really smart wards. The Observer ward blocks the large camp, even though Bat Rider can use it to pull, he's not particularly strong.
Oh, Xiao8's going to take a lot of damage here, but he's also dishing out as well. They need a few more right clicks to be able to finish him off, and they're going to have to follow him through the flames. Meanwhile, in the top lane, they will be able to pick up that first blood by taking on the Slardar. Looks like they managed to get the full combination between the Slark as well as the Rubik, probably setting it up with telekinesis, and it seems like Kuro, his single target, wasn't enough to deter LGD.
He has a sentry, but not really willing to place it. And the Oracle's kind of stuck in this bottom lane. He can't really stack either of the two camps. He misses sentry on the pool camp, and he can't really zone out a Bat Rider. He's only level 1 right now.
Jarek's not really being given the hero that he would usually shine on, but this is going to be where you look towards your other support, Kuro, to be making all the plays. When he starts rotating around the map, the 2-minute rune's already being taken up, as September is going to see if he can put some pressure now onto mid. Does have his level 2, so he can go for a potential smoke screen play if he wants to, and try and get some extra damage. But Fada, at the full HP, it's just going to be harassment. They don't really have a kill opportunity if they ever want to go mid.
And a little surprisingly, Xiao8 has already opted to move into the jungle. He picked up his Trinkle Boots, got a full HP, and then went straight to the jungle. But Jarex is still trying to find out where the ward is, and he will get the Observer ward reward.
Looks like he'll get both. So his camps now opened up to him. Should be able to speed along that level 6, which is going to be a critical part of being able to save these heroes, both against the Riki smokescreen, being able to get the false promise in there, as well as against the Bat Rider lasso, probably more important there.
And MNY is denying so many creeps. He's chain pulled, I think, twice now. Xiao8 coming in from behind.
Yeah, this is kind of an interesting play. Maybe it's because of the fact we have some extra neutrals here. Xiao8 is now going to try and help out his team. The telekinesis leading the way. Kuro going to be in some serious trouble as he gets pounced on, held in play. Smokescreen is the addition there as Mind Control unable to get off the Slithering Crush, and Xiao8 is just the extra presence to help soak up the gold and experience. Will be able to farm up those neutrals now, denying that away from Liquid as well.
And Liquid's top lane is just a disaster. They really need farm with this Night Stalker, but he's busy trying to prevent this Slardar from getting destroyed in lane. They did have Observer ward scouting out Xiao8, but again, they're constantly wondering where this Riki is.
We hit that 4-minute marker, but it seems unlikely our Night Stalker is going to be effective without the necessary levels. He doesn't even have the silence yet against the Timber Saw, which would be a critical way to be able to provide a kill for Fada. They're going to pick up the bounty rune at bottom, but nothing really going to be seen here in the bottom half of the map. Kuro, maybe he's looking to be able to find Xiao8, but he's not here. He's busy farming up the jungle, now heading back to base. Looks like we're going to be seeing that drum spill, perhaps, as he's already got the early win lanes.
So now they're just stacking top lane, trying to play the catch-up in XP as Kuro farms the jungle as Xiao8 is.
So leave Mind Control alone against a rather dangerous lane. The telekinesis set up into the Slark pounce. Now that Slark actually has some levels on him, his nukes are particularly dangerous. Slardar only really going to be able to soak experience of his top lane at best. The aggressive wards being laid down by LGD are a nice start. We just saw a mid ward being placed very close to that tier 1 tower, getting information on potential rotation of the Night Stalker.
Doesn't catch those two supports sitting behind.
But it will see them the moment they go for this pounce, but it might be a little bit too slow for maybe to be able to get out. They lead with the Void, be able to follow up with the silence. Maybe, though, does have that reactive armor, plus the supports come into play. It's not quite enough, though. He does end up going down, and MMY and Sep will back themselves away, knowing the fight is lost as soon as their Timber Saw dies. The choice of actually going for only one level of reactive armor may have cost him his life there, obviously wanting to be able to keep up the pressure with maxed out Whirling Death against a melee strength hero like the Dragon Knight.
Very patient play from Liquid. They do this very often when they're on Radiant side, just sit to the right of the T1 and wait for a play. But that time they didn't have to wait so long.
Searching for the Courier. Sep is not going to find it. He's going to try and scout out some of the more heroes in the mid lane, as Night Stalker is going to try and take this opportunity to get some solo experience while the Dragon Knight secures the rune.
The one good thing for LGD there is they didn't take that much damage from the Dragon Knight onto the tower. He just went into the jungle a little bit at Riki, soaked up a lot of experience, and Jarek's playing very efficiently in the safe lane, rotating mid for that one kill, pushed Xiao8 out of the lane, and he's level 4 after getting both of those E wards.
Mind Control is finally getting some CS on himself as the lane does push out.
From MMY, Xiao8. just hit level 6 and will pick up Lasso at that time.
I like this simply because of the fact that they just give Mind Control a little bit of space to work because he sees the Rubik mid not so long ago, and he thinks, okay, it's just me against the Slardar. May not be expecting a fast rotation like this when the smoke is going to pop from Xiao Wei, but may still be able to get the lasso. He's actually out of mana. Slithering Crush goes down, and now it's up to MMY to be able to lead with the telekinesis. Follow up, tosses him back, should be able to hit the pounce. Mind Control hoping to be able to juke it out, but they are patient. LGD hold on to it. Just knowing that the Slardar will burn out inside the flames, MMY is the one to pick up the last hit with Fate Bolt.
That almost didn't pay off for LGD. Their Observer Ward just expired. They knew that Slardar was around the area. I really like that move by Xiao Wei. His smoke popped, and then he waited for the Slardar to come into melee range of him. And Mind Control a little bit too fast for the crush, but eventually they do snag a kill.
One of the great things about having a Riki and sometimes a Bounty Hunter is knowing that you're always able to rotate your off-laner out and start being aggressive and ganking, and you can always move that forward position to the bottom lane, unlikely to be ganked, can get that solo experience to speed up critical level 6. Now he's going to be scouting out both Jerix and Kuro as they make their way through September. September's actually gotten so much information from all these wards.
Oh, Radiant uses scan. Let's see if Riki walks into it. He will.
Oh, and now they have the opportunity to blow the dust if they want to, but they're actually going to play scared here. Probably makes sense. They might not have wanted to take a fight right next to a tier 1 tower like that.
But Seth gets that immediate D-ward over there.
Yeah.
Smart scan usage by them. Unfortunately, they don't really have the kill potential on them. And first night, LGD kind of escaped by freely, with Night Stalker just trying to catch up, and his level is only level 5 at the moment.
That all comes down to a harsh laning phase for Liquid. That top lane not going nearly as well as it should have, and as a result, a slow start for Liquid. LGD just continuing to try and be disruptive.
Steph just waiting to pop a smoke because he sees 2 on Jerix.
Yeah. Aggressive. Starts pushing the Slardar back. Will be able to do this continual push the lane forward and then bounce over to the jungle as well. One of the nice things about the Slark.
They're not pressuring the Bat Rider at all. He's already at 1,700 gold, picking up an infused raindrop after the Tranquil Boots. And I think that's going to be a pretty good time for LGD. They haven't had to deal with any threat from the Dragon Knight yet. No Midas coming out on any of their heroes. There's an armlet up.
The first of potentially many. See if the Dragon Knight's going to follow suit.
Yeah, he does. Behind.
Trying to go for it. Z will be able to potentially get Mind Control here. The Slithering Crush will be able to stop Xiao Wei, but he's being caught by the pounce. He needs the rest of his team to now come in, and they will be able to return fire onto Xiao Wei, getting some nuke damage from Jerix. Follow up Kuro with the Void, but the burn sensation there. Too much for Liquid. They can't quite pursue. They're going to have to leave that lane alone, forcing TPs just to defend their off lane.
And it looks like LGD will still have the initiation edge over Liquid as long as they keep this Slardar under farm. There's no really good vehicles for the Infest aside from the Blink Slardar sitting at 1150, so it is very high priority that they protect.
Another TP in. They're going to have the lifesteal. They're trying to save Fada, and they will be able to bail him out. In fact, they're going to be able to get the kill onto the Bat Rider. Searching for more, but the rest of LGD should still be safe. They can try and pressure this tier 1 tower, but unlikely. Maybe he's going to be able to stand behind it and just chalk him the creeps down.
And all Liquid.
Oh, raindrop? Hello. Okay, that one's going to be snagged away by September.
All Liquid very good at helping out each other. Matamba Man knowing his other lanes haven't gone too well. DK not too much damage on T1. Slardar getting pressured a lot by the Riki as well as the Bat Rider and helping his team out.
Okay,
Nice.
can't say I've seen the Infest stolen too many times by Rubik, but we're going to see how it works here with a combination of the Riki moving around. Actually going to head down to bottom lane.
They can't kill Matamba Man.
Yeah, they need an extra hero to guarantee this kill, and even then it's kind of hard. It's just one of those heroes that is very low percentage gank. He gets off the right rage, it's all over. So instead they're going to go top lane, much easier kill, Mind Control. One telekinesis, we've seen it time and time again. It's all that's needed for aggressive to be able to pick up the kill.
And Liquid have to feel a little bit safe right now because they just killed the Bat Rider, so they know his Blink Dagger is not going to come out for another minute or two.
Yeah.
So his supports will probably start moving towards those T1s around the 12-minute mark. That's when they expect the Bat Rider to get his Blink Dagger. He's been missing a long time and has not shown his face bottom for the last 7 or 8 minutes.
Really good patience here from Mind Control. He seems to have sensed something was up. Not even going for these creeps underneath the tier 1. Plays it patiently, knowing that his Blink Dagger, that timing is obviously quite key, as he wants to be able to have it for that second nighttime. And while he needs a few more CS to be able to pick that one up, he can't afford to die for it. Fana is going to be the choice instead. They finally managed to get the Infest Bomb out. Is it going to be enough, though? The armor of Fana is going to work. Curl now pops the darkness. It is going to try and fight with the help of Jarex. They will be able to get a slowdown on NEWBEE, but they can't actually play offensively, just saving Fana's life, trying to get him back up to full as he continues to farm away into that armor.
However, the False Promise was just used, and Xiao Wei does have his Blink Dagger, and he is not smoked up, but with the False Promise on cooldown, he can go on whomever he wants.
It's nighttime, though. September is going to be able to spot out that Fada picks up an invis room. More wards being laid down.
Yeah, Dire seems to have much better vision.
Which is big advantage of the Riki. Note that every single ward you place is unlikely to get scouted, and he can really get some deep ones. That has been hindering the movement. They will be able to scout him out, though. The counter ward being laid out, unable to get off a smoke screen, it seems, as the Void comes through. That small little mini stun stopping his play. And they will now take that tier 1 tower. Great read there from Jarex.
Great usage of the ultimate by Night Stalker. He kind of forced Batrider into a pretty scared position, and Riki also couldn't see anyone because of the darkness. Free T1 for Liquid.
Well, that's going to be a start on the grind back here for the Liquid boys, but they did obviously lose mind control at the same time.
And everyone's heading down bottom. Fada, under the guise of invisibility, will not be seen by that Observer Ward, and Sep may be in for a rude surprise.
Smoke screen is one of the best ways to be able to ensure a kill onto a Lifestealer, and you see it in play here. The instant silence, no opportunity to be able to respond. Now Fada has come in with his Invis Rune, but unfortunately his Lifestealer's down. And now he has to wait for extra reinforcements, not just the Slardar. They need Kuro as the Night Stalker too, but the Invis, or rather the Dragon Form is now faded, and the Invis is about to as well. They scout out Fada. They're going to go for the kill. They're actually going to go for the support in the background. They want to be able to blow up Jarex, at least force that False Promise onto himself. Liquid are split. They're going to go for the support. He managed to get off the False Promise, goes for the immediate TP out, and now the game we play, NEWBEE is going to be able to come in with the extra nukes. He's going to try and pop some of these heroes of Liquid, but they're too damn tanky, and they're just going to be able to focus down aggressive immediately. They're taking a lot of AoE damage in the process, though. NEWBEE might just be able to clean this whole entire fight up with his teammates as Fada is forced to fight this one out. Gets the Dragon Tail onto NEWBEE, continues to get some damage. Slithering Cross comes in. Mind control can't stop the fight, though. Xiao Wei controls Matumba Man, pulls him away. 3 loss from LGD. The rest will escape. Liquid, thanks to the Infest Bomb, will be able to turn that one around. Fada turns and fights and baits it beautifully.
Timbersaw missed so many of his spells there. He trapped himself in the trees after the first chain. I think he missed a Whirling Death that would have finished off Dragon Knight, which would have made it relatively even for LGD. But Liquid, better execution than a team fight, and will retain their gold advantage. And it's unusual to see the Slark double down on the invisibility. Generally, when you have a Riki on your team, you're very scared of the opposing team get a gem, and you like to vary up your tools of initiation. One guy with Shadow Blade, one guy with Invis, and I guess the Batrider coming out with Blink will be enough for them.
Do you put enough value on the Silver Edge's break against some of these passive abilities? Do you think it's not worth it?
I think it's really good versus Dragon Knight.
Okay.
However, they do have the Timbersaw, which doesn't really need a break.
Right.
So
that's a good point.
It does become more tanky. It's nice and cheap for him.
Yeah. Liquid continuing to try and keep the pressure up. They throw down a random dust, not actually scouting out Sep, though. He's sitting on the Radiant side here. Just scouting some of the movement and getting LGD a free tower in the process because of that. He knows like 3 or 4 heroes grouped up mid. He just tells the teammates to sit back, don't actually show in the mid lane. We're just going to try and pressure the side lanes while Liquid kind of waste their time.
Slark kind of hunting for Jarex over here.
They get the instant smoke screen. Jarex won't even have the opportunity for a False Promise. There goes the silence, burst damage, not enough. He managed to get off the False Promise, down the turnaround, another Infest Bomb, aggressive. He gets the ultimate off, but he's being body blocked up, won't be able to get the pounce away. Liquid, who's pouncing who? LGD lose 2, and now Liquid go for the tier 1 at top.
And that's the second time they've tried to initiate like that. The blink and the smoke screen, but Jarex way too quick. He just escapes the area of the smoke screen and just false promise. He could false promise TP or just false promise and stand there while his teammates wait for them to arrive. So they have to be much better about the initiation. This is even going for a max smoke screen on the Riki.
LGD, no, they can't really stop that top lane without their Slark, so they're just going to try and pressure bottom, see if they can go for a trade-off here. Maybe able to do the wave clear while his allies clean up the jungle. There's double armlets and now a Shadow Blade going to come into play for the Dragon Knight. A lot better avenues of initiation for Liquid now, but you still have to deal with this Riki. Now, Riki, his period of time of being effective, though, is only going to last so long against a Night Stalker. Inevitably, you're going to see an Aghanims and Gems, so September needs to try and get his team as much advantage. Kind of word laid out. He counters it. And no play there from Liquid, perhaps just scared that more members are going to show up. Meanwhile, they have Dragon Knight initiating onto mid, the Force Staff away. Xiaowei gets himself some distance away from Mind Control, who's coming in with the Lifestealer in tow.
And it's a different kind of play from the Bat Rider. He did have the blink very early, but didn't go for that one kill, except for the Slaughter, which he just waited for a little bit. Oh, is he going to walk into a Sentry Ward right here?
They see him, but again.
But the Bat Rider's very farmed. He has the most CS on the Dire side.
They're going to go for it now. Immediately, though, pops the ultimate, cancels it, and then manages to get the Blink Strike away. September may still be caught, though. Throws out the smoke screen, taking a lot of magic damage there from Jerix. Just needs a little bit more. The heals are going to come through, though. Curl actually pops the Void, but now we have all that Purifying Flames heal coming into play. Aggressive, though, has been scared away by the rest of Liquid. Now they have the initiation, but the Bat Rider gets popped. Couldn't even pull Matamba Man. Maybe he's going to be up next. The Chakram not doing enough work, or maybe he does. He gets the Night Stalker, turns it around, gets it too. Can he get away, though? Fada just one-shots him with the Shadow Blade amplified damage. The physical damage manages to rip the Timber Saw asunder, and now they're going to be able to get more. September not able to make it out. They get the Courier and the Little Dog too. Riki goes down 2 for 3 to the favor of Liquid.
LGD just have no good source of initiation. It seemed like they didn't have enough control for the Slark, but he was almost dead before the fight even started. Xiaowei, he got his lasso, and then he got immediately bursted down by the Purifying Flames. The Lifestealer is way too strong at this point.
We are hitting a big peak now for Liquid. Every single nighttime should be a go for them to be able to take more map control, potentially some objectives. And it's all going to be up the pickoffs of Slark and Bat Rider together, it seems, to try and even out the advantage that Liquid are holding on to. They're still going to make the blink in. Xiaowei not actually having a lasso. What is this? He's going to try and get the Force Staff away, and it will be enough. They actually forced a couple of TPs.
They really want to fight when Darkness isn't up. A couple of the last fights has been really difficult for them because of Kuro's ultimate, but they only have 50 seconds left before 20, and another nighttime will fall. But I don't think they're going to be able to catch anything. Liquid just going to wait until their ultimates are up. No Dragon Form for them. No Darkness.
Sitting 4-man, Matoma Man, even just farming up neutrals, not showing himself anywhere. And right as nighttime is about to come to fruition, they're going to try and get the gank onto Aggressive. Comes in, misses the slithering crush, though, and the invis away from Aggressive. Not quite what they had in mind with that smoke, but haven't wasted the infest yet. LGD should know that is a part of the Slardar initiation, though. They're going to run right past Sep, who's going to be able to get the information, pass it along to his allies, and back away from that bottom lane as needed. Runs through the counter ward, observer ward combination. Now the Riki sacrifice, just like that. And Liquid, they got their pick off. Where do they turn to, though? They're going to try and go for an early Roshan with the amplified damage. They go for the Tier 1 tower. Feels like Tier 1 is the safer play at this point.
I think they know that LGD are going to make a move because they're just getting outfarmed and outplayed at every team fight.
Right.
So they're pretty desperate at this point.
Yeah, speaking of farm, top 2 net worth by quite a margin. They're actually going to see Xiaowei blink for blink. Mind control, not going to be fast enough. Aggressive starts making its way in through with the Shadow Blade, but we have plenty of counter wards laid down in the past. Still got to play this one scared. Dragon Knight going to pop the Dragon Form and Shadow Blade. See if he can get the initiation. They scout out this TP in. Tier 2 counter ward laid out.
That Sentry Ward does not see that Observer, though.
That's going to be pretty unfortunate, not realizing that they are vulnerable now. Even maybe could get caught if he gets silenced up, but he backs himself away to the Tier 2. The dust goes out, not good, as they miss out there. Liquid just get the Tier 1 tower, it seems, and maybe calling it a day. No, they're actually going to go back in While it's still nighttime, they might as well. Cannon Ward laid out, Zhao Wei looking for its initiation. He's got to be careful though. As he jumps in, Mind Control is going to try and counter-initiate, but misses his slithering crush again.
Neither team looks like they want to fight right now. Liquid, they've kind of weathered the storm with the early game Riki threat, and he is very poor at this moment. He's at 5 deaths right now, and I think Night Stalker has more than caught up from suffering in the early dual lane at the start.
Yeah.
And now the Riki is very useless, even without the gem.
So with that, Firefly on cooldown, they're going to try and sneak in a Roshan here. This is rather risky. Firefly is about to come back up.
Way to use scan, they saw Xiao 8 and Rubik.
Well now, whoa, that is actually one hell of a flame break. It pushed Matumba Man up onto the cliff. They're now trying to heal him up. He's going to rage TP out, but this is an opportunity for a jump. They will immediately false promise as he gets brought down to earth, but can they actually finish him off? The jump in there. Mind Control trying to create some space. Matumba Man is healing himself up, but Mind Control is now going to be caught underneath the smoke screen. They try and get the silence out, but Aggressive gets off the Dark Pact as well as his ultimate, starts going to town. Already taking out the Life Stealer. Goes for Fada next. TP away, not in time, and oh my god! Blink in from Mind Control. He instantly disappears like a magician. 3 down, LGD go for the 4th, and Kuro, that's going to be full 5-man wipe just like that. The Roshan. Not the play, it seems, for Liquid as they give up their advantage they had built. 5 heroes down, a Roshan dead, and Aegis going the way of LGD.
Wow, that's one of the best individual plays I've seen this tournament. That play from Xiao 8 right there with the flame break onto the high ground. They had vision of him with that Observer Ward and saw Roshan feeding on him. They had to blow so many cooldowns. They had to blow the Fate's Edict on him immediately, and he had a rage after he was lassoed down to the low ground, and that will be, what, 5 heroes, Roshan, and Aegis.
Yeah, you could just see that precipitous drop there of both gold and experience from Liquid in the graphs. Every bit advantage that they had racked up over the last 10 minutes or so is all given away in an instant.
And I think that Liquid didn't have sentries near the left side of the pit. Yeah. The Riki was like kind of hiding around that area, trying to see what Liquid were up to. And gave Batrider the information to go in there.
Let's not forget 16 Bloodstone charges on Baby now. So he is a very happy camper.
Still need some more armor on the Dire side.
Yeah.
Especially when you're dealing with Am. The Yule Scepter are pretty good at counter-initiating a Slardar, dispelling Am from himself. But not too many ways to deal with like a Dragon Knight stun into just Life Stealer popping out, or the Slardar Infest Bomb like we've seen a couple of times. I guess that's what Aegis is for.
LGD, I mean, this is really their time to strike. They have an Aegis, it's daytime. They just won a really big fight.
Yeah, that has to boost their confidence a lot. They're like, okay, we haven't been able to get a good jump on them, but now they know they can actually fight them. Now they have the items to fight. And they've instilled a lot of fear into Liquid.
Liquid, perhaps part of their plan here. They're going to jump forward, manage to jump on him, maybe see if they can burst him down with the amplified damage, and they almost get him. Yule Scepter goes off. They actually stop that one. They will be able to get the suicide, though. Thanks to that Yule Scepter save, Curl looks for more. And
wow, Jarex was really quick with that purge.
Yeah. Manages to get off that Fortune's End, but it doesn't really matter, the Bloodstone suicide. And now they're going to be able to grab Jarex, it seems. False Promise goes for maybe a TP out. He's held in by the smoke screen, slowed down enough that the rest of the LGD will start coming through. Maybe makes his big entrance as he comes back into play, hoping to be able to refresh those Bloodstone charges on one, on Jarex, and Kuro, as he runs on through, is going to give another one to Maybe.
And it's just sticking around there way too long. They desperately want to hold on to their T1 tower, but they just do not have the firepower at this point, and they needed their side lanes pushed out.
Courier picked off. Matumba Man is going to be caught as well. Zhao Wei is able to get the lasso. His rage is going to wear out, and as soon as that's done, nice slithering crush, but the telekinesis there, keeping Matumba Man in place. LGD, you give them one opening, and they seem to make you pay so damn badly. 12-17. We were talking about late game for LGD, but it seems like we're already there. LGD out executing Liquid in these fights, and now going to be able to take control of the map themselves, taking a tier 2 at the bottom lane, and can start focusing from there to perhaps look towards mid.
At this point, I don't think they have the resources to protect their precious Oracle. Oracle needs to survive in these fights so that Batrider can't do his thing. But when you have a Riki and a Slark and a Timbersaw, there's too many threats for them to deal with. Dragon Knight can control one, but they need mass BKBs to deal with the Timbersaw's output of damage, unless they can burst them down early in the fight. But LGD will probably be looking for that that. Rubik sitting behind can get the quick lift onto them perhaps, and I think both sides need a gem at this point. One side to deal with the Shadow Blade initiation from the Dragon Knight, the other one to spot out the Slark and the Riki. So there's a gem on my control right now.
At the very least, for the next 2 minutes, they're going to have to play passive and just search for pickoffs. Man, they're really going to try and fight this one into an Aegis. Minute and a half left. They are going to find some of these wards. It's funny how Riki's ward placed inside of the base is so aggressive that the gem isn't going to be able to scout it out yet.
So now they should only have like Slark in a position where if he dies, they're going to have to blow a lot of cooldowns. Hopefully the BKB coming out from the Dragon Knight as well as Infest Pop, and Slaughter is the target that you're looking for. He doesn't have BKB, he doesn't have any strength items. He only has 1200 HP as a strength hero, so he's just going to melt to the Timbersaw. He has some armor from the Tranquil Boots, but I don't really see him surviving. And if you get the false promise on him, then everyone on Liquid will fall like pins.
Not the right direction, it seems. Sepp is able to stay one step ahead of this Slardar and his gem. If they ever scouted the Riki, he would almost instantly be dead with a crush into the Infest pop-out, but he's getting the information without getting picked off. And LGD will enjoy some time farming up. They're actually going to go for the smoke. 3-man smoke from them. And Aggressive can join them if he wants to with the Silver Edge.
They have a small window until nighttime's up, just 15 seconds. I don't think Liquid can wait that long, though.
Liquid's going to stay on the high ground here, but the whole wraparound from LGD may be able to catch them out. They're going to make the initiation. Pops MMY immediately. No play from him here in this fight, but they already get off the false promise as well, stopping that lasso. They kill the Oracle, but is it going to be worth it? Is now the 3 cores of Liquid still looking healthy. They turn on to Aggressive, hoping to be able to force out that Aegis. Instead, they realize, let's just kill maybe with the amplified damage on him instead. That's going to be the play. Riki jumps over to the Slark, hoping to be able to make this great escape here, but they're focusing on Aggressive, and they're taking him out too. They manage to find Sepp as he moves to the left-hand side, but Mind Control knows better. They get him, keep the gem in play, and take away the gem of LGD as well.
And MMY did not get the memo. Not sure why he didn't move up to the left side. I think he felt like he was too far behind, so he needed to go up that hill. But
what is this? Hello, maybe. Talking about not getting the memos, did you not read that Liquid will fight you? Maybe desperate to go for a split push in the bottom lane, may just be caught here. Gets a lot of damage onto Liquid. They have the amplified damage on him. They get every bit of information needed, but they're not going to try and fight him. They're actually going to try and TP away, and that is the right play, especially with MMY not far off.
If maybe he can survive that initial burst, he can do a lot of damage, but right now he doesn't have any armor without reactive armor. The problem is you have to stay alive for 5-10 seconds until you get max stacks up. But that was exactly what Liquid were looking for, someone to walk into range of that Observer and Sentry Ward combination. And without the Rubik in the fight and the Aegis expiring very close to before Slark was going to die, I'm not sure why he popped the Shadow Dance before the Aegis. Maybe just wanted to burst down a target. That was a clearly lost fight for LGD.
So Ben, would you say that amplified damage is pretty good against Timbersaw then?
It's all right. Once he gets the Shivas, he'll be fine.
We were having an argument about this during the drafting phase.
Yeah.
We're going to see Liquid keep on going, though. 4-man, they're going to be scouted out by the ward. And because they still don't have that Axe, they don't actually have the uphill vision to know that
Timbersaw's not there, and he doesn't have BOTs.
Yeah, they've just got to go full-on escape here. Can't set a trap or anything like that, so they back themselves away to the hard top side of the map, and maybe will head towards bottom, where he knows he at least has a few seconds to be able to farm that up. Of course, Liquid, they did scout him out with the ward, and they're going to try and cut him. Let's see if maybe gets a little bit greedy, though. He does have an Invis Room, but that's obviously not going to protect him against the gem. He hides himself in the trees. Again, another situation where the Aghanims would make all the difference for this Night Stalker. They're getting close. Smoke, it pops. Maybe gets a TP away, though. Mind Control goes for the blind blink in stun, but he was just living on a prayer there.
And that's a lot of space created. That's not really expected from Liquid. They had the option to, let's say, farm for the Scepter. They're only 900 gold away from that. They could farm for BKBs and deal with the Timbersaw that way, but instead they're making very aggressive moves. They want to protect the Roche. They want to fight Liquid or fight LGD while they don't have the gem right now, and fight while it's still nighttime. However, they won't get the prize that they're looking for.
Got the BKB on the Dragon Knights. AC completed for the Lifestealer as well.
Aggressive's hot on his tail.
Yeah, but can they really kill Fada? Maybe if they manage to get the Silver Edge hit on him, they could force out at least the BKB charge, but I don't think they can actually burst Fada down.
They need Timbersaw and Batrider there, but none of them are there. And Timbersaw now has his plate mail, so maybe a little bit more resistant to that Blink Crush from Mind Control, and Mind Control heading around the pit. It will be a fairly long respawn, 2 minutes 36 seconds.
He really needs that Force Staff for Mind Control, just to be able to get in and out of the smoke screen or even help his allies do so.
So both teams trying to eliminate the support disparity early on in the fight. Right. If Rubik dies, LGD will lose the fight. If Oracle dies before False Promise,
jump in immediately with the Silver Edge. They might be able to pop Fada before they actually have Jarek to be able to get the False Promise save. Fada a little bit more time, and he got it. Just in time, BKB goes off, and they now fight away. Fada knows he's definitely dead once this is done for, so he's just going to try and get as much damage onto the Slark as possible, and it might just be enough. It is indeed a 3-man crush from Mind Control. Keep on going. They look for more, but LGD get the last 2 out. It doesn't matter, though. Liquid have won the fight, and they're going to be able to take Tier 2 on top.
And just not enough damage from LGD. They were so close to popping him before the False Promise.
Liquid, ever since that Roshan fight, thought LGD was going to be able to actually get some control and keep Liquid from being on the offensive, but their lineup just isn't fully ready to go yet. They still need another 10 minutes or so before you can see that Slark start taking over the game alongside maybe. You're going to start drawing out these BKB charges as well.
And Jarex is just able to make so many plays. He doesn't have any items right now. No Blink, no mobility, just Arcane Boost, not even Aether Lens at this point, but in the right place at the right time with only 3 deaths out of 19. Very nice play from him.
Considering how he's target number 1 for Slark, sometimes the Batrider, the Timbersaw would like to be able to burst him down as well.
So Liquid
is pretty admirable.
I think Liquid did a really good job of pressuring the Timbersaw. They killed him a few times with the Infest Bomb, and they've gotten his Bloodstone charges down to 6. And because he's forced to go for the defensive build, the Shivas, as opposed to, let's say, a more offensive build like the Blink Dagger, that led to Dragon Knight not dying in that particular engagement. So a lot of small things add up, and looks like Aggressive going for a solo kill. Doesn't know if any of those gem bears are behind him.
So dangerous. He really thinks he can just get Jarex alone. Well, he might just be able to. Leads with a pounce. False Promise does go down. TP out. Sticks around a bit too long, and now the pop out. Oh, God. Aggressive. Too aggressive. As that was very clearly never going to work out for him.
And Jarex does not even pop inside the fountain.
No, not even close. So now they can turn towards Roshan rather easily with 50 seconds on the clock until Aggressive is back up.
And I think LGD need another miracle from Xiao Wei if they want to salvage this fight.
That looks like they're not even going to try. Maybe try and get a pick off of the Tier 2 at the top lane, but they know this amp damage allows them to be able to clear through Roshan too quickly. A TP in, Dragonite going to come in with his Shadow Blade active.
No gem though, it's on Slardar.
Yeah. Slardar is going to try and cut across through the jungle, see if he can get someone with the help of Kuro leading the way. Does have that Ags gem combination.
Yeah, there's not that much they can do. Darkness and both gems on Liquid. One on Night Stalker, one on Slardar. There's just not really that many moves that the Leaky and the Slark can make. Maybe Batrider can get a pick at this point, but he's the only one that can kill someone before they pop their BKBs. Rubik's disable is just not long enough.
Yeah. It does mean there's a lot more to be won if LGD can get another one of those big team wipes, but Liquid feeling very confident with themselves, should always be able to get the initiation with the vision advantage that they have, and their heroes are really at their strongest.
Mind Control's been doing a really good job of being at the right place at the right time. How many times has he TP'd in to save someone, or just been there even far out from the tower to blink in, crush with Matamba Man inside of him to get a return kill? He's been so crucial to Liquid's lead.
I feel like he's gotten more 3-man crushes than he has 1-man crushes. LGD, 4-man smoked up behind maybe, assuming that Liquid are going to try and rotate to catch him out.
Smoke will reveal Liquid's positioning, and LGD trying to wait for them to come out in a bad spot and for those supports to be very vulnerable, but their information.
10 seconds until nighttime. If you're going to try and take this fight, you got to take it now. As LGD, still aggressive, moves forward, tries to get the scout out, but he does get crushed up, almost gets taken out, but managed to get the Dark Pact off, and now into his ultimate. Starts right-clicking onto Matamba Man, but Matamba Man doesn't care one bit. He's going to go for the Batrider, and now LGD realize they have to bail. He's going to be aggressive, trying to flee as he's got the Silver Edge in a few more seconds. Dark Pack, oh, just barely outside of the crush. Now runs himself away. The Infest Bomb's not going to be able to find him. They do at least get the Void onto MMY, stopping his TP away. Will be able to get that kill, but they're still chasing aggressive. Not going to be good enough, though. The crush does manage to get off that slithering crush and will be able to get himself away. MMY did end up going down. Bigger bounty definitely would have been that Slark, but still, Liquid win the fight. We'll be able to take yet another objective. The classic transition for Liquid from team fight to objective. Turning time and time again.
Just so far, he just annihilated Bat Rider during his BKB. He tied him like 3 or 4 hits with his recently acquired Abyssal.
What are they doing here? They really think they could take on Maybe? Maybe they can. TP out, and they have nothing to stop that one. Meanwhile, that bottom lane did start getting pressured, but as soon as they reveal 2 at the top, they know they have to back out. LGD would try and jump on that opportunity, having the numbers advantage at bottom.
And now Liquid have their necessary items to win every team fight if they're in position, if they can't get to the Oracle, or if Lifestealer can pop his Rage. They have the Ags, they have multiple gems, they have BKBs now, and the Abyssal on Lifestealer. So every member is just relatively strong compared to the LGD's counterpart. And it's very difficult for LGD to find any sort of clean initiation on them.
Feels like the shoe is kind of swapped here, where Liquid are kind of, or LGD were in the position that Liquid was at 25 minutes. So that Aegis time, we're talking about like maybe not fighting into them, but the initiation advantage was too great for Liquid. And you can see it again. They're going to be able to find aggressive. Holy cow. It is just one-stop shop every single time they jump aggressive. They're able to burst him down so damn quickly. He doesn't have the opportunity for the ult, and they have no saving heroes in that regard from LGD.
Yeah, they just need more armor. Everyone needs more armor. And most of that is vision. Usually the Slark is not scared at nighttime. Or shouldn't be, rather.
They're going to push forward. They still have another 45 seconds trying to force that buyback onto the Slark. And if it doesn't come, they're just going to take a tier 3 tower for free.
So they're waiting for Jarex to split far away from one of the heroes so that they can potentially blast into the T4s. Right. There is a 4-step on Rubik, so they can get the double 4-step into the T4s.
Slardar is going to jump forward with his 4-step. Blink goes straight for Zhao Wei, stopping the initiation in his tracks. But LGD, they get a counter 4-step. They are able to get that hero away. Now Matumba Man is forced to fight up against the Slark underneath that ultimate, plus the Chakram. Matumba Man already down to half HP. Shiva's going to slow him down as well, but he managed to get the Abyssal Blade bash, logging down aggressive, and he's down. He bought back, and that's a dieback now as LGD struggled to just use Maybe to push Liquid back. Jump in, they managed to get Zhao Wei, but an immediate false promise going to stop that one. They didn't even need the ult of Jarex during that last start of the fight. And while they might be able to force Liquid away now, it's going to be at the cost of at least the melee racks. Aegis does fall. Matumba Man's going to go back in for the range one, it seems. There's no reason not to at this point. They may even try and keep on going for the bottom lane of racks. They're all looking pretty damn healthy. Some of their ults are down, such as the Dragon form. But Matumba Man, he's okay with sitting on the front lines. Managed to get the bash onto Maybe. Follow-up Slithering Crush. Another bash in play, but the 4-staffs are saving grace here for Maybe. Now they can turn onto Kuro. Another 4-staff play, this time from Liquid. Gets Kuro out of the danger zone. Infest up. Zhao Wei blinks forward with his BKB activated. Managed to get the Infest. Jump onto September. Will be able to almost pop him as the Cloak and Dagger managed to get him away with the Blink Strike, but Zhao Wei's not quite as lucky. Gem on the deck. Maybe trying to get run away through the trees. Matumba Man keeps him locked on. They take the tier 3 tower at bottom. Vada focusing on objectives. Matumba Man, meanwhile, the big meat shield on front lines that Maybe just can't seem to beat on through. Vada now helping it up, jumps himself forward, doesn't go for the Dragon Tail just yet. And now they want to back themselves away. Maybe jumps forward, tries to go for Jarex. False promise used there. It's Dragon Tail, cancels Maybe's push forward. Jarex going to try and get the TP out. Vada will do something similar here to see whether or not Jarex doesn't even get popped inside the fountain. Gets the full heal and a clean escape there from Liquid.
Again, it is so ridiculous how well Jarex is able to play without any items. He just picked up his Blink Dagger, but he still hasn't died since the last time I talked about him.
A 14,000 gold lead from Liquid. How different this game and how much faster potentially this game could have been if Liquid didn't have that nasty fight around the Roshan. It's pretty intimidating that Liquid made that huge error and we're still able to come back and are now in quite the lead against LGD in this game 1.
I think that's the only large-scale team fight that LGD out-executed Liquid. Most of the time, it's like even the mid T3 base defense maybe had missed most of his spells. Rubik like kind of lifted him to the wrong side of Timbersaul's burst when he tried to chain out, and then he missed 3 of his spells as they were trying to kill the Lifestealer. And that's one of the benefits of having Lifestealer. You press your rage, and if they don't kill you before you can pop your rage, your team will most certainly win the fight. And Jerax does have the Oracle plus Promise to even aid him in that. And they have incredible amounts of burst. If someone's out of position for half a second, or they get their force F just a little bit too late, the Slaughter plus Amp plus a huge minus armor from the Lifestealer will eat him alive.
We're 42 minutes in. Yes, the Slark will start becoming a terror eventually, but Liquid have definitely delayed this late game threat by being able to force him to buy back, and has died 7 times in this match. So he is actually quite critically delayed. His net worth sitting at around 15K compared to the 23K of the Lifestealer. Liquid are in very comfortable position, not really pressed for time whatsoever. They can afford to wait on Roshan if they need.
He can't win the BKB wars though. Dragon Knight has a ton of armor, and he has heart on top of it, so he does a lot of damage while being incredibly tanky. And if they get an amp stuck on him during the BKB, even just for a few seconds, the Lifestealer can maul him with the Abyssal Blade.
Yeah.
So the BKB is just purely to survive, and he needs it, and he still might die with it. Whereas Liquid, if they get the B up, they're safe for the entire duration.
So in other words, what Ben is trying to say is there's little hope for LGD, both now as well as in the near future, unless they can get some sort of miracle team fight and start turning this net worth advantage.
Yeah, before
around.
Maybe they could have gotten a lift on Slaughter as he was blinking in, but now that he has BKB, there's very little hope for LGD.
Which is why LGD is just trying to stall for time, with Slark pushing out the top lane, but Liquid not going to give it to him here. They just entry in through the bottom lane, go for the melee racks. Trying to get some chakra damage out, plus the Shivas, slowing down the damage of the Dragon Knight, but as you mentioned, that heart, it's fine. He sits out of the fight, a couple of seconds, starts healing back up to full, dodging the chakram and eating away at the melee rack step. Tries to slow him down there with the smoke cloud, but it's not going to be much. They really need a harder initiation. Now maybe he's going to be caught in the Dragon's Tail, and Mind Control doesn't even go for him. He goes for the back line, stopping Zhao Wei. Now the buyback. And Liquid immediately managed to get out there, to get the Infest back into the Slaughter. They're going to turn, try and kill Zhao Wei again underneath that one. Oh my goodness, he thought he could lasso away, and the fight continues. Aggressive, actually getting a lot of damage now on Navata with the amplified damage stolen away by MMY. Useful, but not useful enough, it seems. 80 seconds down, and LGD call it just like that. Liquid on a tear through the lower bracket. Haven't dropped a game yet since they're knocked down by MVP. And they're supposed to be facing the tougher team as LGD had just beat MVP too, but it seems like they've really hit their stride now. Dominating LGD even after a tough break around the Roshan pit.
Moo mentioned Lifestealer's ridiculous win rate coming into this game. They seem to have a lot of counters. Anti-BKB from the Bat Rider, the Smoke Swing from the Riki, Timbersaw, who's supposed to be really good, and Slark, Rubik with a low cast point. Like, all 5 of these heroes are theoretically decent versus Lifestealer, but Liquid made it look easy.
They certainly did. The crowd greets the victors of game number 1, but the series still continues forward. At this point in time, you're putting a lot of attention onto this Lifestealer. Do you think this is a hero that maybe needs to be banned out?
I think they also had some huge execution issues, maybe with a lot of misfires on his spells on the Timbersaw. Bat Rider just seemed to have no place in the game. Maybe he shouldn't have jungled so early. Maybe they should have respected the Oracle a little bit more. Not really exactly sure what their issue was over there. The Slark just didn't really seem to ever get his feet off the ground.
Yeah, and Sepp also had our time as the Riki, being able to really get some ground going as...
yeah, he got owned by the NS.
Yeah, that's exactly what was going to happen in the mid-game. But we'll see what our analysts have to think. A couple of them did think that LGD was going to come out on top in game number 1. Not the case, though. Liquid staying strong.
Thank you very much, Cap. Yep, we'll come back to you for game 2, of course. Let's get the thoughts of our brand new panel. We have 2 members of DC here, as well as Nahaz. And we'll start with Nahaz. Good performance by OG.
I mean, we talked about M-Gods coming into that match, and it was Eminem, not Marshall Mathers, but Mind Control and Matumbaman that came up huge for Liquid. You look at those fights, when you add up Crush, Infest, when you add up the double Echo Saber hit, Slaughter, and assume that Slaughter and Lifestealer get one more auto attack off, they were blowing up the Slark from 2k HP in the mid game. He had no chance.
Yeah, take you through the stats right now, and it'll show you exactly what happened in terms of statistics. And it's good that we have you here.
You could just see that Matumbaman got. I mean, they're great in terms of telling the story of the game, and you can just see starting in that mid game how it was Matumbaman with the kills and Mind Control with the assists. You see, he shows up third here, and they just completely picked on aggressive Slark. He got a decent start in lane, but never really could get any kind of momentum because of that 2-hero combo.
What did you make of it, Misery?
I think LGD made a mistake, like other teams have made in the past as well in this tournament, giving away Lifestealer.
Yep.
VGR did it against us, and OG did it in their first game against NEWBEE, and the hero just seems too strong. I don't know, like, it's just too
difficult
strong.
to counter.
And then there are these combos like Slaughter, like Ricky with it, that are just out of control. You see this Slaughter, he's so fast at running around, and then he has this 8-second cooldown stun. And you have this vehicle that is like 522 move speed. He's like everywhere, you know. And like the play they made mid lane where Slaughter was like running away with like 100 HP, back to the Lifestealer, and he jumps in immediately after TPing in, and then they re-engage. I was like, really crucial, really cool play, really good.
And the meta there and the game style seem to be very much suited to that kind of play, doesn't it? In, out, back in again straight away. Those little cooldown heroes are really playing their roles. What did you make of it?
I mean, I saw Matumbaman Lifestealer with 2,000 gold over the Slark at like 7 minutes. He was like 8k net worth, Slark is 6k, and then this Slaughter also has gold, like 1,600 gold in his bank, Pringle Boots and Wand and Culling Blade, and I'm just like, what?
I mean,
I thought this Timbersaw and Ricky and Batrider and stuff were enough to handle Lifestealer, and I was a believer, you know. I wanted Timbersaw to win.
I think the game would have been hard to play for Liquid if they didn't have Oracle, though, I believe, because they needed this counter to lasso. And yeah, I think that was why they were able to play the game that aggressively, because if they don't have this counter for lasso, they will lose a hero. You know, so lasso 4-staff. Yeah, Blink Lasso 4-staff.
And it wasn't just the lasso. I mean, LGD tried to get aggressive, right? They tried to gank Fata twice early in lane, but I mean, he's just indestructible. This was the fight, I believe, that Misery you were referring to. I mean, look at how tanky Fata is in this fight. He's able to, at one point, he's able to stand in the fight against 4 LGD heroes, and they turn it around.
I don't know who calls this, if it's Mind Control saying, yo, jump into me, or if it's Matumbaman saying, Mind Control, get over here and jump into me. It can be both.
I mean,
but whoever did it is really amazing play.
I guarantee it's Matumbaman going, I'm TPing in.
Sure, they're both communicating, no doubt, but
yeah,
it's really good.
But that's a really underrated aspect, I feel, about the Dragon Knight. After the buffs to the passive Dragon's Blood, you have 3 points in Dragon's Blood, you get that Helm of Iron Will going toward your armlet, and you already got 20 armor in lane. He was just indestructible in that fight.
You have raindrops too. Like,
exactly.
And in the lane, right? They did that move earlier where they went on the Dragon Knight, I believe, early in the game, and with raindrops, and you know, you can't really kill him unless you're like 4 heroes and you time your spell perfectly. But yeah.
Yeah, the other thing that we saw happening is you see the Slark dying in these fights, and he had a couple of sequences, both in the early game and then later on in the mid game, where he died in a fight, and then he got ganked right again afterward. And that really set, you're talking about how the Lifestealer had this net worth lead. That was a really big deal in terms of getting that separation for the Liquid course.
Just look at it now. Like, it's.
I think like overall in the game, you know, it's just really hard for LGD to fight because of this Oracle counters the Batrider. Like the one time they had a good fight was when magically Batrider puts the guy on, like this is the fight, right? He gets on the cliff and Lifestealer has to, they all have to run away.
I thought this was bad. This lasso, they drag him off the hill. Like, you just lasso him and you put him on, just keep him on the hill, you just stand there because they're not going to kill you if you're in the pit.
But now, you know, Liquid does not want to run away from this lineup, you know, they want to run in. But they can't run in now because Lifestealer is low HP, he used Rage, they used Oracle Ultimate, and like they're just on the back foot for no reason. So this was like going for Roshan there was really risky, I think.
And they had used a scan right before that. That was the weird thing about that fight is that Liquid, it was the only real misplay I felt from Liquid, that Liquid had used the scan and they kind of didn't know what to do. And the fight started, if you guys saw, with Lifestealer at like 30% HP.
Yeah, I mean, I think they just need to get a pick off first, right? Yeah. Or they don't have to go for Roshan there. It's not like LGD are going to take it with their heroes. Who's going to kill Roshan? Like, realistically, Roshan is scary for Liquid to fight around because of Batrider and Timbersaw, but they're never in threat of like losing Roshan to LGD's lineup. So that's also something that they might want to change up when they play Dire, is to get a hero that can kill Roshan, because it's something that can easily put you ahead, right?
I thought for sure LGD was going to win the game.
Yeah, this is where this is where I felt like, okay, LGD have this.
This is their timing, and then they pick a fight after this near the bottom rune.
Oh yeah, I hope that's coming up in the highlights.
Yeah, where Rubik dies instantly, doesn't get any spell. This is it right here.
He
walks up this hill. His team's going up the other hill. Like, why is he here? I don't.
And Xiao 8 hard commits. That's the funny thing to me.
Yeah, he goes in after the Oracle gets his ult off, and now like Rubik's already dead. Xiao 8's dead.
I don't think Xiao 8 knows what's really happening here, because like in a sense where Rubik kind of just walks up and feeds, you know, and it happens. He's not paying attention to his hero. He doesn't realize that he's on smoke probably, and then he doesn't blink out, so he just dies. And like 1 second later, Xiao 8 jumps, you know, and you probably don't realize that your Rubik didn't walk with you, you know. But I don't know, like I did feel like LGD were gonna take the game before this fight happened, you know, or after the 5-man wipe. But at the same time, Liquid just they start playing the more chill, you know, and then they farm up. And now Dragonite has BKB and stuff, and Night Stalker's tanky. Dragonite's tanky, Nyx is like almost unkillable.
Just look at this fight. Like they have this lasso on this Dragonite, gets him way in the back. He has no health right now, and he's not dying.
Nice Oracle.
What's wrong with this hero?
I mean,
it's tilted move.
That's a different hero though. That's Oracle. It's ultimate.
Yeah, but the whole thing is tilted in there. Between 23 and 32, LGD actually took the net worth lead. It changed 4 times during this match, incredibly. But at 32 minutes, they were actually dead even on net worth. But from then on, it was all about Liquid.
Yeah, really, and I think we do have to give credit for MMY. I mean, how many times have we seen this guy on his hard supports just manufacture a Blink Dagger out of thin air? But, you know, that pivotal fight was they lost the Rubik right away. He'd been making such a difference for them, and they choose to go in anyway. And this is what I say about Liquid being so efficient. Part of that is when you give them any kind of advantage, they're just absolutely ruthless at exploiting it.
Yeah, but likewise, LGD have played really cautiously in some of their other matches. They've been very careful about how they've gone into team fights, considered, very patient. And here, this seems to be a slightly different version of them.
It might. I think the game overall will still be hard, even after this 5-man wipe. Let's say they walk in, it's still hard to fight them. And you gotta get credit to Liquid, because they were there in the jungle waiting. You know, they were maybe about to smoke up themselves, so they were still playing it cool. You know. And I think the lineup just favored Liquid a bit at the end of the day. I think the LGD, it's not really their style to have all these single target, kind of split pushy type of lineups. I feel they would rather want some Tidehunters and some big AoE. They had some Tidehunter, Beastmaster, and Doom, I think, in the same lineup, you know. And they lost some lanes, but then they defend their base kind of style, and then they win the game anyway. And I think that suits their style more, and I think that's what they need to pull out to beat a team like Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, there was no real way of LGD to walking up to a tower and hitting it at any point in the game. You know?
Yeah, I mean, they actually
have to get a lasso, they have to get a kill, and then
they actually have no tower damage, no Roshan damage whatsoever. So, and that's an issue, right?
Yeah, and that's a big deal, right? Dire had been, I think, 10-2 in the last 12 games here on the main stage, over a 65% win rate in the tournament overall. But yeah, they couldn't exploit that Roche advantage.
I mean, I think Liquid, another way this team is so good is because they recognized how they win this game. They're like, they can't take Roche, they can't kill towers. We can just sit in the jungle right now, and they're going to come to us. They just sit on this hill, and that's exactly what happened. That's where the pivotal fight changed. I mean, I don't know if that's what they're thinking, but I'm sure that since they're all just 5 standing in the jungle, not killing creeps, like, why else would they be there than waiting, you know?
I think that's absolutely true. I mean, for the record, for whatever it's worth, I agreed with you guys after the draft. I did think on paper that LGD had the stronger draft, that you give them that draft against any team bar Liquid, OG, and NEWBEE, that they win that game. But Liquid just has such a great feel for identifying these key moments to go in.
I don't know. I think we just underestimated the Slaughter-Nyx combo.
Yeah.
Because
I overestimated Timbersaw a little bit.
It is ridiculously strong. And it's like, it has so many comeback mechanics. In a sense that you lose 5-man wipe, but if you get the right initiation at any point in the game, even if you're behind, you still kill people in 1 second. Like we saw it multiple times, this crush, amp, double hit, you know, dead.
Yeah.
Go chase next, you know, you're a slaughter, you go for next. And I mean, it's just really hard to play against from behind, and if you're behind against it, it's like, well, good luck, you know.
I just want to say, I said Liquid would win 2-0, so.
Still alive.
Wow.
Still alive on your prediction. It's good. I don't know whether you were aware, but we told everyone that you were going to be on the panel this evening. And PGL kindly asked if there were any questions that people in the community would like to ask you. And we have a couple.
Are we answering questions now?
Well, yeah, we might as well, right? Because, draft's a couple of minutes away, so we'll just put you on the spot a little bit. It's like a mini interview. Is that right? Is that cool?
Okay.
It's not action selected, but it's fine. Okay. Love you, SAS. Right, this one is for Moon Misery. What's your favourite hero and why? Very easy. See, these aren't tough.
It's Timbersaw, man.
Yeah, Timbersaw. Still?
same
Even after that last game?
Yeah, with Casey Chan, it's just like it's the same thing.
All right. Okay. Misery?
I have enjoyed Ricky as of late. I think it's just a new hero, and I haven't played it much in the past, and
And then every team bans it every game.
I used to like you.
Huh?
I used to like you.
Oh, come on, Ricky is...
I can't believe this. You've jumped on the crit bandwagon. You're a Ricky fan.
I mean, I don't know. It was just fun, I played a few pubs of it, and I thought, he's pretty shit in pub. And then I played with my team, and then, wow, this hero, it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I like that hero a lot now.
Okay. Can you say that this version of DC is the strongest team you've ever been in, Lou?
For me?
Yeah.
Yeah. I managed to win a game on LAN this tournament. I've been to 2 LANs previously. I did not win a game. So that was nice,
How do you do the straight face? Can you teach me that? In delivery straight face?
I just have some deadpan humor,
Yeah. I like it a lot, but I need to learn the face. Just so I can do it to
Alan. It's the beard, man.
Is it the beard? It hides it?
It's got to be. Come on.
It's the beard.
All right. Okay, 9K MMR bid. I'll let you off. Right, went too far away from the draft, so we should talk a bit about the second draft, because tactically speaking, this is going to be quite tricky for LGD, isn't it? What do they ban now? They've got to get rid of the Lifestealer. Okay, cool. That's number one. What else do they get rid of?
I think the Lifestealer is the big one. I still feel like if you're LGD, you're sitting there, you're saying, we underestimated the Nakes a little bit, and if we had one fight back.
You got to remember that Liquid had first pick last game.
That's true.
So probably LGD has choice now, and they might choose the first pick. So
I've been wanting to ask you
They should do that.
Where are you on the first versus second pick, Radiant versus Dire? Because a lot of people at the beginning of the patch thought second pick was going to be really strong.
Yes, I think first pick is still better.
Okay.
You get to pick your Nakes first of all, and then the second phase when you pick, the enemy picks first, meaning that you see what they do, and then you can react to it, which is really important. Sure, second pick has the last pick, and we did get fucked by it when we played against VGR, against Terrorblade, but it doesn't happen that often that you can pull something like that. So I think first pick generally is still better, and I think LGD will take first pick here as well, and that means that it frees up a ban for them basically. They can, last game they banned what, Lycan Earth Spirit?
Like an Earth Spirit.
Was it?
Yeah.
I don't think they should ban Earth Spirit. I don't consider, the hero is very strong still, but I don't think it's worthy of a first phase ban.
Okay.
I think they should try maybe banning, let's see.
Do you just straight up ban Lycan Lifestealer?
They want Lifestealer themselves, right? They want Lifestealer themselves, I would say. They could just ban the same. They're not going to play against Lifestealer this time around.
Maybe you ban Ricky.
They will pick it themselves.
Maybe you ban Ricky.
You could ban Ricky too, but yeah, Liquid only played one game of Ricky though.
Yeah.
And you start first banning Ricky, then I don't know. Bat Rider is also a hero in Dota. You might want to consider banning.
Yeah, it's been used. It's been used by a wide variety of teams.
I feel like LGD is going to go with some Tidehunter right now. Tidehunter.
If they're picking Tide, they might ban Disruptor then.
I don't know. Was Beast banned last game? Beastmaster could also be a hero that they could consider playing. I think they just want more team fight and more reliability later on in the game, so that they can play this chill game that they like to play. So when they go late game, when they go mid to late game, they have this Chrono or Tide Ravage with some aggressive carry hero.
Beast was actually untouched.
Beast was untouched.
Yeah. I think that's only like the third time.
And another thing I would like to see is maybe on some Ember Spirit or some Invoker or some Invoker was banned, but maybe more flashy hero. Timbersaw is pretty cool, but it's like it's not an Ember or an Invoker, and I think they need him to carry them more than he can on Timbersaw, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, when you're playing Timber mid, all you can do is kill the creeps, right?
You can hit your spells, but you can't do this split push, you can't do this combo and kill 4 heroes with Invoker and Sunstrike somebody, and an Ember, you can also make some crazy plays.
Someone needs to buff Storm Spirit.
Oh my.
We don't need that.
Don't encourage Blitz. Come on. And you realize you're encouraging Blitz and Charlie.
And Sumo.
Have you realized that,
well, okay.
that since Storm Spirit's been like nerfed, Blitz is not casting anymore?
That's right.
Yeah.
There may well be a connection here.
I think there is a connection.
Yeah.
I mean, I really don't miss that hero though.
No
I mean, I miss it from a viewing point
I mean,
of view.
I'm a filthy Ricky picker.
Yeah.
It's like, so I'm not any better. But I don't miss Storm Spirit. I really don't.
Most annoying hero in the last couple of years?
Techies.
Techies? Sniper?
When you hit the ban
Hey,
Techies
leave
versus
Sniper
EG,
alone.
TI5. It's
Triggered. FPS guy over there, guys. Come on, we need to band together.
They had to be one, didn't they? Hopefully we're not too far away. I think we're just waiting for one more of the Liquid players to join lobby. So why don't we go ahead and see if we've got a few more questions. I don't know, have we got more questions out there?
Give me another question.
Okay, we do have a few more questions. So we'll get some of the community questions up. Just while we've got you here, I mean, it's quite nice for the community to be able to throw their questions. They've really enjoyed these segments, actually, because it just opens it up a bit more and they get a bit more information. Could you talk about your progression into the pro scene?
Me?
Yeah, that's one of the questions.
Well, my goal for when I wasn't a pro was just to get high MMR, and then people, they notice you. Like, this guy is random, and he's like top 10 in rankings. And then eventually I got asked to join a team, and then we did pretty well in the qualifier. We didn't win it, but we got to grand finals in the qualifier, and then I got picked up by a sponsor, and then I ended up at ESL New York and Shanghai, and then now I'm here. Like, it was actually just luck. It was all luck and then a little bit of like networking. I just knew people. I knew the right people at the right time.
The practice as well, hard work.
Yeah.
They were all it's not all luck, is it? I mean, luck in terms of who you end up with, I guess.
Yeah, I dropped out of college, gave myself a year to become a pro, and then a month before my deadline, it happened. So.
Okay. So what would you give advice to some of the guys that are high on the line?
I don't want to tell the kids out there, quit school, guys, play Dota 2. That's not what I want. But
do it.
Follow your dreams. That's what I did. It worked out.
But it doesn't work out for everyone. That's the point you're making, isn't it?
Sadly, it does not.
Okay.
We can't all be pros.
Misery, back in 1863 when you started out on the road to Dota 2 fame.
Yeah, I mean, I was just this
oldest
kid,
guy on the panel making age jokes.
Hey, come on.
I was just this kid who really liked Dota, and I played all day, non-stop, and I got really mad when I lost, and then that just drove me to keep getting better and better. I mean, there was no real MMR system back then. It was like, what was it back then? It was just...
Was this Dota 1?
You had your connections, you knew people by their nicknames and stuff, and you never met anybody back then and stuff. That's when I started playing.
Jumping to IRC.
Yeah, and then there's some in-house leagues, and then slowly and steadily everything grew, and then you started getting recognized, start joining some lower tier teams, and then you get more recognized, and then you build your way up. For me, it was pretty slow. I played many years before I started playing competitively, but then again, competitive wasn't that big back then either. So, but yeah, I think to get to a point where you can play in teams, you gotta wanna start somewhere where you have this will to win to an insane extent, so you can continue to improve. And
you have to be literally crazy.
Yeah, you have to be pretty fierce, I think, and you have to keep going. And you need to want this MMR, so badly, and then you will get there to 8K or something like that.
You're one of the few players left who have played in all of the Valve majors and the TIs.
Mm-hmm.
There's like 5 or 6 of you now. I don't know about Alan. Do you remember? Is it 5, 6? There's
I believe it depends on whether you count Universe.
Yeah,
Coach TI one, but
was
it's
a
5.
sub,
There's 3 from China and then 2 from
yeah,
the
Puppy
West.
and yourself,
Mm-hmm.
which is pretty cool, isn't it, for a long career?
Yeah.
It just means
it's starting to become pretty cool,
Yeah.
as the years progress.
Yeah.
Was there one moment when can you remember one moment when you knew this is what I want to do with my life? I want to be a professional Dota player?
I don't know. I don't really remember. I think it was around high school when I dropped out after first year, and this was like around the first time I went to LAN. And I got offered to China. What's going on?
It's just a crowd enjoying themselves, Misery.
Oh, is that
They
right?
just enjoy themselves. all
I
day long.
don't like it. Dota's not fun.
I'm waiting for the game.
We are waiting for
Yeah.
the game. I'm being told they're just fixing a small issue for Liquid, so We'll take some more questions, I guess. I wonder if we have any more. Let's just double check. Differences between DC and other teams you've played on, Misery? What's the biggest thing?
I mean, I have played in teams like this before, back in the day with mouse sports, like and like in a sense where I was kind of the captain, sort of, and it was not really initially a star-studded roster or something like that. Like it was kind of just a mix of players. It wasn't Cloud9, it wasn't Secret or something like that. So I've tried it before, but in difference, it's more like I'm the actual captain now, and I have more responsibility.
But you're older and wiser as well.
Yes.
So is this the first time that you've been like 100% full captain, full leader of the team?
I was captain as well in LGD End.
Okay.
The first few months, and then the team started like drowning a bit in everything. So then it became weird. But yeah, I think it's the first time where I can say that I'm the captain, you know, for real. So that's the main difference for me, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
And then I'm playing in America in NA DOTA. That's also a first for me.
Have you played in all of the regions?
I have not played in C.
Okay.
Apart, like I'm here now, right?
Yeah.
But I have played in China and I played in Europe, obviously, and then now it's NA.
Do you want to play in C?
I don't really know how that would happen.
You're gonna tell all these people out here you don't want to play in C, really?
No, I'd love to play in C.
Yeah.
Philippines especially.
There you go. So where are you guys? This is a topic that we've talked about in some of our other panel segments. Where are you guys on coaches? I know you guys are using PyCat as a coach in this event. It's become a lot more widespread, popular with a lot of different teams. What do you think about it?
I think coaches are really crucial. I think I don't even know if there's a team without a coach at this event at this point. Like all players that didn't have a team going up to this event kind of started coaching. Fucking Mad, Syndron, PyCat, you know, some Blitz, Heen, whatever. Like all of them, they're all starting to coach, you know. And I think it's really important for, if you don't have a coach, you will lose out on some aspects, no doubt.
Yeah. What about this double coach thing that's going on? Like Liquid not satisfied with one; they've got two coaches, and then some of the teams have got analysts and stats people as well. It's really starting to become a big team now, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it's also important you respect your coach and actually listen to them. You know, if you have this coach and the coach wants to change your team, it's actually bad. You know? For example, Complexity. I'm sure we all have met Kyle. He's sometimes a hard guy to get along with, and there's a reason they don't have a coach because of this. So, I mean, it's not a bad thing, but he understands that you can't always agree with Kyle. So, there's no reason to have a coach if you're not gonna, just gonna argue with them and be like, "You're wrong," and like, "Why am I here?"
Isn't that part of it though as well? Isn't it about putting different ideas to each other and allowing that coach to be the kind of bad guy in the team? If you're like, "You're wrong,"
I think the coach needs to complement the team, make you better for what you're already doing. You know, instead of trying to make you different.
Right. Without revealing too much, what has PyCat done for you guys? What has he given you extra that you didn't have before?
I mean, he's kind of just been what do you call that? Like we have our team. You know, we play together for like 3 weeks, 4 weeks, and then PyCat comes in and starts watching some of our games, and then he has some input that maybe we don't see.
Right.
And so he pretty much compliments in a sense that he has his own way of thinking about the game that is not inflated in any way he's not biased. Yeah. He's not inflated by our team's playstyle or drafts or whatever. So he just has a new way of looking at things. And I think another thing is I think coaches are better the first month, 2 months, because after 2 months they start just becoming a part of the team.
Right.
And now they think like the captain, they think like the team. They lose this
objectivity.
Yeah, they lose that. Yeah. They lose that thing.
Which is great, I guess, if you're winning, but not so helpful if you're not.
Yeah, I mean, it's not really explored, you know. But I feel like that it could be like that, you know. But you're definitely right. I think Liquid has like Blitz for some spiritual guy and whatever, and Heen is like the real coach.
Spiritual guy.
And then
wow.
He's actually like a literal storm spirit.
Well,
now.
Blitz is my spirit animal.
I don't even think I made this up just now. I think I've heard that from somebody else.
Really?
Yeah,
Okay.
I feel like it's
I
in
mean,
there
Charlie
somewhere.
called him their life coach.
I mean, life coach works as well.
Just calm down, boys. Calm down. It's okay. I can do that. See, should be a life coach.
Yeah.
No problem.
Want to join?
Yeah. Okay. Apparently, we have one more question from the community, so we'll take that one right now. If we can pop that one on the screen. Everyone enjoying themselves out there as well. It's good. Just waiting for our last question. What hero does DC think is the absolute worst in this patch?
Oof. Oh boy.
Negative nannies out there.
Looking at the
What
hero
could they
list
have
here.
changed that around?
Yeah, I need to
Con?
pull
What's
the
the
hero
best?
list so I can really get a good look at this.
What do you-
Does it have to be picked heroes?
No, it doesn't have to be. I mean, I would rephrase the question slightly as to what do you really hate playing against?
Playing against?
Oh, that's very different.
I mean, that's just Lifestealer, you know? Like,
every time?
Yes. Absolutely.
The worst hero in Dota, huh? I think...
Is it Troll Warlord?
I think... I mean, I haven't seen a Bloodseeker in like 6 months.
Yeah, we haven't seen a Bloodseeker.
Not in competitive, not in
yeah.
pops. The hero is like just gone.
Yeah, we haven't seen a Bloodseeker since like
And
Milk's been in a major.
I barely know what his spells does at this point because I have simply
Sorry,
forgot.
Jacob,
You know, nobody's playing it, and I don't know. Maybe that is the worst. I was also playing a pop game of Ogre a while back.
Yeah, I've seen Alliance play Ogre
He
in the
felt
last few months.
he felt
Wasn't
very
great, though.
sad.
Yeah.
Misery was so mad I couldn't go to
I
bed.
was actually
It was too
triggered
loud.
by how worthless I felt.
Let's talk about the positive parts of the patch because it's a pretty rounded patch, right?
Oh.
We've had 94 heroes picked here and 97 picked or banned. That's incredible. That's the most ever of any tournament we've ever had. Really good deep hero pools for everyone.
hasn't been picked yet.
Not
right?
yet, but banned 8 times.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you
Like
want to see it?
6 of us against us, right? 6
Yeah.
of them? Yeah.
Yeah.
And I wanted to ask you guys specifically about this too because I'm pretty convinced that we've had all these different heroes picked, but I think the TI meta will be very different than this tournament. I think there's a lot of innovation left. I think there's a lot of things that teams don't know about yet. Would you guys agree?
Yeah, I mean, I think this patch is really good. I think all you gotta do is nerf Lifestealer slightly or something like that, nerf some heroes slightly, and then it's fine, you know? Then some other heroes might end up being ridiculous, but like
that's
it's
what's
just
happened in
gonna
the last small additions, isn't it?
Yeah,
Like
exactly.
ABCD,
Like
all
you
the
don't need to
little
change.
changes.
You don't need to
Yeah.
change something huge, no, because it's great. The game's already so great. Like at this point.
I mean, it shows, right? All these heroes being picked.
Yeah.
It's good.
Okay, so Nox actually sent me all the list of heroes that were not picked yet. There's quite a few, and there's techies in there. Pugner, Pudge, OD.
These techies are like, do we want that though? Do we really want
Well, I mean, from a viewer's point of view, I quite enjoyed when it got picked at TI last year.
No, I would like to see a Techies.
Sorry, my bad, but I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
I'd like to see a Techies.
Don't
I'm
like
pretty,
playing against it.
pretty sure that hero's playable.
Yeah.
Is it?
I think so. might be a waste of time to find out and realize it's not, but I think could be all right.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot. I mean, it is a deep hero, but it's what we were saying before. 94 and picked 97 picked or banned. Out of all the ones that haven't been, other than Meepo, which we've discussed, is there anything else you think might work? Maybe an OD?
A Bloodseeker jungle,
I think
maybe.
OD got hit pretty hard in the nerf, right?
You don't,
I think Pudge is viable. Navi's out. They're probably the most likely to pick it.
What does Bloodseeker jungle do?
What does Bloodseeker jungle really do?
Have you tried it? Have you seen a lot of Axe jungles in this patch?
Yeah. But Axe has some AoE control. Axe can actually go initiate. I mean, Bloodseeker, he can run up and hit people, but
He runs very fast.
and he hits really hard.
Yes, he does. And he jungles very quickly.
Just so people know, by the way, Bloodseeker is Jacob's favorite hero. That was not just a random flame of milk. Love you, dude.
Yeah, all right. We'll leave it there for now. Thank you very much, all three of you. Apparently, we are still searching for a solution for Liquid, so we will finish that off and we will get back to you. We are going to go to a quick break, but when we come back, the match will resume. Don't go too far away. A warm welcome back to the Manila Major Day 5. We're in our final series of the day. Liquid 1-0 up on their path to try and get back into the top 3 from the lower bracket after falling down in round 2. We should be able to jump into the draft momentarily. We'll rejoin our panel as well. Alan, Misery, and Moo, 2 players from DC. It's good to have you here. How are you enjoying it so far?
It's been fun.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Is it living up to expectations?
The panel?
Yeah, being on the panel with Alan?
You told me before we joined that you would, savage me a little bit.
No, I just said that if you're coming on the panel, you have to expect savagery because it comes out naturally. It's just one of those things, right? But luckily, you've got a teammate beside you. You've got,
I saw you back there with your little notepad, like, this is what I want to say.
It's like a meme notepad or something. That's Sir Actions, like, you're getting us confused here, Moo. Draft is underway. We've had the 4 bands, and we've had our first pick as well. Invoker and the Life Stealer, not a big surprise to see Liquid knocking those 2 out, and the Lycan has gone. LGD didn't like that at all. And the first pick, Phoenix.
Yeah, interesting. They brought September on board as largely because of his pub performance on Phoenix. I believe he's sort of like the pub version of his pub. Phoenix is like Lil's Visage. He's got like some ridiculous number of games on the hero, and they're going back to it here. They've not shown this look very often in this tournament.
What do you make of the low win rates on Phoenix at this tournament? It's been very, very low. It's gone as low as 27% at one point. It's bumped back up a little bit now, but not much.
It's kind of interesting. It really is, because we all went into this event thinking Phoenix is broken. Like it's too strong, And I don't know. The hero it feels like it lacks just in some aspects, right? It's not that strong in lane. It's not really that great of a roamer. It kind of needs level 3 before he starts killing. And it kind of limits the other supports that you can pick with it. Right. Like you can't pick this roamer with Phoenix anymore because then your safe lane is really weak, right? Yep. So that's why it's kind of iffy with that hero, I think.
I think we saw an LGD pick it with an AA, and
obviously Lifestealer is good against it. Beastmaster started getting through the pool. He's also very good against Phoenix.
Yeah.
So yeah.
It's just how the meta changes, isn't it?
Yeah, it happened naturally, I think.
But let's talk though about this Liquid Open though, because they picked this in their first losers bracket match. They picked this second phase against Call. We've seen some of the teams from other regions open with this. What's Liquid thinking? This is not a look that they've shown at least in their first 2. Anything in particular against the Phoenix that you like here?
I like Disruptor.
Okay,
Disruptor's good, and this Tide doesn't really care. Taking Kraken Shell off the Fire Spirits. They're pretty tanky. And in lane, this 40 damage Phoenix is going to hit Tide. It's just going to stand there like a big watermelon, and just soak it up.
It's definitely good on level 1. But if Phoenix does get level 2 or 3, they can kill the Tidehunter, I think, with another support. But I think they do it mainly to, against Phoenix, you kind of want to match their team fight to a certain extent. And right now, both teams have incredible team fight already, just from their 2 first picks, right? The Beastmaster Phoenix combo they're very good together, these 2 heroes, and same goes for Disruptor and Tide. So these openings they're very good.
Standard. I was wondering what they were going to pick with Liquid because the last 7 games they've had 5 of them they've had Lifestealer, and the other ones they've had this Lycan, right? And so they got Slark as the answer, and Slark's really good. Pretty good versus Phoenix. The Echo Saber does work on Egg, so it's nice.
Well, it fits with this trend of having a mobile carry that can get into the back lines, can pressure the enemy support, like you said, can kill the Egg. But this is the thing for me already is these are just 3 heroes. This is like LGD's absolute comfort zone. If I had to make a list of 3 hero opens that I would not want to give LGD, this would probably be at the top just because obviously, we talked about September on the Phoenix, but then MMY line, obviously, probably his best hero in my opinion, and Jowett on the Beastmaster.
I'd like to see a Void for LGD, honestly.
Carry Void at this point?
Carry Void.
So you think that you still think that's pretty good?
I think it's good this game. I mean, no matter what you chrono here, it's going to be nice. This Tide, you kill him before Ravage, but you're going to win the fight. And if you kill his Slark during chrono, it's going to be nice. And you already have the Phoenix, and Lion's pretty good with Void too.
I mean, these three heroes are really, really good together: Lion, Beastmaster, Phoenix. Because now you have this other support that I was talking about with Phoenix that just it complements it well, right? You have this disable guy, you have this strong lane that if you get the Hex off, you can Sunray. That's Alchemist.
Yeah, that's a Fata Alchemist.
Yeah, I mean that's how the draft just turns. You know, now it's that kind of game, and yeah, the cores are really crucial though for LGD. Can they like make this draft really, really good, or can they somehow just, you know, they need to pick some cores that are.
And they go back to the Timber Saw. I mean, this game's a little bit better for them because the only disable is Disruptor, whereas before you had this Dragonite with the stun, and you had this really long Night Stalker Silence.
Yes, and they have a lot of disable this time around. They have teamfight and disable,
Yeah.
and they still have to pick a carry last.
Disruptor
So
Timber is pretty nice because you can see where the glimpse is going, and then you can just line up all your spells. And
it's pretty cool that they still go for it, even though they lost in the first game, because it is a very different scenario. Like we said, it's they have so much more stuff in their draft. Like last game, it was kind of they had like a Ricky in there and some Rubik. You know,
Ricky
their
Rubik
lineup
does
was
not make for very great team fight.
Kind of goofy, but this time around they're just really solid overall.
Yeah,
And
I think it's going to be interesting to me. First of all, how do you guys feel about the lane matchup between the Alchemist and the Timbersaw? And second, we saw a big part of that early game in the last game was defined by LGD's inability to gank Fata's Dragonite mid. Do you guys think with this lineup especially the Alchemist was a little more vulnerable?
I think already in a just one-on-one matchup, Timbersaw kind of destroys Alchemist. It comes down to bouncy runes, of course, as always with that hero early game, but you know, Timber's going to be totally fine in that mid lane. Like, he doesn't need any help, and if any help comes, then it's a pretty easy kill as well. Like, even a Phoenix can slow the Alchemist, and you might be able to kill him with just a dive and a Sunray, you know? And if Lion comes there, it's also very easy. So, yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how if they can pull off this Alchemist, because Timber is a pretty good matchup.
Liquid does have a last pick support though. It could help a lot.
They do.
Some kind of more roaming hero to help this Alchemist. I mean,
Tusk.
I mean, I don't even know if you can afford to start helping this Alchemist, because he's already up against a Timbersaw, and it's hard to shut down a Timbersaw with an Alchemist as a support. You know. Oh, nice.
It's on.
That's cool.
all right. Then this is actually what I wanted to see too. There's some kind of carry that can push a little bit because they don't really have tower damage. Like Beastmaster's pretty good, but you obviously need something to combo with it to really take a benefit of the attack damage.
We played against this hero, and it has maybe been seen as a unpickable hero and as a joke a bit, but it was not a joke.
No, well,
it was
not
not
only
a joke. It was really
wiped you
strong.
guys out, but it's been played twice and won twice here as well, both
Yeah,
times.
Fnatic played it too.
It's the Sunder.
Yeah, terrifying actually.
Yes.
The cast range on Sunder.
All his spells are actually ridiculously good, if you think about it. The first skill is also really, really good.
Yeah.
Like in this scenario, he steals the auras too, I believe, right?
Yes, he does.
So he steals Radiance, he steals potentially AC or Shivas later on and stuff.
This
and
mech that's untied, this armor, if they don't have one.
wonder how it works with Slark hitting himself.
Doesn't pass.
Because it doesn't do
have
anything.
to-
But
no.
I mean, regardless, it's a strong hero.
So why hasn't
coming
it been
back.
picked up more?
I don't think people really. I mean, it's
mean,
kind of a forgotten hero, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, it's not a hero you can first to either, because he does have his counters.
He has 500 health.
Yeah, he does.
For about 20 minutes in the game. So, but when you have these heroes like Tide's really sad now because he's just gonna get smacked by this Terror Blade.
And
Going
the
with a bounty.
bounty.
But yeah, this is
that
the roaming hero I
so
wanted to
risky.
see. That's gonna help out the lanes a little bit.
Yeah.
Maybe Tide will get something now, and because it's gonna be. But this Lion Phoenix is no joke either for the support duo.
Yeah, that's the same concern though that we had in the last game. Is the Invis hero going to get enough done early game? Ricky, I thought, did in terms of giving them scouting information.
I feel like it's a hard game for Bounty because he goes mid and his tempo saw is not going to do anything.
Yeah.
He can go to the Tides lane maybe and look at the supports, make sure they don't smoke, help out the Tide a little bit, but I feel like Tide is not going to get that much out of it. So he can shut down the Beastmaster completely,
Right.
and that is maybe the best choice for him.
Yeah, maybe that's what they wanted for him.
I think that's the best choice.
This Beastmaster can definitely mess with Disruptor Slark.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you for your thoughts. We'll get more from our panel, of course, at the end of the second game. Will it be the last game of the night? Well, LGD have to step up because Liquid are on the cusp. Let's go back to our commentary team. Captain, it's all yours.
Good question indeed. Is it going to be the last game of the night? We're about to find out as LGD versus Team Liquid.
It's about to start now.
Team Liquid versus LGD Gaming.
So plenty of questions about the effectiveness of this bounty pickup for Liquid in that last pick. Ben, what are your thoughts?
Overall, I think it was a much better draft from LGD, not giving them Slardar and Lifestealer, which was their downfall last game. Yeah, the Bounty Hunter, I would say a lot of the time just better than the Riki, because if you don't have that early game impact, you can still contribute in team fights with the track, as opposed to the Riki last game, who was very useless after 10-15 minutes time.
Doesn't have the same kind of longevity as the Riki. If the Riki does start getting some actual gold, he can actually become a damage dealer, but much more of a utility role for the Bounty Hunter as the game starts going later and later. What do you think the key moments are? Because we're seeing this weird late game matchup where we have both a Slark as well as an Alchemist for Liquid facing up against a Timbersaw and Terrorblade for LGD. Where do you really see the peaks and valleys between these two teams' kind of core timings?
I think thinking about the late game is fast-forwarding way too much to where Terrorblade's biggest strength is, which is just pushing down towers as 5. And I think the better question is which team has better team fight? And I think Liquid maybe not that great at the anti-push with the Bounty Hunter and the Alchemist, but it all depends on how much this Alchemist gets. And he has a very difficult lane ahead of him.
Very much based around the timings Liquid's team fight is between the Disruptor and the obvious Ravage from our Tidehunter. Meanwhile, LGD just have the longer cooldown of Supernova, but that's pretty much it. The rest of their heroes, very teamfight focused and rather low cooldown between Beastmaster, Lion, Timbersaw, and then as you said, they're able to follow that up with the Terrorblade. This is going to be a lot of pressure on Liquid in that 30-minute marker. We're going to see our lanes break down, maybe facing up against Spada. We already had the analyst talk about how strong that matchup is going to be to the favor of maybe, so he has the opportunity to get an early advantage and have maybe a better performance than he did last game around. Meanwhile, this bottom lane is going to be completely abandoned by Liquid to start with, as the Tidehunter is Iron Taloning his way through the jungle. Kuro just here to soak up some experience, but is going to be scouted out by Sep as he lays down a counter ward. Tries to man fight a little bit, but of course the Phoenix with no armor and Bounty Hunter with plenty of it can't really win that 1 versus 1.
Kuro has to be careful not to give Xiaowei too much space. He is just Iron Talon, no Stout Shield, but he's actually not taking any damage at all, being very careful to micro these Centaurs to be near max range, and maybe he's not an easy kill in mid. So it looks like just a support on the side of Liquid, just trying to get some levels. Mostly Disruptor just chilling.
Takes the last hit, Kuro. We've seen this before, the Riki and the Bounty Hunter trying to stop the Beastmaster jungles, and as you pointed out, the fact is the Beastmaster is able to keep himself rather healthy the way he jungles off his boars, and as well as doing a little bit of Iron Talon action. Doesn't really tank that much, so it's unlikely that we're going to see the Bounty Hunter actually see an opportunity for a kill against that jungler, but he can soak up half the experience and just be a general nuisance, trying to slow him down as much as possible. 2-minute rune, battle, Kuro will be able to sneak that one as well. The man is good on his timings, it seems, against LGD in these first few minutes.
Overall, a little sad, though, for Liquid. Spada not getting that Bounty rune. They would have much preferred that Kuro gets the Arcane rune so he can throw some added pressure with the Shadow Walk.
Yeah.
But not that big of a deal for them.
He will get a lot of damage on MMY, accidentally sneaks the range creep out of lane, but that's okay. It's not really messing with the creep equilibrium at all, as there's no other hero in this lane anyway. So Kuro will gladly take all the experience he can get his hands on while Mind Control continues to do his jungling bit. Meanwhile, in the top lane, we haven't really talked about that too much. We see a very similar situation with Sep as the Phoenix is going to try and soak up the experience at top lane, and with him having that easy escape mechanism of Icarus Dive, should be able to do all right as long as he doesn't get caught out by Glimpse perfectly timed by Jerix.
And Mind Control is just jungling full-time now with the Iron Talon. He is already level 4, so 1 full level ahead of Xiaowei because he doesn't have that pesky bounty hunter dealing with him. Sepp in a fair amount of trouble in this top lane.
Goes for the Icarus dive forward here and does have the TP out. Jerix is not going to be able to get the vision in time. Unable to get the glimpse to stop the TP.
A little bit of panic there from him. I think it would have been much more efficient for him to TP into T1, but when you're just scared about dying, you double-click that double-click that TP as fast as you can.
Acid Spray going to town. Our mid lane CS 15-2 on the Alchemist compared to Timbersaw's 20-6. Maybe is indeed holding on to an early advantage. And this is something that our analysts also pointed out, the fact that Bounty Hunter can't really have an impact in this lane. It's not like the Alchemist is going to be looking for a kill, and the Timbersaw already is at an
He's
advantage.
a little lower than normal. He opted for the same build as last game, the 2-1-1, no 2 points in reactive armor, so he won't get topped off. And I think you actually want the extra regen and the extra armor versus Acid Spray, a physical spell.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Try and draw the creep aggro, get that regen, start pumping in. Kuro actually does rotate himself across, but he's going to be scattered out by that counter ward that was laid. Maybe does manage to get a refill on its bottle, though. That was rather critical.
And deny Fada the bounty rune again.
Yeah. Regen, meanwhile, in the bottom lane, going to be picked up by MMY. Aggressive is going to be free farming away, both him and the Slark. Having great times there. Obviously, the Terrorblade is going to be able to amp up the tempo if we can push this forward to 20 minutes, and both these carries are still free farming. Slark's, his playstyle is going to be much more pickoff oriented, while the Terrorblade, a lot more team fight and pushing style from him.
He can pick up his Aquila already. He has a Ring of Prot, he has a Wraith Band, and he can just sneak to the side shop.
Almost a bit of deja vu there. Curl unable to snipe the last hit on the big Centaur. Now tries to go for some damage on Xiaowei before invising once again. Force maybe to come across, trying to get some damage on a blind Whirling Death and Timber Chain combo, but Kuro did sidestep that one. Really, that's just time lost there for maybe.
I think it's a smart move from Michael to move to the right side. He was originally farming the Dire jungle, and now he's on the right side, so if he does sense a Terrorblade push, he can just go to the lane and save that T1 tower.
Right.
Smart play by him.
That's something that Bounty Hunter, he was trying to be there in that bottom lane. The actual push, he wouldn't be able to stop anything of it. He would just be there for experience alone. The Tide, with his level progression, certainly can do something there.
So there is a dust on Sepp. They do have a scan if they want to try and find out Kuro.
Here comes the push at bottom. Tidehunter is going to rotate, but he's going to need some help, and it looks like it's going to come in the form of an early Alchemist rotation. Of course, Mind Control by himself, he's not able to usually rely on the Anchor Smash against Terrorblade, so he will take a lot of damage if he tries to fan fight against Aggressive. Maybe he does need that extra help.
He didn't drop
through. They're actually going to go for Kuro. Will be able to pop him. First Blood going the way of NEWBEE, off to an early start there with both his laning phase matchup and now the extra boost of gold from First Blood, setting NEWBEE up for success in this game.
And Fada did manage to get that stack over there. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to stop this push, though.
Yeah, Fada, he rotated all the way across. Really surprising he didn't lay down the Acid Spray quite early.
He got the stack and a bounty rune.
Yeah,
so.
that's...
But it's just strange for them when they have the Bounty Hunter sitting mid, because you know the Alchemist is not doing stacks, and Jerix has been constantly present on the top lane, and
right.
You have the Tidehunter doing the jungle, so it's kind of like, where is the Alchemist?
Speaking of Kuro, Sepp is going to try and go for him again, managed to get the dust, dives right on by, and a hit and run from NEWBEE as he hastes his way out of there.
And then a TP from Jerix gets immediately canceled. T1 tower
he's going to try and go back in here against Vana. Chemical Rage does go out, and that will probably stop the aggressiveness of NEWBEE. Can't eat through the Alchemist fast enough to beat the Chemical Rage.
So I'm not sure what build Matoma Man is going for. Just a standard Trezakila. Is Blink better than Shadowblade here?
Blink would allow him to be able to get on the back line to heroes like the Lion or the Phoenix, perhaps force out an early Supernova, a dive that they don't want to.
Yeah, he can get good solo picks on the Lion, but I think overall in team fights it's much better with the Blink Dagger.
Try and go on Fada again. They do manage to get the Primal Roar on him. Sunray with the backup, and the cure damage rips through Fada. They now look for a counter kill, but it's just not going to be fast enough, or maybe it is. The glimpse back. Oh, long range Timber Chain, but it's not good enough. The Ravage holds him in place. Mind Control with the extra bit of commitment there, but it works out, trading 1 for 1.
definitely worth it for them. They need to relieve some of this pressure off Alchemist. Right now, they don't have control of the runes. They don't have control of the mid lane. They already lost a tower on bottom, and Tidehunter has been jungling for quite some time. Still, they will have their mech at a reasonable timing if he continues this jungling pace. However, they need more stacks for that Alchemist, and it looks like they do have quite a few of them.
One of the things I've always noticed about Matumba, no matter what kind of core he's playing, whenever he sees these kind of rotations, he always pressures the tower. You would see other carries at this point on a Slark rotate back to the jungle and start bombing through that, but Matumba, and I think that's kind of the influence of Kuro, wants to be able to pressure these towers as quick as possible, even if he's not the greatest carry for it. LGD, obviously, able to put on the pressure and pick it up a lot earlier as Aggressive rotates into the mid lane with his Terror Blade. Knowing the Ravage is down makes it an easy objective for
Kuro
LGD
might
to take.
pop a smoke.
If he rotates
he pops
right
that
time,
smoke.
yeah. His smoke's gonna pop, and Sep actually starts backing himself away while the rest of his team does push forward. Looks like they managed to find one here. Jarex is gonna be hit by the stun, and quite easily taken out by Maybe.
It was smart of Sep to just stay in the back. If the bounty hunter has eyes on him, it's very unusual to have like a two-man smoke.
Oh, Mind Control trying to help out Vada, but they have the Sun Ray. And the Finger of Death as well. The burst damage between the Timbersaw and the Lion is too much for the Alchemist to be able to handle. It seems like LGD have this Alch hard countered for the first 30 minutes of this game. He's going to need a real big pick-me-up if he wants to be able to maintain that large net worth lead that Alchemists are supposed to have against opposing carries. Kuro, meanwhile, still trying to pick up his level 6, but even then, not sure if Team Liquid are going to be able to do much when it comes to getting track kills. If LGD stay a little bit more 5-man, can't see the Slark really getting pickoffs, nor am I completely sure that Liquid can win team fights.
They have good tools to deal with the Alchemist armlet. The Finger that we just saw, Timbersaw with his shotgun, and Sunray, I think are all good at bursting him down when he's at very, very low HP. Yeah. Liquid can't really make a move right now with Ravage still on cooldown, but with the mech coming out pretty soon, it may be time. And Kuro needs level 6. Let's see who uses it. Rogue Tome's purchase looks like Phoenix 1, Bounty Hunter the other. It won't get him 6 though.
Yeah, he's still just on the cusp there. Needs probably a full wave of experience solo just to be able to pick up his level 6. But that's fine. Fada is still making use of the stacks in the jungle, so they do have a few more seconds to work with here. Try and get that bounty up and going. Meanwhile, we have a very large Ancient stack as well for the Radiant side. Our Slark for Liquid is also free farming away. Is going to be going a Shadow Blade in this game. Silver Edge actually really valuable against the Timbersaw, so that actually makes a good amount of sense.
Still, they don't have too many tools to do with the Terror Blade. I think he's going to be the main damage dealer in the team fights.
Yeah. He's certainly going to be a dangerous one, especially with all the space he's been receiving. 5K net worth lead for him. They do have a really aggressive ward, though, on the side of Liquid near that secret shop that just scattered out the smoke of LGD as they wrap through the safe lane. Liquid, quick to abandon that, will stick around the bottom half of the map. I wonder what they're going to do with their positioning besides just farming up this Ancient stack.
I mean, that's a big stack. That's an objective in itself, Cap.
I guess so. Between the Acid Spray and the Anchor Smash, they should be able to clear through it relatively quickly. LGD perhaps using their positioning to pressure the mid-tier 2 as they all of a sudden pop out of that smoke and start banging on the doors of the tier 2. Liquid won't be able to rotate fast enough or be ready to defend. Maybe does scout out some of these heroes with his haste, starts making his way through Liquid's jungle area, but it looks like finally the stack is complete.
And both sentry wards just outside of each other's range, so Matumba will not be able to go in there safely.
LGD do start backing themselves out. They got a tier 2 in exchange for that stack. I think they're happy enough with it. The mech complete for Mind Control, and they'll start building towards that Blink Dagger. But LGD, knowing that Liquid are on the bottom half of the map and there's no easy way for them to get to the tier 1 to defend, they're just not set up for it. LGD will take yet another free tower.
And the Shadow Blade versus the Blink decision on Matumba, the Shadow Blade I think is better at this point in the game. It's better for vision, but it might bite him when Beastmaster gets his -3. Because then he can't use that as a tool of regeneration in team fights.
Seems like LGD going to try and get a bit greedy here, both taking the tier 1 at top and defending bottom lane. And as the Phoenix shows,
There's a smoke.
Liquid will take this fight rather happily. Matumbo Man's going to lead the initiation on a Xiao Wei. They still have the Ravage as well, so this is not a fight that LGD can really try and take. Or maybe they can with the Primal Roar. They're actually getting a little bit more damage on the Chakram, and they burst him down! The Ravage is too late, too shallow to catch Xiao Wei. Mind Control lost in the sauce, will be able to barely get the pickup, but now maybe he's going to be controlled by Jerix with that Static Storm, and Liquid still pick up the better of the engagement, but considering that was supposed to be Liquid's surprise initiation on LGD and they lost Matumbo Man, they are going to be rather disappointed. They're going to get a third kill though on MMY, it seems like, with a track and the inevitable glimpse back. It seems they should be able to get it. Bounty Hunter will claim the kill.
Yeah, Majestic just not enough there. However, LGD still have a window at this point. There is no Radiance out for Fada, and the Tidehunter cooldown is 110 seconds away from being able to Ravage again. And that was, I think LGD made a best of a bad situation. I'm very surprised that they committed like 3 heroes up there and then the 2 other heroes just ditched.
Matumbo Man looking for another surprise initiation, but counter ward already laid in place, and he knows it too, as his ultimate and creep start aggroing onto him. So just cleans up the creep wave, defends the tier 2, and starts pushing it out. Kuro getting some information. 14-1 on Bounty Hunter.
Terrorblade getting very farmed, not quite close to the Alchemist, but still has his main items, Creds, Lance, almost Yasha complete. And Timber, he looked kind of poor, but now he has his completed Bloodstone.
Yeah, this is a very crucial time for both of these two teams, as you have LGD ready to force some more fights and perhaps start racking up those Bloodstone charges, while Liquid with this Radiance may be able to win the next team fight and slow down the aggression of LGD. We'll have to see. The initiation is going to be key here for LGD. If they can get the right kind of jump on the Alchemist and burst him down before Liquid can respond, a good shot at being able to take that fight. But Liquid are claiming a tier 1 while LGD are looking for a pick.
I wonder if LGD regret the decision to take that T1 top. They really wanted to control the Ancients. They had scouted out earlier when they wanted to push the mid T1 and then the T2, but they weren't able to stop that Ancient farm. And Alchemist just kept farming that, kept farming that, kept farming that, and has a very timely Radiance. The T1 tower doesn't really give them that much. I guess Liquid do utilize the jungle quite well with the Tidehunter and the Alchemist and the Slark, but still the Ancient farm was the majority of their gold.
Yeah, you could see the way Liquid really prioritized that one too. They had the information about rotations of LGD and used that time to clear through the Ancients and got that mech that's online, got a good amount of experience from it as well.
Did he see that smoke with a Hawk? I don't think so.
It doesn't seem like LGD in position to be able to defend this one, maybe on the front lines. He's going to be a little bit danger there with the Disruptor, but seems to be okay for now. Lion managed to get the disengage, does get hit by the stun. He tries to Timber Chain himself out, now goes for the Ravage, only hitting onto Maybe. They're going to follow up the Static Storm, that doesn't even hold. Maybe is able to get himself out of that one, and Liquid now on full retreat as they realize both ultimates completely ineffective, and LGD now have the advantage.
Oh, Steph was in a really good position for that fight. He was like on the far right side, so there was almost no way that he could have gotten hit by the Ravage, while still being able to channel Sunray for maximum effectiveness. And Liquid, yeah, they don't get anything out of that fight with their big fight ultimates. However, they still have the Alchemist, so they don't really feel that worried.
LGD definitely going to be using this time to bully Liquid while they know the 2 ults are down. The question is, what is the main objective for them? Roshan is up. They only have the last tier 2 at the top lane. They may not feel like that's an objective they want to spend time on right now. They're just farming away.
And their indecisiveness may be further hampered by these deep observer wards that Kuro has planted. A lot of times when they just know they're not going to fight, they have Kuro on the other side of the map, knowing that LGD are going to be S5 and no way that they're going to be able to pick off the Bounty Hunter. However, Necro 3 is coming out fairly soon for Xiao Wei, just 600 gold away from that.
Timber Chain through. Looking to be able to catch the Alchemist. Fada, though, is away. The Chemical Rage rapidly healing him up. He's got the Boots of Travels as well. So LGD, they really need to actually claim those pickoffs when they see the opportunity. Otherwise, they're just going to get split pushed to death.
Yep. Yes, they are. Beastmaster looks like complete trinkles. No BOTs coming out for him. Timbersaw, I think, usually goes for BOTs at this point. And Terrorblade, he's not particularly good at pushing out side lanes just because his illusions don't last long enough. Maybe when he gets Manta he can, but yeah, I think that at this point, Liquid are very comfortable. They have a decent gold advantage with the Alchemist. He has all his core items up. 18 minutes in, you have the Armlet, the bots, and the Radiance, and LGD just don't have the
MMY leading the way. The Icarus dive slows down Fada, but it's not good enough for MMY to be able to get the stun onto the Alchemist. They were hoping to be able to burst down that hero while they know the Ravage is on cooldown for another 30 seconds. Not the case. Another missed opportunity, and now Liquid are going to be the ones on the offensive here. Slark moving around with his invis, hoping with the help of the Bounty Hunter they can get a quick bounty kill and keep LGD a little bit off pace here. Sep is going to be the target, but not sure if they have the burst damage to really get him before Icarus Dive or Supernova. They start backing themselves away. The Hawk is doing some scouting here, and now Matumba Man realizes just how many heroes of LGD are actually here. His Invis Rune.
The two heroes are from the side.
Oh, the smoke beetle, the road to the Ravage! 5-man set up right into the Static Storm. The Anvil gets dropped by LGD, and they take 4 just like that. An ultra kill for Jerix of all people. And now maybe is looking for the great escape through the trees, but he's already been hit by the track. Liquid not going to try and go for the dive, though. Liquid see the opportunity to take a bigger objective in mind. They back up towards Roshan.
Wow, LGD's fight just way too slow, way too cumbersome at this point. They had the Hawk to see any potential invis reveal, but the Slark didn't have Shadow Blade on. He just had the invisibility move, so no reason for him to pop up. And I think that lulled LGD into a false sense of security. Maybe it was just a Bounty Hunter at that point, but instead the whole squad of Liquid off the back of the new Blink Dagger from Mind Control just annihilates LGD. So at this point, I think they have to defend against the split push a little bit better. They have to move around as 5, but they're getting out-farmed heavily by the Alchemist.
Yeah, they're supposed to have this key timing where their push, especially when certain things like Ravage and Static Storm are down, that LGD could really 5-man and push objectives, but that's no longer the case. After a bad team fight like that, Liquid may actually hold the advantage in team fights just purely through a rather large gold and even bigger experience lead, and that really tells more of a story than anything. Alchemist naturally gives you a rather larger net worth lead over the enemy team with less impact, but the experience really shows how much Liquid have gained over the last few minutes.
I'm surprised they didn't push a lot harder after that Tidehunter ultimate and the Disruptor ultimate onto the Timbersaw, and that didn't get a kill. They got the T2 and they just backed up. I think they still had a lot of time left up on meta. They could have just went into the Roach. What are Liquid going to do without a Blink Dagger on Tide, without any of their teamfight ultimates up? And now it's too late. They take the fight to Liquid. They have the goal to compensate for their lack of teamfight.
One little bit of stalling, and LGD may have just spun out entirely. They do have the tier 2 at top lane been taken, but Liquid not even trying to contest while Ravage is down. Another 20 seconds left there, but they are picking up big time items. They've got the Echo Saber complete on the Slark. They also have perhaps an even bigger item about to be complete for the Alchemist. His Octarine may actually be done much sooner than many would expect. No early Manta though.
And LGD still falling behind in terms of items. They need a couple key items to regain map control. They have the Necro 3 on Beastmaster and the recently completed bots on the Timber, but they don't have a gem. They don't have even the Manta style up on Terrorblade. They don't have the Blink on the line, especially. Once they get the Blink on line and a gem, I think they can threaten some of Liquid's heroes. Bounty Hunter's just been running around the entire game, just getting vision, just trying to pop smokes, just being annoying to LGD. And even if they kill him, they still have the Alchemist that's farming. So as long as they can prevent the Bounty Hunter from becoming a mobile observer ward, then Alchemist can just keep on doing whatever he wants to do, right? Which is getting out of control in that word.
Matumba Man can actually get a Silver Edge here rather soon if he wants to. Right now, he's sitting on the bottom half of the map, completely solo, and waiting for a single hero to show up, put some pressure there, maybe force LGD some rotation. Either way, he's just going to get some information no matter what, and is unlikely to die just due to the hard ways it is to be able to lock down a Slark. Sees Sep, he sees the Beastmaster, Terrorblade already showed himself, and Matumba Man just gets the hell out of there.
LGD clearly do not like being at a disadvantage for vision. They last banned the Night Stalker last game, but this game with the Slark and the Bounty Hunter, Liquid still have the edge in vision, and they have had it for the majority of the game, even though LGD has the Beastmaster.
Yeah, the double invis plus the aggressive wards that you pointed out from Kuro is really what set up that team fight where Liquid were able to get the big Ravage. Octarine now up, same goes with Silver Edge. The items continuing to flow in for Liquid. LGD not actually trying to get too panicked about things and go for a fast push that might end up costing them yet another dangerous team fight. They're actually sitting back and farming away for the time being, perhaps waiting for that second round of items after the Manta on aggressive, and it's actually our Timbersaw who's holding on to a large amount of gold in the bank, 2,700 for him.
So this is good and bad for Liquid. Good in the sense that they have the Midas on the Disruptor and they have an Alchemist on their team, so they're pulling decently far ahead in net worth, but bad for them in the fact that they have a Bounty Hunter, but they aren't able to use it as track. So I don't know, I guess he's kind of like a Riki at this point, and if it erupts into huge brawls around the map, they will have that track available to them.
Yeah, in many ways you could say that the Bounty Hunter last pick from Liquid wasn't meant to actually get too many track kills, right? Between the Slark as well as the Alchemist, they definitely have a team that would love to be able to just sit back and farm as much as they wanted. And it seemed like more the Bounty Hunter was, helper. Yeah, it seems like Bounty Hunter in some ways was kind of like just a deterrent in many ways to LGD's potential for aggression and just a really good information. You pointed out LGD really do seem a little bit off kilter just because of always being at a vision disadvantage.
And it slowed down the Beastmaster in the early game, so it served multiple purposes in this early game.
Curl will reveal himself as he takes away the Hawk, but now they're going to find the initiation. Mind Control blinks himself forward, but not seeing the opportunity for a Ravage just yet. He's just going to leave Matumba Man to go for Xiao Wei, holding on to the Primal Roar, but the Static Storm makes sure that he does go down without an ult to use. LGD get a lot of damage on him. Matumba Man now jumping forward with the Icarus dive. Supernova goes out. They need to pop this egg, and they do it now. They do get it just in time. The Ravage goes out. They turn on to Maybe, who's going to go down next. And Fada starts pushing forward against LGD. Aggressive. Tries to fight back. Goes for Jerix. Many of the heroes of Liquid are quite low, but he is at a numbers disadvantage. If he gets popped here, managed to get the Sunder off. Fada can't burst him in time, but the finger attack takes him out instead. The burst damage from LGD easily outdoes what Fada thought he could take with his max HP. And Liquid do end up feeling a bit of recourse off that team fight, as they do still manage to get, LGD actually, maybe it was just because Liquid are so far ahead, managed to get a rather much larger gold and experience jump off the team fight than Liquid did.
When you ever kill Alchemist, rain just pours down, or gold just pours down from the sky. He's just Mr. Moneybags.
It really is a pinata you've got to hit a lot of times, but once it gets popped, the goods start flowing. LGD very happy with that team fight, particularly with Ravage blown as well. Static Storm, if that's a fight you can actually win, LGD might be able to pressure for more. There is still Roshan up. Other than that, I'm not sure if they could actually pressure by going uphill at this point. It seems a little bit too early for that, but
they have Terrorblade. They're okay. I think Timbersaw scales pretty well into the late game, one of the few spell damage dealers that does, because of his Scepter and just being incredibly tanky.
Yeah, pure damage in general, always valuable to have.
And percent based on the stat reduction. Overall, though, I think Liquid did a really good job of focusing down that egg. If that egg got off, maybe Mind Control could have salvaged it by kind of ravaging right before the egg went off to still stun the Phoenix as he comes out of the egg. I think that was what he was fighting for, but when they killed the egg, it was already pretty good for them. No need for that perfect timing.
There are still some significant upgrades coming in from Liquid, such as the BKB on the Slark. Not sure how LGD are going to be able to deal with that at that point, because that means just the Dark Pact needs to be focused on the Primal Roar from Xiao Wei, and then everything else is, all the other disables that Matumba Man has to worry about are going to be dealt with by the BKB.
Yeah, still has more. Terrorblade. Oh, actually, maybe he's a BKB already.
Yeah, maybe needed a way to be able to deal with the Glimpse and Static Storm from the Disruptor, most likely, so.
He just needs to be able to get in there, and he's one of the heroes that can, he's really good at killing a Slark during the Shadow Dance. I would say one of the best. He used to be Shadow Fiend with his magic damage output. I think Timbersaw is equally good, if not better. Right.
Another ward being placed. Kuro with the gem pickup is wandering around with his Quelling Blade, taking away any of the vision that LGD try and lay out. Now they are going to make their way over towards Roshan a little bit later than I expected, just because now the Ravage and Static Storm are back up. But maybe they can still sneak this in, as it seems like Liquid may be too slow on the rotation to stop this.
They should maybe, but maybe has BOT, so they still don't know where all the other heroes are. I guess they don't really want to contest it at this point. I think the BKB from Timbersaw can be their trump card in the team fight for now, but yeah, BKB up on aggressive. Who's going to carry the Aegis? Maybe. Is there a choice? He's a main heavy damage dealer.
Glimpse back. Timber Chain not quite there. Jerix will be able to keep up the pressure at the top lane and maybe force another rotation from LGD over there. But they do almost have the Blink Dagger on the Beastmaster. That will give them a much healthier initiation that they were lacking before. They just had MMY. Now they can have initiation on 2 fronts that is near instant.
So what do you go for if you're Alchemist in this situation? Normally it'd be Shivas or AC, but you don't want to give more Rs to the Terra Blade, like the panel mentioned, but those are generally your best items when you go this sort of build. He doesn't actually have a Manta yet.
Yeah, his choice of going Octarine before Manta, it seems like he's going to be ignoring the Manta entirely. As with his gold progression, he might have had to like just kill the Manta or swap it out rather early anyways, so it seems like he just knows he has to go for this straight late game damage build. And Manta isn't going to be the item he wants in the late game.
Maybe he could pull a Scepter to Tidehitter. I think it'd be pretty useful in this situation. It'd also give him enough mana to use that refresher, which he's building up for right now. I don't think Disruptor necessarily needs it because he has a Midas and is farming quite well in this game. They're at 5-1-6.
Yeah, that's what happens when you get an Ultra Kill as a support. Get that big boost of gold. Matamba Man gonna go for some chip on the mid-tier 1 tower, see if he can't backdoor it before LGD responds, but he plays it super safe and bounces before LGD even show themselves. Now on the hunt, the bottom lane, tier 2 still up, so he's not able to go too deep. Another ward is going to be countered. Kuro not able to keep up the cliff ward this time around.
So Fado looks like he's building a Manta. Not a huge surprise there.
Okay.
It's more surprising that he didn't get it before the Octarine.
Yeah, it's like if you're not going to go to the Manta, or if you're going to go with Manta, why didn't you go it before?
I think he doesn't necessarily want it in a team fight versus the Timbersaw. The Timbersaw will just clear it immediately, and maybe just feeling that LGD were going to pressure a lot in the form of 5-on-5, and thinking that his split push wasn't going to be able to counteract that.
So he'll now try and get that split push into play as LGD start mounting their push forward into. They've got some pretty good control. Honestly, the side lanes aren't really that pushed out. It's not going to be a threat for quite some time. So LGD are in an okay position if they want to go high ground with this. There's a very big pickup. The refresher now for mind control.
How is he so far? Dang.
Yeah. It is going to cost him his entire mana pool just to be able to get the double Ravage out. Meanwhile, maybe he could actually complete an Ags next if he wants to. You think that damage upgrade is the right play here?
Well, it's really good when they don't have any BKBs on Liquid.
Yeah.
Which Alchemist doesn't get until maybe 6th item at this point. And it also helps with farming a decent amount. You could also go for Octarine. It's a pickup that we see sometimes onto the Timbersaw, especially if you're the main tank. I think you want Octarine so you stay alive much longer as opposed to an unchecked Timbersaw, which Shivas / Ags would be a lot better. And Liquid kind of is scared at this point. No BKBs up and 2 BKBs up.
Man does manage to get off the Dark Tag. Finger Death being thrown on him. Ravage onto Maybe. And there's the refresh. Mind Control reposition himself for an even better one where Khan's aggressive. And now they've taken 2. Maybe rips right on through with the Timber Chain, but he's on his lonesome. And he's fighting up against the Matamba Man who's just so damn big. Here comes the Sable Concoction as well, holding Maybe into place. But they can't actually go for him. Matamba Man is going for the back line first. He gets September, now pops a BKB. Maybe will eventually fall, or maybe not. They're just not focusing him down because still has that Aegis. The buyback of the Terra Blade makes Liquid a bit scared of continuing that fight, so they retreat back to the safety of their base, only losing Kuro.
And that was a buyback from Aggressive. Yep. And he got back in there quickly. That was a 6-second Blink Ravage from Titan. The first one he's like, I only hit the Timbersaw, but then he saw where the rest of LGD was. And I don't think Terra Blade was able to pop his BKB in time, maybe not realizing that Titan Herd did have his refresher at that point.
Right.
I don't think anyone expects a second Ravage this early, 30 minutes in.
Certainly not. Maybe shows up with his invis. Matamba Man is able to get away with an invis of his own, and now Maybe gets caught. They again leave him as the Aegis was getting close to expiring, but
does die underneath the acid spray and start backing up. Now LGD, just moments ago, they were looking good for a high ground push. Now it's a lot more questionable. The buyback being used by Aggressive. They try and force another fight. Liquid win it, take out that carry. They'll be down long enough that Liquid would be the ones that would maintain all the map control from there on out.
And LGD were doing pretty well. They held the gold lead against an Alchemist for maybe 12 minutes from the 18 to 30 mark, but their BKB pickups did not pay off. Once you lose a big team fight after immediately picking up your BKB, you know you're in a really bad spot. Yeah. So they need to be able to take out Roche at some point. I think if they can keep up the Roche, they can kind of keep up with Liquid's gold advantage. But tell man,
they managed to get the Hex onto him, plus the Impale. They surrounded with Xiao Wei. Make an easy kill.
And luckily for Liquid, Bounty Hunter is still carrying the gem and not the Slark. You'll very commonly see a Slark pick up the gem after he gets his BKB. Right. So Liquid dodging a bullet right there.
Does take a little damage from that Sun Ray. Forced himself back. LGD want to put some pressure on mid. 50 seconds left until Matamba Man's back up. Liquid.
And he doesn't have buyback.
They don't have the defense just yet. Gonna try and slow this down by glimpsing maybe back. They have the Ravage up now. 40 seconds until the second one. Maybe with just a Ravage and the right kind of Static Storm, Liquid can defend this one 4 versus 5. But really, it's 3 versus 5 when you've got a Bounty Hunter on your team. There's not much that Kuro can do to help out with this push, but
Alchemist did a really good job of dragging that creep wave. They pinged it out. That creep wave is just way too far back.
Yeah. So LGD actually have to abandon their push and wait for a better opportunity.
So next LGD conquest will be the Roshan. We see the Vlad's pick on the Beastmaster. Will make that a lot easier. Still no gem on the side of LGD. They were quite lucky that Sentry picked up the Slark. They only have 2 sentries on the map.
It really does seem like an opportune time to pick up that gem too. Start taking away some of the aggressive wards from Team Liquid, such as once again this ward placed on the cliff is going to be taken out by Seth.
Now they do have the Refresher ult up on Liquid, so this next Roshan could be a huge brawl.
Anticipating just a few more minutes until that potential timer for Roshan. Both teams going to be sitting back, not wanting to risk a pickoff right before Roshan could be up. Liquid just maintaining all 4 heroes behind the Alchemist, while LGD, knowing that Liquid probably not going to be the ones on the aggressive just yet, are keeping themselves in a defensive posture but spread out a lot more, getting some efficient jungling done.
Their items also suggest very defensive play. We see 2 Force Staffs, one from the Disruptor and one from the Bounty Hunter. Very good versus the Hex, the Blink Hex from Lion. Very good against the Beastmaster Ward so that Slark can pop his BKB and his ultimate. You do not want him to be focused down, especially if you don't have like a bench swap or something to save him. Yeah. So the Force Staffs will have to do in this situation.
2 minutes. So Roshan is up. It's going to be a later one. This will be a rather agonizingly slow time for both of these 2 teams, as they know one bad initiation, or maybe the right initiation, is all that's needed to be able to get a huge advantage on one side that could even spell the end of the game.
So Liquid just kind of pulled up into their base at the moment. Alchemist is actually not out of that control and net worth and maybe doing a fantastic job of keeping up with them. I think 20,000 versus 26,000 is very good for a different song in this stage of the game.
Yeah, and the Terrorblade is actually ahead of the Slark Beastmaster, close to contesting his counterpart in the Tidehunter. So all across the board, it is relatively even, considering Liquid are holding on to an Alchemist.
And Radiant just used their scan, and they suspect that Liquid's around the Roche, but they don't know that Roche isn't up at this moment. They use it as a secret shop. It checked out green, and not sure if they maybe checked it out a little bit late. Oh, another Blink Hex.
Managed to get the Hex onto Matamba Man. Now the jump in, Primal Roar from Xiao Wei, but already popped the Necronomicon, so his damage is going to be hugely delayed. Maybe he's there, but he's also a bit late to the party, and now it's Spada's turn to come in. Unstable Concoction ready to go, but he might just explode on himself as he gets stunned up. Now it's going to be up to Mind Control to be able to play the saving defense. Supernova, it's too much for him to handle. The rest of Liquid just back out. They're going to leave Matamba Man to his work as he managed to pop his ultimate and TP out successfully, getting the Lion kill, but there was really nothing they could do to save Fada during the duration of those BKBs from LGD.
That was such a tough pickle for Alchemist to deal with. He couldn't stun anyone aside from himself. He could have manted it out, but that timing is very difficult. That was his only way out of that situation.
And LGD going to be quite sad to see that Roshan is not up because they definitely have the advantage in the team fight for now. But then again, they'd be playing against the Tidehunter, double Ravage plus Static Storm, so maybe Roach isn't something they want to try and take with just a 1-for-1 pickoff.
They do have the gem on the Beastmaster right now. Slark having to feel a little bit scared because of that.
Shiva's getting some vision down. He's got to rotate across. They manage to clip Kuro. He's going to get a Force Staff out of those Chakrams. And now they're just going to try and get some damage on Matumba Man, but he knows he's safe. Liquid start backing up as LGD go for the pursuit here. Unlikely to get any sort of catch.
They want to get back to this creep wave. This is where Fada might come in from. They were peeking on it. And still with double Ravage, LGD very unlikely to make the bold maneuver in a Roche. It's just very difficult to be able to pop your BKBs when you don't have vision on Liquid.
Yeah, Kuro actually missed the ward. He got the counter ward instead. Is going to go back for the Observer ward with the Quelling Blade. Will be able to deny that vision of LGD's. Kuro just will not quit with this Cliff vision, man. He's laid this this Roshan ward once or twice, but again, he's got that deep Cliff ward next to that hard camp between the tier 2s. On LGD's side, the initiation tanks now Finger of Death, but the Ravage counter, and they've already taken out one. Mind Control needs a little bit of extra mana though, doesn't have enough for his second Ravage, and maybe he's going to be able to get him in a corner. Mind Control is kind of stuck out here up against the Timber Saw, looking to be able to burst him down, may not have the damage in time. Supernova laid out defensively, making sure Liquid won't be able to do much with their Slark. Kuro is still looking to get caught out, and he's got the gem too. They can't afford this pickoff. He's juking and jiving, but won't be able to make his way out of here. Zhao Wei kicks him in the shin straight to death. And gem drop. Matumba Man immediately goes for his initiation, tries to recover the gem, goes for the pounce out. Will be able to make his escape, but wasn't able to grab the gem. Forced to pop the BKB. Maybe makes a long jump in and actually goes for the BKB TP out, lacking in mana. Vada looking for a jump here. Sees Sep, will be able to get that free kill. The gem returned back into the hands of Liquid.
So they got a buyback out of Liquid. It wasn't so bad, and now maybe he's gotten to that point where he's really big and really bad. If like Slark initiates on him, then Lion can just counter initiate and just kill the Slark. But if they don't, then he can just kind of find a Tide, and Tide is forced into a bad Ravage if they can't address his Timber Saw issue. But no one can really do damage to him. Alchemist is not good at single target, especially with his build. Maybe he had like a Mjolnir Basher, but that's coming way later.
They really want to focus maybe down, aggressive, and sitting on the side. Yeah, there, MMY. He's going to get picked off by Matumba Man. He sees the squishier target in mind. Mind Control. Holding. Now pops a Ravage with EKB. Perfect time from aggressive, and it might just be enough. No! Barely survives through that one. Maybe still going to look for the kill, but aggressive during his BKB time. He has to fight up against the two cores. Needs help from maybe. The sun comes in. Static Storm not going to be able to get a Sunder off this time. Now it's maybe against the world. All the reactive armor in the world just may not be enough to survive against these heroes. Zhao Wei comes in. Unstable concussion lands on him though. Primal Roar goes out, but it's too late. And it's just cleanup time for Matumba Man. Give me those stacks, he says. All the stats in the world. As now Liquid will take the extra life as Aegis should go into their hands.
Wow, Liquid did a really good job of isolating those supports. They kited Timber Saw extremely well with those Force Stabs, and a perfect Static Storm drop on top of that Terror Blade after the BKB was down.
That will just be an Aegis. This is the second Roshan game. 2 gems in the hands of 3, actually, in the hands of Liquid now. 2 in the Courier, 1 on our Bounty Hunter, and Aegis will go the way of Matumba Man. As he is very rapidly closing in on Abyssal Blade, some extra defense. Jarek is going to be hit by MMY, looks for the quick kill off of Finger of Death, but a Force Staff will be able to get him away, and now it's going to be MMY the one in danger as he gets glimpsed back straight into the hands of Fada. 14-22, Liquid really taking control now as the game pushes later and later. They've got the Aegis in their hands, and they're about to bring in some big-time net worth if they can take these objectives, but LGD not going to let these tier 2s go down for free, and they might even be able to pick up Matumba Man, slowing him down dramatically with both the Shivas and double Chakrams. He's got to pounce away, but maybe this next round, not going to be able to catch Matumbu. As he managed to get the invis, starts healing himself up, and he's got some support behind him too, just across the river.
And LGD are hurting his detection department after losing all those gems.
They certainly are, and they're going to have Aghanim start flowing in through him soon as well.
Yeah, now that Sark has Aegis, LGD have a real hard time initiating. I do not think they can pop Tide before he pops up Ravage. Maybe if Timbersaw has like an excellent initiation on them, but still, very hard for them. And probably need mass BKBs to deal with that. I don't even think 2 is enough.
Looks like I think they're giving this one away to Jarex, because while he did have the Midas, he's going all the mobility items, and if he can get a quick like 4-staff blink onto one of these heroes without the BKB, yeah, this will mean an instant kill on someone like Terrorblade.
Yeah, and BKB is not a big issue for Liquid anymore.
No, they certainly aren't. So they will have the opportunity to initiate straight up with Jarex if they want to, or more than likely Mind Control if he gets the Ravage stun onto these heroes. I mean, it's at least 2 guaranteed kills, right? Double Ravage plus a Static Storm preventing BKBs. LGD, I don't know how they're going to be able to win this next team fight, but it's certainly not going to be through letting Liquid initiate on them.
Yeah, they need to
find an opening.
They need to jump Jarex and pop their BKBs preemptively, but they do not have any eyes on them, and Liquid will immediately smoke to not reveal the surprise.
They're going to cut their way through. They're looking towards maybe. He is a tanky guy. 3k HP, shield, 38 armor. They start cutting the creep wave at the top lane, but Tumbaman, he's still got that Aegis, so he can go for some plays like this. Make sure that the top lane as well as bottom start pushing out, while the rest of Liquid hold on middle.
And this could be a game-winning act, especially with Aggressive not having buyback, probably feeling very comfortable with his BKB.
Maybe does have buyback, and that's probably part of the reason why he's putting himself on the front lines here. But won't be able to stop the tier 2 from falling.
And still no eyes on Jarex.
Let's see whether or not Liquid, where do they go from here? Do they try and back out and just go? Yeah, it seems like they're going to back out and just go for the tier 2s. Take all the outer towers.
They need to make sure that LGD doesn't have vision in this area. Right. They can just keep camping out this area, knowing that LGD have to move out of their base at some point, or else Alchemist will just split push all 3 lanes in. So as long as they prevent LGD from setting up any vision, they're very comfortable.
There's completed Scotty, a really big upgrade for a Terrorblade. As the stats come in for him, the illusion-based hero will be hitting a lot harder now, but we still have the predicament that one disable will lead to a chain that inevitably leads to his death.
And Kuro just slayed the Hawk. LGD, they're blind.
All right. Time for another Ags upgrade. Mind Control has the AoE Gush to throw down.
Liquid, they still want to take a fight. They still do not know.
Oh, they're going to be jumped on here by Jiawei. The Primal Roar goes down, but the defensive Force Staff may not still be enough to get the Finger of Death in, but an extra Force Staff comes into play, giving Fada the space to be able to back up and let his Chemical Rage heal him up. They take the Necronomicon Warrior out of the equation, and Liquid, now that they start healing themselves away, will look for the high ground push. They know LGD have blown significant cooldowns, particularly that Finger of Death.
Only 40 seconds left on the Aegis. Matoma Man might go in real deep.
LGD, they just need to try and stall this one out until the Aegis is down. Chakram, of course, a great way to be able to do so, but he doesn't have the mana sustain quite behind him with only 8 Bloodstone charges. Something they're going to have to keep in mind. But Liquid actually stopped putting the pressure down. They have the Alchemist TP up to the top lane. He's going to get that one pushed forwards. Of course, he's not gone for long. They're actually going to go for a TP in. That was a dangerous one. They do manage to kill that melee creep in time before the Boots of Travel completes. I think they just saw that Fada was top lane, and they hope to be able to force a fight 4 versus 5, but Fada will be able to come back into play now. Boots of Travel combined with Octarine leaves a very limited window when he goes for these split pushes.
And unfortunately for Liquid, they will have control of this area, but it's almost a max Roche respawn. It was like 5:45 after the Aegis is down. So LGD, they have to move out of their base as 5 just to gain control of this one leftmost camp, and finally they'll be able to move out a little bit further.
Probably like the 5th or 6th time that Cliff Ward has gone down, but Crow doesn't care. He's getting the information he needs. LGD start pushing themselves out. Liquid obviously have some idea. With their vision going down, the LGD are grouped up in the mid lane, and they're getting plenty of opportunities to pressure the side lanes thanks to Matumba Man's movement as well as the Alchemist Illusions in the bottom lane.
And Tidehunter has Axe.
Yep. He's got that AoE gush into play. Vada's like Oprah, he's just giving the items away. He's got the Boots of Travel, level 2, he really doesn't need much more. Smoked up. Looking for something, but again, it's easy on the front lines. They're not sure if they really want to blow everything they have, the big controlling abilities to take out maybe the Timber Saw, when that just leaves our Terrorblade a lot more free to do what he wants once that Static Storm is down. Okay, look for the glimpse play, just barely off the mark though, as we do have the TP back from Aggressive at the top.
So I think at this point, LGD have no real choice but to wait for Liquid to push up onto the high ground and just stall until then. Because Terrorblade still has a long way to go until, oh, actually, they're smoking outside of base right now.
Yeah, LGD want to try and see if they can get the initiation on Liquid.
They have an Obs Ward at this point,
His
though.
smoke is going to be the first one. Pops doesn't have the quick reactions, though, to get off the Necronomicon. And now the fight's going to go nasty. And there goes the first Ravage. Doubles it up, but the Aggressive managed to get off the BKB. Jarek's in the background still holding out to that Static Storm, while Fun is going to be focused down by the Chakrams. They are burning through all this one. September with a successful Supernova. It's going to be able to go through the back line while Mind Control gets taken out by Aggressive's right clicks. They look for more. Finally, the Static Storm laid out, but Mind Control is not going to be safe for this one. Gets the pounce over the cliff. And that might just be enough to be able to get him to safety. Maybe it's going to be on hot pursuit, though. This is one. Chakram gets the second one. It gets him in the end. The triple kill for Maybe.
Wow, how in the world did they win that team fight? They had that vision on the high ground, and LGD just with that smoke at the perfect time.
Aggressive hasn't had the greatest series lately, not even the greatest tournament. It's oftentimes been maybe turning up to these games for LGD, but this time around, 2 different times where his quick reactions on BKB is what saves the team fight.
And that was incredible. I cannot believe that LGD won a fight with, like, there were 25,000 gold behind. Aggressive, he went in, he got the reflection on all of those heroes, so that he got it off on the Alchemist, got all those auras, and then he got it off on those heroes that really rely on the Blink Dagger. Tidehunter had a decent Ravage. They killed the Lion at the beginning of the fight, but everyone else popped their BKBs and went in.
LGD thinking, all right, it's time to force some buybacks perhaps out of the Slark, but he doesn't even have one. He's 800 gold away. LGD can actually take this full lane of racks and maybe even more. There's no tier 2s. LGD might just be able to win this game outright off of one single mistake from Liquid.
That still blows my mind how they were able to win with that much gold deficit.
The gush, the harassment coming out from Liquid. They're trying to slow this one down, keep it at just 2 lanes of racks with 20 seconds left. On the Slark, the Thunder goes down, full out heal from Aggressive. He knows his cooldown's going to be up potentially in time. The Static Storm goes out, but not able to hold the heroes, and the Glimpse not in the right position either. They get the melee racks, will retreat, leaving the range to lie, but it doesn't matter. The damage is done. Liquid now have to return on playing the defensive. With 2 lanes down, the pressure always going to be up from these creeps.
So it goes back to LGD. How long were they just sitting in their base, and then they slowly moved out, got that little bit of vision down, and then waited for Liquid to finally move in on a point where LGD had vision. They had that high ground ward, and I think that was like the only saving grace for them in that team fight. And LGD just waited so long for them to move into that area.
The creep equilibrium in their favor. They've got the vision advantage as well now, thanks to the gem. Double damage going to be picked up. Matumba Man realizes that's going to be a pretty important one. Maybe actually still trying to challenge, though. Does get glimpsed back.
He's not scared.
No, he's certainly not. He knows his team
He's
will always be able to
six-blooded.
follow him back. With pressure on. Oh, man, that's actually a big one. Beastmaster with double Primal Roars.
Timbersaw is almost equal to Alpha net worth. He did give away two Ags, but Timbersaw does crazy damage output. Look at his items.
Yeah, Shiva's Octarine. He's going to have those low cooldowns. They're actually slowing down Matumba Man, getting the burst damage out. Force staff save. Is it going to be enough? He has to blink himself and force himself away. Vada at the unstable concoction. Looks like they managed to catch out Kuro, though. So it is going to be a free kill, and it's actually a gem as well. They're going to pick that one up from Zhao 8 and LGD. They back themselves away, waiting on Roshan, which is just about to come up. Liquid don't want to give it up, though. They know how important this Aegis and Cheese is going to be for the next couple of team fights, so they actually immediately buy back on Kuro and look to be able to defend. Problem is, they still have to deal with this top lane push.
And Xiao Wei uses Refresher immediately. I think that's a good call because if Roshan's up, which it was like almost 11 minutes past, then he's going to need a second round of Necro Books. I think even more important than the Roar.
Holy cow, that Midas really kicking into play. Disruptor, given the Axe, actually has a Refresher. And this will not be revealed in the next team fight until perhaps it's too late for LGD. They've already beaten through half of Roshan's HP. They have themselves really well spread. Immediately, Matamba managed to blink in, managed to get hexed. There goes the Ravage, up, down, hard. As now they're managing to be able to take out two. A Refresher goes out. Jerix looks for a second static storm. Is going to be able to catch Aggressive alongside the Ravage. They're going to try and pop before the Sunder has an opportunity to go off, and they will. 3 down, LGD now starts throwing out the buyback. Supernova is going to successfully explode, though, and maybe we'll capitalize on that one. He sees Jerix an opportunity, has him cornered, will be able to take him out with at least the Chakram as he burns through. No, he has to actually Timber Chain to the other side, and Liquid, they've gotten yet another pickoff. Jerix in the background will eventually die here as Aggressive looks for more of these heroes. Vada, he's the low one, and he's the big core that he desperately needs to be able to take out of this fight. Fanta goes away, TP out, he knows they have no disables, they only have raw damage, and it's not enough. Liquid escape, they don't lose a hero, and now Lion's gonna get picked off as well. Matamba Man found that one. Somehow Liquid, they force that fight, they get the right kind of initiation, locking down Aggressive with the refreshers that they had. But it's not enough as LGD buy back and will be able to potentially still take a Roshan fight. But it's in a danger zone. They lose any one of these heroes, and that could be the end of the game. September tries to get away, but the Bash is there, and he gets taken out. Matamba Man keeps on right-clicking away. Now on maybe, turns under Aggressive again. Off the BKB, gets off the Sunder, but it's not much HP at all that he managed to get off. Gets hit by the Unstable Concoction, and he's down. 100 seconds, maybe locked inside the Static Storm as well, and that will just be it straight out. Death from Timbersaw. He has a buyback, but no Aggressive for a minute and a half. You can't imagine that Liquid, they have to go back, they have to defend, but they're certainly holding the advantage now.
That's a free range rack for them. I must say, Mind Control's been an absolute beast this series. First, in the first game I saw, he had died a lot. He was like 1-6. He didn't have that much farm. He was still finding the best Slytherin crushes that you could find. This game, that Ravage that just set up on the two weak heroes, the Beastmaster and the Lion, just finding those heroes that don't have a BKB and popping them down immediately. However, Liquid are still not out of the woods yet because of the significant structural damage. Liquid have yet to even knock down a T3. And Alchemist is just has too much gold.
Yeah, LGD, they may be in trouble when it comes to the actual team fights of the late game now that you have Aegis and Cheese picked up by Liquid, and they still have 40 seconds where the Terrorblade is dead, but they do have an opportunity to be able to maybe make some sneaky plays, go straight up for Throne, even just a small misplay from Liquid as they try and push high ground could actually lead LGD into wiping them, and Liquid obviously, they're not holding on to too many of their buybacks. They only have a Slark and actually Timbersaw, the two heroes in this game that are holding on to buyback.
And LGDs are really struggling in the BKB department. Two of their heroes only have 5 seconds BKBs. The other 3 do not have BKBs at all. And that's just food for Tide and Disruptor.
Yeah. Chakram and Sunray spam is what's going to be there to try and keep Liquid back. Maybe jumping in with a little fear.
Liquid can't afford this mistake though. If they fail this push, they likely get Megas, and even though LGD are really far behind them in terms of gold, they can still lose. Like as Terrorblade right now, I wonder if he's like considering a Refresher Orb at this point. Yeah. It's really good for the super long cooldown Metamorphosis, but more importantly for another full duration BKB, which is just imperative, I think, versus a Tidehunter.
Swapping out that Dragonlance, you mean, for
I don't know if he wants to do that though. Alternatively, you can get Satanic, but you can't pop Satanic during a Disruptor ulti. And the Disruptor ulti is a long duration, 7 seconds. They can keep him in place with the Kinetic Field, with Titan Ravage, as well as the Slark Pounce and Abyssal. So it's not like he can just walk out of that Static Storm. So Aggressive probably in the tough pickle as to what item to go next. Not that it's that big of an issue. He doesn't have that much gold, but you still want to be considering it at this point.
Liquid making sure to push out all the lanes as best they can before they go for this high ground. They have plenty of time for the Aegis and Cheese before the Aegis expires, at least.
Yeah, the network guys are just very deceptive at this point because Timbersaw, he has a Bloodstone in his stash, as well as 5,000 in his bank, so that's kind of 10,000 gone for LGD. And Liquid have like 8,300 sitting on the Alchemist right now. he could pull Ags to be with, but that's a minimal effectiveness at this point.
Yeah, already
he gave one a Slark actually.
The Ags upgrades are already taken from Liquid. They're just purely going to be stats from here on out. Slark needs every little bit of tankiness he could possibly get, though.
Yeah, he still doesn't have a Moon Charge, so he's a little bit of ways to go. Gets BOT2, but might not get to that point. Liquid wanting to end this game right now with the Aegis.
They absolutely should. If they just draw this game out, they end up losing their Aegis due to the timer. That'll mean LGD then have the control just purely due to the fact that they have 2 lanes of Rags pushed in.
But Liquid needs structural damage.
Yeah,
they can't just sit outside of base and wait for LGD, because LGD would just play like they did the last time, just wait super patiently for the Aegis to expire and then take a fight once the Liquid aren't expecting or when LGD have vision.
So if you're Liquid, how do you set this team fight up? You have the Slark on the front lines just because he has the Aegis, and him alone beating on that tier 3 tower?
Yeah, and then you could just force them out and then just reset. That's the beauty of Liquid's lineup. They have good reset tools with Shadow Dance and Chemical Rage.
Matumba Man takes spitting of damage and will be able to get a defensive force staff. That'll be the play every single time from Liquid. He bounces right back in. The Chakram's down.
Nice glimpse from Jerax to stop that Sunray. But they just keep resetting. And with the Octane on Alchemist, it's almost permanent Chemical Rage, and Matumba Man could just walk outside of vision. Bam, full HP.
Slowly but surely, they are chipping away at this tier 3 tower, but will it be fast enough? Matumba Man starts going for maybe. Nice stun there. Fada actually getting hit up. Will be forced to use the unstable concoction on the illusion. Now he's going to be the one pushing forward onto that tier 3. Swaps out with Matumba Man. Will finish it up. Still has that Terrorblade illusion on him, though.
That thing
They
does a
need to
lot
rely
of
on the
damage
heal.
at this point. Like, Terrorblade just doesn't scale with items. He also scales with opponent's items, and they are very farmed.
Illusion pops. Start going for the melee racks. It may be worth it for LGD to continue to try and slow stall this one out. Nope, they're going to make their initiation. Tries to go for Matumba Man. Managed to get off the Dark Pact. The Raps goes down. Refresh and reassess. Looks like Liquid are going to try and go back in, but they're scared out by aggressive BKB. And there goes. Kuro just gets popping the Dagon. Now the jump in. Re-Ravage on the aggressive. They're going to be able to pop him. 80 seconds on the clock. Round 2. The Static Storm. They glimpse it back. Will be able to catch Zhao Wei. Chakram going in town. Maybe he can't do it alone, though. He needs some extra help. He's being beaten to death by Matumba Man. Reactive Armor be damned. He's just getting the stats up. Will go for Zhao Wei. Just pop back. And maybe seeing a dieback too before he gets off the Primal Roar. Maybe he just doesn't put out enough damage against this team. Not by himself. The Sunray can't save him. He has a buyback, but it's just him and Seb against the world. And not even Seb can stick around. It's a glimpse. Catches in. Pulls him right back in. Liquid takeout 4. There's a buyback. It's now up from aggressive. But will it be enough? These 2 heroes against the full 5-mana Liquid, and they're healthy too. The Chemical Rage has brought Fada back up to full HP, and Matumba Man's passive has almost done the same as well. They're going to go for the second lane of Rags at bottom.
And I see Liquid pinging out on their T4s. They're scared of actually getting thrown at this moment.
They really are. They're going to TP 1 back already. That's going to be Fada. Now he does have that really low cooldown of the Boots of Travel, and he won't be gone for long. Liquid are going to play this as safe as humanly possible, perhaps fearing further buybacks. And with the 2 main cores of LGD back up, they consider this a win. They forced what they could, and if they win another team fight like that in the next 5 minutes, the game is completely over. There are no more second chances for LGD.
And no creeps yet. Aggressive is doing a good job of pushing out the mid lane. And they will have to deal with backdoor protection. So at this point, yeah, LGD, Timbersaw had swapped out his BKB for a Dagon 5 and realizing, yeah, I need my BKB versus this.
Yeah, the burst damage, it's kind of okay just to be able to threaten the Slark, but unfortunately these heroes are so damn tanky, he can't actually kill one hero outright.
And they have just good tools of regenning back up. That's a very strong tool that Liquid has. Not only do they have good tower hitters, but they can reset very easily within like 5 or 10 seconds.
Aggressive, desperate for some positioning, desperate for some way to be able to threaten Liquid or perhaps open an endgame scenario. Does go for the push in the top lane. Uses his Manta, even pop the BKB to make sure his TP out is successful.
Yeah, that's a safe play. One death by him is just game over.
He did hide it, so Liquid obviously not going to know that that BKB is on cooldown. Not on cooldown for long anyway. The Illusion will be able to push forward, get some damage onto the tier 4s, it seems.
So at this point, LGD, they might be considering like a way to base race Liquid.
Yeah.
Because I think they have better base hitters. Terrorblade is really, really good, and Liquid have a superior team fight, but like Tidehunter with all these items, very bad at hitting a tower. Same with the Disruptor. So I think like the Inner Beast combined with the Terrorblade will leave that as an option for them. However, I don't know how many BOTs they have. It looks like just 2 available for them.
And then you look at like Slark and Alchemist, well, those heroes, it's blatant enough for the game that their physical damage is actually pretty dangerous. It's not going to match a Terrorblade when it comes to that push. So.
Yeah, but you'd be very sad if you were Liquid. You're pushing high ground, and then you just get backdoored, or you get your T4 taken out. So they need to make sure all 3 lanes are pushed out. LGD can still BOT on a Hawk, but still, if they have to go through backdoor protection, Liquid will almost certainly win that throne race.
Arcane Runes being saved here. They're going to give it over to Mind Control.
Wow, a Scythe on Disruptor. That is...
Jesus, Jarek's calm down. It all started with that Ultra Kill into the Midas, and it's been racking in the items ever since.
He's almost as farmed as the Terrorblade. He's just 4,000 net worth away, which is quite incredible. However, LGD going for a smoke right now, knowing that they're up against all odds, and Roshan very quick to respawn, can maybe save
them. They actually get this initiation on the Matumba Man. He's already popped the Dark Pact.
Oh, the jig is up.
Yeah, it definitely is. Only one of the smokes pops, but that's all that's required. Now they're going to be able to see Timbersaw as well, even getting the track onto him.
And creeps are up in base. Time to start hitting towers.
Yeah, they've got the Arcane Rune still on Mind Control, so they want to try and make use of this if possible. The opportunity is set up. Aggressive is going to be initiated on him. Matumba Man, let's see if they can get the combo. He managed to get off the Sunder. Manta his way through with the BKB. Will be able to make the escape. Ravage off the mark for Mind Control, but he's got a do-over as he refreshes. Looks for the initiation. Good force down save from Matumba Man as they manage to get the bounce away. Liquid defending their heroes beautifully as they start backing themselves out. Offensive GG. Maybe it is. It's Liquid. They may just be able to end this one. Fada lower. Daggett almost finished up entirely. Regen kicking in the blankets off the Shivas. Is he going to survive from this? He will! Underneath the Static Storm, LGD can do nothing! A power chain away, Supernova up. Liquid can't force it in time, won't be able to take out the egg, and Kuro almost burns to death underneath that one. Liquid, 3 versus 5. They see the opportunity to be able to get a glimpse as well. Zep isn't going to be able to make it out of here. This is going to be left entirely up to maybe to try and defend. Liquid, how could he possibly do this with only the magic damage and these hyper regen powers of Liquid? He can't actually burst through anybody.
Yeah, Liquid know that they have it too.
Yeah.
They use just solo ultimate onto the Terrorblade, knowing that he doesn't have buyback and they just have little fight left in them at this point.
They certainly do. They're going to be able to jump onto Maybe here, beating him down with the Basher. BKB activated by Maybe as he tries to make the jump away. Unstable Concoction thrown out for MMYs. The rest of the team focuses on the racks. The tier 4s are in a bit of trouble though. Back at base, Mind Control will defend that one. And now the numbers are a little bit more even, but it's 3 versus 4 inside the LGD base. And Maybe's the only damage dealer, and he's already down to half HP. Matumba Man beating through him, almost finishes off, and he gets him in the end. A Thunder Strike from Jarex finishes off the big carry of LGD. 2 minutes down, and Liquid will slowly right-click their way to victory here on the main stage. Lower bracket Kings, it seems, is now that title is passed over to Liquid as they've made their way from the beginning. Dropped down by MVP, and they 2-0s all the way now as they've made top 3.
An impressive run from Liquid, and I think a good run from LGD too. I don't think that people consider them the second strongest Chinese team coming into there, and I think you have to applaud any team that can take a team fight against Liquid with 25,000 in the hole versus that sort of lineup. That was one of the most incredible team fights that I have seen. A little sad to see Xiaowei go, but very excited to see Liquid match up tomorrow.
I mean, we'll certainly see them in the future as TI's invite is without a doubt at this point. Being able to make top 4 is good enough. LGD really excited to see them further in the future. But it's your big winners, Team Liquid here. We'll move on to the final day here at the Manila Major.
There's a lot of reasons why Jarex is considered the best support.
Absolutely. His insane disruptor play between the Aghanims given to him and all those extra items. I can't say I've ever seen a more farm disruptor in a professional game like this. Has to be considered one of the MVPs here for Liquid in this final game of the day. Very well played by all the teams, actually. Both Liquid and LGD put up one hell of a fight here in game number 2. Impressive stuff all around, but still, Liquid do take it 2-0 here. They're going to be moving on to the final day. Our analysts, I'm sure, have a lot to say, and hopefully they're ready and waiting.
Always ready and waiting. Thank you very much, Captain Malini, with the final series of the day. We'll wrap things up on the entire day as well as the third and final series. What a series as well. And what a game, Alan, from Liquid. Lots of records in there, but really, what a performance.
I said it at Frankfurt where I thought that Moon and Crits 3-4 play won OG the tournament, and I think Mind Control and Jerax might win Liquid this one. Unbelievable coordination in team fights.
Moo, what do you make of it? You were sat there watching it at times just like, what's going on?
Yeah, there's this Ravage into Disruptor ults multiple times throughout the game. I think there was only one time it actually missed. It won every fight, by far.
I mean, you can see. Look at the graph there for Maybe. I mean, just absolutely. I know you, Moo, wanted to name Maybe MVP.
I mean, this guy's Timbersaw was higher net worth than Alchemist. Like,
yeah, at one point, right?
That's insane. Like, even though he lost, he played out of his mind, and I honestly think that his team. I don't want to name names, but some of them just didn't play up to par. Like he was at one point just 1v5ing. Like he'd be in the fight a whole minute before his team would arrive, and they couldn't kill him.
Got some stats from Nox on this one. He's got plenty of these as well. Fana with the 1,000 plus GPM in a 60-minute game. It's 36th highest ever net worth on a hero of all time.
I mean, he also gave away 3 Aghanim Scepters. Right?
Yeah, exactly. So just spreading them out like it's party time. Ms. Reed, what do you make of it?
I mean, I just thought it was a very exciting game. Like
you seem tired after that.
Yeah, I'm exhausted watching it.
Just watching.
No, but I thought it was a very unique game too, because everybody had so much goal. Like the 6-slot Disruptor with pulled Aghanims, Refresher and stuff, and like tied with 6 slots. You don't see it every day.
Yeah.
Well, you add it all up, right? It's the Midas, it's Track, it's Alchemist pulling Ags.
Yes, I mean, we're sitting down here, like very close to the screens, and it's so brutal to watch these team fights. It's like so close, you know? Yeah. And this Invis Slark into Ravage into Disruptor ult, that was, I don't know, I was almost scared, you know? I was a bit sad for LGD when that happened, because it was,
MVP, Jerax?
Yeah. I think it's down to Jerax and Mind Control, and I don't think there's a wrong choice here. We'll go ahead. We've shown a lot of love to the cores in these MVPs, so we'll go ahead and show some love to the support. Well deserved. You got that early ultra kill. Got the Midas online.
That was amazing.
I mean, it's the most farmed Disruptor I've ever seen, guys.
You can definitely just like the Midas purchase was just really good. You know, sure you get an ultra kill, you get 2k gold, but you know, if you don't buy Midas there, you don't get maybe to 6 slots. Maybe you don't get to that Refresher, and then you don't win the game. So, and you're playing against this team that can potentially break your base with Terrorblade and Beastmaster and Phoenix and stuff. So, it's a pretty good call to go that Midas.
Yeah, they did break the base. I was going to say, at one point, they pretty much did.
I mean, sure.
Like, they had 5 out of 6 outer towers down at 16 minutes. I mean, this Terrorblade, this hero, he gets out to any kind of elite, and he just eats towers.
Yeah. I mean... Yeah, you don't see a 6-star Disruptor ever. So I think that justifies the MVP pretty well.
Okay, we'll take a look at the highlights, and my goodness, there are some pretty mind-blowing
highlights. The whole game's a highlight, right?
I feel like we could watch highlights for another hour, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It started okay. I mean, LGD got a great start in this game as well. It might not have been net worth-wise, but they had the good team fights. They got a lead early on.
Well, I thought LGD was in pretty good control of this game. They got the start in the laning phase that they wanted. It was a lot more favorable matchup-wise than in the previous game. The Timber was able to win the mid matchup a little bit harder. They were able to kill the Alchemist twice early on. LGD off to the kind of start that they wanted.
I mean, I was a little disappointed in some of the plays, though. Like the death that just happened on Timbersaw, he's a 17-stick charge, didn't use. He wasn't stunned or anything. So, I mean, I think he could have lived there and actually killed another kill. And then I saw multiple times in fights as well, even though Liquid played amazingly. Fada actually just didn't stun. Like, just didn't stun the illusions.
Yeah, that's it. Oh my god.
Yeah, this is the massacre in Manila.
There we go. Nice and slow.
Mind Control hits everything! Oh my goodness.
Now, let's just rewind it and watch that in slow-mo.
Yeah.
Are we ready?
Oh my.
Yeah,
beautiful.
Savage.
This is the dream game Untied, right there.
I mean, but this goes to show, like, sure, Slark picked up an Invis rune, but they had a ward there already from the Bounty Hunter. And that's why these heroes like Ricky, Bounty Hunter, Beastmaster are so insanely valuable, right? Because they get you this vision to give you the team fight.
Yeah, that's great. And it continued, I mean, throughout the whole game.
I don't even remember what fight we're watching. There were so many of them.
If I were outdied, right? Just Thunder in the end or something?
Yeah, I wondered about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. So he's used his stun, right?
This is kind of one of the sloppy mistakes I'm talking about. Like, you got to know the Thunder's up, right?
It's felt like, and a couple times in this tournament, it's felt like heroes have not known how to play against Terrorblade.
I mean, I don't think he realizes that all his team is running away from illusions.
When you're in the booth and you're playing this 60-minute game with Tide and Disruptor, like being 6-slotted, I mean, I'm sure their minds are blown as much as ours, and like they don't know what's really happening in these fights sometimes.
Yeah. At this point, 31 minutes in, Alan, it's starting to run away a little bit from LGD, but the team fights are still good for them.
I think they were ahead up until a certain point. Like, even though they did ultra kill happen, they were actually still all right in the game, you know, and they did end up taking multiple Raxes, but they took some fights around their own jungle, Roshan area, where it kind of felt like they're just running around and juking this Timbersaw for 2 minutes.
This is what they did here. They didn't even kill him.
and then like Lion starts getting picked off, and the fight they're not sticking together, you know.
This, by the way, is going to be Mind Control's first death of the game. He was in on all 17 of Liquid's first 17 kills, and his death sets up a great fight for Liquid.
Yeah. No, I mean, I would also give Mind Control the MVP if the game had been a little bit shorter and it didn't end up to this ridiculous Disruptor, you know, because he was playing close to flawless on this Tidehunter. And I love the fact that he just went straight Refresher, because, I mean, it's definitely, you're in the top 4 now, you need to buy this item, because this item is game winning, you know. You don't want to go and buy Shivas or something like that, because, you know, you might not get that Refresher after you buy the Shivas.
Yeah,
this was a huge turnaround.
Yeah, this was a big fight from LGD.
Well, this is the one fight they actually. This is like the first fight they actually missed Ravage. They only hit Lion, and then they missed the Disruptor ult as well. And then they just, like, if they don't hit these ults, they're going to lose the game, because don't they lose the Rax right after this?
Yep. Yeah, they do. And this is the LGD fight, which then led to another LGD fight, which they won. And then you started to fear, whoa, hold on a minute, this could actually go the other way right now. And at that point, it was 25,000 net worth difference, and it came all the way back to 5K.
I mean, I'm sorry. I know this series was 2-0, but look me in the eyes right now and tell me you don't have LGD as a top 6 TI team.
Absolutely.
They're winning team fights 20. I know, okay, it's a little bit inflated. You've got Track, you've got an Alchemist, but you're winning team fights against what many feel is the best team in this tournament, down 25K.
I mean, it also should give respect to a hero like Timbersaw, the 6 slots, and a hero even like Terrorblade, because it's actually really hard to fight against this hero.
This was so concerning right here.
4 or 5 illusions, right? And you can't actually tell, like in the midst of everything, you can't really tell which one is the real. And you have to burst him, because otherwise he sunders you, you know, and he kills you fast too. It's hard, not easy to play against this hero. And he pushes out lanes too. When he gets 3 slots, these illusions, you don't just kill them, you know. You actually have to invest spells and stuff into them. And they will kill creep waves, so...
It actually kind of hurts to see maybe lose this game.
But, I mean, this is the kind of fights I'm talking about, right? Like, you know, the Slug is just kind of picking them apart, and Timbersaw is trying to chasing, and he doesn't quite deal enough damage to actually kill someone alone. Like, maybe he needed the Dagon a bit earlier, potentially, because the Dagon felt, once he got it, and felt like it actually was a really good item choice.
I mean, I find that you actually always end up with Dagon when you go this late in the game with Timbersaw. You drop your Bloodstone and get a Dagon. Because like, you do all this damage, but then they walk out of your Chakrams and they're left with like 500 HP, and then you finish them off with the Zap.
No, but what we saw happening in the last fight just happened way too often. Liquid would just kill the rest of LGD's team, and then all of a sudden, okay, now we can start thinking about killing maybe. But it's just their play style. They're able to get into fights, be very, very mobile, and kill the enemy supports.
It became very tricky once, also when TB's BKB was 5 seconds, and you started getting like hexes and just double ravages and stuff, and like some of the LGD heroes kind of falls off. Like, yeah, Beastmaster got a refresher, but it's no match for Aghanim's Disruptor ultimate refresher or Tidehunter Ravage refresher, you know. You can't even be compared. So the late game like this was pretty hard for them.
But one mistake and it could have gone down the other way.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah,
definitely.
I mean, big props to Liquid.
Right before that fight, there was a situation where Liquid's top lane was actually getting pushed in. They lost the tier 4 tower to creeps. They lose that fight there, the game's over.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had to be supremely careful.
Well, I mean, the game was really close. And
this is outstanding.
Oh, this was good.
Oh yeah, it had everything, even some GG calls and some premature GG calls and farmed heroes. team fights.
Oh man. I don't know. I don't have words anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, from the
you
neutral
know when
point of
I'm
view, it's great,
speechless.
isn't it? From the neutral point of view, just enjoying it and watching it go backwards and forwards. Jarek looks absolutely shattered after that game.
I mean, he has to be exhausted, right?
Yeah.
I mean, one of them I would have liked to see on
it doesn't feel good, to misclick your hotkey for the chat wheel thing, and then it goes to good game, well played, and you're like, you're almost winning, I mean, it does not feel good.
Yeah,
so
it's always like you.
Probably that's why there was a face palm in the end,
You're almost cursing it, aren't you, at that point as well?
Huh?
Almost cursed, because you do that and then you lose.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, no. It's great game. Alan, in terms of the tournament itself, we'll wrap up that in a little bit, but just finishing off on LGD because they performed really well.
Yeah, I once again, I feel like based on what we've seen in this tournament, when we looked at that roster, we said another Zhao 8 team, another TI team. There were some doubts early on about whether or not they would come together. They came together in this tournament, and they look like a legit threat to go very deep in Seattle.
All right. We'll get more from all three of our panelists in just a moment, but we're going to head down to the main stage now because Mind Control is going to do his tricks on Surrection Slacks.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I have the winner of one of the most hard-fought victories I've seen so far. We've got Mind Control from Team Liquid. We give it up again. All right, buddy. How you feeling after that last one?
Really nice.
Real nice? That's all you got for me? You're such a rock, man. Against your team, you got the whole world putting all this pressure on you because you're the Tide Hunter. It's your ults that make the rest of the team succeed. If you mess up, the whole team goes down. So you got to tell me, let me into that head of yours. How do you deal with that world-breaking pressure?
Usually I eat Snickers before the game, and that makes me export in the game.
Snickers?
Yeah.
Okay, it's the Snickers, ladies and gentlemen. The beautiful, wonderful Snickers. Great. So, they love it. All right. In that last game, in all these games, I mean, it's been a really hard journey. We saw you guys were the favorites to come in, and then you dropped down to the lower bracket. Do you feel like that clawing out of your way from the lower bracket helped you guys out, or was it more of an annoyance?
It gave us more games, more experience. We became better. Yeah, without that.
Yeah. So do you think you would have made it this far if you were just in the top bracket, or?
I think we're going to win the tournament regardless.
That's the answer we wanted to hear. All right, man. Fantastic. So tell me a little bit about your relationship with Kuro. We've seen you guys talk a lot after games. Do you feel like you have a big connection with him, and what has he really done for you? So, kiss? No, we're not going to. No. What do you think about that relationship? Has he helped you out? Has he been kind of a mentor, or do you guys just play really well together?
We just play.
Just play? That's it? You're so easy, man. You're so relaxed. I don't know how you do it. All right, last one for you. You guys have shown that there's only 2 teams in this world that can face off against NEWBEE. OG at this tournament, and you guys at Epicenter. It was a hard-fought match. It was a stressful match. So I want to know, do you think it's going to be just as difficult to win now, coming up, as it was then?
NEWBEE is stronger than OG. We're going to own them.
Oh, jeez. Oh, boy. All right. You know what? You've just been so calm this whole time. I want to get real with you. Can we get real? Let's just get real for a second. We've had a lot of jokes. No, we're not going to kiss. I'm not going to be able to kiss. All right. Gee, this crowd. Okay. Anyway, so I want to know, man, after all this, after how far you've come, after how much you've done, I want to know, who are you trying to win this tournament for? Is it for you? Is it for your team? Is it for your fans? What motivates you to take the whole thing?
Mainly for myself and for my team and for everyone. Yeah.
All right, well, hopefully everyone is satisfied with your victories. Thank you so much for your time, and we hope to see one hell of a series coming up with Team NEWBEE. We're not going to kiss! All right, we'll throw it back to the panel there with the Red Eye and the rest of the boys.
Thanks very much, Mind Control there with Surrection Slacks with the final interview of the day. We are going to wrap things up on the final series and also the 5th day of the Manila Major. Before we do that, let's take a look at the bracket and show you exactly how it's panned out. We have just 2 more matches to go, of course, but there it is in all its glory, the upper bracket and the lower bracket. Team Liquid coming through against LGD. That's 8-0 in the lower bracket. They will play NEWBEE tomorrow, and the winner will face OG. Let's get our final thoughts from a panel now. Alan, we'll start with you. It's been another terrific day. We've been spoilt rotten by some of the fantastic Dota, no less so than that last match.
We really have, and I think what a note to end on. And you look at the 3 teams that we're going to see playing tomorrow. I think I did, and I think most other people had those 3 as the top 3 teams in the world coming into this tournament, and we're going to see them duke it out on the main stage for $3 million tomorrow.
It's going to be fantastic. Misery, highlights today. What have you enjoyed being on the panel?
Very much so.
We've enjoyed having you here.
Thanks for having me. It's been fun. It really has.
Yeah.
I was going to watch the games anyway.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
yeah.
A great series to end the day.
Exactly. It was great games.
He's exhausted, bless him. He hasn't even played, and he's just exhausted watching the last match.
Yeah. I mean, Dota is hard sometimes.
It is hard.
Yeah, it is.
You guys make it look easy as well. Enjoyed the day?
Yeah, I mean, my throat hurts a little bit. So
Yeah.
I was cheering when this team fight
It's hard
happens.
work on him, isn't it?
I was in awe, you
Yeah.
know. So I'm a little tired, honestly.
A little tired?
Yeah.
Need a little bit of a swim, relaxation back at the hotel?
Yeah, I do.
All right, good. Well done, all 3 of you. Thank you very much for being on the panel. Let's show you tomorrow's schedule, because we do have 2 more matches to go. There's also the matter of the cosplay tournament as well, which will take place in between the lower bracket final and the grand final. NEWBEE versus Team Liquid is our first match, and the winner will go on to face OG. Day 5 comes to an end. We have 1 more day to go, where we will crown the Manila Major champion. We'll see you tomorrow.